The collision between an older single male officer and a top female star. As the most promising young officer in the military district, Feiyu's biggest obstacle to promotion is being single. To cope with the marriage pressure from superiors and parents, Feiyu accepts the invitation from his online girlfriend to attend the concert of the popular star Reba, preparing to meet her in person at the venue. However, what he doesn't know is that the girlfriend he has been dating for 4 years is the most dazzling star on stage. In their 4 years of online dating, Reba has always believed that her Prince Charming is a humorous and well-rounded man who balances career and family. It is only when danger strikes that she realizes that a man's words can be deceiving. What kind of unfortunate worker can break an enemy's neck without changing expression? The so-called living in the deep mountains is actually hiding on the border to hunt down drug dealers. Clearly, they had agreed to be ordinary slackers, so what's with that general rank on your shoulders? Chapter 1, The Older Single Male Officer. The first ray of light appeared on the horizon in the morning, and the dull sound of 3 armed helicopters quickly approached from afar. Soon, they flew closer, hovering in mid-air, the strong airflow blowing the grass on the ground and sending dust swirling. The next second, the cabin doors opened, and several special forces soldiers, armed and agile, descended orderly along the ropes, quickly forming a defensive formation. At that moment, not far from the training ground, Feiyu was holding a notebook, meticulously recording the training process. When he noticed the helicopters swaying slightly in the air, he couldn't help but grab the walkie-talkie and yelled angrily. "Chopper 3, did you hit a steel plate? Is that a damn prosthetic? Why are you swaying while hovering low? I've already mentioned this for the 2nd time. If I catch you doing it again, you're out." "Got it, boss. I'm just a bit tired and got a little distracted." The pilot's awkward reply came through the walkie-talkie. Hearing this, Feiyu's temper flared even more, and he put down his pen, hands on his hips, cursing. "Do you think you can slack off? This is the training ground. You can't afford to be distracted on the battlefield. Do you know how many lives are at stake when you zone out?" Chapter 2, I'm here for a date. No, don't rush." Seeing the old man getting anxious, Feiyu immediately stood up to reassure him. Yes, I have a girlfriend. I'm working hard on it, and soon I'll have one." "You?" the old commander replied skeptically, his eyes filled with caution, asking back, "Where is she from, and how long have you known each other?" Although he wanted this kid to get married as soon as possible, it didn't mean he could be blatantly deceived. Moreover, given Feiyu's current status, no matter what kind of partner he sought, it must go through organizational scrutiny. From Daxia, known each other for 3 or 4 years, online, Feiyu had no intention of hiding, scratching his head and grinning. "We met while serving in Kyoto, but we've never met in person. Be careful. If she's someone with ulterior motives, it could be troublesome." The old commander frowned and couldn't help but remind him. He was afraid this kid, lacking dating experience, might be fooled by those scheming women out there. "Do you really think I'm a child? I've been using a secondary account to chat for years. My spare phone can be turned off for 29 days a month." Feiyu was clearly prepared for this and immediately stood up to salute. "I'm taking leave tonight to see a concert and meet her." Chapter 3, The Escaped Mother Monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain. At 7 o'clock in the evening, there was still an hour before the concert started. Having just arrived at the venue by taxi, Feiyu looked at the crowded scene and the fans carrying various support items, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. In his impression, going to a concert was just like watching a show on the street. Buy a ticket, find a spot, and watch their performance. But the young people in front of him, wearing headscarves, holding oversized support signs, and even dressing up in various strange costumes, what kind of show was this? Could it be that there's a cosplay segment in the middle? At this moment, Feiyu felt like a wild man who had just walked out of the mountains, completely unable to understand these young people's way of idol worship. Ding! Just then, his phone in his pocket rang. "Escaped Mother Monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain, are you there? The ticket is at the Eastgate supermarket, just tell the owner your name to get it." Looking at the message from his online girlfriend, Feiyu couldn't help but shake his head. In amusement, while a hint of nervousness quietly rose in his heart, although they had been chatting for 3 or 4 years, they had never met in person, not even a phone call. Today's meeting was requested by the girl, and he had thought they would meet directly upon arrival, but unexpectedly, she played it quite mysteriously and left the ticket at the supermarket in advance.
Chapter 4, Kwan Nana, who was waiting for the action order, turned her head in surprise and looked at the man beside her with confusion. "What did you say?" Since she sat down, she felt that this man was acting strangely, continuously staring at her with a sneaky look and weird expressions in his eyes. If it weren't for the mission at hand, she wouldn't want to be with someone who had such strange thoughts in his head for even a second. The mother monkey from Huaguoshan. Feiyu raised his voice slightly, pointing at his own nose and continuing, I am Shaoshan Yanzi. Ha ha. Quan Nana showed a helpless smile and waved her hands, saying, Dude, I don't care if you're petty or brainless, please stay away from me. And about that mother monkey thing just now, I hope you can respect women, that kind of joke isn't funny. Hey, did you hear that? Feiyu, feeling his face turn red, stammered for a long time without saying anything coherent. He realized that after all that mental preparation, he had mistaken the person. Thinking about what he had just done, Feiyu felt his face getting redder, thinking he had embarrassed himself for a lifetime. Chapter 5, Explosion. What is going on? Witnessing the entire process, Feiyu looked at the stage where the performance was still ongoing, then at the two groups of people shooting at each other with guns. Feeling that his brain was a bit overwhelmed. Is this how concerts are played now? They can bring out guns, which are strictly controlled, to shoot at each other in a performance. In the next moment, Feiyu spat at himself, shaking his head to clear away those chaotic thoughts. What kind of show is this? This is a damn terror event. Who performs with real bullets? He saw a male fan get hit by a stray bullet. Blood bursting from his chest. Run, everyone, get out. Coming to his senses, Feiyu crouched down and shouted madly to the audience behind him. At this point, watching a concert is not important, saving one's life is priority. They are killing people. Run, quick. They have guns, someone is shooting, hurry up. After a series of exchanges of fire, the audience finally reacted, desperately running towards the exit, fearing that if they were a moment too slow, they would be caught up in it and lose their lives. Especially those high-profile social elites in the front rows, who appeared extremely flustered. Seeing the normal exit blocked by the audience, making it difficult to escape the venue in a short time, they immediately turned and ran towards the backstage staff passage. Chapter 6, Police Uncle, save me. Hello, is this the police? There is someone shooting at the Chun City Sports Center, and there are bombs too. Hurry and catch the bad guys. On the right side of the stage, not far from the backstage in a dark corner, Feiyu crouched down with his phone. Speaking quietly. Yes, I'm trapped in here, and it seems like your people are confronting the robbers. Please come quickly. This guy is really at his wit's end. Not only is he not helping, but he also has the nerve to call the police. If this gets back to the military, the old leader would be furious. But on the other hand, he had no choice. The robbers had guns and bombs, and he was all alone without any useful weapons. Charging in recklessly would only make things worse. Moreover, there were police officers on site. This was their expertise and territory. Who does he think he is? Charging in would only complicate matters, and he would have to go back and write a report, which wouldn't be worth it. It's better to stay safe and not cause trouble for the police. With that thought, Feiyu looked back at the backstage entrance, preparing to sneak in and blend into the crowd. Bang! However, what he imagined was beautiful, but reality was incredibly cruel. Chapter 7, Someone is taking care of this bang. In the command center, Director Zeng slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Quan Nana's nose and scolding her, Where's your brain? I just want to ask where your brain is. You took so few people for such a dangerous operation, and the preliminary reconnaissance was inadequate. You didn't even figure out the specifics of the other side, and you dared to act. What a so-called elite captain, I think you're just a coward, a useless thing. Zeng Xian's scolding echoed throughout the office, like a loud slap to Quan Nana's face, making her proud and unyielding spirit suffer a great blow. And she began to doubt herself. Zeng was right, she was indeed a coward. She hadn't clarified the case and caused such a big ruckus, tarnishing Chun City's reputation and letting the criminals escape. I don't care what methods you use, but if you don't bring the suspects to justice within 24 hours, old Zheng, will definitely not let you off before resigning. Zheng Xian paced back and forth in the office, nearly fainting when he first received the news. Good Lord. Capturing drug dealers in front of tens of thousands of concertgoers, and then an accident occurred during the operation, resulting in over 50 injuries and deaths. Chapter 8, Is this a drill? I know someone will come to rescue us, but I'm just afraid they won't come in time, Reba sighed softly. Perhaps feeling that she shouldn't be so pessimistic, she quickly changed her tone and mumbled, according to the company's operating style, they definitely wouldn't want to lose me. This cash cow. You're going far this time, it's like you're benefiting from my light. What? Lu Feiyu looked at her in surprise, unable to understand how she had the courage to say that. Benefiting from her light. Fine, benefiting, but really, without you, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Hey, do you really have a baby waiting to be fed? After her mood lightened, Reba curiously asked. For such a pointless question, Lu Feiyu didn't even feel like responding, leaning his head against the shoulder of the drug dealer beside him, preparing to take a nap. He had observed earlier that these people all had guns, and some of them were clearly skilled fighters. If Reba weren't beside him, he might have had some room to maneuver, but with such a burden, the safest option was to wait for the troops to come to rescue. Anyway, from the military region to the border, it only takes a little over an hour by plane. As long as the police department communicates the news in time, they could completely intercept the convoy before it crosses the border. Chapter 9, Let's see how long you can fool us. The instant gunfire made Reba, whose nerves were a beat slow, let out a sharp scream. When she was pulled down the slope by Lu Feiyu, the tangled branches tore through her white dress, and the sharp pain of being pricked into her flesh made her delicate face scrunch up, hard to control. Don't shout, hurry up. Lu Feiyu grabbed her arm and quickly navigated through the woods, using the cover of night to rush into the distance. Boss? How are you, boss? At the top of the slope, the others did not immediately pursue, but gathered around to check on the injured ghost face. Damn it. This kid really played the pig to eat the tiger, fooled me all the way. Ghostface said, blood at the corner of his mouth, covering his chest and cursing angrily. Fortunately, he was wearing a bulletproof vest, otherwise, that shot just now would have definitely cost him his life. Chase. We must not let that female star escape. You few, come with me, the rest stay here to protect the boss. In the crowd, a short young man with a red cloth tied around his head grabbed a submachine gun from the car and hurriedly led 4 or 5 underlings away. These professional drug dealers could not possibly be without firearms. If they had used the submachine gun earlier, Lu Feiyu definitely wouldn't have escaped so easily. Chapter 10, I'm cowardly, isn't it? Russell, the footsteps were getting closer. Lu Feiyu, hiding in a pile of grass behind a tree, quietly observed the surroundings. Based on the footsteps he heard, aside from the enemy directly in front, there was one at 3 o'clock and another at 10 o'clock, forming a triangle and slowly advancing. No more than 10 meters apart. At this moment, if he wanted to strike, he had to seize the right moment to deliver a fatal blow. Rustle. The soles of their shoes made slight sounds as the 3 slowly stepped forward. By the skirt left on the ground, they inferred that Lu Feiyu and the other person hadn't gone far. Time was tight, and the pursuers from behind could arrive at any moment. They didn't have much time left. You go that way. Just then, the short young man with the red scarf suddenly appeared behind and gestured to his right-hand man. Noticing the enemy before him was distracted, Lu Feiyu sprang from the grass like a hunting cheetah, moving at incredible speed. Bang! The gunshot rang out, startling everyone in the woods, who instinctively pulled their triggers in the direction of the sound. Tat 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 tat, the submachine gun spat out fiery flames, shooting towards the shadow in the darkness. Chapter 11, Being a good person is hard bastard, at least you have a bit of conscience. When Hot BA heard Lu Feiyu admit defeat, her knees went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. The breath she had been holding in was suddenly released, causing tears to roll down her cheeks. It's good to be alive. Put down the gun, put on the handcuffs yourself. The short young man was very pleased with his current attitude, tossing a pair of handcuffs for him to put on himself. I've released my hostage and thrown down my gun. You have to show some appreciation, right? Lu Feiyu raised his hands and slowly moved forward step by step. I told you not to move, can't you understand to put on the handcuffs? The short young man urged irritably. He had seen Lu Feiyu's speed, so he didn't dare let the other party get too close. All right, I'll listen to you, don't be so agitated. Lu Feiyu immediately stopped, his slightly squinted eyes capturing a red laser, quietly locking onto the back of the young man's head, to prevent the other party from making any sudden moves. Lu Feiyu took 2 steps back to show his sincerity, and then slowly spoke. Your local gang is too unruly. I've put down my gun and hostage. Why are you still so aggressive? In this line of work, it's all about the atmosphere. Your perspective is really quite limited. Chapter 12. Digging bullets with bare hands. In the swaying cabin, Lu Feiyu was drenched in sweat, slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. Sweat rolled down his bare torso, and the skin pierced by thorns sent waves of ant-like stinging pain through him as the sweat eroded it. Although the abdominal wound had been temporarily treated, blood continued to flow out uncontrollably. In just a short while, the bandage had become soaked, with blood oozing out continuously. Hot BA, feeling relieved, looked at his pale face and felt a pang in her heart, her gaze full of concern. Although this bastard was a bit irritating when he spoke, he had a good heart. At the crucial moment, he not only didn't he abandon her but also gave her his clothes and shoes. Furthermore, he negotiated with the drug dealers while injured, buying precious time for the rescue team. Out of emotion and reason, she felt she should thank him. Are you okay? Can you hold on? Hot BA leaned forward, timidly asking. At the same time, her tear-stained eyes were fixed on Lu Feiyu's abdominal wound, wanting to help, but fearing to hurt him. I'm fine, it's not a big deal. In contrast, Lu Feiyu, although physically weak, was in surprisingly good spirits. Chapter 13. Thunderous means crimson droplets of blood formed lines, staining Lu Feiyu's jeans. To prevent blood loss, he grabbed a nearby bandage to cover the wound, and even bit down to stuff it inside. The pain from the friction between the bandage and flesh made his strong body tremble uncontrollably, and this masochistic pleasure stimulated Lu Feiyu's brain nerves to race. Sweat dripping down his forehead and soaking the cabin floor. Seeing this scene, Hot BA licked her dry lips and said dreamily, Bro, do you guys usually treat yourselves like this? This is way too bloody. Even wild people wouldn't use this method to deal with wounds. Stop talking nonsense. Help me tighten the bandage. Lu Feiyu leaned weakly against the seat. All right, don't move, I'll do it. Hot BA came back to her senses, hurriedly jogging over, taking the bandage and carefully wrapping the wound. The strong smell of blood mixed with sweat created an indescribable strange odor. Hot BA gently flared her nostrils, her arms leaning around his back, her delicate face almost pressed against Lu Feiyu's chest. Chapter 14. The words are truly harsh. At the moment Ling Ji got off the plane and saw Hot BA, she could no longer control her emotions. Pouting like a wronged child and throwing herself into Fang Ling's arms. I thought I'd never come back in this lifetime. It's okay. You're back, that's good. Fang Ling looked at her tear-streaked face and felt her nose tingle, followed by tears streaming down. This girl was raised by her, starting from a nobody to becoming a top-tier star. Along the way, Fang Ling had treated her like family. Now, seeing the child wronged, her heart felt like it was being cut with a knife. The pain and discomfort made it hard to speak. Are you hurt? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Ling Ji released her embrace and carefully examined her from head to toe. When she saw that Hot BA had changed into a different outfit, and was only wearing safety shorts on the bottom, her expression suddenly changed. A very bad feeling rising in her heart. Oh no, if it's really as I think. Then this matter is probably impossible to hide, and will definitely be uncovered by reporters. I'm fine, just a cut on my foot and some thorns in my body. Hot BA choked out, completely unaware of the change in her gaze. Chapter 15. Painting a cake in front of someone. Popular star Hot BA was kidnapped by bandits during a concert and is currently missing. Explosive news. According to netizens, top artist Hot BA has been kidnapped by armed forces from abroad, and there is a possibility she has been taken out of Dacia. Latest news. In front of the government building of Chungcheong City, a large number of Hot BA fans have gathered, demanding the local government do everything possible to rescue their idol. The Southern Theatre Command's 3rd Group Army announced that starting today, a 6-month border patrol plan is launched, focusing on combating smuggling crime groups and ensuring comprehensive border security. At midnight, the internet was bustling with activity, with media information spreading rapidly across various platforms like snowflakes. Undoubtedly, the biggest hot topic today was the Spring City concert. It was thought that the bombing incident at the sports center would be enough to attract public attention, but the news of the concert's star, Miss Reba, being kidnapped instantly trended, becoming a focal point of concern both domestically and internationally. Especially for the fans present at the scene. Their enthusiasm peaked as they spontaneously went to relevant departments in Spring City, demanding that their idol be rescued in a short time. In recent years, everyone is aware of the overseas environment. If Reba were to be taken away by those insane kidnappers, her outcome would be dire. Chapter 16. Are you peeking at my diary? The next morning at 11 o'clock. Bored, Feiyu paced back and forth in the hospital room, shirtless. Throughout the morning, he had bitten off 3 pens in his hand, unable to come up with a good way to draft this action report. Should he say he was offline meeting someone and went to a concert, but was taken hostage by drug dealers? Wouldn't that be a slap in the face? If he submitted the report like this, not only would he lose face, but the entire airborne brigade would become a laughingstock in the military region. How would he play with his friends in the future? But if he didn't write it this way, there were still police present at the scene. And every move he made was under their watchful eyes. Even his phone number had been used to make a call to report the incident. If his superiors found out, he could be charged with fabricating an action report, which would be enough to get him in serious trouble. What to do? Crack! The pen in his hand was once again crushed, and Feiyu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, scratching his head, feeling that life had never been so bleak. Just then, the door was pushed open from the outside, and Reba, masked and tightly protected, walked in holding 2 shopping bags. It's time to eat. Feiyu, standing by the window, didn't he turn around and grumbled while rubbing his stomach, whatever, let us eat first. Chapter 17. Main Forces 2 days later. In the conference room of the 3rd Group Army headquarters. In the spacious office, a large number of military officers from various units had gathered. At the conference table, Lin Ruian, with his grey hair neatly combed, had 2 golden stars on his shoulders shining in the morning light. At that moment, all attendees had arrived. And Lin Ruian touched his pocket, took out a cigarette, lit one up. Then removed his glasses from his nose and said in a deep voice, "Everyone is probably aware of the major incident that occurred a few days ago. I won't go into detail, you all know the specifics." Everyone straightened their backs, naturally understanding what the commander was referring to. When the deputy commander of the airborne brigade went out to see the concert, and was taken hostage by drug dealers, it indeed made many people chuckle. No one expected that Feiyu, that scoundrel, would be so unlucky, finally going out to have fun, and encountering such a disastrous event. The superior's message was simple: secure the border line, kill anyone who comes in. Lin Ruian's slightly weary eyes were filled with a chilling killing intent. And his hoarse voice fell heavily on everyone's shoulders like a mountain. It sounded simple, but implementing it would be quite challenging. Chapter 18. Do you think you deserve it? Commander, I absolutely didn't have that thought. Wu Zhen felt his head buzz, cold sweat instantly soaking his back, making him stutter. He never expected that the commander would keep him behind to ask such a sharp and direct question. After nearly 20 years in the army, he had worked his way up from a grassroots soldier to his current position, and he was quite satisfied. If he hadn't been injured, he might have had thoughts of advancing further. After all, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good cook. He had reached a position of 24,000, and anyone in his place would probably think about moving up. But his old injuries extinguished that idea. For no other reason. He was now unable to carry heavy loads, unable to fight on the front lines, and didn't have any particularly outstanding achievements. If he kept thinking about advancing, he would only bring trouble to his superiors. At the same time, it would create unnecessary rifts with his comrades. He was well aware of his problems and recognized that he was getting old. He should give opportunities to younger individuals with more potential. That's why he could sit in a deputy position for 6 years, diligently handling logistical and combat readiness issues for everyone, never having the thought of seeking personal glory. Chapter 19. Isn't that just a spare tire? Go to hell. Reba, furious at his shameless remarks, raised her small fist and punched his chest. In the next moment, Feiyu stood there with a smile, as if nothing had happened, while it was Reba who couldn't hold on first. Reba covered her small fist, her face displaying a painful expression, complaining, "Did you grow up eating rocks? Why is your flesh so hard? Hey, I have something impressive too." Feiyu, like a child receiving praise, took off his shirt in front of her, revealing his muscular upper body, shaking his chest. Look, my muscles can dance. Get lost, exhibitionist." Reba spat lightly, pretending to be disgusted, but her eyes were fixated on his flexing chest muscles. It must be said that this scoundrel is really a jerk. How can his body be so good? This is called male charm. You, kid, understand nothing. Feiyu, shirtless, was filled with pride. His muscles were sturdier than those of fitness coaches, and after years of training, ordinary people hardly felt any pain when play-fighting with him. "I'm leaving, not fun. Going home." Reba felt the atmosphere in the room was a bit ambiguous and immediately waved her sleeves, hurriedly fleeing. Chapter 20. It's not easy being a male star. You hide as much as you want, let's see how long you can hide. In the hospital room, Feiyu, curled up in bed playing with his phone, stared at the chat window, gritting his teeth in frustration. Ever since the concert, escaped Mother Monkey from Huaguoshan seemed to have disappeared. No matter how many messages he sent, the other party remained in a state of red, but no reply. Acting dead in front of him. This made Feiyu furious. He almost called a friend in Kyoto to use his connections to dig up this person's identity. How can someone be so cruel, not saying a word, luring someone out, and then just abandoning them? Is there no sincerity between people anymore? Ding ding ding. Just then, the door rang, and before Feiyu could respond, Reba, like a lively little sprite, bounced into the room wearing a light pink bodycon dress. Her voluptuous figure was fully displayed at that moment, the S-shaped curve causing the little dress to rise high, and her beautiful little face radiated a charming smile, nearly mesmerizing Feiyu into a daze. "Is there something?" Reba ran to the bedside, her eyes filled with anticipation. Feiyu blankly shook his head. "Is there a car?" Reba asked again. Feiyu didn't blink, staring intently at her moist cherry lips, nodding emphatically. Chapter 21. Are you afraid you can't pay it back? Reba laughed like a big goose, leaning back and forth. She didn't know why, but every time she saw Feiyu's distressed look, she couldn't help but feel delighted. "There isn't a good person in your line of work." Feiyu gritted his teeth in resentment and turned to the salesgirl beside him, demanding, "Pick out the 2 most expensive outfits for me, she's paying." "Huh?" The salesgirl was slightly taken aback, her gaze shifting to the still laughing Reba, seemingly seeking her opinion. After all, it was better to clarify about the payment beforehand to avoid awkwardness later. Listen to him, today he has the final say. Reba nodded repeatedly, not going back on her word. She had originally planned to gift Feiyu 2 outfits to change his outdated dressing style. To say that these single men live rough is an understatement. They rarely pay attention to their personal image, and their wardrobe consists of just a couple of outfits. Which is quite shabby. If it's not expensive, I don't want it. Feiyu was still simmering with anger, planning to take her for a ride. Fine. Let's get the expensive ones. You choose. If you don't like the styles here, we can check other stores. I guarantee you'll have a great shopping experience today. Reba responded with great enthusiasm, exuding a wealthy aura. Chapter 22, The Teasing Little Demon. Just knowing is enough, why say it out loud? Feiyu didn't notice her emotional shift, carrying several shopping bags as he walked and spoke. I haven't spent this much money on clothes in my entire life. Did I say you had to pay me back? Reba, still immersed in the earlier incident, relentlessly questioned. Why do you have to do such a downer thing when I'm happy? Let's go back. Feiyu glanced back at her, not directly answering her question. He didn't want to dwell on the issue, feeling it was completely meaningless. Everyone has their own principles and bottom lines. Why impose one's standards on others? Clack, clack, clack. Reba seemed genuinely angry, ignoring him as she stomped out in her high heels, her face cold. Faced with this situation, Feiyu was momentarily at a loss. He couldn't understand what had gone wrong. Wasn't it okay not to let her spend money? Did she really have so much money that she couldn't bear to let it go? Hey, slow down. Feiyu called out. Noticing she was walking faster, and had no intention of continuing shopping, so he quickly jogged after her. The mall was crowded, and all sorts of people were around. Today he hadn't brought an assistant, and if fans recognized them and blocked them, it would be a disaster. Chapter 23, Reba's words of experience. Daughter. Come let mom see if you're hurt. Reba ultimately listened to Fang Ling's advice, and went to check on her daughter. Pushing the door open, she saw Reba hiding under the covers like an ostrich, and couldn't help but smile, already understanding what was going on. This child had been raised by her since childhood. Not only had she inherited her beauty and personality, but certain little quirks were strikingly similar. A mother knows her child best. With her behavior, it was obvious she was in love. Mom, why didn't you let me know you were coming? Where's Dad? Reba asked indistinctly from under the covers. Her long legs swung back and forth over the edge of the bed, venting her dissatisfaction. Your dad is busy. He didn't come over after hearing you were fine. Reba sat on the edge of the bed, patting her daughter's back and pulling her out from under the covers. Her face full of concern. I was so scared when I heard you were kidnapped. You, of all people, why go to a concert there? Why not somewhere else? Mom. How can you say that? What's wrong with Spring City? It's also part of the Great Shia territory, and a first or second tier city. Reba lay on the bed, pouting in rebuttal. Chapter 24, The Archenemy. Old Chief, where have you been? I was just about to take the security battalion out to look for you. At the hospital entrance, Xiao Sun rushed over upon seeing Feiyu, quickly taking the shopping bags from his hands and inquiring with concern. Oh, it's nothing. I just went out for some fresh air and forgot to tell you. Feiyu frowned slightly, responding absent-mindedly. After leaving Reba's hospital room, his heart remained unsettled. He kept asking himself if he had gone too far. Otherwise, why would she have such a strong reaction? Although they had only known each other for a few days, they had experienced life and death together, so it was normal for their relationship to be closer. He hadn't given her, a major star, the respect she deserved in front of others, which was indeed a bit inappropriate. Even if he had to pay her back, couldn't it be done privately when no one was around? Thinking this way, a hint of guilt quietly rose in Feiyu's heart. And he began to understand Hebe's feelings. Originally, they had gone out happily to shop, and she had kindly taken him to buy clothes. But because of his clumsiness and lack of social awareness, it had turned into such an awkward scene, especially in front of so many people, leaving her with no way to save face. Chapter 25. Hebe's request. The intelligence department has already launched a comprehensive search and classified it as a top priority target. Jubing's expression was serious, his chiseled profile radiating intense killing intent. In the past 6 months, kill one whenever you see one, blood debts must be repaid in blood. Well done, blood debts must be repaid in blood. Feiyu raised both hands in agreement regarding this issue. Those bastards had long been lurking along the border, constantly plotting to smuggle drugs into the country, guilty of countless crimes and not worth mourning. It was only because they were in a peaceful era and bound by international law that he hadn't rushed in already. Commander, if there's nothing else, I'm heading back. I've had a lot of tasks lately, and I'm worried if I'm away too long, unexpected situations might arise. Jubing took 2 steps back and saluted. All right. You go ahead and be busy. Feiyu patted his shoulder, reminding him, tell the brothers to stay safe and not act impulsively. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on things. Jubing nodded and quickly left. After the border defense mission was issued, the pressure on mid-level and senior officers like them was immense. They had to constantly monitor mission targets, while also coordinating various departments and personnel deployment. Although the official news from the Great Shia had been disseminated, causing most criminal groups to halt their operations. Chapter 26. A missed opportunity. What's wrong? Feiyu's pupils suddenly constricted, and the smile on his face instantly froze. They wanted him to perform at the concert. Wasn't this just pushing him into a corner, forcing him to do something he couldn't? He, who didn't even dare to sing loudly in KTV, was expected to take the stage in front of tens of thousands of people and duet with a top female star. This was too much. If the friends in the army found out about this, they would probably laugh at him for 3 days straight. Can't handle it. A real man can spit and lick it back up. Hebe shook the wine bottle, her words dripping with sarcasm, immediately cutting off his escape route without leaving a single gap. No wonder she had given a heads up in advance, covering all possibilities. It turned out she was waiting for him. I have to say, this move is really underhanded, completely disregarding the bro code, going all out on me. It's not that I don't want to participate, you know the military has regulations, and we can't just show our faces and do such things. After hesitating for a moment, Feiyu pulled out the rules, trying to use this method to bluff the other party. There's no way around it, he's really scared. At this age, let alone performing on stage, even when he was a kid, he needed to mentally prepare for half an hour just to introduce himself on stage. Chapter 27. Mother-in-law meets son-in-law. The morning sun was warm, and there were quite a few people practicing in the small garden. Some soldiers had bandages around their necks, but still didn't give up on their daily training, slowly making their way along the track. After running 10 kilometers, Feiyu stood by the roadside to stretch his stiff waist, shaking his sore neck, and couldn't help but sigh, I still need to work out. Just running 10 kilometers has made me break a bit of a sweat, my body really isn't what it used to be. Bro, this is 10 kilometers. Not 10 meters, isn't sweating normal. Xiao Sun pulled out a thermos from somewhere, and kindly helped him blow on the steaming hot water. You brat. If you said that in the army, you'd definitely be made to do extra training. Feiyu laughed and shook his head, his gaze inadvertently landing on the opposite side, where he noticed an auntie who was also exercising, staring at him. He was sure she was looking at him. And it lasted for at least more than a minute. This situation puzzled him, and he couldn't help but wonder if he had seen her somewhere before, otherwise. Why would she act like this? Just as he was brainstorming and searching the depths of his memory, the auntie approached him with a gentle smile. Chapter 28. Versatile hot. Hey, you child, how are you speaking? Hotma turned around, looking for her daughter while revealing a hint of awkward smile towards Lu Feiyu. She didn't expect her daughter to wake up so early and coincidentally catch her in the act. Come back quickly, or I'll really get angry. Hotba was afraid that her mother would say something inappropriate, scaring Lu Feiyu. And she was even more worried that her mother wouldn't be able to control her mouth, and would reveal everything. Now she could be considered a top celebrity both domestically and internationally, if the old lady got too excited and started sharing embarrassing stories from her childhood. How could she face people in the future? All right, I'll go back now. Hotma listened to the advice and reluctantly looked at Lu Feiyu, saying goodbye, Xiao Lu. It's nice to meet you. Auntie has some matters to attend to, let us chat more when we have time. Okay, Auntie, take care. Lu Feiyu nodded with a smile, feeling a bit reluctant. He also wanted to take this opportunity to chat more with the old lady. But it seemed he would have to find another chance later. By the way, there's one more thing. Hotma turned back after taking a few steps. Excitedly running back, and requested, let us exchange contact information. I'll send you some local specialties to try later. Chapter 29, The Duty of the Guard. What are you standing there for? Sit down. Hotba saw the dazed figure in the mirror, and couldn't help but smile smugly. Damn it, isn't this going to make you look like an idiot? With today's makeup, let alone men. Even she found it hard to control herself when she saw it. Hey, girl, how much do you earn a month? Lu Feiyu came to his senses and ran to the makeup artist, cheekily asking, this isn't makeup, it's clearly a head swap. The makeup artist couldn't help but laugh and quickly raised the eyebrow pencil in her hand, afraid of hurting Hotba's eyes. Ahem, don't talk to me. Or it'll be troublesome if I hurt someone. She has quite a sense of professional ethics. Lu Feiyu sat down on the chair beside her, examining the beauty in the mirror, joking, if you didn't know you were having a concert, you'd think you were about to ascend the throne. This look is indeed beautiful, but it's just too unique, which can create a sense of distance. There's no sense of distance, this is perfect for taking photos. Hotba retorted angrily. In fact, this look was specially designed for the duet, and she wanted to hear Lu Feiyu's opinion during the makeup trial. However, she forgot how sharp-tongued this brat was. He was a typical stubborn mule, clearly liking it, but insisting on opposing her. Chapter 30, This child just one listen knock. Knock, knock. The knocking sound startled Hotba, and she quickly put on a mask, tilting her head to look at the window opposite, to prevent being recognized by the waiter. To her surprise, the person entering was not a restaurant waiter, but Xiao Sun, who had been guarding the door. At that moment, the kid was carrying a steaming hot pot into the room, and noticing Hotba's actions, smiled and said, Sister, you don't need to be nervous. I'll take care of the dishes later, no one else will come in. Thank you, you're really working hard. Hotba breathed a sigh of relief and then turned around, pulling out a dozen red bills from her bag. Handing them over to soothe him, you can eat anything outside later, you don't have to keep guarding the door. No need, sister. You don't have to worry about me. Xiao Sun waved his hands repeatedly, not giving her a chance to insist, and quickly left the room. They were accompanying the commander outside, and every day there was a corresponding allowance. Although it wasn't as much as what Hotba gave, it was enough for meals. Moreover, Lu Feiyu was right in front of him, even if she insisted, he wouldn't dare accept that money. It smells so good. Hotba couldn't help but lean forward, wanting to smell it carefully, as she was trying the wild mushroom hot pot for the first time. She had only heard about it before, but had never experienced it herself. Chapter 31, Trouble Caused by Gluttony. I just wanted to let you know that I've been especially busy lately. Not only do I have to handle border defense tasks, but the national competition is about to start soon. Before that, we definitely need to conduct several surprise trainings. So, if you don't have anything else, you should hurry back in these few days. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Zhun's exhausted voice came through, revealing that he was almost at his limit. There were only a few senior military officers managing the Airborne Special Operations Brigade, and the Chief of Staff along with 2 Deputy Chiefs of Staff were extremely busy, fully immersed in the border defense tasks. As the political commissar, Zhao Jun had to oversee daily training while also taking care of the daily work of the Airborne Special Operations Brigade, which was quite overwhelming. As for Deputy Brigade Commander Wu Jun, he was busy with the senior officers of the nearby garrison brigades adjusting the new defense line and fixing the recently discovered smuggling routes, equally dizzy from the workload. No problem, I'll definitely be back by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Thinking of the concert tomorrow night, Lu Feiyu decided to push it back by a day. Let us settle on that. Contact me promptly if anything comes up. Don't blame me. It really is for a reason, otherwise, I wouldn't disturb you, Zhao Jun said apologetically before hanging up. Chapter 32, almost trending another accident, before the concert starts. Hotba accidentally ate poisonous mushrooms, and was hospitalized urgently. Joy turns to sorrow, 1 second she was cheering for the food, the next she was grabbing for her life. The trip to Spring City has been full of twists and turns. According to netizens, Hotba suffered food poisoning and has been urgently sent to the hospital. Famous artist Hotba, due to gluttony, caused food poisoning and is currently out of danger. On the internet, a new wave of trending topics was once again ignited. With the continuous reports from various platforms and the videos and photos taken by fans in the hospital, the news of the food poisoning incident involving Reba spread even faster than the last time it was hijacked. However, this time, netizens were not as angry. Instead, they flocked to Reba's Weibo comment section with a sense of curiosity, eager to catch the latest news. Haha, I left her a message as soon as it was posted, telling her not to be greedy and eat too much, and it turned out I was right. Spring City Wild Mushroom Hot Pot won't spare any greedy children. I'm too familiar with this. The first time I tasted it, when the lighter asked me if I smoked, I realized something bad was happening. I had it once at home, and after eating it, I found my parents crawling on the floor, so scared that I quickly called for an ambulance. And when the ambulance arrived, they took me away. Chapter 33, open and honest, persuading in person. I'm sorry to trouble you, but this matter must be kept under control. Lu Feiyu clenched his fists, not wanting the incident to spread again. Otherwise, he might not have the chance to attend the concert tomorrow night. Don't worry, it's not a big deal, the young man responded casually. And taking advantage of the fewer people around, he couldn't contain his curiosity and asked in a low voice, "What is the situation between you and this star? This woman is quite impressive, she is beautiful and has a high income. If you really get together, you'll be with a rich woman and soar high. You're really bored, we are just ordinary friends, it's not as sordid as you think." Lu Feiyu frowned and explained patiently. He realized that his relationship with Reba was already known by the people around him, and whether it was true or not, to them, it was a hot topic worth discussing over meals. Then good luck to you, although she is a star, she doesn't have much more than us. If you think about it, it's her who is climbing a high branch. The young man teased with a smile. Although his words were playful, they were also true. Given Lu Feiyu's current identity and potential for development, if Reba could marry him, it would definitely be a gain for her. Chapter 34, Reba, that's right. I'm the most embarrassing. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu's face turned quite ugly. But seeing Reba still caught up in her own world, he chose to accept this reality. All right. Sister Ling, you decide. I'll head back first. Lu Feiyu no longer lingered and turned to escape the oppressive room. Although Fang Ling's words were somewhat unkind and could even be considered harsh, upon reflection, she was not wrong. They had only known each other for a few days, and so many unexpected events had occurred, and they were supposed to attend her concert with an unclear relationship. This was indeed a bit thoughtless. Everyone is an adult. There should be some boundaries in what they do, and not everything can be done according to one's own ideas. When she wakes up tomorrow, I don't need you to handle this. I'll take care of it, Fang Ling firmly refused. This was an opportunity to completely cut off all connections between them. All right. Thank you, Sisterling. Lu Feiyu nodded silently and quickly left the room. He didn't want to appear like a loser, he also had his own pride and dignity. As Lu Feiyu left, Fang Ling slowly approached the hospital bed, gently stroking Reba's forehead, her eyes filled with deep reluctance and heartache, murmuring, "Don't blame me. Only by doing this can you stay away from those rumors and turmoil." Chapter 35, Going Home. 121, 121, 1234. At 2 in the afternoon, the shouts on the training ground pulled Lu Feiyu out of his daze. Watching the soldiers training vigorously and sweating profusely, his gloomy mood quickly lifted. He hadn't received a call from Reba all morning, which made him realize the gap between them. They had never been from the same world. Even if they were brought together by chance, once the dream was over, they would ultimately have to face reality. Just like the soldiers on the training ground, Lu Feiyu's world was in the military camp, on this battlefield that he longed for and could never forget. Number 1 arrived. The vehicle stopped in front of the office building, and Xiao Sun opened the door to unload the supplies. Lu Feiyu looked at the few figures standing at the entrance and unconsciously smiled a little more. Number 1, welcome back. Everyone has missed you during this time. Just back from outside, Wuzhen rushed forward to give him a hug. The recent heavy tasks of the empty assault brigade had kept him extremely busy. Instructor, you're finally back. The brothers have missed you to death during this time. A lean young man with well-defined arms jumped out from behind Ju Bing, hugging Lu Feiyu tightly, looking as happy as a child. Chapter 36, Angry Reba. On the 4th floor, the Operations Command Center. The information technology digital platform had completed system synchronization, and several figures were quickly moving through the dense forest on the big screen. The drone was in a low-altitude state, attempting to get closer to identify these people's faces for identification. Lu Feiyu hurried to the communicator, pressed the call button, and commanded, "Ju Bing. Armed forces from abroad have appeared in the 117th Regiment's defense zone. The number of personnel is still unclear, and they are pursuing. Considering that the other side may have large-scale destructive weapons, arrange for fire support immediately. Detailed coordinates will be sent to the information terminal. Set off immediately, no mistakes allowed." Understood. Ju Bing, who was already on standby, received the order and looked at the assembled troops behind him. Locking his gaze on the young man in front of the crowd, and shouted in a deep voice, "Ninth Squad, step out." With a whoosh, about 30 soldiers stepped forward in unison, their eyes sharp, watching Ju Bing in front of them. The mission target had been locked in. Set off immediately to support the brother troops. Meanwhile, at the helipad, 2 transport helicopters had begun to start up. And the warm wind became extremely turbulent, as it stirred the wings, instantly sweeping the dust on the ground into the sky. Chapter 37, Frantic Escape. What did I say? Did I tell him to leave you? Did I tell him to go? Fang Ling tried hard to control her emotions, wanting to appear natural and calm. If I had that ability, I would have kicked him out from the start. Why would there be any food poisoning incident? Then why isn't he answering the phone? Reba's eyes were red, no longer hiding her feelings, becoming as irritable as an abandoned child in front of her. Maybe something happened. Or maybe there are regulations in their unit, or perhaps he couldn't handle such a big stage. While pretending to be calm, Fang Ling couldn't hide the heartache in her eyes. She had never seen Reba so angry, especially over a man. Thinking of the recent events and the reminders from the company leaders, Fang Ling steeled herself and advised, but no matter the reason. His way of leaving without a word is indeed not very decent. A man without responsibility is not worth longing for. Listen, the show is about to start. Don't think too much. Hot BA, still angry, took a deep breath and wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Her gloomy profile was filled with unwillingness and stubbornness. Find out which unit he serves in. After the concert, I'm going to find him. Chapter 38. Adding to the crime half an hour later, around 10 kilometers from the border, the hunting shadow led the team successfully to the vicinity of the target. At that time, the noise made by the mountain bike had already been noticed by the drug dealers. Upon realizing it was a military pursuit team, these people appeared unusually panicked and quickly dispersed, planning to launch a counterattack. A group, move to the left flank. B group, encircle the right flank and launch a tiered attack. We cannot let a single one escape. Hunting Shadow quickly made tactical arrangements, based on the intelligence provided by the reconnaissance helicopter. They held a personnel advantage, and dealing with this group of ground-armed men would not pose much of an obstacle. With the orders given, the two combat teams moved slowly, guns at the ready, advancing step by step. Meanwhile, Hunting Shadow led the remaining personnel to follow closely and push forward. The area was close to the riverbank, with lush water plants that posed some hindrance to their search and made everyone's steps increasingly cautious. Damn it, shoot! Just as the three teams were slowly closing the net, a figure stood up by the riverbank, raising the submachine gun in hand and opening fire. Chapter 39. Information on Hot BA at 11:30 at night. Feiyu, having left the command center, lay in the office chair, taking advantage of the moment of resting his eyes to organize his chaotic thoughts. From today's situation, it seemed that the border would not be quiet for some time. Those interest groups relying on smuggling and drug trafficking would definitely not give up on the market in Dacia. And those forces selling drugs domestically would soon face a situation where they had no goods to sell, being chased by addicts demanding drugs. At this time, the borderline was, in their eyes, a line of money and a lifeline. Whether it was drug trafficking groups evading police pursuit or foreign interest groups wanting to transport drugs here, they would be watching their every move. This was not good news for the border soldiers. The allure of money is a principle that applies in any era. As the price of drugs continues to soar, the greed deep within humanity will also expand accordingly. At that time, what awaited them would be a new struggle. Knock, knock, knock. In the quiet midnight, the knocking at the door startled Feiyu, who was resting with his eyes closed. Rubbing his blurry eyes, he turned his gaze to the clock on the table. It was almost 12 o'clock. Who would come at this time? Chapter 40. Vanishing into thin air. Feiyu did not have the habit of prying into others' privacy. Regarding those messy details, he did not examine them closely, but flipped straight to the last page to see the summary of information and personal evaluations provided by the intelligence department. However, during the flipping process, a few familiar words caused Feiyu to stop his action. When he reached the detailed information from the last 4 years, the ID Mother Monkey on the run from Huguo Mountain caught his eye. The information clearly indicated that during her career low point, Hot BA met a friend through online chatting, and her alternate ID was a Mother Monkey on the run from Huguo Mountain. At this moment, Feiyu could hardly believe his eyes, flipping back and forth over the page several times, even scrutinizing the date noted above. The intelligence department was quite authoritative in gathering and collecting information. Not to mention a domestic star. Even those foreign armed forces and national leaders could have their information accurately collected. Therefore, facing such ironclad evidence, Feiyu had no doubts in his heart. Interesting. After a long time, Feiyu lay back on the sofa, a playful smile evident in his eyes as he murmured to himself. No wonder she knows I like to eat crab yellow soup dumplings. Chapter 41. Happy again at 3:30 in the morning, at the capital airport. The weather in Kyoto in November had turned cool. The night wind carried a chill as Hot BA, just off the plane, turned to look at the brightly lit capital airport, tightening her coat. At this time, the vice president responsible for business negotiations, having stayed up most of the night, did not feel tired and quickly approached with several staff members. Welcome back. I watched the concert video. It was fantastic and marks a perfect conclusion to this national tour. You've just returned today. you should go back and rest. We'll discuss work matters when you come to the office in the next couple of days. Hot BA lowered her head, not even looking at him, and replied in a low, indifferent tone. She had no mood to care about work matters now. If it weren't for not having received any news from Feiyu, she wouldn't have returned to Kyoto even if she were killed. Mr. Zeng. Hot BA is a bit tired these days, let's coordinate on work matters later. Fang Ling quickly chimed in, trying to salvage some face for the higher-ups. Taking out her phone, which had been off for nearly 2 hours, Hot BA slowed her pace, feeling a strange sense of anticipation in her otherwise quiet mood. On the way back, she had been thinking, replaying the events of the past few days countless times, yet she still couldn't find anything amiss. Chapter 42, You're too early to be happy at 6 in the morning, Feiyu, who had slept for less than 2 hours, changed into a set of training clothes and stood energetically on the training ground. In front of him, 39 soldiers from the 4th Squad had completed their assembly. All standing tall with chests out, their eyes filled with an indescribable pride. They already knew about participating in the national competition. And being able to stand out among the 12 squads of the Airborne Brigade was enough to prove the strength of the 4th Squad. Therefore, as soon as these tough guys learned the news, their backs were a bit straighter, and their speech had a hint of arrogance. Facing this situation, Feiyu just smiled and said nothing. He liked tough guys and even more so loved the reckless. In his view, anyone with capability had a bit of temper. Everyone. I haven't been here these past few days, you've been enjoying yourselves, haven't you? Feiyu, hands behind his back, slowly strolled while smiling at them. I don't mind some people slacking off, on the contrary, if you can maintain a steady improvement in your abilities without training, I'd be happy about that. But then again, Feiyu stopped, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over a young man's profile in the front row. Noticing the slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth, he slowly approached. Chapter 43, Typhoon approaches 5 days later, at 9 in the evening. At the Spring City base, Feiyu, accompanied by all members of the 4th Squad, changed into their regular uniforms and lined up to prepare to board the bus. Since the competition was set to take place in Yangcheng, they needed to depart 2 days in advance to familiarize themselves with the venue and give the soldiers some time to adapt. Xiaolu, this is the time to show your true colors, don't let me down. On the training ground, General Lin Ruyan personally came to see them off, showing great importance to this competition. This competition brings together 5 major military regions from across the country, with 7 airborne assault brigades participating. The entire event lasts 6 days and includes a total of 13 competitive events, each with only 1 championship spot. The 3rd Group Army's Airborne Assault Brigade was established relatively recently, and compared to other military regions, it does have some disadvantages. Therefore, General Lin has made the worst-case scenario preparations for the results of this competition. As long as they are not at the bottom, he can accept a last-place finish. Don't worry, Commander, the Airborne Assault Brigade will do its utmost to strive for a top position. Feiyu responded solemnly with a salute. All right. I'm looking forward to your triumphant return and celebrating with you. Lin Ruyan led everyone in returning the salute to the soldiers about to depart. Commander, it's about time. Let them leave first, Zhao Zhan reminded, glancing at his watch. Chapter 44, Heavy rain in Yangcheng. The rain is so heavy that due to low visibility, some trains have temporarily stopped operating. The message from their side is to wait until the platform is cleared before entering. The train conductor explained helplessly. This was the first time he had encountered such a troublesome situation, and could not understand what the higher-ups at Yangcheng Station were thinking. Why choose to make us wait? Why bother this group of soldiers? No way, we must enter the station. Feiyu rejected the proposal without a second thought. With so much equipment on board, if the railway flooded, no one knows what kind of accidents could happen. As he spoke, he took out his phone to call the Yangcheng military district. At this time, What have they been doing? If they had said earlier that a typhoon was coming, a few hours' delay would have been fine. Now, they won't let us into the station, this isn't a joke. 20 minutes later, after urgent consultations from various parties, Yangcheng Station finally agreed to allow the suspended trains to clear the way for them. In fact, they had no choice, according to the original plan. There was a reserved platform for Lu Feiyu and the others. However, due to the heavy rain, several nearby trains were cancelled at the last minute, which led to a severe shortage of available platforms. Chapter 45, Armed Rescue. As the heavy rain poured in torrents through the exposed south gate, it rushed toward the platform with incredible speed. Within just a few minutes from the time a large number of passengers poured out until Lu Feiyu and the others entered, the water in the subway station had already reached ankle height. Moreover, the rain was not only flooding in from the south gate. There was also a temporary construction site not far from the platform that was continuously leaking water. This situation accelerated the flooding. And even though the platform had a significant drop, it still couldn't stop the continuous rise of the water. Focus on rescuing people first, let's get the elderly, women, and children out. Lu Feiyu, standing in the rising water, felt increasingly anxious as the water level continued to rise. The rain seemed to be intensifying, pouring in from the south gate like a sluice gate, with the rushing water continuing to backflow. Most of the able-bodied young adults in the subway station had already evacuated, leaving only elderly people and women who were trying to crawl up toward the stairway. Several young women in high heels were now too flustered to care about their appearance, hurriedly fleeing barefoot. Chapter 46. A couple in love at 2 p.m. The heavy rain brought by the typhoon had finally subsided. At Yangcheng Airport, a passenger plane from Kyoto slowly landed on the runway. Hotba, just disembarking from the plane, took off her heavy coat and tilted her face up to welcome the lingering mist in the air, reveling in the warm breeze brushing against her cheeks. For a moment, she felt as if she had returned to Spring City. Don't rush to take off your clothes. There was a heavy rain here this morning. Put it back on. You don't want to catch a cold, Fang Ling, who followed behind, fussed like a mother, managing not only work matters, but also looking after this girl to prevent her from getting sick. It's fine, I feel quite comfortable. Hotba refused the coat offered and strolled under the blue sky and white clouds, enjoying the rare freedom. At the same time, a group of tall, imposing soldiers exuding a masculine aura stood in an orderly line, each carrying luggage, waiting to board the bus at the exit. Seeing these familiar figures, Hotba stopped and observed for a moment. When she saw the military insignia on the shoulder of the leading officer, she curiously asked, "What does that 3 stars mean?" Chapter 47. Shy again. If we have enough time, we could visit my home, Hotba suggested. Visit your home? Lu Feiyu's eyes widened in surprise as he leaned closer to the phone, jokingly saying, "Isn't that a bit too soon?" "No, I didn't mean it like that." Hotba's face turned crimson, and feeling the gazes of Xiaolu and Fang Ling, she felt even more embarrassed and quickly lowered her voice to explain, "What I meant was, it would be fun to hang out at my place." "Okay, we have to go sooner or later," Lu Feiyu joked in response. This made Hotba on the other end of the phone extremely happy, covering her mouth and giggling non-stop, instantly experiencing what it meant to be overjoyed. Normally, girls from the entertainment industry like her should be accustomed to such flirtation and romantic exchanges. After all, most of the dramas she participated in had romance plots, so she should have developed an immunity by now. It's rare to see a celebrity like Hotba completely defenseless against such advances. "We definitely have to go. I'll have my mom prepare some good food in advance," Hotba said, gently patting her chest to calm her racing heart, confirming her excitement. Chapter 48. No one is easy to deal with. As soon as I landed, I heard about your exploits. You rescued quite a few people during the heavy rain this morning, right? You've struck gold again, with such a big incident, at the very least. You should be awarded a collective first-class merit. Old Buddha sat in a chair by the bed, looking enviously at him. People are really infuriating, originally. Lu Feiyu's military achievements were already slightly higher than mine, and now with this first-class merit, he might move ahead of me in rank. We can't just stand by when something like this happens. At that moment, who cares about the level of merit? Just save people. Lu Feiyu adopted an official tone, sounding quite high-minded. Although what he said was true, he couldn't help but feel the desire for military merit. After all, no one is a saint. Who wouldn't he have a little selfish thought? Come on, after being together for so many years, I can tell what you're up to just by your words. Old Buddha shot him a sideways glance, unwilling to look at his smug face. We are all in this together, stop pretending. Let's talk about something serious. Shifting away from the trivial matters, Old Buddha leaned closer, whispering about the competition in just a few days. Chuxiong and Changkangping in the east were established earlier than us. And last year's champions nearly monopolized over 70% of the competition. Chapter 49, Disrupting the Competition Rules as Times Change and Society Progresses. No one can guarantee what will happen tomorrow. Soldiers should prioritize defending the home and the country as their primary duty, and take pride in breaking through enemy lines and daring to be the vanguard. The establishment of the Airborne Assault Brigade is based on efficiency, high energy, and high intensity. With helicopters as the main combat platform, possessing capabilities such as rapid mobility, long-range raids, and vertical strikes, ensuring the implementation of diverse combat missions in complex battlefield environments. The powerful speech echoed in the venue, and Commander Tan's tone became increasingly forceful. Time may have worn down his physical body, but it could never extinguish the flame within his heart. Looking at the youthful yet resolute faces in the audience, he became even more convinced of the profound truth left by great men. The rise of Daxia is inseparable from the contributions of generations. Without the persistence and efforts of these young people, where would there be peace and prosperity, and joyful songs in the years to come? Comrades, Daxia belongs to you. And the future is yours as well. The road to a strong military is long and arduous. I hope to see a new generation of Daxia soldiers in the near future, playing their own triumphant tune. Elite troops, dare to fight and win. At the scene, over 200 Special Forces soldiers shouted in unison, filled with blood and endless fighting spirit, instantly igniting everyone's passion. Chapter 50, The Unwritten Rules. What are you shouting about? Chang Kangping, who had been quiet, awkwardly touched his nose and stood up to explain to everyone, the competition rules. Didn't he say we couldn't do this? I find you really can break the rules, using all sorts of excuses to cheat. Lu Feiyu pointed at his nose and scolded, is being first that important? It looks a bit too ugly. Ahem, Chang Kangping cleared his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed. But for the sake of the superior's face, he didn't defend himself. Just raised his hand and pointed to the top of his head, letting them interpret the meaning themselves. Everyone looked at him with scrutinizing eyes, feeling that this kid was talking nonsense. How could the superior allow such a rule-breaking situation? If everyone did this, what would be the point of the competition? Don't you understand why there can only be one champion? Ji Yuqingye from the Western Theatre laughed quietly from behind the crowd. Why is there only one champion? What does that mean? So it's just to let them fight among themselves, using any means to seize first place. But these things could clearly be noted in the competition rules. Why did the event organizers keep it from them? This is too unfair for first-time competitors. Chapter 51, Cutting off retreats. 5 minutes later, without the burden of weights, Wu Zhuan and the others quickly passed through the forest section and arrived at the first obstacle. Crossing the swamp area. Faced with mud that spanned over 300 meters, Wu Zhuan broke a branch and probed it down. From the traces of mud contamination, the depth of the edge area reached about 1.5 meters, while the depth of the center was still unknown. Damn, that is so deep. It could really cost lives. A soldier beside him muttered with some concern. In such a desolate place, They would receive no rescue in a short time other than from themselves. Therefore, to cross this swamp area, they had to be cautious. Crawl over. Wu Xuan didn't hesitate much. After testing the pressure-bearing capacity of the swamp surface, he decided to charge directly. Just as they were preparing to act, other teams appeared on both sides. All participants in this event focused on the swamp area in front of them, whispering to discuss strategies. Let us go, don't dawdle. Wu Xuan didn't want to wait any longer, immediately taking the lead, lowering his body and crawling down in an extremely slow manner. When the mud water reached his mouth, and his body gradually stabilized in the swamp, the soldiers behind him breathed a slight sigh of relief. Chapter 52, Leading doesn't always mean winning, Brother Xuan. Let us dismantle the bridge for them later, and then we'll be absolutely safe. Just before reaching the shore, a soldier grinned mischievously. Wu Xuan didn't agree with his plan, shaking his head and calmly explaining, hurry up and move forward. Don't provoke the anger of the masses. If we get targeted in the later competition, it will be over. He still had some sense, knowing the principle of leaving a way out for oneself. If they blocked the path completely this time, these people behind wouldn't know how to retaliate. At that time, it would be exceptionally difficult for them to get a good ranking. 5 minutes later, Wu Xuan and his group were the first to reach the opposite shore. With no time to care about the teams crossing the bridge, everyone plunged into the forest, sprinting towards the final 2 kilometers. As long as they got through this forest, the championship gold medal would be completely theirs. Ding! Ding ding ding. However, just after running a few steps, everyone heard a series of faint sounds beside their ears. Following the sound down to their feet, everyone's expressions suddenly changed, staring at the landmines beneath them, realizing they had fallen into a trap. Contestant number 40 eliminated. Contestant number 41 eliminated. Contestant number 42 eliminated. Contestant number 43 eliminated. The continuous prompts chilled Wu Xuan's heart. Seeing his brothers who had worked hard for half a day get eliminated due to a moment of negligence, he truly understood the insidiousness of the event organizers. Chapter 53, Aren't you just riding on your looks? Ding 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 ding. Contestant number 73 eliminated. Contestant number 97 eliminated. Contestant number 86 eliminated. Contestant number 201 eliminated. Contestant number 155 eliminated. Each detonation of a landmine was accompanied by the elimination of a soldier. At the moment they finally left the minefield, the demoning team, composed of multiple battle zones, had only 2 survivors. Looking back at the brothers who had already sacrificed, the 2 exchanged a glance and finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the minefield spanning over 500 meters, almost every step would trigger a landmine. If it weren't for their keen observation, clearing out many landmines along the way, the 45-member team would have never made it through this path. The remaining road is just the 2 of us. Whether we can take first place depends on our own abilities. No problem, there's not a single soft persimmon in our Eastern Theatre. The 2 exchanged glances, immediately transforming from teammates into rivals. Looking at the finish line that was less than a kilometer away, they took steps back to create some distance before sprinting towards the finish. Just when everyone was smiling and ready to watch the show, a team of figures quietly approached along the route they had cleared. Chapter 54, Highly Aggressive Reba. Can't you understand human language? Reba turned around and stared at the food warehouse that was about to burst out, retorting, this is a singing and dancing program, meant to debut in the form of a girl group. Everyone else is dancing and singing on stage, and you find a good-looking person with a great figure stripping down to flaunt. Sister, the times have changed. The way you used to attract attention doesn't mean this routine will always be in vogue. Who are you talking about? Zheng Muqing glared, immediately displeased. Over the years, her resources in the industry had continuously declined, and the figure she was proud of was no longer appealing. She had hoped to rely on this new program to regain popularity, but unexpectedly ran into Reba here. Between the two of them, there isn't really much going on. The biggest conflict happened 2 years ago, when a hit drama replaced her with Reba as the lead actress. It's been so long that hardly anyone cares anymore. I didn't expect her to hold a grudge for so long, speaking with veiled insults and sarcasm. Facing her angry gaze, Reba lightly coughed and chose not to respond, adjusting her glasses and eyeing her exposed outfit with a disdainful smile. Chapter 55. A chance encounter in Yangcheng at 8:30 p.m. After a heavy shopping spree, Reba returned to the hotel with her team. Xiaolu stayed behind, waiting for them to bring the things up. Reba lazily lay back on the chair, saying that they had bought too many items for just one car to carry. So they had to wait for the luxury store to send a vehicle. "Oh, is there some big shot here today?" As the driver parked, Fang Ling noticed two young men with crew cuts standing not far away. They stood tall in front of several SUVs, looking straight ahead like statues. Clearly trained professional security personnel. In a place like Yangcheng, all sorts of characters could appear, and they were keeping it low-key enough. Reba stretched and slowly got out of the car, carrying a shopping bag that contained a carefully selected watch she had chosen for Lu Feiyu. To avoid causing any disturbance to Lu Feiyu, she had visited several stores to find this moderately priced and understated style. "Let's eat first, I've already made a reservation. After we eat, we'll go upstairs for a spa." Fang Ling pressed the button for the restaurant floor as she stepped into the elevator. Chapter 56. Transforming into a tigress. What kind of international joke is this? I'm over 30, how could I be fooled? Reba stared with wide eyes, feeling that her words not only questioned Lu Feiyu's identity, but also rubbed her intelligence in the dirt. Saying that she was deceived for money or love. That was even worse than cursing. What's wrong with being over 30? There are people over 60 who still get scammed. Fang Ling looked at her with disdain, scanning her from head to toe, and scoffed, especially someone like you, single, beautiful, and wealthy, who lacks relationship experience, making you a prime target for scammers. Think about it, why does Lu Feiyu always show up wherever you are? It's hard not to be suspicious. Nonsense. Reba was completely enraged by her words, jumping up from the sofa, fuming as she paced in circles. Don't say things that affect my mood. Is it necessary to turn this small matter into a conspiracy theory? What do you mean by scammer? Who is the scammer? Didn't he see those doctors and soldiers when he was at the military hospital? Sister, military hospitals don't only treat soldiers, ordinary people can go there too. Fang Ling wanted to use this matter to pry into Lu Feiyu's identity, constantly picking at her and using provocation. Chapter 57. Reba, I'm sorry. I embarrassed you. Let's talk over here. Lu Feiyu pulled Reba aside to a resting area, not wanting the onlookers to find a reason to tease him. Come on. You join us too. Reba waved to Fang Ling, calling her over, wanting to slap her face in person to prove that her crush wasn't a scammer. Fang Ling, who was already curious about the matter, naturally wouldn't refuse her request and quickly stepped forward, her eyes filled with eagerness, as she stared at them. This story is long, so I'll keep it simple. After thinking for a moment, Lu Feiyu took out his wallet and the ID he carried with him. This is my ID. I just turned 33 2 months ago, so I'm not lying about my age. Saying this, he raised his officer ID and opened it in front of the two. This is my position and rank, including all records of my service time. The reason I didn't tell you before is that there are confidentiality agreements within the military. We can't disclose too much information. Let me see. Fang Ling was too impatient to care about his age, snatching the documents and eagerly flipping through them. When her gaze fell on the rank section, her previously impatient expression froze, her pupils involuntarily constricting, and her hand holding the documents began to tremble slightly. Chapter 58. Stars are different. Half an hour later, staff from the relevant department arrived, and after understanding the situation, they handed a large stack of confidential documents to Reba and Fang Ling. During the signing process, they also collected their handwriting and voice prints. In the end, the two recorded a video self-statement of over 1,000 words, assuring that they would not leak any information about Feiyu. Once everything was nearly settled, the staff handed a form to Reba, reminding her to fill it out carefully and cautiously. Having mentally prepared for this situation, Reba didn't resist much. But when she saw the last section asking for her relationship with Feiyu, she paused, unsure of how to describe it. What should I write? Is it inappropriate to write friend? But writing fiancé feels a bit too early. Ultimately, under the staff's watchful eyes, Reba secretly glanced at Feiyu not far away, and quietly wrote down the word lover. Though they hadn't developed to that stage yet, given the current trend. It seemed they were getting close. All right, Miss Reba, Miss Fang Ling, the documents have been signed. And we hope you can remember these regulations, and not cross the red line. Chapter 59, Preemptive Warning. One side is happy while the other is worried. In another private room, Zheng Muqing clung to a middle-aged man's arm, her upper body pressed against him, chattering sweetly. Honey, you have no idea how nasty her words were today. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come to this lousy show. Can't you just ask Mr. Sun to replace her? Oh, it's just a small matter, why take it so seriously? The middle-aged man, wearing black-rimmed glasses, showed some impatience in his shiny round face. Under the lights, beads of sweat appeared on his balding head as he pulled his arm away from her, distancing himself while wiping his sweat and saying, I've been especially busy these days, and there are many company matters. Just bear with it for a few days, and we can discuss it later. Reba is a key artist supported by Chenji Entertainment. They spent so much money to create this program, just to boost each other's popularity. So, unless it's a big deal, try not to hold it against her. We're in it for the traffic. Sometimes, it's better to just endure it. How can I endure it? She looks at me like I'm her enemy, and there's completely no possibility for communication or reconciliation. Zheng Muqing's expression tightened, realizing the middle-aged man's true thoughts. Chapter 60, A Seductive Little Demon. Take care, let's keep in touch. I'll arrange for everyone to hang out together in a couple of days, so you must come. In the underground parking lot, Reba waved goodbye to everyone. In just one meal, she had infiltrated the enemy's ranks, successfully winning the trust of those older men, and even set up a group chat with them. Planning to have a good drink after the competition ends in a few days. Against her social prowess, Feiyu felt utterly powerless, standing by with a bitter smile, unable to counter her at all. They left, let's meet again later. Everyone waved goodbye, and although they didn't drink today, they had a great time. Reba was not as aloof as she appeared on screen. Instead, she was like a lively and cute little neighbor, charming and confident. Even under the gaze of the crowd, she could sing and dance, having fun. For this group of soldiers, they appreciated this carefree and unrestrained personality, as it allowed them to enjoy themselves and quickly integrate into the group. I should be going too. After tomorrow's competition, I'll find time to meet up. Feiyu glanced at the time and realized it was already past 11. Tomorrow morning, the commanding department's schedule would begin, and he needed to be well rested and fully prepared. Chapter 61, Identity Exposed. Don't make me slap you when I'm the happiest. Reba put on a serious face, took out a watch, and leaned down to put it on him herself. Looking at the brand new watch on his wrist, Feiyu smiled knowingly, raised his arm, and carefully examined it several times, nodding happily. I like it, you have a good eye. Of course. Reba crossed her arms in front of her chest, proudly humming, you can wear this watch all the time, it's not expensive, so you don't have to worry about others coveting it. It's fine. Even if you gave me a watch worth 10 million, I could still wear it. Feiyu met her gaze and smiled lightly, it's a gift from my girlfriend. Not a bribe. You? Upon hearing this, Reba was momentarily speechless, her heart racing, and her face quickly heated up, feeling as if she were floating. Girlfriend. He called me his girlfriend. He acknowledged that I'm his girlfriend. At this moment, Reba's mind went blank, her small hands nervously entangled together. Looking around in a bit of a daze. Suddenly, it was too sudden, this guy didn't give her any time to prepare, and confessed right in front of her. Chapter 62, Reba, hug me. Are you leaving just like that? As it approached midnight, Reba looked at his figure and reluctantly opened her arms. Hug? What hug? If I hug you, I won't want to leave. Feiyu stepped back 2 paces, rejecting her request. She truly didn't realize how charming she was. Always thinking about enticing others to make mistakes, that wouldn't do. Hug? Reba jumped like a child and began to act spoiled. Fine, 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 hug hug hug. Feiyu was also at a loss, smiling wryly as he embraced her. Breathing in the faint fragrance from her, he could feel her gradually warming up in his arms. He could clearly sense that Reba was very nervous, her fair back feeling a bit hot. When I get my vacation, we'll go home. Feiyu gently held her slightly trembling body, promising. Okay, I'll wait for you. Reba leaned on his shoulder, her face beaming with an unshakable smile. Tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, savoring the last moment of sweetness. The two stood quietly in front of the window, holding each other. Outside, the splendid night view unfolded like a gorgeous painting before them. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the whole world revolved only around them. Chapter 63, Pre-Battle Analysis. It's lively. The crowd exchanged glances, seeing the same fighting spirit in each other's eyes. A free-for-all, interesting, finally. They had a subject that piqued their interest. This time it was truly every man for himself, testing the on-site adaptability of the frontline commanders. So the event team would cut off your communication channels. Commander Tan gave a heads-up to prevent this group from forming private alliances and disrupting the balance of the competition. You can do whatever you want. After all, the energy of a single team is limited, and it can't cause much of a stir. But if 2 or 3 teams team up, it could get chaotic. Each group commander came up to draw lots to determine their entry positions. You have 1 hour to adjust your tactical plans. At the same time, the event team has equipped you with a professional command center and a temporary advisory group. Once the competition rules were introduced, the staff brought up a sealed lottery box. Seeing that the judges had already figured out everyone's intentions, no one hesitated anymore and orderly drew lots. It didn't matter when they drew. After all, it was every man for himself, just a gamble on luck. Everyone had received their respective badges, and soon the event team would send the entry position information to your command centers. Chapter 64, Ambushed. Heavy losses in this day and age, the bold thrive while the timid starve, risk and reward coexist. Another big shot commented with a smile, if this were a battlefield. His approach would indeed allow him to quickly engage in the task. So, I think this kid is not bad, he has guts. It's still a bit early for scoring, let's wait and see. Commander Tan smiled slightly, signaling everyone not to rush. The long march is just the first step. The exciting parts are still to come. Commander Tan, I remember that Feiyu used to be one of yours, right? How did he end up under old Jia? Another big shot in the crowd casually asked. Mentioning this, Commander Tan had something to say, sighing helplessly. Last year, old Jia came to Kyoto for a meeting, nagging me to lend him someone. I had a few drinks then and ended up giving away my precious asset. Looking back now, I could just bite my back teeth in regret. Ha ha ha, wasn't Li Chun also one of yours? Another big shot chimed in humorously, you're quite the connoisseur. Having favored subordinates all over the country. That's different. Li Chun went to the north because I owed a favor that had to be repaid. Commander Tan held his teacup, jokingly saying, old Jia purely played tricks, getting my prized asset away with just a meal. I'll remember this for a lifetime. Chapter 65, Annihilated upon landing half an hour later, at the A5 entry point, the Central Theatre troops successfully completed their descent using an open area. As soon as they landed, everyone immediately heightened their vigilance. The action leader was a young man in his 20s, with a stern face full of seriousness, scanning the area with sharp eyes while connecting with the reconnaissance aircraft. Vulture, conduct a reconnaissance operation with a radius of 20 kilometers centered on the team, ensure. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, several grenades came flying in. The sudden attack sent everyone on high alert as they sought defensive cover. However, the enemy was well prepared and had anticipated their reactions. Snipers hidden in the woods opened fire immediately. The sound of gunfire rang out incessantly, leaving everyone powerless to defend themselves. Smoke grenade! The squad leader shouted, throwing a smoke grenade while moving behind a large tree, preparing to call for helicopter support. Vulture, Vulture! Scan the enemy sniper positions for me, hurry up. They had already lost a reconnaissance aircraft during entry, which led to a lapse in security and resulted in an ambush. In this short time, 7 or 8 team members had already been hit and eliminated, at this rate, in less than 5 minutes. Their entire squad would become one of the first to be eliminated. Chapter 66 Indiscriminate Attack. What's going on? Upon hearing the news, Feiyu instinctively glanced at the clock in the lower right corner of the big screen. When he saw that only a little over 10 minutes had passed, a hint of confusion and bewilderment flashed in his eyes. A full team of 30 was eliminated just a few minutes after landing. The event organizers are being too extreme. They are giving no chance for the newcomers. Wu Zhuan, what is the situation on your end? Did you find anything unusual? The next second, Feiyu connected to communications, pressing for updates on the situation on site. If this was arranged by the event organizers, then they should also be under attack. Everything is normal. No abnormalities have been detected so far, Wu Zhuan replied, wielding a shovel and chopping at the tangled dry branches in front of him. The landing area wasn't very friendly, and there were many small obstacles along the way, which slowed down their progress. How about groups B and C? Feiyu sighed in relief while continuing to ask. After landing, the entire squad has already completed the split according to the previous plan. Currently, Groups B and C are moving towards the finish line. Report number 1, no abnormalities detected so far. The leader of Group B is a squad leader under Wu Zhuan, codename Mountain Mover. He is quite capable, having spent a few years in another Special Operations Brigade before this, and possesses rich experience in special operations. Chapter 67 Temporary Mission Attention all participating teams. 5 stranded travelers have been found in the C3 area and are awaiting rescue. Successfully escorting all 5 travelers to the finish line will earn 50 points. While everyone was still immersed in the state of personnel reduction, the judging panel issued a new mission directive. Feiyu, who had been observing the situation in the arena, applauded the cunning strategy of these old foxes upon hearing this news. They are playing it well, first with a round of bombardment for indiscriminate attacks on all personnel, causing various levels of personnel reduction across all teams, and then issuing a rescue mission with a high point reward. This way, they can attract everyone to the same location for a chaotic battle. In this situation, no one knows how many people are left in other teams. To win, they must let the judging panel lead them by the nose. If you don't participate in the rescue, running to the finish line doesn't guarantee a win. These old folks are really pushing them to the limit, finding ways to make things difficult. Bang 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 bang, a series of dull sounds echoed in the earpiece, instantly pulling Feiyu from his thoughts, tightening his nerves as he asked, "What's going on?" A second bombardment. Chapter 68 In Chaos. Another team appeared in the eastern mountain forest, and the moment they showed up, gunfire erupted, directly blocking the footsteps of Jin Gang and the others from the side. But that's not all. Figures were also moving in the northern forest, indicating that a new team had arrived. Faced with such an urgent situation, Jin Gang glanced at the dissipating smoke, gritted his teeth, and growled, "The reserve team. Come for support, charge into the forest in one go, and don't pick up the lost dummies behind." At this moment, surrounded by several teams, Jin Gang had no choice but to sacrifice some to ensure the survival rate of the team. If everyone dies, retrieving the dummies would be meaningless. The gunfire continued as three teams advanced while fighting, clearly preparing to push Jin Gang and the others out of the competition. At that time, in an inconspicuous stone crevice at 8 o'clock in the west, Wu Zhuan, along with the remaining 5 soldiers, crouched in a pile of grass, showing no intention of joining the fray, smiling as they watched the excitement. "Wow, Jin Gang is such a fool, carrying over 100 pounds of dummies and running away." Even at this point, still thinking about points. Chapter 69 Alliance Northern Battle Zone, all personnel eliminated. Eastern Battle Zone, eliminated. The prompt sound echoing in the air was like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in the venue stunned, unable to accept the reality before them. The rain continued to pour incessantly, and blue smoke filled the entire puddle, with more than 80% of the combat personnel on site having been eliminated. Hiding in the forest, Wang Xin looked at the fallen soldiers to the north, her smile vanished, and she couldn't help but murmur, "This is going too far." One wave cleared 2 teams. How can the event organizers continue with the next dozens of kilometers like this? At this moment, not only were the on-site personnel bewildered, but all the commanders were also completely confused by this sudden attack. Didn't the event organizers just want to see a chaotic brawl and gather everyone together? The scene was clearly already heating up. Why did they intervene at this moment? A round of bombardment eliminated 2 teams, and the remaining units were severely damaged. What on earth do they want? It's incomprehensible, truly incomprehensible what these old foxes are thinking. The hot-tempered Chuzhong found it hard to accept this reality, and immediately picked up the phone in front of him, demanding an explanation from the judging panel. Chapter 70 Deception under the tree at 8 o'clock in the west, their movement in the stone crevice. As Wu Zhuan and the others retreated, the slightly swaying branches still exposed their whereabouts. Upon receiving the news, Wang Xin showed an excited expression and shouted, "Brothers, what are we waiting for? There are people in the 8 o'clock direction to the west. If we don't take action now, no one will win the championship." "Captain, he's right. There are indeed people over there." Among the 4-man team, the sniper confirmed the presence of a moving figure through his description. After verifying the authenticity of the news, the squad leader immediately reported the situation, and after receiving permission from Jiu Qingye, he stood up voluntarily. "We can cooperate. But I hope you keep your promise and won't backstab us." "Rest assured, I will definitely deliver on my promise." Wang Xin nodded repeatedly. Taking up a dummy by his feet, regaining his smiling expression, "We have more people. It's no problem to take 3 dummies with us." "Sure." The squad leader didn't dwell on this issue too much. A dummy weighs over 100 pounds, and with only 4 people, they also needed to handle the encirclement. So carrying more would be a burden. "Everyone, let us go, pursue them." Wang Xin quickly issued the order, following the rugged mountain path to track Wu Zhuan and the others. Chapter 71 The higher the skill, the greater the challenge. Western Battle Zone, eliminated. As the final prompt echoed from the command center, Chang Kangping glanced at the time, a barely noticeable smile appearing in his slightly squinted eyes. "There's no need to pursue their trail any longer. The 7 of us plus 50 points are enough to win this match." During the first round of bombardment, their reconnaissance aircraft scanned 8 bombing locations. At that time, he thought there was a discrepancy in the event organizer's positioning. Now, thinking back, the 8th location should be the team that Feiyu split off, combining their own casualty situation during the bombing. Chang Kangping boldly inferred that the remaining personnel in the Spring City base would definitely not exceed 10 people. Therefore, with absolute points in hand, they had no need to pursue the opponent's trail any longer, as long as they charged straight to the finish line. The championship would undoubtedly belong to the Yangcheng military district. Received. Wang Xin, after receiving the order, turned around to glance at the squadron leader of the Western Theater. And said apologetically, "Brother, I never intended to scheming against you from the very beginning, this was just an accident. You won, and whatever you say is right." The squadron leader coldly swept a glance at them, and, accompanied by a few brothers, walked down the mountain foot in a rather dejected manner. Chapter 72. The big pie drawn by the chief. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, and the weather was just right. The final match was over, indicating that this trip to Yangcheng was coming to an end. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at the training ground, Lu Feiyu looked at the neatly arranged crowd in front of him, their eyes shining with joy, and his mood lightened a bit. After so many days in Yangcheng, everyone must have been itching to enjoy themselves. Upon hearing his words, the crowd's corners of their mouths nearly reached their ears, eagerly waiting for him to say it. "I won't say much, as you don't like to hear it." Lu Feiyu stood at the front of the line, taking a straddle stance, and said with a faint smile, "There are just 3 requirements. First, pay attention to your own safety, and remember your military mission. Second, no drinking, and definitely no troublemaking. Third, return to the team before 9 o'clock at night. Do you all remember?" "Remember!" Everyone shouted in unison, barely able to contain their excitement. Before coming, these kids had already planned where to eat, drink, and have fun. Now, having finally waited for a few hours of free time, they were naturally happy. "Go on. Go on," Lu Feiyu said with a smile, waving his hand. "Woohoo!" The group instantly erupted into chaos, cheering and scurrying in clusters to the dormitory to change clothes. Chapter 73. Picking you up from work at 7 o'clock in the evening, at the Tianji Entertainment Company, the filming site for a new program. Reba sat in the judges' seats, reviewing the contestants' comprehensive scores, preparing to select one outstanding individual to take as her disciple. This program will feature a competition segment later on to confirm the debut center position. So this spot was quite important to all the mentors. It not only determines the contestants' future, but also matters to their reputation, as no one wants their disciple to come in last. "Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, teachers," a girl in her 20s, tall and with a pure and beautiful appearance, squeezed through a crowd of staff with a shy smile on her face. Her clear eyes scanned the area a few times, and upon seeing a few mentors, she stood frozen in place, hesitant to step forward. It wasn't until she saw the food box in her hand that she bit her lip, mustered her courage, and took the first step. At this moment, the 3 mentors were organizing their materials, preparing to wrap up for the day. The girl walked over to the nearest Zheng Muqing, bent slightly, and asked in a somewhat reserved tone, "Hello, Teacher Zheng, may I take a little of your time?" Chapter 74. Do you think I'm fat? How did the competition go? Can you stay in Yangcheng for a few more days? As soon as she got in the car, Reba eagerly asked. It was clear that she cherished the time they had together, and didn't want to waste a single moment. "The results are good." Lu Feiyu looked at her delicate and charming profile, unable to tear his gaze away. "The preliminary plan is to leave tomorrow afternoon. Can't you stay a couple more days?" Reba pouted cutely, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Your military is really inhumane. You just finished a competition, and you're already making people leave. You said it yourself, this is the military. Not playing house, soldiers must obey orders from superiors." Lu Feiyu held her small hand and teased, "With your mindset, you still need to find ways to improve, otherwise you'll inevitably have to attend classes in the future." "What classes? I'm over 30, do I really have to go back to school?" Reba looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he meant. "The organization will periodically visit the families of senior military officers to chat and strengthen their political thoughts. This has nothing to do with me," Reba habitually replied, but halfway through she suddenly realized what he meant and shot him a fierce glance. "I love it. I wouldn't mind attending class every day." Chapter 75, Reba, can I go home with you? Look at you, you're really like a dog biting Lu Dongbin. I'm just reminding you for your own good. Lu Feiyu retorted, puffing out his neck and pretending to be aggrieved. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Reba glanced at him sideways, full of a proud demeanor, and continued to sip her milk tea. Only after drinking her fill did she reveal a satisfied expression and pat her chest, saying, just to give you a heads up. I've cancelled all my appointments for the end of the year. Lu Feiyu didn't understand what she meant, testing her with a confused expression, so. What are you trying to say? Going home. Reba's anger surged at his words, as she reached out her delicate hand to grasp his ear. Her fierce demeanor instantly escalating. You said it just yesterday. How could you forget so quickly? Okay, I didn't say I wouldn't go back. Lu Feiyu adopted a pleading posture, holding her small hand and continuously saying good things. It's already December, there are more than 20 days until the new year. Unless there's an urgent task, I'll apply for a half-month leave. Can we go to your house first? What do you mean by first go to my house? Reba's exquisite profile revealed a bright threat as she questioned, do you have other plans? Chapter 76, One Village, Two Systems. A week later, life gradually returned to calm. After a period of strict guarding and targeted strikes, the border line finally quieted down a bit. Although there were still occasional smuggling groups daring to act, the frequency had significantly decreased. This also gave the soldiers some breathing room. Besides their daily tasks, they had a bit more space for free training. Silver Mountain Village serves as the intersection of the borders between Daxia and Tak Kingdom. The entire village is divided in two, where you can see boundary markers and border line signs, and even take one step to cross the border and smoothly pass through. After the national boundary was established, Silver Mountain Village underwent tremendous changes. Due to its unique geographical location and the One Village, Two Systems political relationship, it quickly gained fame, becoming a well-known tourist spot in the area. Many people wanted to come and see, wanting to experience the unique sight of stepping out of one country into another in a single village. Because of this, the local government seized the opportunity to develop the tourism industry, with farmhouses, resorts, and other services scattered throughout the village for tourists to rest. Additionally, the village regularly holds cultural exchange activities between Daxia and Tak Kingdom, and occasionally, the two villages collaborate on some artistic performance programs for tourists to enjoy. Chapter 77, You don't have smuggling groups here, right? No need to be so troublesome, just sit in the yard for a while. Lu Feiyu pointed to the pavilion across from him, and took the lead to enter and sit down. Since the chief had spoken, Zhao Lei didn't dare to be slow, quickly calling his family to brew tea and prepare fruits and snacks. Their family also operated a farmhouse business. Although there weren't many guests, there were usually 1 or 2 tables at meal times. At this moment, it was quite busy, and Lu Feiyu did not enter the house, fearing to delay their business. Shortly after, a 15 or 16-year-old girl came over with a silver tray, which was filled with various fruit snacks and local specialty tea. No need to be so polite, you can take care of your guests, Lu Feiyu said somewhat embarrassedly. After being a soldier for so many years, he had never properly gone to a fellow villager's home for water, and it felt a bit uncomfortable at first. Oh? It's nothing, we're all family here, and these are just local fruits, very common, Zhao Lei said enthusiastically, starting to distribute the snacks to ensure every soldier who came to the house could have a bite. Zhao village head, don't be busy if you keep this up. We can leave. Lu Feiyu waved his hand to stop him. Chapter 78. A month of time passed little by little, and after checking most of the village, everyone brought their equipment to the border of Xiushan village. At that time, several young people wearing reflective vests stood in front of the gate in the middle of the road, chatting and laughing. These people were arranged by the local government, and their daily job was to check the villagers passing through, using security equipment to inspect for any prohibited items being brought in. If they found someone secretly hiding prohibited items, they could detain them on the spot, thus having certain law enforcement powers. At this moment, as the work was nearing its end, the group, having found nothing, continued to check carefully. Instead, Feiyu found a bit of leisure. Staying not far from the gate in a small park, leisurely swinging on a swing. While everyone thought he was slacking off, they didn't know his gaze was fixed on the group of tourists taking photos in front of the farmhouse across the street. This group had both old and young. 7 or 8 people standing in front of the farmhouse, taking photos for quite a while. Moreover, during the photo-taking process, they couldn't help but glance over at Feiyu and the others, chattering in dialect that most people couldn't understand. From a normal person's perspective, encountering soldiers in real society, everyone would inadvertently glance over, which is considered normal and not unusual. Chapter 79, Large Drone Performance Next, we are just waiting for you. Feiyu looked at her cheerful figure and couldn't help but smile gently, reminding her, today is already the 14th of the 12th month. And I plan to set off back to Beijing in about a week. If I go to your place before the New Year, I must return by the 28th at the latest to celebrate the New Year at home. You can arrange this period as you see fit. No problem. Reba confidently patted her chest and cheerfully promised, just let me know when you book your ticket back to Kyoto, and I will definitely return that same day. As for when to go back to Urumqi, we can discuss that later. This year, even if I have to pay for a breach of contract, I'll go all the way. Hearing this, Feiyu rolled his eyes and complained, don't make it sound so pitiful. It's just going home for the New Year, and it's not like I'm delaying you a lot. Don't worry about it. Just go according to your schedule. I'll handle the rest. Reba was still in a state of surprise and hadn't completely calmed down. She was now eager to call her mom and share this good news. Seeing her so happy, Feiyu felt happy too. To be honest, it was also his first time visiting a girl's home, and now that he thought about it, he was starting to feel a bit nervous. Chapter 80, Call from the command post. The next day, everything was as usual. The soldiers on the training ground were sweating profusely, each one trying their best to compete with each other. As the new year approached, there were many trivial matters in the unit, especially various leave requests piled high on Feiyu's desk. Adhering to the principle of you are good, I am good, everyone is good. He tried to meet everyone's reasonable requests as much as possible. After all, after a year of hard work, wanting to take a break and see family is a common human desire and unavoidable. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, and the next moment, Zhao Zhan entered the room with a large stack of documents. When he saw that Feiyu also had a pile of leave applications in front of him, he couldn't help but smile wryly and said awkwardly, there are quite a few people applying for leave this year, you can handle this. Hey, that's not right. Feiyu quickly picked up the documents in front of him and unceremoniously shoved them into his arms, grinning, I'm leaving in a few days, you handle the headache. Go on, you all leave. Zhao Zhan went to the reception area, sat tiredly on the sofa, rubbed his sore eyes, and sighed. I just calculated that this year, the on-duty personnel are down by more than half. Chapter 81, Promotion to Colonel. Thank you, Commander, for your praise. Your health is also quite good, right? Upon hearing the gentle tone of the other party, Feiyu's heart finally settled. It seemed that there was nothing wrong. If it were a criticism meeting, there wouldn't be such a pleasant smile. I'm old, full of problems, just holding on. Commander Jia put down the documents in his hand and took him to the reception area. At this moment, Wei Ming had already brewed tea for them and very tactfully exited the room, leaving space for the two. Commander Jia picked up the cigarette box on the table and gestured to him, want to smoke one? Thank you, Commander, but I don't smoke. Feiyu waved his hand and smiled to decline. He could smoke, but he wasn't tea addicted. Not smoking is a good thing. Commander Jia lit one, and the light blue smoke filled the room. After the stimulation of nicotine, his brows quickly relaxed. So, the two sat facing each other, with Commander Jia just focused on smoking and not speaking. Lu Feiyu didn't know what to expect, feeling uneasy, his eyes occasionally glancing at the other party, waiting somewhat anxiously. After a while, with half a cigarette smoked, the satisfied Commander Jia cleared his throat twice, extinguished the cigarette butt, picked up the tea mug in front of him to relieve the dryness in his throat, and then slowly spoke. I called you here today for no other reason. Chapter 82. Don't go to those unsuitable places thanks to the training from the commander and the organization. I will definitely continue to work hard and not disappoint everyone's expectations. Lu Feiyu took a step back, his expression stern, saluted, and shouted. I believe in you. Commander Jia looked at him with unwavering confidence. All right, the promotion ceremony is over, let's talk about something else. The two sat back down at the tea table. Commander Jia lit another cigarette, took a couple of puffs, and began discussing the issues that had been talked about previously in the meeting. I mentioned in the meeting before that the Air Assault Brigade needs to expand, increase combat personnel, and add new models. I heard that you opposed this issue, believing that the expansion quota is inappropriate. Yes, Commander, this matter is indeed not quite right. When it came to work, Lu Feiyu changed his usual demeanor. Even when facing a superior several ranks above him, he was still unwilling to back down. The Air Assault Brigade is different from ordinary army infantry regiments. We don't need a sea of people. In fact, having more people is not a good thing. There are very few who can meet the selection criteria, and even fewer who pass the assessment. At this moment, Lu Feiyu faced the commander, his tone neither humble nor overbearing, patiently explaining the issues at hand to him. Chapter 83. I killed someone after sending off 2 or 3 waves of personnel for the New Year holiday. The airborne brigade suddenly became much quieter. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lu Feiyu, who was on duty at the command center, held a cup of strong coffee, preparing to study the new recruit training plan for after the new year. The higher-ups had given them such great recruitment power, which seemed like an honor, but in reality, it was also a heavy pressure. With a clear path ahead, if they still couldn't improve the overall strength of the airborne brigade, how would they face their superiors in the future? Rubbing his sore neck, Lu Feiyu sat down and looked at the completed love application on the computer screen, hesitating whether to send it now. Forget it, a few days won't make a difference, I'll deal with it after the new year. After thinking for a while, he decided to wait until he visited Urumqi and met Heba's parents. Such matters cannot be rushed. If any part goes wrong, it could lead to a mess. Leaving the day after tomorrow, right? Behind him, Chief of Staff Chen Jiandong had nothing to do at the moment and came over to chat. He had taken leave last year, and it was only right to give his brothers a chance. Moreover, his family would be staying in Spring City for a few days this year, so they could celebrate the new year together. Yes, the day after tomorrow. Lu Feiyu turned off his computer screen, not wanting him to see his little secret, and quickly changed the subject. How's the ointment I sent to my mom? Is it effective? Chapter 84. Big Trouble. Damn it, I can't drag this out any longer. We have to go. As time went by, the middle-aged man grew increasingly anxious. Not killing the other person in the first place was a mistake, and launching a search was the second foolish action. What good would it do to find them? Who could guarantee that the other party hadn't reported to the police during this time? Instead of wasting time searching, it would be better to take the chance to escape. Leaving Spring City first. Shunzi, drive home, I need to grab something. The middle-aged man kicked the driver's seat, and then grabbed the nearby younger brother's hair, viciously instructing. You get out and keep looking. If we can't settle this tonight, I'll chop you up. Yes, boss, I'll search. The younger brother, nearly scared silly, nodded repeatedly, completely unaware that they had become pawns. The reason for sending these subordinates to continue searching was simply to use them to stall the police, and buy himself time to escape. After saving so much money over the years, he couldn't bear to go to prison. As long as these fools could delay for 2 hours, he would have a way to get abroad after leaving Spring City. The van screeched to a halt by the roadside. And after sending a few younger brothers out of the car to continue searching, the middle-aged man found an excuse, claiming he was going back to get a gun, leaving the group stunned and slightly more in awe of him. Chapter 85 Heroic Act, Severely Injured Tap Tap. In the silent night, several gunshots echoed in the garbage dump, startling the gangsters wielding machetes, who immediately dropped to their knees, staring at each other in shock. What's happening? Aren't we just looking for someone? Why are there suddenly a few soldiers? Looking up at the helicopter hovering above and then at the fully armed soldiers, the gangsters turned pale, not daring to breathe. They never imagined that merely attacking a soldier would stir up such a hornet's nest, prompting the military to be deployed for capture. This was ridiculous. Control all these bastards. Wu Zhuan glared at the surrounding gangsters and dove into a nearby sewage pipe. As he got closer, the pungent smell continuously assaulted his senses. Enduring the discomfort, Wu Zhuan crouched and crawled in, and after just 2 steps, he heard a cold voice from inside. Who? I, Wu Zhuan. Wu Zhuan hurriedly turned on his shoulder flashlight, illuminating the inside of the pipe. In his line of sight, Lai Ying was curled up in the pipe, pale and holding his abdomen where he was injured, his brand new uniform stained with filth. At that moment, due to excessive blood loss, Lai Ying's lips were cracked, but upon seeing his comrade, his tense nerves relaxed instantly. And he smiled weakly. Damn it, you had to see me in such an embarrassing situation. Chapter 86 Crackdown on Crime That Night. The incident involving active duty soldiers being attacked by a human trafficking organization drew significant attention from the provincial government. Various departments held emergency meetings overnight to form a special task force. They sealed off all exits from Spring City to apprehend suspects. While the chemical factory in the western suburbs faced strict inspections, leading to the closure of all factories failing to meet discharge standards, and their responsible parties were taken away for accountability. At the same time, Spring City issued orders for a crackdown on organized child trafficking, with all police officers on leave or preparing for leave summoned back to their posts. Within the city and surrounding towns, a 3-month intensive crackdown was initiated, with arrested criminals facing the maximum penalties, with no chances for bail or probation. The military district also responded to the incident, stating that Lai Ying's actions were heroic and part of the fight against evil forces. Although no specific rewards were announced yet, given the current situation, at the very least, he would receive a first-class merit. The following afternoon, Lu Feiyu, who hadn't slept much, sat quietly at the head of his bed, waiting. After last night's incident, the military district, fearing unexpected situations, directly contacted Lai Ying's family to prevent them from missing the last chance to see him. As a direct superior and the commanding officer of the Airborne Brigade, Lu Feiyu felt it was his responsibility to be present. Chapter 87 Arriving in Kyoto recently. Many people have been taking leave to go home for the new year, and for those who remain in the army, I hope you can maintain your training. When there are no tasks, read books to improve your personal cultural literacy. At 11 in the morning, before leaving, Lu Feiyu held the last meeting. All the on-duty staff were present. After the new year, there would be a batch of military school advancement spots. And you all need to understand that modern warfare without education is like a blind person. Lu Feiyu scanned the room and lowered his voice to persuade them. To be more practical, going to military school is the most prominent and quickest way to get promoted. So, everyone work hard and study well. If your grades are excellent enough, bright enough. He pointed to his own nose and chuckled, this position will eventually be yours. He wasn't wrong. The Southern Theatre Command was just a part of his journey in life. He would eventually return to the Central Theatre Command. Once he left, the position of brigade commander would indeed belong to these people below him. After rambling on for a while, regardless of whether it was good or bad, he hoped everyone would take it to heart. Finally, Lu Feiyu put away his smile and solemnly commanded, with the new year approaching. I wish everyone a happy new year in advance. Chapter 88 Family's God of Wealth. The two women made their way to the parking lot. Feiyu had also listened to a stream of nagging along the way. It wasn't a big deal, just family matters and trivialities. For ordinary people. It might not be considered anything, but in Ma's eyes, any flaw was a problem. Feiyu inherited this trait from her. Being particularly serious about training and never cutting corners. However, this trait, when applied to family matters, was not necessarily a good thing. Mom, I understand now. In summary, it's just some small issues, household chores, laundry, cooking, washing pots and dishes, and so on. There's really no need to chat about it endlessly. Feiyu smiled as he walked beside her, trying to soothe his mom, who was filled with resentment. If you think Dad isn't doing a good job, then let's not have him do it. Tomorrow, I'll buy you a robot vacuum and a dishwasher. If that doesn't work, I can hire a housekeeper, right? Oh? You still don't get it. Lu's mom waved her hand, her relatively clear eyes filled with intense anger. It's not about cleanliness. It's about your dad as a person being the problem. I can accept that the dishes aren't cleaned properly, but I told you about it, and the next day. The same issue arises. No matter how many times you tell him, he doesn't argue, doesn't fight back, and even ignores you. Chapter 89, Your Wife. Feiyu. Long time no see, still single. Jiang Lina opened with a hard hit, causing Feiyu, who was grinning, to roll his eyes. Why bring up such a sensitive topic at a gathering with so many people? Don't talk about him, hurry up and find someone for yourself. Fortunately, Lu's mom stepped in to help. As the eldest sister in the family, she still cares about her younger siblings. Everyone else is fine, but Jiang Lina is different. She dated a boyfriend during university, but broke up for unknown reasons and hasn't dated since, focusing on her career. Now, she has earned quite a bit of money. But at her age, she still hasn't married, which worries Lu's mom a lot. I can handle my own matters, if it comes to it. I'll find a temple to become a nun when I'm old. Jiang Lina, sitting beside the old man, smiled casually. At this age, marriage is just a piece of paper, adding a new identity. If she wanted to get married, someone would come to accompany her to get a marriage certificate right away. But the problem is, isn't it better to hold on to her billions of assets herself? If she likes someone, she can just have fun. Money transactions without emotional ties are simple, quick, and efficient. Why bind herself with a marriage certificate? Chapter 90. I do not agree to this marriage. Oh, I remember now. Seeing Feiyu acting dumb and not speaking, Jiang Lina rubbed her groggy head, her eyes showing a hint of realization, as she teased. A while ago, I saw a photo of that celebrity. What is his name? He seems quite popular. I thought the guy in the photo looked familiar. Is it you? Jiang Lina doesn't have a habit of following stars, and besides, hot celebrities aren't really in her age range, so she hardly pays attention. She knows about this because she has a little assistant who likes entertainment gossip. Recently, during the poisonous mushroom incident, Feiyu was photographed in the hospital. Although the online regulatory department quickly deleted most posts, some people still kept that photo. After a meeting, Jiang Lina noticed the picture on her assistant's phone, scrutinized it for a moment, and joked that it looked like her nephew. Now it seems that person could be Feiyu. Don't say anything, keep it a secret. Seeing that it couldn't be hidden any longer, Feiyu secretly slapped himself, and with a hint of pleading, said, this matter isn't settled yet. In a couple of days, I'll go meet her parents. You've already reached the point of meeting the parents, and you still want to keep it a secret. Jiang Lina stared at him with her big watery eyes, her well-maintained cheeks showing a look of shock, pointing at his nose and scolding, you little rascal. You're really good at hiding things. Chapter 91, A Full House. Mom, I've made plans to eat out with friends. So I want to be home for dinner tonight. Just before leaving, Lu Feiyu called out to his mom, who was cooking in the kitchen. Since he returned last night, his phone hasn't stopped ringing. Old war buddies and friends from the military region have been calling one after another, keeping him busy. Several former classmates, having learned of his promotion to colonel, also warmly invited him out. He found it easy to reject those overtly intentional invitations. But he couldn't turn down his old war buddies no matter what. Drink less, and don't drive after drinking, Lu's mom gently reminded him. Got it? Lu Feiyu changed his shoes and hurried to the elevator. Even though he was already low-key enough, many old neighbors still recognized him. Mainly because their house was assigned by Lu's dad's workplace. Although the residents have changed several times, many old neighbors still live in the same community. Most of whom are familiar faces who watched him grow up. He couldn't just walk past them without acknowledging them, so he always ended up chatting a bit. An hour later, at a nondescript specialty restaurant in the western part of Kyoto, a private room was already filled with 7 or 8 young people around 30. Chapter 92, Hot BA, such a good car, why don't you embezzle it? After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, everyone started chatting casually. Brother Ju burped and looked at Lu Feiyu, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, casually asking, "It's quite lively in your southern theater recently. With border patrols, and you coming first in competitions, I heard there's been a crackdown in border cities. Is it really that chaotic over there?" "Ha ha. Worse than you think." Lu Feiyu shook his head with a smile, feeling a surge of anger just bringing it up. At first, he thought he was just going to help out, train some new recruits, and work on the basic construction of the airborne brigade. Now it's a mess, with a ton of issues popping up, and everyone is overwhelmed. You'll have even more to do in the future. Brother Ju picked up a toothpick casually and said, "Recently, things have been quite chaotic here in Kyoto too, hosting quite a few foreign guests. Among them, the telecom fraud gang from that country has caught the attention of high-level leaders. It's likely they'll be dealt with after the new year." "Wow. You really dare to say anything?" Yi Haobo exclaimed in surprise. He had heard of this news long ago, but had never mentioned it publicly due to confidentiality regulations. Chapter 93, Someone is Following. In the early morning, Kyoto was still brightly lit, with traffic flowing continuously on the roads. Late-night returnees unconsciously pressed the gas pedal, heading toward home. Inside the car, Lu Feiyu squinted his eyes, pretending to doze off, while Hot BA was excitedly chatting away. "My mom originally planned to travel abroad for a few days during the new year, but when she heard you were coming back, she immediately cancelled her flight and even got my dad to take a few days off, just waiting for us to return. I brought gifts for uncle and auntie this time, I'll show you later, and you can help me pick. Also, I postponed a month's worth of engagements. So if we have time after the new year, let us find a place to have some fun." All the way, Hot BA chatted like a little chatterbox. Lying in the passenger seat, Lu Feiyu glanced at the right rearview mirror, and suddenly said, "Turn at the next corner, and go to the hotel garage." "Huh?" Hot BA, who was driving, glanced at him in surprise, then blushed a little and said shyly, "We're almost home, why go to a hotel? What are you thinking?" Seeing her hesitant yet slightly expectant expression, Lu Feiyu pointed at the rearview mirror and said, "Someone is following us." Chapter 94 Classic Plot. Why don't you go lie down in the room? Reba leaned against his shoulder, lowering her head shyly as she spoke. However, before she could finish, a slight snore came from beside her. Looking at Lu Feiyu, who had already fallen asleep, she couldn't help but smile a little. She got up, adjusted the air conditioning to a higher temperature, and took a blanket from the room to cover him. Then, with nothing to do, Reba opened her suitcase to start organizing the gifts she had brought back. Before parting, Sister Ling's words had reminded her that since she wanted to be with Lu Feiyu, she needed to meet the parents as soon as possible. Everyone was an adult now, there was no need to hide things about dating. Moreover, given the current situation, Lu Feiyu was not just any popular guy, she had to hold onto such a man tightly. Therefore, Reba decided to find an opportunity in the next couple of days to visit the Lu family, meet Lu's parents, and then return to Urumqi. She could guarantee 100 that her family would have no problem accepting him, and Lu Feiyu would definitely gain everyone's unanimous approval. Now, she just needed to win over all the elders in the Lu family, and this matter would basically be settled. Half an hour later, Lu Feiyu, who had dozed off for a while, woke up from the sofa. He took out his phone to check the time, and found it was already 2 a.m. Chapter 95 2 Choices, No Retreat. Don't rush to refuse, first, listen to my conditions. Jiang Lina noticed the shock and anger in her eyes, and calmly took out a business card to hand over. Let me introduce myself again, I'm Jiang Lina, the chairwoman of Xinxi Group. I'm quite familiar with some investors and big bosses in your circle, including several shareholders of your company, who are also friends of mine. I know that you people in the entertainment industry, especially those who have made a name for yourselves, ultimately want to break free from the control of the company and start your own studios. In the quiet midnight, Jiang Lina appeared like a deity looking down from a high place, the unique authority of a superior pressing down on Reba, making her breathless. So today, I'm giving you 2 choices. Either leave Lu Feiyu, and I'll help you terminate your contract and establish a new company. If you need money, I can also provide it. Or, you can permanently exit the entertainment industry and never appear in public again. You don't need to worry about the breach of contract. I can pay the full penalty for you. You have to understand that you can't have both fish and bear's paw. You know what kind of status Lu Feiyu has. He is the hope of our family, and is very likely to continue advancing in the future. Jiang Lina's sharp gaze was filled with indifference and unquestionable authority. She had come prepared and left no room for Reba to choose a third option. Chapter 96 Informing Family, Girlfriend's Visit. As the sun rose, Lu Feiyu unusually slept in. Since today was Saturday, and everyone was home, he washed up and went to the kitchen, where he saw his mother making breakfast. Usually, old Lu ate at work. And sometimes Lu's mom didn't even cook when she was home alone. Now that her son was back, it gave her a chance to show off. Bustling around every day, and making whatever delicious food she could to properly nourish her child. Mom, you're busy, Lu Feiyu leaned against the kitchen door, feeding his mother the peeled orange, casually saying, I need to talk to you about something. What is it? Want to run out to play? Lu's mom saw his expression and knew he was up to something. She knew her son well, he wouldn't be so attentive without a reason. Sort of. But before going out, I need you and Dad to cooperate on something important. Lu Feiyu deliberately kept them in suspense, turning to his dad, who was reading the newspaper in the living room, and called out, Dad, you should listen too, this concerns you as well. All right, all right. You're now the national treasure of our family. Go ahead, I'm listening. Lu's dad took off his reading glasses and approached, wanting to see what he was up to. Chapter 97 Can you not embarrass me? Go ahead and have a baby without worries. Lu Feiyu smiled and nestled in his chair, taking the opportunity to tease, if I were you, I'd have 8 sons and let them compete. Whoever is capable gets the most. Are you looking for a beating? Jiang Lina picked up a folder beside her and threw it at him, you little brat. You're so disrespectful. Look at you, when I go along with what you say, you're not happy either. Lu Feiyu rubbed his belly and stood up, turning to the bookshelf behind his desk, casually flipping through a few books, and asked, what is the matter? I'm busy, hurry up and say it. Nothing much. Just accompany me for lunch. Jiang Lina grabbed her bag, turned to look at his outfit, scrutinized it, and muttered, what kind of ragged stuff are you wearing? It really lowers my worth. Hey, how am I lowering your worth? Lu Feiyu looked down at his outfit, feeling like there was nothing wrong. Some of the clothes were high-end brands that Reba bought, costing thousands for each piece. Have the standards of wealthy people become this picky? Are international brands now considered street vendor goods? Stop talking nonsense, let us go. Lena hooked her arm through his, reminding him as they walked out. We're meeting an important friend today. Try to be a little more serious and don't just blabber. Chapter 98. Offending two women at once. What's wrong with me? It's you who brought a company girl over. What do you want to do? Feiyu stared directly into her angry eyes, unafraid to retort. Let me make it clear, eating is fine, but making friends is out of the question. I know you have issues with Reba, but this is my own life decision, and I hope you can respect my personal choice. Respect what? I'm your aunt. Your mother's sister, why would I harm you? An enraged Lena subconsciously blurted out a classic line. Under normal circumstances, she would never say such a mindless thing. Or perhaps realizing her emotions were a bit out of control, Lena brushed aside her long hair and said angrily, what is so great about that Reba? How did she manage to enchant you like this? Isn't Xiang Lan good enough? She has a great figure and face, and her parents are both intellectuals. Her dad is even a professor at Qingbei. She is capable and has good character. How is she not as good as Reba? I'm looking for a partner. Not buying something. What are you talking about with cost performance? Feiyu felt pressured and didn't care about elder respect anymore, bluntly retorting, besides, this is my marriage. It's my business who I like and who I want to be with. Chapter 99. You're really a grandson. I was wrong, okay. Feiyu held her delicate white face, grinning and repeatedly apologizing. The main reason was that it really hurt. This woman was seizing the opportunity to bite him hard. I'm about to explode. Reba's face flushed red as she pinched his neck and huffed, you came up here in the middle of the night and lectured me. It's like I'm some kind of shameful person. Just think, if you had clarified this matter with your family earlier, would it have developed into this situation? Yes, you're right, it's all my fault. Realizing he was in the wrong, Feiyu kept nodding in acknowledgement of his mistakes. It was fine to get angry, anyone would be upset in such a situation. Reba now seemed like a normal person, as long as she could vent her anger. It represented that the problem wasn't too big. What do we do now? This matter has become so unpleasant. How will we meet Auntie in the future? Reba threw the question at him, her eyes filled with resentment. Originally, she planned to digest this bit of negative emotion herself, pretending it didn't exist. Since Feiyu took the initiative to mention it, she had to be prepared to take the blame. After all, that was your relative. If you don't deal with it, who will? Chapter 100. A man's knees hold gold. Feiyu rubbed his palms together, feeling a bit embarrassed about the words on the tip of his tongue. Their relationship was too close. When he was a teenager, his aunt would take him out to play all the time. They were supposed to be like mother and son. But they were more like buddies. Although today's issue was his fault, he still felt a bit reluctant to face it. He wanted to apologize, but felt shy. Lena could see through his thoughts. Looking at his empty hands, she mocked, you're over 30, and you come to someone else's house empty-handed. How can you have the nerve? How can it be empty-handed? Hearing her say this, Feiyu jumped up, disregarding any sense of face, and put away his smile. Honestly saying, I brought the most important thing today. With that, he bent his legs and directly knelt in front of Lena, thick-skinnedly saying, as the old saying goes. A man's knees hold gold, and today I'm giving you this gold, Auntie. I was wrong. I'm just a big fool who speaks without thinking. Just treat it as me talking nonsense, be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. A real man can bend and stretch. Kneeling to his own aunt isn't shameful, consider it an early New Year's greeting. Chapter 101. Daughter-in-law arrives. As it approached 11 o'clock, after several hours of delay, Reba finally finished her makeup, carrying bags of gifts, as she arrived at the neighborhood where the Liu family lived. Due to her special status, she wore a mask to avoid being recognized. After all, this time was too sensitive, going to the man's family during the New Year. If someone took a picture, that would be solid evidence. and no one could clear it up. Slow down, what are you in a hurry for? Feiyu helped her carry most of the things, watching her hurried pace, the high heels clicking on the ground, teasing her, it's not even noon yet. Going too early means no food will be served. Hearing this, Reba turned her head, her watery, clear eyes slightly squinting. And her small hand reached for his arm. Are you saying I'm late? I absolutely didn't mean that. Feeling the cold little hand on his arm. Feiyu knew that if he showed any hesitation, she would turn into a snake and twist him into a pretzel. I just didn't want you to feel awkward. We'll go a bit later, eat, and then we'll leave. Thank you. Reba rolled her eyes. Grabbing his arm and quickening her pace. I'm going to meet my in-laws, not to eat. Meeting and chatting is the main thing, don't you understand? Chapter 102, Family Intrusion. Child, I heard you're the only daughter in the family. What do your parents do? Mom Lu held Reba's hand, chatting about everyday life. Since it was their first meeting, she didn't dare to talk about deep topics, and could only start with family. My dad works at the local song and dance troupe, a singer and actor, and he is also a national first-class actor. Reba smiled. Her eyes filled with pride as she spoke about her family. Her ability to walk this path was directly related to her father. As for my mom, she is a full-time housewife, managing the household and taking care of us. That is good, it's nice to have clear roles. With the man working outside and the woman managing the home, Mom Lu gently nodded and then continued to ask, since you're a professional actor, is your work particularly busy? You should know about our CRU's situation. Once he is in the army, it's like he is disappeared. Often without a call for 10 days or half a month. Hey, you can't say that. Feiyu, who was hiding in the corner watching the fun, was unhappy and quickly interrupted her complaints. It's not that I don't call, you never called me either. My phone has been in my pocket so long it's almost turned into a brick. I haven't seen you call even once. Chapter 103, The Sweet Iron of the North. Thanks for today. If you hadn't been by my side, I might have been very nervous. On the way back, Reba lay in the passenger seat, sincerely thanking him. She knew that Feiyu was trying to lighten the mood and create a relaxed and joyful atmosphere to avoid her nervousness. Hey, what is there to thank? Our family is like this, laughing and joking every day, we're used to it. Feiyu stopped at a red light, turned to look at her slightly flushed cheeks, and joked, as you gradually get to know them, you'll find these two old kids are quite interesting. Especially my mom. If you don't get along well with her, you really need to find out what is wrong with you. Then blame me. Reba twisted her hair with her fingertips. Her big black and white eyes resembling a crescent moon, playfully complaining, if I fell into the water together with your mom, who would you save? I'd kick you. Feiyu shot her a sideways glance, pressing down on the gas pedal and accelerating as he retorted, if you can't swim and dare to go near the water, falling in is your own fault. Are you? Reba covered her fair forehead, laughing non-stop, you straight man, you really are hopeless. I think you've been brainwashed by the toxic online quotes, and can't tell what is real. Feiyu faced forward, casually talking about the issue. If two people fell into the water at the same time, I'd definitely save whoever is closest first. Chapter 104, Family Bullying. Bastard. You tricked me. Reba immediately put on her mask, chasing after him to seek revenge. Failing to trick someone else, she almost ended up stuck herself. Luckily, her reflexes were quick. If she had gotten stuck at the entrance and someone posted it online, she would have lost face. The two of them playfully tussled at the airport for a while before going to pick up their luggage and prepare to leave. Just as they reached the door, before they could figure out the situation, a local youth with a slender build and a square floral hat approached them, speaking with a not-so-standard Mandarin. Reba, welcome home. Man, long time no see. Seeing the visitor, Reba instantly broke into a joyful smile and pulled Feiyu beside her to introduce, this is my boyfriend, Feiyu. This is my dad's assistant. His name is too long for you to remember, just call him a man. How long? Lu Feiyu habitually made a joke. He was actually quite curious about the names of these ethnic minorities. Adults don't need to say much. A child just starting school takes months to learn their own name. TSK, Reba clicked her tongue, and a hint of anger appeared in her gaze. Chapter 105. Establishing authority. While the couple was still arguing over a trivial matter, a man had already arrived slowly at their doorstep. Reba, who had been peeking out of the car window, saw her parents and happily jumped out of the car, directly throwing herself into her mother's arms. Acting like a child and being spoiled. Mom, I missed you so much. Thinking of you, of course, I missed you too. Mom Lu hugged her daughter, but kept her eyes on the car. When she saw Lu Feiyu appear, she immediately pushed her daughter away. Her face beaming with a radiant smile, warmly welcoming him. Little Lu, long time no see, welcome to Urumqi. Auntie, it's been a while. You look younger by several years. Lu Feiyu was organizing her clothes while flattering the old lady. At this rate, people will definitely think you are Reba's sister. Hee, really? I also feel that my skin has improved a lot recently. Just hearing that you were coming made me happier than during the New Year. Reba's mom is also quite the conversationalist. As soon as the two met, they chatted back and forth, creating a lively atmosphere. Seeing them getting along so well, Reba turned to her father, whose expression was serious and somber, and playfully linked her arm with his, jokingly saying, Dad, aren't you happy to see me back? Why are you always wearing a long face? Chapter 106. Comparing conditions. Sure enough, upon hearing his daughter's words, the old man showed a hint of realization in his eyes. No matter what, this was the child's choice. As a parent, he could offer advice, but shouldn't embarrass her in front of outsiders. After understanding this, the old man slowly turned around, looked at Lu Feiyu, who was still organizing the gifts, and said in a deep voice, Don't bother with that anymore. It's tough coming all this way. Have some tea and take a break. Thank you, uncle. Lu Feiyu was also someone who knew how to take advantage of the situation. Upon hearing this, she immediately got up and moved to the tea table, cheerfully chatting while helping the old man refill his cup. I heard that you work in the dance troupe and are a national first-class actor. That's really impressive. Reba's achievements today are definitely thanks to your guidance. Of course. I've been watching my dad perform since I was little, and he has always supported my career. Reba nodded eagerly, perfectly embodying the supportive wife role, as the two of them flattered the old man together. The main thing is, all the artistic talent in me comes from my dad. If I had even half of his skills, the concert would be explosive. All right, stop flattering me. Although the old man enjoyed his daughter's praise, he knew he couldn't appear too smug in this situation. Chapter 107. The shift in tone. You people who have become leaders should focus on planning and personnel deployment in your work, right? The old man changed the subject. Ready to ask about daily work routines. He wasn't curious about the secrets of the military, he just wanted to know what Lu Feiyu did every day. If that silly kid was wandering around the border carrying a gun every day, that wouldn't be good, it's too dangerous. Pretty much. I oversee the daily work at the unit, develop training plans, and conduct training, etc. Lu Feiyu didn't dare to delve too deeply, just following along with the old man's line of thought. Normally, as a brigade commander, he wouldn't easily go to the front lines. One reason was his identity. As the military supervisor of the Special Operations Brigade, his task was to stay at the command center, handle emergencies, and manage overall operations. The second reason was that the Special Operations Brigade currently didn't lack personnel, the soldiers below were more than enough, so it wouldn't be his turn to take action. That's good. After a simple understanding, the old man was relatively satisfied with his personal conditions. Although he thought his daughter was somewhat better. Nothing in the world is perfect. Finding a suitable young man with a clean background, a harmonious family, and development potential was already quite good. Chapter 108. Complaining to the mother-in-law. Once you start drinking, it's hard to stop. Especially when two men who can drink and chat sit together, it can go on endlessly. At the dinner table, the two of them kept pouring drinks for each other, and before long, half a case of liquor was gone. As the alcohol took effect, they became increasingly happy and enjoyed themselves more with every drink. Reba's mom, seeing that they were just drinking and chatting without any intention of eating, immediately became displeased and went up to the old man, scolding him, "That's enough. What's the use of drinking so much? The kids have come a long way. Can't they eat more?" "Oh, don't worry about it, this is just a matter between us men." The old man, happily drinking, waved off his wife's concerns and continued to indulge. On the other hand, Feiyu was clever, seizing the opportunity, during their conversation, to shovel food into her mouth at lightning speed to fill her stomach. Little Lu, actually, in a man's life, achieving great success and having a huge career isn't important. Having a happy and fulfilling family is the greatest success. I may not have much ability, but I can read people pretty well. I hope you can treat my daughter well and strive to settle this matter as soon as possible. Chapter 109. Hard to explain. No, we're buddies, let us talk it out nicely. Feiyu awkwardly laughed, raising his hand to cradle his delicately beautiful face, and explained, "Actually, I was indirectly showing off to your parents that you are very favored in front of me and our family. At least in their eyes. You handling me must be more comfortable than me hitting you. No one wants to marry their daughter to an unreasonable, domineering, and violent man. Keep making up stories. Keep making them up in front of me." Reba didn't believe his nonsense at all, her slender, delicate fingers poking his nose as she coldly huffed, "It's wrong for me to bite you, but this was ultimately caused by you, so you deserve it. Second, my parents hope we can live well together. They want to think that their daughter being strong at home and able to manage her husband is something to be happy about. In a marriage, it's not about who is strong or who is unreasonable, or who is right. Therefore, they would prefer to see us supporting and respecting each other, truly relying on one another for life." Feeling the little hands on his neck gradually relax, Feiyu finally felt at ease and explained with a mouth full of alcohol. Chapter 110. Beauty in the eyes of the beholder. No, I want to go. Reba shook her head decisively, refusing. "I have something to do on the 30th. Feiyu's flight was on the afternoon of the 30th. If she went to the Spring Festival Gala in Urumqi, she wouldn't be able to see him off." "All right. If you don't want to go, then forget it." Fang Ling didn't push her. Their company didn't have much cooperation with the Urumqi TV station anyway. If it weren't for Reba, they wouldn't even bother with such a low-rated local station. But there's one more thing. On the 6th day of the new year, the company will launch a new program, and we'll need you to join the live broadcast and chat for a bit. "That is fine. Do I need to show my face?" Reba immediately asked. "Yes, but it doesn't have to be too formal. Just think of it as a home visit, giving the audience a change of visual experience and a bit of freshness." "Okay, I got it. Let us leave it at that for now, and we'll contact you later." Reba saw that the dishes on the table were getting fewer, and she had no time to chat with her. With one strong adult male and one half-grown boy about to become a glutton, if she didn't act a bit more actively, she wouldn't be able to compete with them at all. An hour later, dinner ended. A roast whole lamb weighing over 20 pounds, minus the head and bones, had hardly any meat left. Chapter 111. New Year's Eve dinner time flew by quickly, and the festive atmosphere grew stronger. On the afternoon of New Year's Eve, at the Spring City base, Zhao Zhun finished his work and came to the command center for his routine inspection. After confirming that there were no emergencies today, he picked up the communication device next to him and shouted, "Zhao Bing, notify all soldiers to suspend training this afternoon. Today is a holiday, and later everyone will go to the cooking class to help make dumplings." Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Chen Jiandong, who was nearby, put down his document folder and looked up at the clock. It's not even 3 o'clock yet. Today's training isn't over. It's the new year. So we don't need to worry about a little training, Zhao Zhan said, shaking his waist, showing an unusual moment of kindness. Everyone has worked hard for a year. We need some time to relax. Later, distribute the phones. Those who miss home can make a call, and those in relationships can be a bit affectionate. It's a holiday today, we need some festive atmosphere. All right, since you, the political commissar, have spoken, then that's how it will be. Chen Jiandong nodded happily, stood up, and walked to the door, stretching lazily in the glaring sunlight. Recently, he didn't know why, but he always felt lacking in energy, unable to muster up any enthusiasm. Ha ha. Once your wife leaves, you'll have energy. Zhao Zhan teased as he leaned closer. Young people still need to take care of their health. No matter how delicious the food is, you can't keep eating it. Chapter 112, Transporting Piglets at 5:30 p.m. The soldiers remaining at the base gathered in the cafeteria, after excluding those on duty. As the political commissar of this big family, Zhao Zhan, accompanied by several mid-level and senior cadres, welcomed the arrival of the new year with the soldiers. Comrades, today is New Year's Eve. I am very happy to celebrate the new year with everyone at the Airborne Brigade. In front of the crowd, Zhao Zhan held a cup of beverage, looking at the many young, tender faces as he delivered his New Year's speech. In the past year, we have experienced many setbacks and hardships, but we have also gained numerous honors and rewards. I hope that in the new year, everyone can be safe and smooth, and bring your most vigorous state to face new challenges. Finally, I wish everyone happiness and a happy new year. Happy New Year! The soldiers on the scene shouted in unison, raising their drinks to toast each other. To be honest, although the atmosphere of celebrating the new year in the army was good, the longing for hometown and loved ones could not be erased from the heart. Therefore, to ensure everyone had a good mood, Zhao Zhan took out a metal briefcase in front of everyone and smilingly announced, "Those whose names I call, come up to get your phones." Chapter 113, Triggering the Alarm. You bastard. Are you trying to mess with me at a critical moment? On the other end of the phone, the man was furious, never expecting that at such a crucial time, this guy would just quit. Aren't you putting us on the hot seat? In this line of work, there's no such thing as no risk, Lao Wang. I've paid you a lot. Stop talking nonsense, the situation has been too tight lately. If you agree, hurry up and send someone across the border. I'll only take people to Lao Wang. The rest is up to you. Brother Wang was resolute and did not back down. If it weren't for not wanting to offend the big boss, he wouldn't even take this job. The borderline has been too strict lately, let alone people, even a fly passing by has to be checked. He exerted all his strength just to get the people to Lao Wang. He wouldn't deal with crossing the border. If caught, he'd end up in prison for life. All right, you're good, you really are. Ultimately, under pressure, the man agreed to his plan. An hour and a half later, we meet at Lao Wang. Not a single person can be missing. Don't worry, there will definitely be no one missing, and you need to bring the money. Brother Wang squatted in the grass, reminding softly. Got it, I won't forget you. Chapter 114, The Colorful Cloud. A few minutes later, the receiving team successfully met up with Brother Wang and the others. After a simple personnel count and confirming that the numbers were correct, the leading boss pulled Brother Wang aside into a small grove and took out a stack of money. Count it, if there's no problem. I'll take the people away. No need to count. Brother Wang put the money away, handed the other party a cigarette, and while smoking, had a brief exchange. How's the border situation? Is it all right? It's okay, didn't he encounter any problems along the way? The boss, with a cigarette, but in his mouth, flashed a fierce light in his eyes and joked, Lao Wang, why are you getting more timid as you go? You used to dare to cross the border with dozens of people, but now that it's right in front of you, you 1T step forward. Damn. I'm just trying to increase your income. Lao Wang smiled awkwardly, tossed the cigarette, but to the ground, collected all the money, and planned to leave first. I'm leaving, you handle the rest. All right. The boss squinted, took the last puff of his cigarette, and instructed, next time there's good stuff, think of your brothers. I'm also short on people. Can newcomers do your work? Brother Wang rolled his eyes and slid down the small slope behind the tree. Chapter 115, Piglets entering the minefield. Boss, the way out is blocked, what do we do now? More and more border defense troops were surrounding them. Looking at the flashing lights from all directions, the group was completely desperate, all crowding around the boss, hoping he could come up with a plan. If this continued, it wouldn't take 10 minutes for the encirclement to form. Getting out afterward would be harder than ascending to heaven. What are you panicking about? The boss shouted, forcing himself to calm down. After thinking for a moment, he turned to the southeast and said, let us go around the minefield. Huh? Upon hearing this, several people were dumbfounded, trembling and unwilling to move. That minefield had killed quite a few people, and to this day, no one knew how many landmines were buried there. In this situation, where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, it was easy to trip even while walking. Going through it now was no different from committing suicide. Going through the minefield still has a chance to survive, staying here is a dead end. The boss wiped the sweat from his face, grabbed the piglets, and while driving them forward, reminded, you choose to live or die, I won't force you. After saying that, he led a dozen piglets into the woods, heading straight for the minefield. A few subordinates exchanged glances, not daring to linger, gritted their teeth, and followed behind. Chapter 116, Repeat offender. Bang 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 bang. The boss stood up and mercilessly pulled the trigger. The few fleeing figures were almost all hit, collapsing weakly in the grass. Damn it, let me tell you, the border defense troops behind are not easy to deal with. Recently, everyone close to the border line is facing the death penalty. The boss grabbed a piglet from behind, kicked it into the minefield, and roared angrily. Catching you means death. Going through the minefield still has a glimmer of hope. Today, anyone who can escape will get $100,000 from me. Why are you all risking your lives to get out? You know it best in your hearts. Everyone get up, let us go. As soon as he finished speaking, this group of criminals directly lined up the piglets, all of whom were taken to the front to clear the way. As for how far they could go and who could survive to the end, that would depend on fate. Buzz buzz buzz. A series of roaring sounds appeared overhead, and everyone looked up to see an armed helicopter already appearing in the sky. Warning, this is the territory of the Great Shu Republic. You are suspected of illegal invasion. Immediately cease resistance and accept inspection by the Border Defense Forces. Warning, this is the territory of the Great Shu Republic. You are suspected of illegal invasion. Immediately cease resistance and accept inspection by the Border Defense Forces. Chapter 117, Returning home on the first day of the new year. While everyone else was either catching up on sleep or continuing to have fun, the Lu family had already exited the highway and returned to their hometown in Jinyang. At this moment, it was just 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Feiyu rubbed his red eyes, yawning from time to time, and lazily asked, Dad, how much longer? I've been holding it for ages. Soon, 20 more minutes. This year, 60-year-old Dad Lu, gripping the steering wheel and not daring to lose focus, complained with some resentment. Can't you drive for me? I haven't touched the steering wheel in years. This old comrade, who has a driver to take him to and from work every day, was so nervous driving that he didn't dare to blink his eyes for the several hours of the journey. Luckily, today was the first day of the new year, and there weren't many cars on the highway, otherwise, he would have been quite anxious. I'm still not sober yet. Lu Feiyu lay in the back seat like a spineless soft-bodied creature, listlessly saying, Who told you to get me drunk last night? You have to taste the bitter fruit of your own brewing. Last night, during a family gathering, a tipsy dad Lu teamed up with several uncles to compete with the younger generation. Despite these youngsters often going out to drink and party, none of them could hold their own in a one-on-one drink-off. Chapter 118, Ancestor Worship. After a joyful family reunion dinner, the old man gave high praise regarding Lu Feiyu's performance in recent years. Talking about this grandson made him feel proud, and he thought it was a blessing from the ancestors that the Lu family could produce such talent. At a young age, he had already reached the position of brigade commander and held the rank of colonel, just a step away from general. Such achievements brought him considerable face, and every holiday, county leaders would personally come to visit, showering them with gifts and monetary tokens of appreciation. Most importantly, this made the old man proud, whether in the village or town. Wherever he went, people would give a thumbs up, envying him for having such a successful child. Because of this, the old man was unwilling to move to the city. In a place where he was unfamiliar, without anyone to talk to, it would be meaningless to boast without finding like-minded friends. It was much more comfortable to stay in his hometown, where he could have everything he needed, sitting at the village entrance. And just talking about his grandson could fill an entire day with pride. Feiyu. At the dinner table, the old man, with slightly glazed eyes from drinking, swayed a bit and instructed, "Your dad is no longer reliable. You must work hard and absolutely cannot disappoint the country's nurturing." Chapter 119, The Past of the Lu Family. The Lu family was not local. During the war, the great-grandfather had to flee with the whole family to survive. Eventually, they ended up in Feiyu, where they settled. At that time, the great-grandfather was an outsider, with few children, only 3 boys. Therefore, they often faced both open and covert exclusion. Generally, things that others had would be unavailable to them, even when it came to land distribution. They received only a little over 2 acres of sandy land by the mountains, because they were outsiders without support or background. Thus, for 2 generations, the Lu family didn't talk about suffering humiliation, but they certainly received their fair share of disdain. It wasn't until the 3rd generation, when Lu Xiaohui was accepted into university and successfully established himself in the capital, that the villagers began to change their attitude and greeted them with smiles. Later, when Lu Feiyu joined the army, he received honors for several consecutive years, and his rank increased year after year. The county's armed forces and county leaders would frequently visit the old man, which finally allowed the Lu family to hold their heads high. Since then, no matter who saw the old man, they would greet him with smiles and overly polite exchanges. Even village officials were exceedingly courteous, constantly inquiring after the old couple's well-being and displaying extreme warmth. Chapter 120, Stubborn. 3 days later, life gradually returned to normal. On the roof of the old house, Lu Feiyu, dressed in a set of work clothes, had gotten used to rural life after a few days of settling in. At this moment, he was crouched on the roof, repairing a leaking spot with a few tiles in hand. Originally, he planned to wait until after the new year to find a professional team to come and repair it. However, feeling bored, Lu Feiyu volunteered to help when he heard about it, wanting to show off a bit. It was a rare opportunity to come back. He should help the old man with something, or else it would be meaningless to just eat, drink, and play for a few days before leaving. "Come on. Hand me a few tiles." Lu Feiyu lowered the rope from the roof, and was about to take a break, when he saw a middle-aged man in a down jacket, slightly plump, bent over picking up tiles below. "Hey, Secretary Fang, you're so busy, how do you have time to come over?" Lu Feiyu greeted with a smile. This person was the village secretary of Feiyu, who usually wore a smile and greeted everyone warmly. The last time Lu Feiyu saw him was 3 or 4 years ago. He hadn't expected he would still be in office after so long. "Haha, Brigade Commander Lu, if you, a high-ranking official, have time to fix the roof, how could I not find a bit of free time?" Secretary Fang filled a basket with tiles, dusted off his hands, and his chubby face was full of smiles. "Are you free tonight? Some leaders from the town want to meet you while things are still slow these days." Chapter 121, Getting Arrested. No, Brigade Commander Lu. "You've misunderstood." Hearing this, Secretary Fang broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly explained, "What happened in the morning is already in the past." He pointed at the detained youth, vividly describing, "This kid holds a grudge. While everyone was having dinner, he smashed someone's car window. Just think about it. Smashing a car window constitutes intentional destruction of someone else's property, and that person didn't want to take it lying down, so they called the police." "Did you smash it?" Lu Feiyu turned around to look at the furious youth, who was still trying to struggle. However, his question received no response. The kid remained silent, ignoring everyone. Seeing that this wasn't a solution, Lu Feiyu took out his ID and handed it to a nearby police officer, asking, "Comrade, how should we handle his situation?" The officer, habitually responding, opened the military ID and immediately changed his attitude upon seeing Lu Feiyu's rank, standing at attention and responding seriously. "Report, sir, he is already suspected of intentional destruction of property. If he is over 18 and does not get the other party's forgiveness, he could face criminal penalties." Chapter 122, I Only Rely on My Dad. Due to its proximity to the county town, there were no entertainment facilities in the town after dark. At this moment, the streets were deserted, with only a few roadside stalls still lit. Lu Feiyu drove slowly, and upon seeing a cooking stall, he turned the steering wheel to pull over. The kid in the back seat remained silent, leaning against the window and staring blankly, lost in thought. "Get out." Lu Feiyu knocked on the car window, signaling him to get out. The little guy, confused, initially thought about refusing but chose to get out of the car after feeling his rumbling stomach. At that moment, Lu Feiyu had already arrived at the stall, looked around a few times, and cheerfully asked, "Boss, do you have any hearty dishes? We have clay pot chicken, sauerkraut fish, and home-style stir-fried dishes. We are just a roadside stall, so if you want something good, we don't have it," the boss replied while working at the barbecue grill. The enticing aroma of lamb mixed with chili powder wafted through the air after being roasted over charcoal, making it incredibly tempting. "I'll have a pound of lamb. Clay pot chicken, 10 skewers of pork belly, 10 skewers of beef tendon, a roasted leg of lamb, and 10 big kidneys." Lu Feiyu swallowed and quickly ordered several meat dishes. Chapter 123, The sour smell of love stopped the car. "Open the door, I want to get out." The little guy was furious at his words and insisted on getting out in this desolate place. A teenager is at that age where they care about their image and are vain. After being provoked like this, anyone would find it unbearable. "Are you angry? Can't take it? Feel embarrassed, huh?" Lu Feiyu stopped the car and opened the door, continuing, "Face is earned by yourself, with no strength and no background. And you still can't get your act together, why should others give you face? Think about your mom working outside, unable to come home for the new year, just to earn a little overtime pay, working like a mule. Think about the elderly at home, in their 70s and 80s, still worrying about you. Asking about every little thing. Have you thought about it? If it weren't for me today, what would your family use to compensate others? Would they let you out just because of face? At most, I would go to jail." The little guy glared at him, responding angrily. All right, you have guts. You have spirit." Lu Feiyu clapped his hands with a smile and continued on the topic, "But have you thought about it? With your current situation, it's already hard enough to turn things around. If you carry a criminal record, do you think you'll have a future?" Chapter 124, Impatient. You really are just well-fed and have nothing better to do. After listening to his day's events, Reba sat with her legs together against the headboard, continuing her daily stretching exercises, not forgetting to complain. "Do you know what that kid has been through, what kind of humiliation and hardships he has faced? You just start meddling, trying to change him your way. Maybe he is in the process of self-reflection, and will come out of it in no time." You can forget it. Feiyu, fixated on the long legs on the screen, disagreed with her statement. This kind of kid lacks family love. Has been without parental guidance for a long time, and is bullied by other kids. The fact that he can fight back repeatedly and control his limits without doing anything excessively shows that he knows exactly what he is doing. If he continues to endure this oppression and bullying, it won't be long before he suffers a psychological breakdown, and it could lead to a tragic incident. Your thinking is too extreme. Reba frowned, feeling that he was being overly serious about the issue. Chapter 125, Earning Money Too Fast, Feeling Uncomfortable the Next Afternoon, in Urumqi. Are you ready? We have half an hour before the broadcast starts. Fang Ling stood at the bedroom door, urging her. The live stream on the 6th day was particularly important and required collaboration with the production team for promotional work. At this moment, Kyoto was already prepared and just waiting to connect with Reba when it was time to go live. Stop rushing me, it's just a live stream. What is the big deal? Reba, with her hair down and still in her pajamas, planned to go on screen like this. After so many days of rest, she was feeling a bit lazy and just wanted to return to Kyoto to go out and have fun with Feiyu. As for work, what work? I'm on vacation. Sister, can you at least show some enthusiasm for work? Fang Ling tugged at her sleeve, her eyes full of disdain as she muttered, "This is our first live stream. The platform is giving us a big screen recommendation and a lot of resources. We will need to cooperate frequently in the future. Is it appropriate for such a big star to appear in pajamas? Returning to a natural and simple side, what's wrong with that?" Reba twirled in front of her in her pajama pants, lifting her chin and smiling proudly. "I think I look pretty good like this. Enough to deal with those flashy girls outside." Chapter 126. A lot of schemes and tricks. Where's the broadcast button? After a brief moment of confusion, Reba nervously shook her mouse, searching for the off-air button. This scene left Fang Ling beside her dumbfounded. Everything was going smoothly, and she was acting up. What is going on? Why do you want to go offline? If you don't go offline, does money come from the wind? Reba looked at her seriously, pointing at her earnings list, saying every word clearly, "Look at this list, it earns more than filming. I seriously suspect these people are involved in some illegal activities, otherwise how could they spend so much money?" As soon as this was said, the fans in the live stream burst into laughter. The scrolling speed on the screen was ridiculously fast, making it hard for the average person to read the comments. "Is it flowers or grass? Ha ha ha, so cute. Reba is really an honest person. A gift scared her. I'm just envious of the rich. No problem, the money for the top rank doesn't come easily, even for a carnival, it's all 99. I don't even dare to spend that little. First be a grandson, then be a grandpa. It turns out being a streamer makes more money than being a star. Hurry up, horse, it's over. The money laundering gang is caught. A certain star loudly questions the fans, is your money legitimate? Chapter 127, You Really Can Talk Big. An hour later, the entire live stream ended. Reba slumped in her chair, staring at the computer screen, unable to stop sighing. It's not easy, this job is tough. At first, she thought live streaming was quite interesting, allowing real-time interaction with fans in the chat. But as time passed, some troublemaking trolls started to appear in the chat, asking sensitive questions involving privacy. Although she could pretend not to see them and not answer, she couldn't withstand the way these people stirred the pot, inciting other fans to flood the screen with comments. There were also some trolls spreading defamatory content, each word stabbing straight at her heart. Even though Reba had experienced quite a bit of online bullying, it was still hard to bear. Fortunately, this live stream was only an hour long. If she had to do this every day like those professional streamers, she would surely go crazy. This has nothing to do with how much money you earn. It completely depends on whether your mental resilience is strong enough. Today's performance was good, nearly 20 million views in an hour, which is much more cost-effective than buying traffic. Fang Ling looked at the back-end data, her eyes squinting with joy, praising. The company bosses are very satisfied with this live stream and praised you as the new queen of traffic. Chapter 128. Aerobic exercise. A happy little frog. Lane. At 10:30 p.m., on the expressway outside Kyoto Airport, Reba sat in the passenger seat, happily singing, declaring that she had finally been liberated. Driving, Feiyu glanced at the passenger seat during a moment of leisure, looking at her charming face. A tender smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Is returning to Kyoto really that happy? You've been singing all the way. Of course, I'm happy. Reba turned her head, staring at his profile, and began to complain incessantly. Ever since you left, my status at home has visibly declined. I get scolded for sleeping in every day. Sometimes I have to eat leftovers and clean the house. Tell me, with my current identity and status, when have I ever done the chores like mopping the floor? What identity do you have? Feiyu glanced at her and joked, saying, I just went back to my hometown, fixing roofs and working in the fields. The only thing left is to clean the cesspit, compared to me. Mopping the floor is nothing. That's different, okay. My home doesn't have a cesspit. Reba brushed her hair and, with her big, bright eyes, stared at him for a moment before asking back, have you reported to your family about recent situations after not going home for several years? Chapter 129. Different from imagination. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. After several days of continuous rain, Kyoto finally cleared up. In the bedroom. As soon as the second hand crossed 8 o'clock, the smart home system began to work. The electric curtains slowly opened, and a beam of glaring sunlight directly shone on the big bed. Snuggled in his arms, enjoying the afterglow of the celebration, Reba, with her eyes still closed, started to mumble complaints. Oh no, I want to sleep. Mom, can you pull the curtains? Feiyu, who had been awake for over an hour, feeling the numbness in his arm, glanced at her sleepy appearance and chuckled softly. You're back, but your soul is still in Urumqi. Huh? Hearing the noise, Reba let out a confused snort. Then, with a swift motion, she suddenly sprang up from the bed. When she saw Feiyu lying next to her, she suddenly remembered what happened last night, and immediately relaxed, snuggling back into his arms, starting to act cute. You scared me. Suddenly having a man next to me almost made my brain collapse. Feiyu hugged her petite frame, smiling helplessly. Do you know what that scene just looked like? I almost thought you were going to call the police. Chapter 130. Role reversal. The meeting between the future daughter-in-law and the future mother-in-law was far more intimate than that of biological ones. The lively atmosphere during the iron pot stewed goose meal was something else. One loved to listen while the other was great at flattering. And the two women chatted endlessly in the kitchen. In contrast, Feiyu, who was full from eating, was lounging on the sofa, idly contemplating whether to work on getting fit. Watching the nutritionally void variety show on the TV screen, he rubbed his belly, pondering if he should step up his exercise routine. Otherwise, if he kept this up for a month, he might become a greasy uncle with a beer belly. Don't embarrass me, we are here to visit, not audition. Feiyu shot her a glance, giving a preemptive warning. When you see something later, don't act out or take random pictures. Some things can't be shown in public, understand? I know, I'm someone who has signed a confidentiality agreement. Reba nodded repeatedly. And after ogling enough of the handsome young men, she still felt her man was the most attractive. Mature and manly. Can I shoot a couple of rounds later? After being obedient for 2 minutes, Reba leaned on his shoulder and requested, I've never shot a real gun before. I wonder if it's the same as those prop guns. Chapter 132. A series of 285, 88, 26 sniper rifles. The guns are okay. Don't you have any foreign military equipment? At the desk, Feiyu glanced at the 3 sniper rifles in front of him, saying they were acceptable. But his words carried a hint of disdain. After spending a long time in a special operations brigade, handling high-precision snipers and large-caliber anti-material weapons. Looking at these, he couldn't say they were bad, just that they were not very handy. Fortunately, he was a versatile soldier, having mixed in various areas. After handling the 85 and 88 rifles for many years, he could hit the target anywhere within 1,000 meters. They are good enough. We are urban anti-terrorism, not fighting armed criminals. Why do we need so many heavy weapons? Panon stood between the two, arms crossed, looking at the closest young man, calling out, "Number 3. You go first." "Yes." The young man was not polite, taking out his sniper rifle, making a few simple adjustments before shouting, "Instructor, please call the target." "Let's go for a standard 800-meter moving target, 10 shots rapid fire," Panon said casually while holding the binoculars. In his view, it didn't matter what distance they chose. The final result would be the same. But for the young man, the significance was entirely different. Chapter 133, 1v6. I'll do it. A big, muscular guy in the squad stepped forward with heavy strides. Just by his physique, it was clear he was the assault soldier in the team. A meat tank capable of fighting and carrying, with exceptional individual combat ability. But such people generally share a common flaw: poor reaction time, and when faced with agile opponents, they can easily be worn down. "How about this? Taking turns is too slow. Since we're here, I don't intend to hide, with so many people in the team. I can't handle them one by one. Let us just go all out and finish them all. You all claim to be urban anti-terror elites. So let us do something everyone is good at." He took off his coat, revealing his muscular build, and said slowly, "I'll be the robber. And you can choose the strongest team to carry out the rescue. There's no time limit, no restrictions on weapons or tactics. And it only ends when all members of either side are eliminated." Without waiting for the team members to speak, Panon directly laughed, looking at him with a hint of playful expression, teasing, "Are you challenging a small team?" Chapter 134, The old scoundrel always has tricks, all right, full of spirit. Feiyu approached the few people, sizing up their equipment with an appreciative gaze. "Not bad. You didn't forcibly reorganize the team due to personal strength. This configuration is just right for a combat team. I'm a robber, and I'm alone. I'll go in 5 minutes early, no objections, right?" He turned to the equipment box across from him and asked the inflatable hostage. "No problem, we can give you 10 minutes to set up." The sniper from earlier responded proudly. To facilitate close combat, he had abandoned his preferred sniper position and switched to an assault rifle, preparing for a frontal assault. "Great." Feiyu chuckled and began to check the equipment in the box. This counter-terrorism battle was based on practical combat, so his equipment was far inferior to those young men. Although he wasn't forced to face the enemy with just a dagger, his situation wasn't much better. He was left with only a pistol, and the ammo was pitifully scarce. Not even 2 magazines. Fortunately, Panon had a bit of humanity and specially prepared some grenades and other explosive devices for him. Chapter 135, Half damaged before meeting straight to the 4th floor, the SWAT team began to search room by room along the narrow corridor. Unlike the previous 3 floors, the 4th floor had no lobby or other complex spaces. The entire floor resembled a budget hotel with only a long corridor. This forced the SWAT team to be cautious and unable to spread out too much, so they could only advance slowly, searching as they went. They had no idea where Feiyu was hiding, so to catch him, they had to use the simplest method: search room by room. When number 3 grasped the doorknob of the first room, his teammates were already ready to fire, prepared for fire suppression at any moment. Click. As the doorknob turned down, the door slowly opened. At that moment, number 3 and his teammate quickly exchanged positions, eyes fixed on the situation inside, alternating their entry into the room. When the door was fully opened, the two had successfully entered the room, and seeing that the windows and doors were intact and the room empty, their taut nerves relaxed slightly. It was a false alarm. It seemed this old predecessor wasn't as formidable as rumored. With limited rooms on the 4th floor, and only this one corridor for entry and exit, the failure to set up obstacles in the first room was his biggest mistake. The further they went inside, the smaller their survival space would become. Chapter 136. Overly clever. The group returned to the 4th floor. Passing by the suspicious trap, Number 3 reminded everyone not to trip over the tripwire. After saying this, he carefully stepped over the tripwire and ascended another step. Arriving at the stairway, the familiar beeping sound returned to his ears. Leaning against the wall, Number 3 glanced sideways, realizing that the red dot on the ceiling was just a decoy. With no explosive capability. If they had just waited a little longer, they would have understood what was going on when no smoke appeared. Ding! Just as he was about to continue searching, a slight noise behind him made him stop in his tracks. Turning around, the last team member was frozen in place. Looking at him with a wry smile and saying, "I'm really impressed. I fell into the same trap twice. I'm not dying unjustly." Feiyu, that old silver coin. Discovered the enemy's trap, but didn't dismantle it. Instead, he set another mine at the next step, waiting for them to return and cross that tripwire. Number 3 and another person were lucky to survive by jumping over 2 steps at once. The last person was too focused on avoiding the tripwire, and never expected him to make a comeback. Number 2 eliminated. Pannon's lazy voice came through the earpiece. Chapter 137. 2 Aunts. Honey, you were so handsome today. How did you do it? How did you get on the roof? During dinner, Reba was still immersed in the afternoon's combat exercise, and in the end, she couldn't figure out whether the hostage had gone up to the roof. Watching her chattering away, Feiyu helped her with a chicken leg and explained, "I never went to the roof. The hostage was always in the last room, just going out twice in between." "Then why didn't I see you?" Reba blinked, curiously asking. She remembered clearly that she had watched all the surveillance footage, and hadn't found Feiyu's figure. "You didn't observe closely. Actually, each floor has a blind spot in the surveillance. As long as you find that spot, no one can see you." Feiyu grinned and joked, "I was afraid Pannon would snitch, so I hid for a bit." "No wonder he calls you an old scoundrel. You have so many tricks, even guarding against your own brothers." Reba's tone changed, and a hint of seriousness appeared on her watery face as she questioned, "Are you hiding something from me? From the afternoon's exercise, it was clear that you have too many schemes and aren't honest." Chapter 138. Collision. At 6 in the morning, the morning light covered the earth, and a warm breeze blew, making it quite comfortable. At Yuching Airport, Feiyu pushed several suitcases while yawning. He had been kept awake all night. He had planned to rest a bit on the plane, but Reba insisted on dragging him to binge-watch a drama. Goodness, he had done nothing but watch some unnutritious romance dramas all the way. And occasionally she would share her opinions, critiquing the actors' performances. This had been quite a trial for him, if it weren't for fearing trouble with the crew. He would have wanted to jump out with a parachute. Yuching, the capital of love for a night. Zhong shooting, with a joyful smile, opened her arms to embrace this new world. Looking at her naive expression, Feiyu snorted coldly and muttered quietly, "The capital of gynecology hospitals, enjoy yourself here. The more you indulge, the more you'll appreciate the preciousness of life." "What are you mumbling about?" Reba asked curiously, linking her arm with his. "Nothing. Just a little nostalgic about returning to a familiar place. Finally, I don't have to wear a down jacket anymore," Feiyu said, scratching his nose and giving an awkward smile. Chapter 139. Southeast Asian Tycoon. Don't say anything useless. Since the car was crashed by your friend, you pay for the repairs. Zhong shooting, lying in the back seat, demanded without courtesy, directly placing the blame on him. "Whoever wants to fix it can fix it, anyway, it's not my rental." Feiyu habitually retorted, gripping the steering wheel and speeding toward the exit. This made Zhong shooting furious. She kicked the driver's headrest and twisted her small face into a frown, angrily scolding, "You're such a stingy miser. Say whatever you want." Just don't make me pay for the repairs, Feiyu grinned at her, not forgetting to add fuel to the fire. Time for a foot wash, it smells sour. If I didn't know better, I'd think this car was carrying pickled vegetables. Come on, stop the car. Zhong's shooting immediately flared up. Reaching out to tug at the belt of her shorts in front of Reba, intending to fight this bastard to the death. Seeing that these two were not calming down at all, Reba pressed her best friend's shoulder and comforted her. Don't be angry, it's not worth it. You can't just take off your pants for such a trivial matter. Who's taking off their pants? Feiyu suddenly stopped, turned around with a smile, but unexpectedly. Reba threw a punch at him, making him obedient immediately. Chapter 140, Hovering on the edge of life and death. It's a big business, but to put it bluntly, it just means working on construction sites abroad, like being a big contractor. Xiang Bei grinned widely. Although his words were polite, one could tell from his smile that he must have made a lot of money in recent years. But you have to be careful, things are chaotic over there. With fraud, drug trafficking, and armed groups emerging one after another. Feiyu looked into his eyes and reminded him with a smile, these bastards specifically target people from Daxia. Once you're caught, you won't be able to get out. Me? Xiang Bei scoffed. Standing up to lift his shirt and reveal the dense scars on his belly, you know what kind of strength I had back then. Don't think that just because I haven't trained in recent years, I can't handle those yellow-skinned monkeys. Besides, the situation over there is more complicated than abroad. You can buy and sell firearms freely. With a weapon in hand, 10 or 8 people are nothing. If they can touch even a hair on me, I'll consider them impressive. Fine, it's better this way. I'm just reminding you. Feiyu waved his hand, signaling him to sit down quickly, and then started to chat casually. What is the real situation over there? I heard that a war is about to break out in Tokuwo. It's already started. Xiang Bei pulled out a cigarette, lit one. And a hint of worry appeared in his slightly weathered eyes. 3 days ago, the government forces officially went to war with the rebels, and both sides are fighting fiercely. It's a disaster for me. Chapter 141, Anger and Departure. Hong Yuanming is considered the first soldier personally recruited by Feiyu. He is not tall, has a big temper, and speaks with a bit of an accent. Due to family reasons, he had been wandering outside for years. Eventually, his family couldn't control him anymore, fearing that he would turn to a life of crime, so they sent him to the army. When they first met, he was quite unconvinced. Even though he couldn't compare to Feiyu in any way, he still stubbornly refused to admit defeat, recognizing that this kid was a hothead. Feiyu was the first to write him on the admission list. After enduring 6 months of torment, he finally subdued him completely. In the army, they had a superior-subordinate relationship, but outside of work, they mostly called each other brothers. When the kid retired, he specifically found Feiyu to have a drink, thanking him for all the care over the years. Originally thinking he should be working in some government unit back in his hometown now. Xiang Bei's words struck him like a knife to the heart. If memory serves, Ming is only 30 this year. For the first 10 years of his life, he was neglected by his parents, wandering aimlessly in society, almost causing a major disaster. In the following 8 years, through the training in the army, he gradually grew into one of the most outstanding special forces elites in the Daxia army. Chapter 142, Bad Compatibility, Trouble right upon landing. Hey, let me give you a task. After thinking for a while, Feiyu decided to assign this task to Reba. After he returned to the army, he had no time to manage outside affairs. Reba was different. She had assistants, and they were all girls, making it easier to handle any issues. What is it? Reba leaned over the edge of the bathtub, blinking her eyes and asking. Having drunk a bit during dinner, her face was slightly flushed, and with her silly smile, she looked extremely cute. Feiyu handed her his phone, softly explaining, it's the younger sister of a comrade of mine. She's 18 this year, and is in her senior year of high school. Her parents divorced a long time ago, leaving a son and a daughter to fend for themselves like wild children, with no one to care for them. When her brother went to the army, she was only 7 years old, a tiny child sent to a boarding school, relying on her brother's allowances to study. During the winter and summer vacations, she stayed with her aunt for 2 months, then went back to school. Life has been quite tough. All this is what Hong Yuanming told me himself. The year he was promoted and learned that his salary would increase, he happily went out for a drink, pulling Lu Feiyu along and crying about how hard his sister had it. At that time, Lu Feiyu advised him that if he worked hard, life would gradually get better. Chapter 143, taking over the scene. In the chaotic scene, a large number of passengers were fleeing in all directions, and screams and cries blended into a panic-inducing cacophony that made people uneasy. Across from the police station, patrol teams quickly surrounded the disordered crowd, launching a dispersal mission. Lu Feiyu looked at the tightly closed gate, then turned and ran towards the nearby floor-to-ceiling window, intending to smash the glass and rush in directly. Just then, 2 railway police officers noticed his figure and immediately stepped forward to persuade him, "Hey, what are you doing? Hurry, get away from here. We still don't know the situation inside. Even if you have family or friends trapped in there, you can't be so impulsive." The 2 quickly ran up, treating Lu Feiyu as an ordinary passenger, immediately grabbing his arms and trying to drag him out. Faced with this situation, Lu Feiyu was both amused and angry, promptly breaking free from their hold and taking out his credentials. "Gentlemen, I am Lu Feiyu, the commander of the Spring City Airborne Brigade. The situation is extremely urgent, so please do not delay the rescue operations." He thought that after showing his credentials, he would gain freedom and rush into the high-speed train station quickly. To his surprise, after the 2 examined his credentials for a moment, they acted in surprising unison, grabbing his arms again and continuing to pull him out. Chapter 144, Stop. "Hello, Chief. My name is Liu Zhen, the captain of the patrol team." A deep voice responded from the intercom. "From what I've observed, this group is not simple, they are well armed, quick in their actions, and highly disciplined, clearly having undergone professional training. They don't seem very interested in killing, as long as normal passengers don't cry or make a fuss. They generally won't be shot. I suspect they want to gather a certain number of hostages to negotiate." "Good, this way, your pressure will be much less." Upon hearing this news, Lu Feiyu finally felt relieved. He was worried that this group would indiscriminately massacre people, leading to a large number of casualties. Zhu Sanping had said it nicely. There were indeed more than 100 patrol security personnel inside the high-speed train station. But he overlooked one point. Most of these people were ordinary police officers, or even auxiliary police, who had not undergone high-intensity training and were unarmed. If they rushed out in a frenzy, they would be of no use other than to get themselves killed. Rescuing the hostages. The doors are sealed. Even if you rescue someone, where can you run? Bash your head against tempered glass. As for the armed police force, although they carried firearms, their numbers were too few. Stepping in at this time wouldn't make much of a difference. Chapter 145, Unmasking Identities. As the incident escalated, the number of onlookers at the scene grew larger. Everyone was holding up their phones, filming videos and posting them on major video platforms to add heat to the situation. This move directly pushed the local government into the trending topics, instantly becoming the focus of attention for people across the country. The leaders of the Spring City authorities broke into a cold sweat as pressure from all sides mounted, constantly urging the frontline command center for updates on the situation. At the same time, leaders from the provincial department arrived at the scene with the support of the crowd. His phone was nearly blowing up with calls from leaders of various departments, including those from Kyoto, inquiring about the specifics. Upon learning that the number of trapped individuals was no less than 500, the higher-ups immediately exerted intense pressure, demanding that the situation be resolved perfectly at all costs. A large-scale casualty incident absolutely could not occur. The Great Shia had never experienced such a severe kidnapping incident, and if the Spring City authorities could not handle it properly, they would become accomplices in everyone's eyes, never able to wash away this stain for the rest of their lives, even being remembered by history and bearing a lifetime of infamy. Thus, the leaders were all extremely anxious, flocking to the high-speed train station, ready to stand by at any moment. Chapter 146. Changing plans, preparing for bombing. That's right. I am the commander of the Air Assault Brigade, code name Nightmare. Lu Feiyu nodded and admitted his identity. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, the drone that had flown back turned around again, hovering above his head for a moment, seemingly taking pictures, capturing his personal photo. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu grinned and said, "Bro, don't bother, you want to get my information, let us talk business." Of course. The man spoke in a very relaxed tone, saying slowly, "Our request is simple, release Meng Xian." "Impossible." The next second, Zhu Huakai, who was leaning in close to the phone, immediately rejected his request. Even Kang De, who didn't he react, unable to understand why he was so agitated. He. It seems the commander's words aren't necessarily effective. The man smiled slightly and directly issued an ultimatum: you have 10 minutes to consider. If you can't make a decision, then there's no need to talk. By the way, we have nearly 200 people here, no one plans to return alive. If you don't care about the hostages' lives, feel free to refuse. With that, the call was hung up. Lu Feiyu turned to Zhu Huakai with a scrutinizing gaze. Chapter 147. Dual preparation, disguised infiltration. No, your plan is too risky. What if it leads to an international dispute? That's not a small matter. Zhu Bing was still somewhat clear-headed. Even though Lu Feiyu held a higher position than him, he still did not blindly follow his orders. Cross-border bombing is not a minor operation anywhere. If the other side catches any incriminating evidence, it would not be easy to settle once it hits the international stage. I'm discussing this with you. Lu Feiyu gritted his teeth and lowered his voice, reprimanding, just execute the orders, don't worry about anything else. Damn it. Launching a terrorist attack with 100 or 200 people in the country and taking hundreds of hostages to threaten the military and local government. If we really let the people go, what face would Great Xia have left? After holding back for a long time, Lu Feiyu, with anger in his eyes, demanded again. If we can't annihilate this group, if Meng Xian successfully escapes, then we might as well be dead. There's no need to talk about protecting the home and defending the country anymore. We might as well go home and hug our children. But although Zhu Bing strongly agreed with his words, he still felt that this matter was too risky. If the situation could not be controlled, it could potentially lead to an international dispute. Chapter 148. Obstruction, difficult steps. I agree. Finally, Secretary Kang, under immense pressure, agreed to the plan. At this point, they had no way out and could only push forward. Now, they could only hope that these robbers still retained a shred of humanity and would spare the innocent travelers. Otherwise, these people from the provincial department would have reached the end of their line. Get ready, the operation will commence in half an hour. Lu Feiyu waved his hand, clearing out Wu Zhuan and others from the meeting room. Once they left, he turned to Zhu Huakai and requested, Mayor Zhu, this operation is crucial. There are too many idle people outside, and no one can guarantee there are no accomplices among them. Please arrange for the security line to be moved back 200 meters, clear out the nearby residents, and block the entire high-speed train station to prevent leaks about the Special Operations Brigade's plan. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Zhu Huakai sighed lightly, feeling the weight of pressure on his mind, and wearily got up to leave. Even now, he still hadn't figured out how to deal with the impending troubles. With such a massive terrorist incident, even if they managed to rescue all the hostages, these authorities would likely face severe consequences. Chapter 149. Tripartite meeting. Repeat my orders. On the other end of the phone, General Lin asked angrily, fearing that this kid wouldn't remember his lesson. No unauthorized actions before receiving orders. Lu Feiyu. Feeling utterly helpless, repeated with a deflated tone. He just couldn't understand why, in this era where might makes right, they should care about those international politicians who only know how to shout. They are carrying out terrorist attacks right in front of you and still need to consider external public opinion disputes, by that logic. Should they hold a conference for every criminal suspect and deliberate for 10 days and nights before taking action? Number 1, I'm doing this for your own good. Zhao Zhan's tone softened a bit after seeing his emotions gradually calm down. You can't handle this. If anything goes wrong, all the effort and achievements of so many years will vanish in an instant, and being forced to leave would be the least of your worries. Thanks for that. Lu Feiyu shot him a glance. Though his words were ungracious, his anger had mostly dissipated. He knew Zhao Zhan had it tough. The two of them were like the heads of the air assault brigade. Impulsively making mistakes was one thing. If both of them had such tempers, it wouldn't be long before the troops were in disarray. Chapter 150, Direct Confrontation here. Commander Jia really knows how to joke. Minister Du glanced at the camera with a forced smile, intending to continue delaying. This matter affects not only your military, but also our foreign ministry, which is under tremendous pressure. It must be handled properly. So, I ask everyone to wait a moment, please don't be anxious. I can give you at most 1 hour. Commander Jia didn't want to continue playing Tai Chi with him, and after issuing a final ultimatum, ordered to cut the call. They had limited time, and the plane transporting Meng Xian was already moving towards the border. If a final decision was not made during this time, the military would not stand down. What is the situation at the high-speed train station? A hint of worry appeared in Commander Jia's gloomy eyes as he lit a cigarette from the box on the table. This incident is definitely planned and prepared. Notify the relevant departments to immediately conduct a thorough investigation. External enemies are not to be feared, internal traitors are the most despicable. Commander, we have already informed the comrades from the National Security to start a thorough investigation. General Lin Ruian had prepared in advance and had briefed everything before coming to the command center. In fact, he even prepared a second emergency plan on the way. If the higher-ups could not come to a conclusion, he was ready to take the blame for Lu Feiyu. Chapter 151, Flip-Flop. The Spring City High-Speed Railway Station has experienced a terrorist hijacking incident, with over 500 passengers facing life-and-death threats. The first terrorist attack in the country has erupted, and the Spring City High-Speed Railway Station is now completely locked down. The situation is escalating. The robbers are still in a standoff, and rescue operations have yet to commence. Shocking. Hundreds of terrorists have taken over the high-speed railway station, putting the lives of stranded passengers in serious jeopardy. Good afternoon, viewers. I am currently at the perimeter of the Spring City High-Speed Railway Station. From what can be seen in the footage, both sides are still in a standoff. Although the specifics of the negotiations have become chaotic, various trending topics are circulating online, and reporters from major media outlets are surrounding the scene for live coverage. This swarm of concentrated exposure has significantly increased pressure on the Spring City government. Yet they find themselves helpless. The incident has already been exposed, and countless citizens are anxiously following the developments. Without a proper resolution, they dare not suppress the incident's attention for fear of angering netizens nationwide and further tarnishing the local government's reputation. Everyone knows about it. If you keep hiding it, it would just be self-deception and an attempt to cover things up. Chapter 152, Retreat. Go ahead and kill me if you can. Lu Feiyu's neck bulged with veins. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the surveillance screen in front of him, trying his best to control his tone to avoid any slip-ups. You better blow up the entire high-speed railway station. If you do that, not only will everyone on site die, but Meng Xian and all the organizations behind him won't escape either. Don't think the world is so big that you can just hide in a corner. If the Great Xia wants someone, they can dig you out even from your ancestral grave. In the command center, everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. fearing they might disturb Lu Feiyu at this crucial moment. Secretary Kang, Zhao Zhun, and some leaders from the Spring City authorities all had pale faces. Their hearts in their throats, fearing the robbers might impulsively kill all the hostages present. At this point, there were no other choices. They could only face off and see who could hold out longer. Otherwise, with 400 to 500 hostages trapped in the station, the casualties during a full-on assault could be catastrophic. They had to first negotiate the release of 300 people to minimize the damage. Of course, the robbers understood this as well, which is why they kept holding on tight. Chapter 153, Countdown. What to do. Lu Feiyu leaned against the door, lost in thought. In the current situation, Meng Xian was the key. If he was released, it would be difficult to appease the group in front of him. But if he wasn't released and a rescue operation commenced, there were still over 100 hostages being guarded by the robbers. If these people became desperate, it was possible they might choose to die together. It was tough. Letting Meng Xian go didn't guarantee the release of the hostages. But if they didn't let Meng Xian go, the robbers would definitely not release the hostages. For a moment, Lu Feiyu found himself in a dilemma, unsure how to respond. The opposing side was numerous and had some combat capabilities. If he clung to Meng Xian at this moment, it would likely anger them. Currently, over 90 of the hostages in the area were elderly, women, and children. It was unrealistic to expect them to save themselves or escape in an orderly manner if gunfire broke out. Find the locations of the undercover teams and the armed police inside. After considering for a long time, Lu Feiyu returned to the big screen and commanded. He wanted to see what the success rate of launching a rescue plan would be now. With the order given, the positions of various teams were marked out. Chapter 154, Moving Military Merit. It took Zhu Bing over 5 minutes to walk a mere 100 meters. Meng Xian, held at gunpoint, understood his intentions and immediately sneered, mocking. Don't waste your effort. If you don't let me go, they definitely won't budge. Getting me to the border is already saying something. You talk too much. Zhu Bing narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the positions and firepower distribution of the personnel across from him. From Lu Feiyu's tone, it was clear that a fight was likely to break out soon. Although armed helicopters were ambushed in the rear mountain, the current situation was still far from optimistic. The opposing side was numerous, and they couldn't cross the border. Relying solely on the firepower of armed helicopters to achieve prolonged fire support and continuous strikes would be quite difficult. Damn it! If I had known it would turn out like this, I'd have brought 2 mountain cannons over to blow this group of beasts away. If I ever go to Taku, just mention my name, Meng Xian, and I'll have free food and drinks. Meng Xian's stubbled profile broke into a faint smile. Gazing at the border so close, the emotions he had suppressed for so long began to stir within him, soon becoming uncontrollable. After being locked up for so many days, he was about to go crazy. Chapter 155, Blow It Up. First, turn on the lights. At the front, Lu Feiyu felt the sound of gunfire ringing in his ears, constantly striking his eardrums. He could clearly sense that if this continued, the shield in his hand would likely be penetrated. Turn on the power on the 2nd floor. Everyone continue to push forward, prioritize rescuing the hostages. Tat 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 tat. The robbers trapped in the waiting room switched to desperate mode. Disregarding whether they would be hit by bullets, and fired wildly with their guns, constantly suppressing the rescue team that wanted to raise their heads. Damn! Lu Feiyu felt his arm go numb. He persisted until everyone behind him had evacuated before rolling aside to hide behind a pillar, gasping for breath. In less than a minute from charging out to seeking cover, the shield in his hand had already been deformed by the bullet impacts. Even his arm was numbed by the powerful bullet strikes, losing all sensation. Seeing these people still fighting desperately, Lu Feiyu gritted his teeth, picked up an AK, and commanded. Wuxuan, break through the front defenses and keep them suppressed. Received. Crouching behind a side pillar, Wuxuan devised a clever plan, instead of getting up to charge forward. He used the pillar for leverage and slid out close to the ground. Chapter 156. Disagreement. Bang bang bang. Dozens of kilometers away at the artillery position. A series of muffled sounds echoed from the distance, followed by mushroom clouds filled with dust rising into the sky, scattering the nearby clouds. Old San Ma. You blew it off target. In the earpiece, Ju Bing shouted hoarsely. The position has been sent to you, within a kilometer. Turn this place upside down. Don't shout. Aren't you afraid of friendly fire? The Mountain Artillery Battalion commander covered his earpiece and instructed, Tell the brothers to get down, the good show is just getting started. At the rear position, 12 large-caliber artillery pieces raised their proud heads, quickly completing calibration in preparation for the next round of bombardment. Battalion Commander Ma stood with his hands on his hips, nearly grinning ear to ear. After so many years in the military, he had watched the opposite side more than once, dreaming of firing a few rounds over there for fun. Today's battle finally allowed him to fulfill that wish. No matter what the consequences are, as long as these few shots feel good, he is willing to accept confinement afterward. All units, pay attention, target southeast, range scale 8. Direction 1153, charge number 3, instant detonation fuse, salvo of 9 rounds, prepare. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. As the command fell, 12 cannons fired simultaneously. The shells weighing dozens of kilograms were sharper than arrows, trailing fiery tails, as they raced towards the target. Chapter 157, The Wronged Woman. After 5 hours of extreme tension, the hostage situation at Chun City High-Speed Railway Station has concluded, with nearly 200 hijackers fully controlled. Live coverage from the Chun City Government Press Conference. The largest hostage crisis within the country has come to an end, and according to insiders, all hostages have been properly settled. Behind the terrorist attack, a crazed armed drug trafficking group from abroad. After the incident calmed down, various related posts flooded the internet, with analyses of the hijacking case appearing everywhere. Some self-righteous media personnel attempted to investigate the true identities of the hijackers, but were quickly halted by the relevant authorities. In the eyes of the public, they only saw the high-speed railway station hijacking incident, and were completely unaware of another battle occurring at the border. Therefore, they were eager to know the truth behind this case, unaware that international websites had already descended into chaos, condemning the actions of the Dacia military. Some ill-intentioned bloggers even concocted a series of analyses regarding the border shelling issue, placing all the blame on the Dacia government, claiming they violated border treaties and bullied the weak. Using this as a starting point, they began to sensationalize the issue online, attempting to stir up public opinion and create pressure. Chapter 158. One person bears the responsibility as 9 o'clock approached, after several prompts from medical staff. Ria left the ward with some concern. The hospital had a rule that family members of senior officials were not allowed to stay overnight, professional nursing staff were on duty, and any issues would be promptly addressed. I'll come back tomorrow. Is there anything you want to eat in the morning? Before leaving, Ria's tone softened significantly as she held his hand and asked. Despite the complaints and anger, deep down, she cared too much, which was why she was so upset. No need, the hospital has everything, just eat something casually, Feiyu replied with a smile, glancing at his phone. Your holiday is almost over. Hurry back to Kyoto. Don't delay your work. My little injury will be fine, and I can be discharged in a day or 2, it's nothing. Don't worry about my matters. Focus on recovering, Ria said somewhat irritably. What are you still talking about work for at this time? Everything on my side can be postponed. As long as you're fine, that's all that matters. Then I'll be going. See you tomorrow. Ria reluctantly stood at the door, worryingly reminding him. If you need to use the bathroom at midnight, just call the nursing staff. Chapter 159, Advanced Maternal Age. Hey, I finally understand. You're just throwing caution to the wind now, do whatever you want. General Lin looked at his indifferent attitude and shook his head with a smile. What a true example of one person bears the responsibility. You really plan to take this on. It's not throwing caution to the wind. It's just that I have no other options, and I feel I haven't done anything wrong, Feiyu said defiantly, raising his head. Being a soldier is about protecting the home and country, safeguarding the border. If they bully us at home, we should have some attitude, right? If we just let those people get away, that would be the biggest joke. All right, don't express your opinions anymore. General Lin didn't want to see his smug face. He claimed he was willing to admit mistakes and follow orders, but his expression was one of pride, showing no sign of remorse. Before the upper command issues orders, just do what you need to do. Before leaving, General Lin gently reminded him. Don't think too much about useless things, recover well and return to your unit. Whatever will happen. Yes? Feiyu grinned and saluted. From this, it seemed the situation was settled, and likely the command would back him up. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? Chapter 160, The Imperial Sword. A week later, everyone was back to their intense work, and everything returned to normal. The issue of the artillery fire at the border still had not been addressed. Press conferences had been held multiple times, but they just repeated a few statements without causing much public outcry. As for the situation on the Taku side, they remained silent. It wasn't clear whether they were too busy to deal with it, or had communicated in advance and voluntarily dropped the matter. In summary, after some time had passed, the incident gradually subsided. As the person involved, Feiyu faced no punishment, not even a phone call. Instead, the soldiers who participated in the operation received the recognition they deserved. Observers could see that someone had withstood the pressure and suppressed the matter. Although Feiyu was not punished, he did not receive any accolades either. It seemed like a balancing act, turning a blind eye to let it go. With the higher-ups not speaking out or pursuing accountability, Feiyu was content to play dumb, ignoring everything. Isn't it just a bit of military merit? If I don't have it, then I don't have it. Compared to what was said online, his current situation was already quite favorable. Chapter 161, One-on-one duel. Don't give me this nonsense. The orders from the command aren't going to work. Qin Yuhua didn't even have the interest to look at him, decisively rejecting his presumptuous thoughts. He was also an old hand in the 3rd Army Group, and had long heard about the expansion of the Airborne Brigade. However, he didn't expect Feiyu to directly come to the 121st Regiment first. This guy really has no reservations, targeting old friends. Look at you. Why do you get so worked up while talking? Feiyu rolled his eyes, knowing this guy was a tough nut to crack. Fortunately, he had prepared before coming. I'm not trying to poach, it's for the grassroots soldiers' sake, to give them a bigger development platform. If you don't believe me, call them over to ask. If they don't want to go to the Airborne Brigade, I won't say a word and just leave. Why should I? Qin Yuhua, filled with dissatisfaction, looked him up and down. My people, I'll arrange them however I want. Why should I bring them over for you to ask? Hurry up and go. I don't welcome you here. Get lost quickly, or don't blame me for being rude and finding someone to clean you up. Hey. I find you're really not one to be easily swayed. Hearing this, Feiyu rolled up his sleeves, assuming a fighting stance. Come on, go ahead and find someone. Let us see who you can bring. Chapter 162, Overwhelming Pressure. Having spent years on the training ground, Feiyu immediately saw through this kid's intentions. He nimbly dodged to the left like a swimming fish, as the massive fist brushed past his ear. Without waiting for Zhong Da to gather strength, Feiyu's fingers struck like lightning, precisely hitting the opponent's wrist nerve. Zhong Da felt his entire arm go numb and weak in an instant. The uppercut he had been preparing froze mid-air. Seizing the opportunity, Feiyu stepped lightly on the ground, his figure closing in like a ghost. His palm appeared to casually press against Zhong Da's shoulder, but it actually contained hidden strength, causing Zhong Da's mountain-like body to stumble forward uncontrollably. Lu Feiyu took advantage of this and spun around, sweeping his heel across Zhang Die's knee, and with a muffled thud, Zhang Die's sturdy form crashed heavily onto the lawn. Zhang Die, his face flushed with anger, roared as he flipped over and climbed back up, swinging his fist to charge again. Lu Feiyu dodged to the side, seizing Zhang Die's arm and executing a beautiful shoulder throw, slamming Zhang Die firmly to the ground. Zhang Die struggled to rise, only to find Lu Feiyu had somehow circled behind him, pressing a knee against his back while gripping his wrist with both hands, easily subduing him. A series of incredibly smooth combos precisely targeted Zhang Die's vital points, and with his agile body, Lu Feiyu kept him on the defensive, leading him by the nose from the very beginning. Chapter 163. Thousands of soldiers in training for several consecutive days. Lu Feiyu managed to recruit the promising troublemakers from the Southern Theater. Compared to Qin Yuhua, other units were very cooperative. Upon hearing that the airborne battalion was requesting personnel, they would directly bring the soldiers over for questioning without hesitation. If any individual showed interest in training, they would simply sign off and release them. Everyone understood why they enlisted as soldiers. Most were seeking to make achievements and secure a good future. Now, with the opportunity right in front of them, holding onto it stubbornly would not only seem short-sighted, but also hinder others' prospects. Such thankless tasks were typically avoided by any smart leader. Qin Yuhua was an exception. He was relatively familiar with Lu Feiyu, and had already lost many people to the airborne battalion when it was first established. Therefore, feeling a bit resentful was quite normal. Half a month later, in the office building of the airborne battalion, Lu Feiyu took off his outer clothing and leaned against the conference table. His slightly reddened eyes filled with bloodshot veins, looking utterly exhausted, as if he had been drained completely. During this time, he had done everything possible to bring the soldiers he had his eye on. Just accompanying those old-timers for drinks had worn him out. When they generously handed over soldiers, it was only proper to treat them to a meal. Chapter 164. Thoughts of stepping back these past few days. You can do whatever you want. Just don't cause any fatalities, and keep it under 30 people. Lu Feiyu stood up and looked at the mid to high-level personnel in front of him, reminding them once again. Also, don't try any tricks. Anyone unqualified among the 1,500 slots will be filtered out. Sending those without special operations capabilities into this program is actually harming them. Understood. Everyone nodded in unison. They still had some sense of boundaries. Rules are rules, and that was the bottom line that shouldn't be broken. Prepare to go. Finalize your current tasks, and the issue regarding the venue will be sent out by the staff soon. Choose for yourselves, and leave the rest to me. Lu Feiyu waved his hand, signaling the end of the meeting. Once everyone left, Zhao Zhan remained in his seat, staring blankly at him, openly expressing his dissatisfaction. Big brother, you have no idea how hard it is to get money. The way you say it shows a lack of foresight. Lu Feiyu took out a set of imported cosmetics from his bag and handed it to him. We now hold the command's approval, so how much do you need? Chapter 165. The Rich Woman's Circle. I was just about to mention this. Reba tidied her clothes, not looking up as she requested, can we take on some high-quality period dramas, or urban romance dramas in the future? They are completely lacking in challenge and exhausting to shoot. Sister, we're here to make money, as long as it's decent, that's enough. Fang Ling had a different opinion, leaning against the makeup table and advising, a woman S' is very short, and a female star S is even more pitifully brief. Your most important task now is to earn enough money for the latter half of your life in these few short years, securing your future. Once you have enough money that you can't spend it all in a lifetime, then you can think about improving quality. Now you're just being contrary. Reba replied helplessly, without high-quality works, the producers want to make money, who will still want to hire you for filming in the future. Making money is fine. But only by producing results and having representative works can you survive longer and earn more. All right, say what you want, our intentions are similar. We're all here to make money after all. Fang Ling was too lazy to argue over such matters, turning to urge the still searching Xiaolu, "Have you found it?" The aunt is about to explode. Chapter 166. Relatives are here. Your skin is getting better and better. Have you been secretly seeing some young person behind the scenes? Teacher Wang was also someone who liked to joke, directly retorting in front of everyone. Yes, feeling great. Reba smiled sweetly, nodding without hesitation. Ha ha ha, everyone burst into laughter, taking it as a joke. They all understood that a female star's privacy is much better hidden than theirs. If there were any truth to it, how could she dare to say it openly? Therefore, to everyone, it was just a harmless little joke, something to laugh about. Only Fang Ling, standing aside, looked quite displeased, secretly cursing this aunt for saying whatever came to her mind. If someone with ulterior motives hears this, it would be difficult to wash it away later. Coughing to prevent this girl from continuing to babble, Fang Ling lightly coughed and stepped forward to pull her arm, reminding her, "You all chat first. A few people from the industry are over there, let us go greet them." All right, you guys are busy." Everyone nodded nonchalantly. Reba, who was in the middle of a lively conversation, looked at her in surprise and asked, "Where did the director come from? I didn't see anyone." Chapter 167. Money can make you willful. As they got closer, Reba's heart began to race, her small hands nervously clasped together. To be honest, she was still a bit afraid of Jiang Lina. Her aura was too strong, and she spoke and acted decisively, embodying a domineering female CEO style. Anyone standing in front of her would instinctively feel diminished. Aunt Jiang, long time no see." As she approached, Reba smiled shyly, almost saying, "President Jiang, what are you doing here?" Jiang Lina looked at her in surprise, not expecting to meet her here. I'm the spokesperson for Dior. I was invited here today." Reba rubbed her hands together, trying to appear as natural as possible. "All right, very good." Jiang Lina looked her up and down, a hint of a smile appearing on her cool, beautiful face. "Has Feiyu gone back?" He has been back for over half a month." Reba quickly nodded, then pulled out a chair beside her, eagerly inviting, "Aunt, please sit." "No need to be polite, you sit too." Jiang Lina bent down to take a seat, then casually scanned the surrounding guests and asked, "Are there many contracts signed this year?" "There are quite a few investors and brand representatives here tonight. Why not chat with them?" Chapter 168. She is my relative. Sure enough, money can make things happen. This cliché plot can smoothly operate in any era. After Jiang Lina's maneuvering, in just 10 minutes, Reba had 3 scripts in her hands. They had even confirmed a female lead role. Such a quick signing model made Fang Ling, who had seen numerous big scenes, secretly click her tongue in amazement at the power of capital. After so many years in the industry, she had seen all sorts of outrageous signing methods. But this scene in front of her was one she couldn't wrap her head around. Some female bosses like young boys, spending a little money for fun and happiness. Most male bosses prefer pure and beautiful female stars, spending lavishly to win a smile from them. But what does this General Jiang want? The two women seem to have such a good chat and are willing to invest more, spending big to support Reba. What is she really after? Could it be that she wants to poach someone? That shouldn't be the case. She's such a big boss. How could she personally get involved because of a female artist? Besides, although Reba currently has considerable commercial value, compared to the huge profits in the financial sector, it's hardly worth mentioning. She could easily take the extra money and invest it in other businesses, which would definitely be faster and more efficient than investing in a film. Chapter 169. To the death. Report, instructor. An assessment is an assessment. I think it should be based on results and strength. You shouldn't evaluate so many people on site with a golden egg in shit approach. In the front row, a young man with a buzz cut and a face full of acne stepped forward and shouted loudly. His words immediately eased everyone's furrowed brows, bringing a sense of relief. To them, an assessment is just an assessment. there's no need for personal attacks. Did I ask you to step forward? Lu Feiyu said as he approached the soldier, staring into his defiant eyes. His expression changed suddenly, and he coldly shouted, "Do you think you have a sense of justice, and that you're particularly impressive? Want to be the one who stands out? Instructor, I don't think, shut up." Before the young man could finish, Lu Feiyu snapped, his sharp gaze filled with furious anger. Now, you have two choices. First, 1,000 push-ups, start immediately. Second, get lost. The young man held his head high, wanting to argue. But when he met Lu Feiyu's gaze, his heart sank. He knew the other party wasn't joking. To avoid being the first eliminated, he dared not say another word and immediately dropped to the ground to start his punishment of 1,000 push-ups. Chapter 170, To the Death, 2. In the evening, as the sun set, the soldiers, who had been exhausted all day, collapsed onto the lawn. Their training uniforms were soaked through, and the stinky mud clung to their skin, itchy and wet. At this moment, after being tormented for over 10 hours, they felt as if their bodies were falling apart, with no strength even to move their arms. Throughout the day, they only had 2 bowls of sweet water at noon, and the entire afternoon was filled with physical training and combined confrontations. After several rounds of exhaustion, everyone was utterly drained. More than 20 people had already been eliminated and left the scene. Hey, why is everyone lying down? Get up, get up. Lu Feiyu came to them with a bowl of braised ribs, squatting down with a concerned expression, holding the bowl out in front of them. Want to eat? The soldiers, who had been hungry all day, looked at the delicious and fragrant ribs, and it would be a lie to say they didn't want to eat. But they knew the instructor wasn't that kind-hearted. There had to be other traps involved. Over the course of the day, they had already experienced what it meant to deal with a cunning and treacherous person. None of the conditions he promised had been fulfilled. And the punishments he set were getting more severe each time. Chapter 171, To the Death, 3. At 3 in the morning, in the training camp, the soldiers, who had been tormented for most of the night, had no strength left to continue training. After a day of relentless torture, everyone felt as if their bodies were falling apart, their limbs numb and unresponsive. Some young guys could even fall asleep standing up, feeling that if they had the chance to squat down, they could immediately start snoring. Fortunately, Lu Feiyu and the others had no intention of killing them. Finally, at 3 o'clock, they announced a break. Upon hearing this news, there was no cheer or joy. Everyone's numb eyes showed no signs of emotional change. Like a group of mindless zombies, they hunched over and slowly made their way to the rest tents. Even though they were drenched in sweat and completely soaked, they had no desire to clean up. At this moment, they had only one thought: to rest, to sleep, to get a good night's sleep. Be careful. A maximum of 2 hours. In the camp, Lu Feiyu checked his watch and instructed, "Don't let them sleep too long, otherwise, they won't get up." Don't worry. I understand this feeling too well. Yangshan had a sly smile as he looked at the group of soldiers who had been tormented to near death, recalling his own past. Chapter 172, Continuous Pressure. The hour hand crossed 5 o'clock in the morning. When the first light of dawn appeared, Yangshan, who had just dozed off in his chair, rubbed his still sleepy eyes, picked up the speaker on the table, and began the second day's devil training. At this moment, in front of the 10 tents, some instructors had already begun to line up, holding stopwatches and preparing to time. Yangshan stood in the middle of the camp, shook his sore neck, and pointed to the side team, "Ring the bell." Ding ding ding. The next second, the electronic bell rang out across the entire camp. Yangshan held the speaker in his hand and began to shout loudly, "Now, everyone must get up and line up within 30 seconds. Exceeding the time means immediate elimination. Hurry up, hurry up." The instructors in front of the tent started timing and also threw in 2 tear gas canisters to help wake these kids up. The tear gas began to release, and the soldiers who had just been awakened felt as if their eyes were attacked by pepper spray, tears uncontrollably streaming down their faces. A burning sensation spread through their nasal passages and throats, making it difficult for them to breathe. Hearing the urging voices from outside, everyone dared not delay and hurriedly got up to put on their clothes and shoes. Chapter 173, The exercise has nothing to do with you. At 8:50 in the morning, the helicopter landed on the military base's helipad. Feiyu, who had been rushing and slowing down, was almost late. The main reason was that the fuel had not been delivered last night, causing the helicopter to not have enough fuel to fly to the military base, forcing them to return to the Air Assault Brigade to refuel before making their way back. Back and forth, after some fuss, more than 10 minutes passed. And Feiyu was almost dead from the hassle, cursing non-stop along the way, berating the logistics head of the travel department. Just after getting off the plane, a military district staff member rushed over, anxiously complaining, "The commander is already here, waiting for you. Don't mention it, we wasted a lot of time on the way. Let us go quickly." Feiyu stepped onto the military vehicle beside him, speeding towards the office building. After hurrying and slowing down, they arrived at the conference room at 8:59. Although he wasn't late, Lin Ruyan and others had already arrived early, and everyone was waiting for him. Report. Facing the gazes of everyone, Feiyu stood at the door, feeling a bit embarrassed, and shouted loudly, "Come in." Fortunately, General Lin didn't hold it against him. Just waved his hand gently, signaling him to take a seat. As all the personnel from various units were present, the meeting officially began. Chapter 174. The company executives are anxious. I don't quite understand, this matter seems to have little to do with us. Feiyu scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. In the domestic war of Tar country, what on earth is the government army thinking, to actually request the Daxia army to intervene? What does the whole world owe them? Originally, it was not much related. General Lin extinguished his cigarette, and glanced at him casually. But the last time the borderline was shelled, didn't that give them a reason? As compensation, this matter was agreed upon. Feiyu took a deep breath, wanting to argue a few words, but after holding it for a long time, he couldn't say anything. Well, if you put it that way, he would just accept it. The fact that the last incident could be resolved so quickly was indeed thanks to the Tar country government not pursuing it further. He originally thought that the higher-ups had discussed other matters and negotiated. Unexpectedly, in the end, this order still had to be brought by him. What specific time will we go? How long are we expected to stay there? After a while, Feiyu chose to resign himself to fate, hanging his head and asking, "Around mid-next month, after you finish your current tasks and submit the assessment assignments, you can set off." General Lin, holding a teacup, said uncertainly after some consideration. Chapter 175. Departure from Tianjin. President Qin, I really hadn't thought about this, and your sudden mention has left me a bit stunned. Can I take some time to think about it? Reba hesitated for a moment, and did not give a precise reply. There is still a long time until the contract expires, and no one can predict what will happen in the future. But she could be sure of one thing. Unless uncontrollable circumstances arise, she probably wouldn't renew the contract. Even the second option, where the company pays to set up a studio, she wouldn't choose. Since she wanted to break free, she wanted to do so cleanly. Moreover, the clauses in entertainment company contracts have too many pitfalls. They sound good now, but after signing, no one can guarantee what will happen later. Only by taking fate into her own hands is the right choice. I understand, I just said that to prepare you mentally. Qin Hao was not surprised by her reaction. Now that she has risen in status and her exposure has gradually increased, it is clearly unrealistic to think that she can casually chat and sign a contract like before. Everyone is the same, in a state of hunger, the only thought is to have a hearty meal. Once well-fed and with good economic conditions, people start to pursue so-called freedom and spiritual needs. Chapter 176. Full of vigilance. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaolu stood at the door, gently tapping on it. In the narrow hallway, the three people stood crowded with a large pile of things. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking twice without a response, Reba gently rubbed her forehead and sighed helplessly. Xiaolu, if there's no one at home today, I'm going to give you a good scolding. This girl. Before coming, she was supposed to call, but she was so sure that there would definitely be someone at home on Sunday. Now it seems she might have miscalculated a bit. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaolu gritted her teeth and knocked again. Pouting her face and muttering in grievance, didn't he expect her, a high school student, to not be home on the weekend? Perhaps she went out to have fun with friends. Then what are you waiting for? Call. Reba rolled her eyes at her and stepped back 2 steps on the stairs. It was too stuffy here, there wasn't even a window in the hallway. Even though it was still daytime, the air in the whole hallway was stagnant. And at night, it would be pitch dark, which was even scarier. Tap, tap, tap. Light footsteps echoed in the stairwell, and soon a girl in a blue and white school uniform walked over, holding books. Chapter 177. A pleasant conversation. That's a photo of my brother and me. He was only 16 at the time, and I was about 5 or 6. Hong Yuka came out of the bathroom, looking at the photo of her brother with a sweet smile on her face. It was clear that they had a good sibling relationship. And even though they had been apart for many years, their affection for each other had not diminished. Sister Reba, how do you know my brother? Oh? My husband is a comrade in arms with your brother. Reba came back to her senses, bending down to sit in front of the little girl and explained. She had already thought about how to explain things to the girl before coming. She initially thought deceiving a young girl wouldn't be difficult. Now it seemed that this matter was a bit beyond her expectations. The child, whether in speaking or doing things, revealed cleverness everywhere. To fool her, some effort was needed. You're married? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Hong Yuka looked at her in shock, then realized her expression was not quite appropriate and quickly corrected herself. What I mean is, how come I didn't hear about it? Don't celebrities usually make a big deal out of their weddings? Haha, not yet, but it will be soon. Reba smiled lightly, casually separating some items she brought and showing them to her. Chapter 178. Going abroad 1 month later, at the office building of the Airborne Brigade. All 4 teams sent out for selection have returned. In the conference room, everyone looked exhausted, completely drained of energy. During this month, they had slept less than 4 hours a day, dreaming about training. Even Feiyu, with his physique, was struggling and had lost more than 10 pounds. He was tanned badly. Others were not much better. Zhu Bing's eyes were bloodshot, and his lumbar muscle strain had recurred. Wu Jin and others were even worse. After a month of wilderness survival training, their bodies were covered with small red spots, and they had rashes that were a handful. Fortunately, it was only a month. If it continued like this, it wouldn't be said whether the newcomers could endure, but the old hands would not be able to take it anymore. Finally, it's over. At the conference table, Feiyu rubbed his thin face, sighing tiredly. I just glanced at the summary report, 14,832, and in the end, 355 were successfully selected. I'd say it meets my standards. The promotion selection will continue for the next 3 months, and we absolutely cannot let these kids be idle. The final number of promoted individuals must not exceed 260. Chapter 179, Thunderhead. All right, the regulations learned are not in vain. I know to be cautious when doing things now. Feiyu smiled broadly, continuously laughing, and gave a high affirmation of her awareness. Of course, I am a modern young woman with higher education. Ria looked at the phone screen with a proud expression and noticed his bloodshot eyes, then kindly reminded him. Rest more and eat well, look at how thin you've become. It's fine, being a bit thin is healthy. Feiyu put down her bowl. lay back in the chair with her phone, and yawned repeatedly. What program are you filming this time? I'll take a look when I have time. Reality show. Variety show, running around every day doing tasks, it's almost like traveling. Rhea sat cross-legged on the sofa in the VIP room, her lips curling into a gentle smile. I heard the temples over in the White Elephant country are particularly effective. I'll help you get a safety talisman later. No need for that. I don't believe in those superstitions. Feiyu, who was about to doze off, quickly waved her hand to refuse, saying, in my heart. There's only the party and the people. It's pretty chaotic over there, don't wander around at night, and avoid watching the ladyboy shows. You know quite a bit, when I have some free time, I'll go over and shoot more videos for you. Rhea smiled and chatted casually in front of the camera. Chapter 180, Are you getting married? Oh my gosh, you two scared me to death. Thunderhead patted his chest, feeling his heart racing, and complained, I was wondering how you could be discovered when you covered it so tightly. So it's you two. This really shocked my heart. Ha ha ha, Yaya laughed until her eyes were almost invisible, wrapping her arms around his shoulders and teasing, you still don't understand where your standout point is. Covering your face won't help. Next time, cover your head, no one will recognize you. Go away, dogs can't spit out ivory. Do I have such a big head? Thunderhead, somewhat skeptical, stood in front of the mirror next door, took a careful look, and mumbled with a bit of insecurity. I think it's pretty normal. It's fine, the only thing to fear is comparing yourself with others. Rhea ran to his side, reflecting her upper body in the mirror. When both of their heads appeared at the same time, the difference was immediately apparent. Thunderhead's head looked like it was carrying a watermelon, much larger than Rhea's by several circles. Get away, neither of you is a good person. Thunderhead felt greatly impacted, pushing Rhea way far in front of him, not wanting to stand next to such a high-value artist. They were completely not on the same level, and couldn't be compared. Chapter 181, The situation is chaotic. Wow, you really do big things quietly. You're getting married and only now releasing the news. Thunderhead looked at her in shock, never expecting this guy to be so decisive. Doing such a thing at the peak of his career. Although getting married isn't considered a particularly bad event, it will still have some impact on a female star. Especially for her, a high-value female star, there are many fans around her, and once news of her marriage spreads, many people will inevitably unfollow her. Actually, I didn't mean to hide it from everyone. Rhea faced their astonished gazes, her brows and eyes filled with happiness. The main reason is that we haven't gotten our marriage certificate yet, and my husband's job is quite special, so I haven't mentioned it. What does he do? Is he the boss of an entertainment company, or a rich second generation from some group? Yeah, with a heavy curiosity. Couldn't he even focus on eating and looked at her eagerly. Can you stop talking nonsense? Thunderhead reacted quickly, slapping him on the forehead. She said her identity is special. Why are you still pursuing it? Give her some personal privacy. There's nothing I can't say. My husband is in the military and is still serving. Rhea unconsciously straightened her back, even her tone becoming a bit more formal. Chapter 182, Pursuing the Murderer. Half an hour later, led by numerous prison guards, a thin guy with curly hair was brought before Xiangbei. Looking at the long-time enemy in front of him, Xiangbei's eyes instantly turned red. Tightly gripping the lighter in his hand, suppressing the impulse within. Mr. Zaka, thank you for your help. 100,000 will soon be deposited into your account. Mr. Xiang. We are friends, if you have any troubles in the future, you can contact me. I still have some influence in the White Elephant country. Zaka said quite naturally. Clearly satisfied with the amount he offered. Just a trivial criminal can exchange for 100,000 and a golden Buddha, this kind of business. He wishes he could encounter every day. Thank you, I'll treat you to a drink when I have the chance. Xiang Bei smiled and nodded, then signaled to his underlings to push the curly-haired guy out. Zaka lay back in his chair, watching their departing figures, his gaze unintentionally turning to the shining golden Buddha on the desk. In the white elephant, regardless of black or white paths, there is a habit of worshipping Buddha. If you want to give a gift, preparing this thing is absolutely correct. Boss, just let him take the person away like this. Isn't that going to cause trouble? Chapter 183, Massage. Manta International Airport. As soon as they got off the plane, the unique Southeast Asian atmosphere greeted them. Smelling the faint scent of disinfectant and sweat in the air, Rhea put on a mask and lowered her head to walk outside. The situation here is not the same as in the country. Various chaotic forces emerge endlessly. Although there is government control, it is still difficult to curb the development of those gangs. Even if she hasn't provoked anyone, it doesn't mean she can stay safe. In the eyes of these people abroad, the people of Great Shia are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Especially those Great Shia people who have been mixed up outside for years. They must be cautious. Wow, so refreshing, finally. I don't have to wear a coat and shrink my neck. Yaya changed into a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and when she walked out of the bathroom, she opened her arms with a look of ecstasy, feeling quite emotional. Thunderhead looked at his silly appearance and teased, "What's up? Did you drink a couple of shots in the bathroom? You look dazed, like a fool. If you have nothing to say, don't force it. If you don't speak, nobody will take you for a mute." Yaya rolled her eyes at him, put on her mask, and closely followed Rhea's footsteps. At this moment, the accompanying assistant had successfully connected with the program team. The deputy director responsible for picking them up, along with a large group of staff, greeted everyone with smiles. Chapter 184, The Four Great Families. In the northern part of Tower Country, armed forces supported by the four great families control vast swathes of scam parks. Here, all the bosses of electric fraud companies must provide a certain percentage of commissions to them in order to conduct business securely. Otherwise, it would be a delusion to organize a criminal group here. These four families quickly accumulated massive wealth through activities such as operating casinos, money laundering, scamming, constructing parks for leasing, and even drug trafficking. To consolidate their control and withstand the impact of government troops, they spare no expense in creating their own armed forces. In recent years, as they have accumulated more cash, their boldness has also increased. They are no longer satisfied with the thrill brought by small amounts of money. Instead, they are rapidly building more industrial parks, attracting investment, and drawing in more and more business owners to invest here. While it is called investment, it is actually about engaging in various illegal activities, such as telecom fraud, online gambling platforms, underground banks, virtual currency transactions, and so on. As long as you are willing to come and invest and pay them a certain percentage of profit, they can provide you with a degree of safety protection. Chapter 185, Booming popularity in the quiet conference room. The four of them were all silent. Pravat, who had been quiet, played with the handgun in his hand and asked, "Have the fruits started to be harvested this year?" "Not yet, at least another month," Nagali replied, lighting a cigarette and exhaling with a look of melancholy. "Moreover, this year's goods have all been booked out. If problems arise at this time, how are we going to explain to so many customers? You have to know that more and more chemical agents are flooding the market, and our survival has been repeatedly squeezed to the point of being unsustainable. If this batch of goods can't be delivered, losing some money would be a small matter. But offending the customers means no one will have food to eat in the future." With her analysis, the already oppressive atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point. Several bosses lowered their heads, each calculating how to deal with the upcoming difficulties in their hearts. To be honest, the government troops' tactics are quite sinister. They talk sweetly, but in reality, they are just calling in reinforcements for themselves. Currently, the four major families occupy most of the cities in Kanbang, and most of their family businesses are located within the city. Some important real estate, casinos, and industrial parks are difficult to liquidate in a short time. Chapter 186. Together is fun. Hotba. 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 I love you, my wife. Hotba, you're the best. Wife, look at me, look at me. The deafening shouts on site startled all the foreigners at the scenic spot. Everyone had an uncontrollable expression, looking at the crowded crowd with strange eyes. Not understanding what made them so crazy. Faced with so many enthusiastic fans, the director team was also at a loss. Originally, they had planned to hold an opening ceremony here. Now it seems they need to calm these enthusiastic fans first, otherwise, with the shouting continuing, filming would be impossible. TSK, 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 girl, you're really on fire. I didn't expect that even abroad, so many people recognize you. Yaya smacked her lips, feeling quite pleased. Having a friend with such high popularity made her happy too. Everyone, please wait a moment, let the director's team calm down the fans' emotions, and then we will continue filming. At this moment, the director team had to personally step in, sending out dozens of staff members to communicate and calm the crowd. Seeing that they couldn't start for a while, Hotba lightly stepped forward to the human wall, waved to the many fans and audience, and her sweet smile was highly infectious, causing everyone to raise their phones and take pictures, capturing this wonderful moment. Chapter 187. Ordered to go abroad. Friends. Don't think I'm being negative about the competition or wasting time, everything has its strategy. Hotba stood in front of the camera, wearing a sly smile, turning the camera towards the artificial fountain across. See that? There's a fixed position action camera there. What does that mean? It means the director's team must have set something up here, otherwise, they wouldn't leave a camera behind. So, looking for the doll is not as convenient as looking for the camera, we just need to keep an eye on the surroundings, wherever there's a camera. As she spoke, she crossed her arms confidently, unabashedly bragging. I'm really a genius. I'm simply a bug born for this kind of game. Let's go, I'll take you to reveal the truth. She waved her hand and brought the photographer straight to the action camera by the fountain, planning to show off in front of the lens. She quickly approached, and the splashing water from the fountain splattered down, soaking her despite the camera still being a bit away from the center. However, it didn't matter. As the smartest guest on site, Hotba hurried to verify her guess, squatting down to search carefully. Chapter 188. Situation reversal at the helipad. A large number of soldiers began to board the aircraft. One truckload of supplies after another moved forward in an orderly manner, under the control of logistics personnel. Feiyu stood at the periphery of the helipad, watching the transport plane that was about to be filled, moving her body lightly and casually asking, "Have the situation over there been clarified? Our intelligence personnel have thoroughly understood the local situation. After you land, someone will connect you with the headquarters." Zhao Zhan replied with a hint of melancholy, looking at the grey sky in the distance. "For this trip, I specifically arranged a few staff members and sent Jubing over to assist you. Be careful in whatever you do, don't be impulsive. It's different over there than at home, try not to clash with local forces. If a fight breaks out, there won't be any supporting troops in a short time." "Heh." Feiyu scoffed, pointing to the 6 armed helicopters that were ready at the helipad, teasingly said, "With my personnel and firepower configuration, let alone one Kanbang, I could sweep the entire Taku country without a problem. It's such a small place, fighting still relies on millet and rifles. What can they use to fight against me? I'm just reminding you." Zhao Zhan rolled his eyes at him, continuing with the previous topic, the rebels are backed by the 4 major families. They control all the industrial parks, money laundering channels, mines, and drug sales channels in northern Taku. Chapter 189. Close face big at the edge of the airport. Government Army Representative General Nahe was standing next to Consul Ma from the embassy, chatting warmly. "I'd like to thank the Daxia military and the Daxia government this time. Ha ha ha, we are all neighbors, helping each other out is what we should do." Consul Ma glanced at his watch and smiled lightly. Besides, didn't you help us rescue quite a few trapped compatriots? Although the current situation is not very good, I have confidence and believe that in the near future, we can work together to create a safe and harmonious Kanbang. Exactly, this place is chaotic and messy, it should have been transformed long ago. With the help of the Dacia military, the future will definitely get better and better. General Nahe was an old hand, he was quite adept at such formalities. His ancestors had Dacia blood, and his wife was also from Dacia. Therefore, he understood the culture and national conditions over there very well. Responding was quite easy for him. As they chatted, a deep humming sound came from the air. Not far away, several small black dots were flying towards their camp at high speed. Seeing that the distinguished guests were about to arrive, General Nahe hurriedly adjusted his military uniform and reminded his subordinates nearby to prepare for the welcoming ceremony. Chapter 190, Getting used to the present life. You can't say that. Without us, how could you all spend so much on military expenses? Sun Kuei boldly confronted them, showing no concern even on someone else's turf. He completely disregarded Naiha and the others. I advise you not to go too far. Naiha suppressed his restless anger and said coldly, Ha ha ha, just joking, why get so angry? Sun Kuei laughed heartily, not pressing further. Instead, he took the wooden box from the guard's hands and opened it in front of everyone. The high-end wooden box was embossed with the logo of a famous cigar brand. As the box opened, a rich aroma of tobacco mixed with a hint of chocolate quickly spread out. Colonel Liu, since it's our first meeting, I don't have much to offer, so please accept this box of cigars as a small gift. It's not expensive, but my intentions are sincere. Sun Kuei held the box with both hands and presented it to him. With his keen observation, Lu Feiyu casually pushed aside the top cigar, revealing a golden bar weighing 1 kilogram. The nearby Consul Ma's expression changed slightly upon seeing the neatly arranged 5 gold bars. General Sun is indeed thoughtful. I don't have many hobbies, just enjoy smoking a bit. At this moment, Lu Feiyu beamed with a bright smile and accepted the cigars in front of everyone. Chapter 191. Arriving at the station. As they entered the city, the streets and alleys were almost deserted, with damaged and destroyed vehicles everywhere. On both sides of the road were collapsed ruins, scattered bullet casings, and even artillery shells. Tat 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 tat. Gunfire occasionally erupted from the street ahead, indicating that the clashes between government forces and rebels had not ceased. The convoy moved slowly along the planned route, and Lu Feiyu's expression grew increasingly serious as he looked at the empty streets. He picked up the vehicle's intercom and ordered in a deep voice, "Everyone, go into combat readiness. If a crisis arises, you can decide to open fire." Received. Received. The infantry fighting vehicles in the back immediately entered combat mode, with the mounted heavy machine guns unlocked and ready for battle. The situation here was too complex. Although neither side had conducted large-scale bombing attacks, they had to be cautious. If that crazy bastard saw unfamiliar vehicles approaching, he might instinctively open fire. The convoy continued on, and after bypassing 2 streets, they gradually began to see some civilians. Contrary to expectations, these people showed no signs of fear or trepidation upon seeing the well-equipped troops. Chapter 192. Acquaintances. In the evening, as cargo planes landed one after another, various supplies and weapons arrived consecutively. Jubing led a large group of technicians to quickly set up a defense system that covered the entire campus. Striving for 360-degree protection, no flies would be allowed in. Seeing the commotion on their side, the people from the consulate couldn't sit still. They repeatedly approached Ma Chang and others to see if they could relocate to the campus for work. At least here, their safety could be guaranteed, and they wouldn't have to sleep uneasily. Faced with such a request, Lu Feiyu readily agreed. After all, there were vacant houses everywhere, and it didn't matter if there were a few dozen more people. Moreover, they were equipped with ample supplies, and fresh ingredients would be airlifted from home daily. The consulate staff also had it tough, so letting them enjoy a few peaceful days wasn't a problem. While the outside world was busy with various matters, Feiyu and his team cleared out a meeting room. When the generator was connected and the air conditioning started, a cool breeze welcomed them, and everyone closed their eyes, letting out extremely comfortable moans. Chapter 193, Parting on Bad Terms. Tat tat tat. Feiyu twirled the pen in his hand, tapping it against the table. In the quiet meeting room, the only sound came from the occasional slight noise from the air conditioning vent. After hesitating for a moment, he took out his phone and dialed Xiangbei's number. If the travelers could be released through peaceful negotiation, he didn't want to make things too ugly with his former good brother. Beep. After a few rings, Xiangbei's rough voice came through. Ha ha ha, nightmare. I am glad to receive your call. After their last meeting, the two had a bit of an unpleasant disagreement over Armin's matter. They hadn't contacted each other since then. Feiyu took the initiative to reach out, which pleased Xiangbei. He hurriedly climbed out of the pool, lay on a nearby chair, and leisurely sipped red wine. Let's talk business. Feiyu wasn't in the mood for small talk, and directly switched to speakerphone to make their conversation public. The Golden Land Entertainment City is yours, right? How many travelers from the Great Xia are still being held there? Can you release them? Xiangbei, who was vacationing in White Elephant, exhaled a puff of smoke from his cigar and sat up from his lounge chair, feeling puzzled. What do you mean? Chapter 194, The Ubiquitous People of Great Xia. Feiyu looked at the already disconnected phone, sighed deeply, and said with a wry smile, it seems negotiations are unlikely. Businessmen prioritize profits. They wouldn't easily give up the juicy meat on the bone. Jubing comforted him from the side, saying, let's wait and see how he responds in 12 hours. If that doesn't work, we'll think of other ways. Let's go out for a stroll. Feiyu stretched, unbuttoned his shirt, and prepared to change clothes. Now that they were in a new place, how could they not go out and explore? Isn't this a bit inappropriate right now? Jubing asked, somewhat shocked, unable to keep up with his train of thought. Just a moment ago, they were discussing the casino, and now he wanted to go out for a stroll. The transition was too abrupt. What's inappropriate about it? Feiyu opened his luggage, changed into a sports shirt, and said nonchalantly, I see it's lively in the West. How can I not go take a look? As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win every battle. Whether it's the government forces or the rebels, I need to understand them better. All right, you're the boss, whatever you say goes. Jubing couldn't argue with him. Got up to find his luggage, and prepared to change clothes to accompany him. Chapter 195, That's my dish. Are there Australian lobsters, geoducks, or three-headed abalones? Wu Xuan dashed into the hall, hurrying to the fish tank, and cheerfully asked. This kid, it's not about eating. He's purely here to enjoy himself and indulge in the good things. Yes, sir, we have a few freshly arrived king crabs here, only 288 per pound. They just arrived by air this morning and are especially fresh, the hostess cheerfully introduced. In this place, the way to identify whether someone is wealthy is to see if they are carrying a gun. If they have a gun and are from Great Xia, there's no doubt, they are definitely a big shot involved in some shady business. Dining and drinking only care about the price, no one will mind such small money. All right. Then let's get one, pick a bigger one, and also get 4 small green lobsters, and 1 Australian lobster. I see this one looks quite fat. It should weigh 3 to 4 pounds, right? Feiyu stood by the fish tank, pointing at the still swimming lobster. With such a momentum in ordering food, he was completely unfazed by those big shots involved in illegal activities. Even Wu Xuan didn't expect that they would actually order king crabs. Goodness! 288 a pound, and it's in yuan, doesn't that come to nearly 2,000 a pound after conversion? The money of the electric fraud bosses is really easy to earn, No wonder these people can't be driven away even with a cannon. A casual meal costs 20 to 30,000. What's the difference between this and slaughtering the resentful? Chapter 196. Officer Lu, what does it matter to you which path I take? Does this relate to the food being served? Wu Zhuan shouted continuously, acting like a local thug, pointing his finger at Boss Ding's nose. I came here to eat, and my ordered food was served to someone else's table. Do you really think I'm a big spender? Right now, bring my food back immediately. Brother, do you see where this place is? Boss Ding squinted his eyes, not hiding the threat in his tone. I don't care what you're involved in, this is Kanbang, and we have our own rules. You're welcome to eat here, but if you want to cause trouble, then don't blame me for being rude. Come on. Let me see how you can be rude. Wu Zhuan rolled up his sleeves, ready to make a move. He preferred the rude way. What is the point of just talking? If you're capable, then let us see who is tougher. Alright, since you want to die, don't blame me. Boss Ding sneered, and right after that, 3 or 4 brawny men came out from the kitchen, each holding a gun. Quickly rushing to the main hall and pointing at the 4 of them. Xiao Liu, who had been observing the situation, immediately stood up, drew his gun from his waist, and pointed it at Boss Ding, warning, if you don't want to die, let them roll. Chapter 197. Good news. It's hot. I'm about to die from the heat. In the hotel, Hot BA, just back from outside, lay listlessly on the sofa, frowning and moaning. These past few days have worn her out. Every day her waist and legs ache, as if she had done a few days of physical labor, feeling uncomfortable all over. Coincidentally, the weather in White Elephant Country has been hot lately, and their shooting locations are all outdoors. Spraying on 2 bottles of sunscreen a day didn't save her delicate skin. She felt like a panting dog, sticking out her tongue. Don't worry. It'll cool down soon, the air conditioning will be ready shortly. Fang Ling followed closely behind, turned on the air conditioning, and brought over the freshly delivered fruits and chilled fruit juice, serving her like a revered ancestor, coaxing her like a child. You've worked hard, baby. Just hang in there a little longer, and we'll be done recording soon, then we can leave and not suffer here anymore. That one do. Hot BA, who was lying on the sofa pretending to be dead, suddenly jumped up at these words. Her slightly flushed face still showed some sweat beads, and her fair little hands were fanning the air. It's not easy to come here. How can we leave without having fun for a few days? Eating, drinking, and playing, we must explore everything. Alright, whatever you say goes, I'll listen to you. Fang Ling found a folding fan and helped her fan the air, fearing that this lady would get tired and refuse to work. Chapter 198. Strolling coconut milk vanilla chicken soup, Thai curry crab, and let us have some black pepper prawns. The few of them strolled around a large circle, and found a restaurant near Chinatown that claimed to have 2 Michelin stars. After Hot BA casually ordered a few dishes, she handed the menu to Yaya and lay Datu beside her, generously advising, pick something expensive, today I'm treating. Alright. I like making friends with people who don't care about spending money. Lei Datu grinned as he took the menu, not even glancing at it, and directly told the waiter, ask your boss if the restaurant is for sale, we'll buy it outright. Get lost, are you here to eat or to make trouble? Yaya jokingly scolded, flipping through the menu and heading straight to the last page of the drinks list. Do you have 45-year-old candy? Let us have a bottle. Sorry, sir. We don't have that. The waiter was also a local, and they recognized them as soon as they entered. At this moment, the girl held back a smile, finding it quite amusing to watch these people show off. 45-year-old candy, you dare to order that? Hot BA rolled her eyes at him, took the menu back to look, casually ordered a bottle of red wine, and also got a few pitchers of craft beer. On such a hot day, how can one enjoy it without some beer? Chapter 199. Playing a game. The bars in White Elephant are basically similar to those in domestic cities. Of course, if compared to first-tier cities in the country, they are still slightly lacking. The only difference is that there are more foreigners here. As soon as one enters, the mixed scent of perfume, body odor, and alcohol nearly knocks people over. The three who originally planned to play for a while overestimated their tolerance and fled hand in hand after less than 10 minutes. It was too noisy, and the place was a mess, filled with foreigners who reeked of sweat. The smell could nearly suffocate someone. Turning left after exiting, avoiding the crowded areas, the three found a quieter bar and sat by the road to start drinking. Watching the crowd on the street, Yaya sipped her red wine and remarked with some emotion, "This stuff just doesn't taste as good as white. I don't understand why foreigners like it so much. You're such a country bumpkin, there are plenty of people drinking this in the country." Leida too leaned back in his chair, feeling the cool night breeze on his face, his gaze drifting over the people bustling back and forth on the street. "Is there really no one here who recognizes us? We've been sitting here for half an hour, and not a single person has come to take a photo." Chapter 200, Recognizable, I'll eat shit. What? What? Yaya's smile gradually froze, and a hint of confusion and embarrassment appeared in her eyes, as she looked at the young man. You're a little Japanese. I'm from Sakura country, hello, friend. The young man spoke in broken local language, grinning. Stunned at the roadside, after confirming the other party's identity, Yaya lost all interest in continuing the conversation, turned around, waved her hand, and walked away. "Go play, be careful when walking, don't get stepped on." Ha ha ha. At the table, Hot BA and Lei Datu were almost laughing themselves to death, pounding the table with tears in their eyes, laughing uncontrollably like two big geese. After finally mustering the courage to find a passerby, it turned out to be a little Japanese. This luck is truly unbelievable. What is so funny? What is there to laugh about? Yaya, like a wronged little wife, sat at the table with her head down, seriously defending herself. Logically speaking, I shouldn't count. He is a foreigner, it's normal for him not to recognize me. Besides, little Japanese don't really listen to domestic crosstalk or watch the Spring Festival Gala. It's understandable that they don't know me. Aha, I totally understand. Hot BA nodded repeatedly, saying she understood. But the tears welling up in the corners of her eyes hadn't been wiped away yet. Chapter 201, Ambushed the next morning, at 9:30 a.m. In the central campus of Kanbang City, Feiyu ordered people to set up a canopy on the playground, creating a temporary camp to hold a meeting there. At that time, representatives from both the government and rebel forces had not yet arrived, and Feiyu was leaning on a beach chair, bored, playing with his phone. From time to time, I also check Hotba's Weibo to see if there are any new updates. Number 1, it's been 12 hours, hasn't your friend replied yet? Ju Bing, sitting next to him, tilted his head to glance at Feiyu, who was scrolling through Weibo. When he saw the pictures of Hotba on the screen, he couldn't help but smile, but he didn't dare to say anything. Their relationship had long been no secret in the airborne brigade. Who in the entire brigade didn't know that number 1 had found a beautiful wife, who was also a big star in the country? Don't you have their contact information? Feiyu raised his head, pulled the fruit platter on the table closer, picked at it for a while, and found a piece of watermelon to eat while saying, "After the meeting, arrange for Wuxuan to take people out to eliminate the hideout. Since negotiations have broken down, there's no need to continue talking. They won't learn their lesson unless they get beaten." He had been waiting since last night for a call from the north. Chapter 202, Negotiation Meeting. General Naiha, welcome. Please have a seat. Feiyu showed great enthusiasm, shaking the other man's hand and leading him to the camp. Meanwhile, at the embassy, Consul Ma, along with 2 staff members, also came to participate in the upcoming meeting. "Commander Lu, your place is really nice, spacious, and the air is quite good." General Naiha stood in the center of the playground, looking at the well-preserved dormitory buildings, his eyes filled with envy. They had previously paid attention to this place, But for various reasons, they had not been able to break in. Unexpectedly, by the time they came back, it had already become someone else's base. Well, whether the air is good or not doesn't matter much, mainly there's no electricity, which is a bit annoying. Lu Feiyu shook his head and smiled, pointing to the seats across from him, inviting, "Sit down, no need to be polite, being here is like being at home. Try the fruits on the table. All airlifted from Daxia, and also try my big lacoon, it's very strong." "Haha, then I won't be polite." General Naiha smiled and took a seat, followed closely by his aide, who brought over a wooden box. Seeing this scene, Consul Ma felt a bit helpless. There was really no way to deal with these warlord forces. Chapter 203, First Batch of Personnel. What's wrong? General Sun Kuei is unwilling. Lu Feiyu glanced at him, his tone indifferent, and his face showed no change in emotion. No, Commander Lu misunderstood, that's not what I meant." Sun Kuei quickly waved his hands, hurriedly changing his words to correct his mistake. "We can definitely release the people we have. What I meant earlier was that those park owners and the management of the fraud companies are hard to communicate with, and some have already fled the country, completely disappeared. At this time, trying to get them to release people might not even find the right ones." "Haha, General Sun doesn't need to worry about that." Lu Feiyu smiled lightly, holding the tea bowl in front of him and blowing at the floating tea leaves. "I have plenty of ways to negotiate with them. The reason I'm mentioning this to you is that I'm afraid if things get rough, it won't look good on anyone's face. Since everyone has no objections now. For those who are unwilling to cooperate, I can only take a hardline approach and deal with them myself. I hope to gain the support of both generals at that time, and let's work together to combat criminal organizations." Hearing this, Sun Kuei showed an awkward smile on his face, but still forced himself to respond, "No problem, those bosses really don't follow the rules. We should take this opportunity to give them a good lesson." Chapter 204, The Real Culprit. Thank you, General Naiha, for your support. I hope you achieve victory in the upcoming battles. Lu Feiyu shook the other man's hand, smiling as he offered his blessings. In contrast, he hoped for the government army's victory more. Although the political system in the Tower country was chaotic and there were insurmountable customs between different ethnic groups, it was undeniable that for the country to develop, unity must be achieved. The current situation of everyone acting independently was not good for the future of the entire country. The emergence of fraud parks, drug trafficking armed organizations, and various criminal forces was the best proof of this. If the country were unified and each city-state could be effectively managed to develop rapidly, such chaos would not occur. Thank you for your blessings, Commander Lu. Let's all work hard together. I won't take up your time any longer. Goodbye. After a few simple pleasantries, General Naiha left in a car, surrounded by several guards. As they left, Lu Feiyu placed his hands on his waist, his gaze lingering on the gaunt, dull-faced gamblers, shaking his head and sighing. They could be living good lives. Yet they insist on coming to this godforsaken place to suffer. They really must be well-fed and bored. Chapter 205, Direct Assault, Resistance, Kill. Xiaonan, listen to me now. Don't worry about anything else, hurry up and run, as fast as you can. After a moment, Xiangbei, with a clearer head, lowered his voice and sternly advised. Be careful, don't let anyone discover your whereabouts, hurry up, you have been targeted by the Daxia military, and if you're not careful, they will initiate action soon. Brother. You were just lying on the sofa smoking a moment ago. Xiangnan, hearing this, looked incredulous, hesitating for a moment before confirming, brother. There are still over 100 gamblers here that aren't finished yet. There are still a dozen in the single room. They are already gathering money, and will soon have over 50 million in returns. What will happen to the money if we leave now? This kid, just like those shareholders, values money over life. His mind is only on money and completely unaware of the danger. Are you stupid? If you lose your life, what good is money? Hurry up and run, don't tell anyone, just sneak away. Xiangbei held his forehead, sweating anxiously, and was at a loss. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would never have brought his younger brother here. Now, he could only hope this kid would listen to him and quickly find a way to escape. Chapter 206, New Orders DA. As they continued to advance, sporadic gunfire echoed through the factory. Wu Xuan saw the closed office room on the left and approached with his gun, firing 2 shots at the lock. After the bolt was shot through, 2 soldiers rushed in. At that moment, Xiang Nan, hiding behind the filing cabinet, immediately raised his hands. A distressed expression on his face as he surrendered. Don't shoot, I surrender. Crouch down and cover your head. Wu Xuan entered the room, looking at the piled documents on the table and the handgun in the corner, sharply asking, is the person in charge here? Who's in charge? I'm Xiang Nan, he stammered, trembling. He wasn't completely foolish, he knew this kind of thing couldn't be hidden. So it was better to confess immediately to avoid being exposed later. How many people are in charge here? Bring out the specific list. Wu Xuan continued to ask. Meanwhile, those gamblers locked in the large iron cage were also being released one after another. Among them, many timid individuals began to cry out loudly upon seeing that the newcomers were from the Daxia troops. A few people were gripping the soldiers' arms tightly, afraid that if they weren't careful, they would be left in this godforsaken place. Chapter 207, Adding to the crime, facing the death penalty that night. The first batch of rescued personnel from Daxia boarded 20 buses and headed straight for the checkpoint under the escort of the soldiers. Under the night sky, Lu Feiyu stood on the playground, watching the buses leave, unable to help but smile and say, good, finally a smooth start. I hope everything goes smoothly from here on out, and we can escort all these people back. Escorting them back was also a big hassle. Ju Bing sighed somewhat inappropriately. More than 90 of these people are not good ones. They will have to face legal punishment when they return. Facing legal punishment is still better than being treated like animals here. At least they can survive back home, Lu Feiyu said, crossing his arms. His eyes filled with a sense of lament. Throughout the day, he had seen many young men and women who were illegally detained and tortured to near death. Comparatively, the men were slightly better off, once they couldn't squeeze any more profits out of them. They would either be resold or directly handed over to criminal organizations for organ removal, ending their lives. The beautiful girls had it worse. Tortured to the point of losing their humanity, and even wanting to die was a luxury. They were forced into prostitution and controlled through drug addiction. Facing different clients every night, and any slight non-compliance would result in a brutal beating. Chapter 208, No Mercy. Hey, I heard something interesting happened this morning. Supar turned to the crowd, a rich smile on his face, and slowly began to speak. Someone brazenly attempted to assassinate Lu Feiyu but failed. It's said that this group was hired by Xiang and his people, but who knows if it's true? It should be true, Sun Kuei, sitting at the corner of the table, frowned slightly while holding his cup of water. At noon, the Jindi Entertainment City was raided, and many people were killed on sight. Even Xiang Bei's brother was captured. Because of this, they raided so many places in a single day, probably to show us who's boss. HMPH, show us who's boss. Chen Ming, squeezing his purple sandalwood prayer beads, revealed an expression of undeniable disdain on his slightly flushed face. We've been here for decades. What kind of storms haven't we seen? The Daxia army is formidable, but we are not made of clay. If we are really pushed to the edge, we can fight back. All right, what's the point of boasting like this? Supar waved his hand, signaling him to stop with the unproductive talk. The current situation is already very clear. Both sides will withdraw from Kanbang City within 2 days. As for those Daxia people, if Lu Feiyu has the ability, let him search and find them. Chapter 209, Brother Xiang Nightmare. I beg you, even if you don't think of me, think of my old lady, okay? Xiangbei's tone shifted as he played the emotional card, his humble tone filled with unspoken sorrow. The two of us can't both get into trouble. Someone has to live to support the old lady. Xiaonan knows nothing, and he only follows my arrangements in this matter. If you let him go, I will go back and surrender. I promise to cooperate with your work. Please, brother, the old lady has had a hard life. And the old man just died a few years ago. If something happens to us brothers again, she really won't be able to survive. Hearing the pleas echoing in his ears, Lu Feiyu felt an incredibly complex mix of emotions, and a flicker of compassion actually arose within him. Perhaps as Xiangbei said, if both brothers were gone, what would happen to the old lady's life in the future? But the problem is, at this crucial moment, the matter was no longer under his control, it was no longer his decision. Xiangnan's information had already been sent back to the country and registered by the relevant departments. If they let him go now, they would be held responsible. And all the soldiers who went abroad to carry out the mission could end up with a bad reputation, possibly even facing thorough investigations from the relevant departments. Chapter 210, The Speed of a Man. Don't rush, now is not the time to panic. The person hasn't even been taken out of the country yet. Brother Xiang spoke leisurely, as if nothing were wrong, puffing on his cigar. I know you are friends with Lu Feiyu and have some connections, but in this situation, relying solely on connections won't get you far. To find a solution, we must take a different approach and find his weaknesses. You want me to find weaknesses? Xiangbei expressed disdain at his words. Find Lu Feiyu's weaknesses? You could send a sniper, and he could dodge it. This guy is practically a hexagonal warrior, finding weaknesses. With that spare time, you might as well burn incense and pray. Everyone has weaknesses, strike at the snake 7 inches. Brother Xiang extinguished his cigarette, and pulled out a few photos from his pocket, tossing them in front of him. Xiangbei looked down at the blurry photos and could vaguely recognize Lu Feiyu's figure from that familiar silhouette. What does this mean? Can't you understand? The woman beside him is his weakness. Brother Xiang crossed his legs, wearing a confident smile, and explained with certainty. These photos were bought at a high price from military intelligence organizations in beautiful country. Chapter 211, I don't need to pee at 11 in the morning. The heat was intense, and the weather in Baixiang refreshed the understanding of several people again. Ba and his team, along with a few assistants and bodyguards, had squeezed in the temple for half a day, but didn't achieve anything significant. They didn't even meet the master and left in disappointment. It wasn't that they were insincere, but there were just too many people. In recent years, who knows what trend has emerged, as many people have started flocking to Baixiang, engaging in prayer, making wishes, and other acts of devotion. This led to the temple being overcrowded, filled with worshippers with various requests, and each donation method was more aggressive than the last. To see the master, not only did they have to wait in line, but they also had to donate a significant amount of money. This caused the group to gradually lose patience and choose to give up. They could accept donating money, but waiting in line on a hot day was a bit torturous. With some regret and disappointment, the three walked down the mountain along the tourist path. Although today's journey was not entirely fulfilling, overall, it was still acceptable. At the very least, they had prayed and burned incense. If it really doesn't work, they could find another time to visit a few major temples within Daxia for some psychological comfort. Chapter 212, Robbery at the entrance of the restroom. Travelers came and went in groups. Among them were many foreign tourists, and from their surprised expressions, it was clear that this unisex restroom was still quite difficult for them to accept. However, to relieve their own stress, many people still steeled themselves and went inside. Ba stood nearby, watching each person frown as they entered, suddenly finding it a very interesting thing. Especially seeing some white people looking around with a questioning attitude. Her lips couldn't help but curl up. Those who constantly boast that the moon is rounder abroad than at home, and brag about how open-minded foreigners are. Should all be taken to the white elephant to experience the fun of urinating alongside different genders. Hello, miss, may I ask if you are from the Great Shia? Just as Reba leaned against the wall, waiting for Fang Ling, a handsome man wearing sunglasses approached, smiling as he asked. Seeing a stranger come close, Reba instinctively stepped back. But when she hit the wall, she realized she had nowhere to retreat. Reba warily sized him up, and just as she was about to speak, the man covered her mouth with his hand, holding a wet wipe that seemed to contain ether or something similar. Chapter 213, Hostage Exchange Need Help. Your way of asking is really rude. Reba scoffed, not hiding her disgust. She was sure she had seen this person somewhere before. No matter what you say, I can accept it. Xiang Bei picked up a cigar from the table and spoke to himself. My name is Xiang Bei, and I have a brother named Xiang Nan. We brothers do business in the Tower country, collaborating to open a casino. Yesterday, the military over there cracked down on casinos and entertainment venues, and my brother was arrested. So what does this have to do with me? Reba didn't understand what he meant. She was from the Great Shia, and was currently in the White Elephant country. From any perspective, what happened in the Tower country had nothing to do with her. This person must be insane. Tying himself up and talking about things completely unrelated to her. Xiang Bei glanced at her and said slowly, the person you are looking for is Feiyu. Do you understand now? Upon hearing this, Reba felt a buzzing in her head as everything clicked. No wonder. No wonder this group had set their sights on her. It turned out the root of the problem was here. But what puzzled her was how this group knew about her relationship with Feiyu. Chapter 214, Complex Inner Thoughts. You don't need to worry about this, just wait for news. Feiyu didn't explain much, but hung up the phone and stood by the window, pondering how to respond. He knew very well who Xiang Bei was. Although that guy had undergone quite a change over the years, he still didn't fully believe that the other party would threaten Reba's life. However, the tricky issue was not just this. Xiang Nan's identity had already been reported, and in 2 hours, the convoy would set off back to the country. If they really sent him back and angered Xiang Bei, what would happen next was uncertain. What's wrong? Is something big happening? Ju Bing, who had been listening nearby, leaned in to ask. He still didn't understand what was going on, only knowing that Xiang Bei had made a call that threw Feiyu into chaos. Turning around, Feiyu handed over a photo from his phone and said with a headache, now I also have a hostage, and there's no need to guess. This is an exchange. Ju Bing frowned when he heard this, and his sharp gaze changed drastically when he saw the girl in the photo. His expression visibly tensed up. Chapter 215, Unyielding. Hey, what do you want? Just say it. On the phone, Feiyu's tone was flat, showing no emotional fluctuations. He had already grasped Xiang Bei's location. However, they had no law enforcement authority in the White Elephant, and it was impossible to lead a large force to attack. Therefore, resolving the issue through force was unrealistic. The only way to achieve the result he wanted was to lure the other party out. Exchange hostages, you release my brother. And I release your girlfriend. Xiang Bei leaned close to the phone, a smile on his lips, urging, don't think of anything useless, I'm ready for this. Take the person to the Golden Triangle, and your mission will be complete. You think I would release your brother without seeing him? Feiyu squinted and scoffed. I can accept a deal in the Golden Triangle, but you must bring the person here, we will trade face to face. Upon hearing this, Xiang Bei couldn't help but laugh coldly, remarking, nightmare, do you think I'm stupid? You have hundreds of elite troops, and if I go to trade face to face, is there even a way out for me? Right now, I hold the initiative, the hostage is in my hands, and you must agree, whether you want to or not. Chapter 216, Seeking External Help. Number 1, What should we do? Ju Bing looked at Feiyu, who was lost in thought by the window, and anxiously inquired. Our people, including armed helicopters, have positioning. If we don't report in advance, once we move, it will be immediately monitored domestically. Moreover, privately mobilizing the military is a serious crime. If the higher-ups find out, who knows what kind of trouble it will cause. There's no time, Lu Feiyu sighed lightly, looking at the buses continuously entering the campus, murmuring, it takes more than an hour to get from here to the Golden Triangle. If we report this now, if the higher-ups hesitate for even a moment, we could face unforeseen accidents. This is tricky. But the problem is, what if something happens at the base while we are mobilizing the military? What should we do? Ju Bing frowned, worried. The sniper incident from yesterday was still swirling in his mind. Privately mobilizing the military was already a serious crime, and if something happened at the base during this time, with the double charges stacked together, Lu Feiyu's sentence would probably not be shorter than Xiang Bei's. If things went badly, he might even get shot. I'll find a way myself. Chapter 217. Alone Old Zhao, when on a mission, military orders are not to be disobeyed. I can avoid moving my subordinates, but I definitely can't sit back and do nothing. Lu Feiyu held the phone in his hand, his attitude exceptionally firm. For more than a decade, I have not betrayed the country's nurturing. I have devoted myself to serving the nation and the people. This time, I will handle my own matters. You don't need to persuade me, my mind is made up. Report. At this moment, a staff officer rushed in from the doorway and shouted as soon as he entered the room. The target has begun to move and is heading towards the Golden Triangle. Got it? Lu Feiyu nodded, then hung up the phone and turned to leave. There was no room for negotiation on this matter, as a man. If he couldn't even protect his own woman, what was the point of living? Hey, wait. What the hell? Zhao Zhan gripped the phone in his hand, cursing after hearing the busy signal at his ear. What kind of nonsense is this? Why can't he stay calm wherever he goes? Just a couple of days in the Tower country, and it was one attack after another, one kidnapping after another. What a string of troublesome events. Was he not allowed to live? Xiao Wang. Without time to complain, Zhao Zhan called out sharply. The guard outside rushed in at lightning speed. Report, Chief. What are your orders? Chapter 218. Xiang Sanwen. In the northern region of the Golden Triangle, a helicopter slowly descended from the sky. Xiang Bei, accompanied by several underlings, pulled Reba down from the aircraft. At this moment, the area was already considered the territory of drug trafficking armed forces, with armed militants patrolling everywhere, holding guns. As soon as they landed, a young man in his 30s wearing a red scarf, accompanied by a large group of subordinates, approached them. Mr. Xiang. I'm from the Power Group, Jinlong. Welcome to the Golden Triangle. Brother Xiang has already informed me in advance. The team is assembling and will be ready to depart soon. Thank you, brothers. I really appreciate your help this time, Xiang Bei said, shaking hands with him, but his gaze lingered on the armed militants around them. I have to say, this group is really poor. The equipment they have is almost like fire sticks. With so much money earned every year, why don't they upgrade their gear? If they confront the Special Operations Brigade with such a team, I really have no confidence at all. Brother Jinlong. How many people are in the assembling team? Xiang Bei asked, feeling a bit uneasy. The channels here were all arranged by Brother Xiang, and he wasn't sure how many people were prepared. If there were too few, it would be hard to win in this game. Chapter 219. Breaking the pot. You two are in quite a mess. You're all brothers. Is it necessary to fight to this extent? Wang squatted on the edge of the grass, cleaning his sniper rifle, and complained in confusion. I've been in this for so many years, but I've never shed the blood of a great Shia person. I didn't expect my first job would be to kill a former brother. He is obsessed and has plunged into the wrong path. What can I do? When it came to this matter, Lu Feiyu's mood was also quite troubled. He took a deep drag from his cigarette and angrily retorted. Before the operation, I called him and gave him time, but he ignored me. Moreover, he even hired a mercenary team to try to kill me. Is this my fault? On the way here, the headquarters sent news, saying they had investigated the attack incident. The mastermind behind it was a Xiang, a shareholder of the Jindy Entertainment City. After learning this news, Feiyu was even more furious. What the hell, brothers? When he wanted to kill me, he showed no mercy at all. Besides, I'm just a soldier. Can I decide whether to release people? He has gone crazy now. If he still had a bit of sense, he wouldn't have done such a thing. If he had the ability, we would have fought with real knives and guns instead of kidnapping a woman. What kind of man is that? Chapter 220, Meeting. I'm quite curious about something. If you stars get married, can't you make it public? If you and Nightmare really go all the way, would he be willing to be the man behind you? Watching you perform kissing scenes and bed scenes with other male actors? Xiang Bei asked with a strange smile, amused. To be honest, when he first saw Reba in person, he immediately felt an extraordinary charm. He had seen many beautiful girls, but one as stunning and graceful as her was indeed rare. However, upon learning about her identity, his heart began to waver. She's just a little star in the entertainment industry, while Nightmare is the leader of the Special Operations Brigade, enjoying the treatment of a senior officer at the colonel level. Would he really marry a woman like this? If it weren't for no other choice, he probably wouldn't have made that call to verify. After all, in his view, who in their right mind would marry an entertainer? Mind your own business, you nosy person. Reba retorted angrily, then turned to look at the empty surroundings, chattering non-stop. With this free time, you should hurry up and find a good burial place for yourself, otherwise, if you die later, there won't even be a place to bury you. Chapter 221, Intense gunfire. They have 800 people. Brother, he's not alone. There's also a mercenary team behind him. Almost instantly, the two who completed the exchange reported the intelligence they had gathered simultaneously. Bang! At that moment, gunfire erupted from 1,000 meters away, as WANGE aimed his large-caliber sniper rifle and decisively pulled the trigger. Upon hearing his brother's shout, Xiang Bei instinctively stepped back. And this movement caused the bullet to graze the outer side of his thigh, leaving a blood mark before burrowing into the ground. Run! Feiyu grabbed Reba's arm and ran backward, quickly reaching the front of the car and shoving her into the back seat. Bang! 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 The sniper rifle continued to fire, and seeing that he had missed his shot, WANGE felt a bit embarrassed and began to fire wildly at the two men in the front row. He had initially thought about leaving some face for his old friend, so he didn't aim for Xiang Bei's head, wanting to leave him a whole corpse. As a result, this little thought caused the other party to escape a disaster. Target Xiang Nan, hold him down. Feiyu lowered his head, preparing to climb into the driver's seat, while shouting into the communicator. He understood that as long as they could keep Xiang Nan, Xiang Bei would definitely not escape. Chapter 222, Intense gunfire. 2, give me the best shooting position. WANGE shouted, slapping the roof of the car. The driver, receiving the order, charged out of the dense forest. The modified high-power pickup truck surged like a fierce beast, executing a beautiful drift that carved several deep ruts into the grass. At that moment, WANGE, holding a Gatling gun, charged toward the drug-trafficking armed forces that were continually pursuing them, grinning as he got close to the communicator. Everyone, get the hell out of the way. If you get hurt, there won't be any compensation for lost work. Vroom. The next second, the six-barrel war machine roared to life, accompanied by the buzzing sound and the crisp clatter of shell casings hitting the ground. Looking at the drug-trafficking armed forces charging forward, a group of over 800 people, they fell like wheat under such overwhelming firepower, showing no resistance at all. Those who reacted quickly immediately lay down or sought cover to avoid disaster. However, those fools charging head-on were not so lucky. Clouds of blood mist erupted in the air, as young lives came to an end at that moment. Hiding in a pit, Xiangbei. Upon seeing the man in the pickup truck, his pupils dilated sharply, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Wange." He never imagined that he would meet the other party in this way, and even more so, that they would find themselves in opposing camps upon their reunion. Chapter 223. Regaining control of the hostage. Have you found the target location? Hurry up. At this moment, Feiyu was riding a mountain motorcycle. Not going to assist Wange and the others, but instead pushing deeper into the Golden Triangle. He needed to bring Xiangnan back, since he had taken him. He must bring him back. Almost there, don't rush. In the communicator, the foreigner responsible for controlling the drone squinted hard at the transmitted images. They were not clear about where the helicopter was positioned, so they could only sweep along the route bit by bit. Moreover, they had to pay close attention to the distance, notifying the mortar team in advance to move. Otherwise, if the other party's position exceeded the firing range, finding them would be useless. On the other side, Xiaorui quickly retreated with Xiangnan towards the back. With his left leg broken, Xiangnan's face was pale from excessive blood loss, and his consciousness was fading as he began to talk nonsense. "Xiaorui, where's my brother? Let's go home. Take my brother home with us." To be honest, he regretted it now. If he had known that going abroad would lead to this situation, he would prefer to spend his whole life farming back home rather than getting involved in this mess. He was just an uneducated farmer. And if it weren't for Xiangbei's brave venture into establishing such a business, he wouldn't even have been able to leave the provincial capital, let alone go abroad. Chapter 224. Brother. Suddenly, a heavy pickup truck emerged from the hillside, with a heavy machine gun mounted on the roof roaring angrily. Bullets sweeping across the vehicle where Wange was, creating a series of explosive sounds. Wange, who was already unable to lift his head, was furious at the overwhelming firepower. "Feiyu, if you don't take out that damned machine gunner, I swear I'll throw you into the happiest brothel in the world." Wange. "I think that place suits you better." On the opposite hillside, a young white man with short blonde hair lay on the slope. His Barrett sniper rifle locked onto the machine gunner's head. Boom! A bullet shot out, instantly crossing over a distance of more than 1,000 meters, hitting the machine gunner in the abdomen. The power of the large caliber bullet exploded a hole the size of a basketball in his chest, nearly splitting him in half. At the same time, Wange took the opportunity to climb out of the truck bed, holding a still-loaded Gatling gun, and began a second round of fire. The dense barrage fell like rain. The dozen or so pickup trucks behind, facing such overwhelming firepower, were instantly heavily damaged. Chapter 225. Enemies meet, extra red eyes. Damn it. Hurry up. In the back, Xiangbei glared and kept urging the driver to speed up. With Xiangnan's leg broken and excessive blood loss, every minute of delay posed more danger to his life. He couldn't understand what Feiyu was trying to do. The exchange was already completed. So why come back to fight for people? Did he hate the Xiang family that much? Just then, as he was getting anxious and urging, Jin Long, sitting in the back row, pointed at the approaching off-road vehicle, and immediately pulled out his pistol to shoot. Seeing this, Xiangbei didn't hold back either. He stuck his head out of the window and sprayed bullets with his AK. Feiyu sharply turned the vehicle, using its body to shield against the incoming bullets, and laughed. "Xiangbei, it's been years since we last met. Your shooting skills have really gotten worse. Whether it's worse or not doesn't matter. Killing you is the most important." Xiangbei growled through gritted teeth on the phone. As the two vehicles drew closer, the drug-dealing armed men in Xiangbei's truck rose up, grabbing AKs and firing at the oncoming off-road vehicle. Bullets pounded against the windshield, causing a spiderweb of cracks to instantly appear in the bulletproof glass. Chapter 226. Revealing old wounds. You think killing me will solve the problem? Xiangbei gripped Feiyu's throat, pinning him against the wheel, his knuckles turning white from the force. Lu Feiyu dug his fingers into Xiang Bei's wound, tearing at it fiercely. Seizing the moment Xiang Bei flinched in pain, he swept his leg to trip him, mounting him and throwing punches. The dull pain of fists landing on his face drove Xiang Bei into a frenzy. He suddenly rolled over, pinning Lu Feiyu beneath him, and picked up a half-broken gun barrel to smash down. Lu Feiyu kicked against his chest, rolling to the side just before the barrel fell, which crashed heavily to the ground, sparking. The two wrestled again, rolling on the ground littered with broken glass and shell casings, neither willing to let go. Amid their struggle, the unconscious Jin Long woke up. Seeing the bloody scene of fists connecting with flesh, he quickly searched the vehicle, finally finding a handgun with some bullets left beneath the cockpit. "Boss, get out of the way." Jin Long hurriedly got out of the car, locking onto the figures locked in combat, and shouted. Xiang Bei instinctively leaned back at the sound, and 3 gunshots followed. Looking back at Lu Feiyu, who was preparing to punch him, a spray of blood mist erupted from his chest, with blood also splattering on his left forearm. Chapter 227, Tank Troops. Heaven's punishment can be avoided, but self-inflicted sins cannot live. All of this is your own doing. Lu Feiyu gasped for breath, as he broke free from WANGE's support, stepping forward. At this point, neither he nor Xiang Bei had a way out. If he didn't catch Xiang Bei, he couldn't go back to report. If Xiang Bei couldn't kill Lu Feiyu, he wouldn't be able to leave either. Nightmare, you're right. But remember, I owe no one in this life. Xiang Bei let out his final roar, suddenly rising to shoot back. Bang, bang, bang. WANGE, who had been on high alert, was prepared for this, when he saw Xiang Bei suddenly stand. He pulled the trigger repeatedly, but ultimately shot Xiang Bei's wrist instead of a vital spot, rendering him unable to fight back. With a thud, the handgun fell to the ground, and Xiang Bei clutched his bullet-riddled wrist, staring at the close-range Lu Feiyu, complex emotions welling up in his eyes. Memories from years ago flashed before him like slides. In his 20s, surrounded by a group of brothers he considered confidants, he had once naively thought he would forever remain in that military camp he loved and hated, even contemplating more than once that he might die there, becoming a martyr in the cemetery. Chapter 228. In the face of death, the sound of gunfire grew closer from behind, and it was at this moment that the two, who had been chatting, finally snapped back to reality. When they turned to look, they found that WANG's team had all turned back, and the blonde guy was jumping up and down, cursing over the radio. "What the hell are you doing? I've been bitten by these bastards all the way. My ass is about to smoke." Ha ha ha, Lu Feiyu laughed especially happily at the sound, glancing at WANGE, whose face was beaming with a smile. "These guys have a strong accent, can't you teach them some Mandarin? This little foreigner has such poor learning ability." Just these few sentences nearly gave me a brain aneurysm. WANGE, supporting his arm, smiled as they retreated. Although their small group was still no match against hundreds pursuing them, given the current situation, it was worth it. With these brothers by their side, even if they died on this land, they had no regrets. "Bai Kai, it's great to see you alive, don't get too emotional. The reason we came back to pick you up is mainly that we don't have passports, and are afraid we can't go back." A young black man drove up, grinning as he patted the car door. Compared to his dark skin, his big white teeth stood out brightly. Chapter 229, Sure, listen. Shut the hell up. I haven't abandoned my brothers all these years. WANGE gritted his teeth, leaving a bloody footprint on the ground with each step. He had long reached his physical limit, and being able to hold on until now was all thanks to the determination in his heart. If it were someone else's job, he would have led his brothers to run away at the beginning of the fight. Damn it, 30 people against 800. And the other side even had tanks and other large assault weapons. This kind of work, without decades of experience, one wouldn't even consider taking it on. It was only because of the value he placed on brotherhood that he didn't abandon the mission early on, or else he wouldn't have let it develop to this point. Brother WAN, this time you've really gone big. If we can survive and return, I'll give you 100 million as a reward. Feiyu leaned on his shoulder and joked as he slowly moved. At this point in the fight, it was no longer something that could be measured by money. 100 million. You might as well throw it away, at least 200 million. Brother WAN bit his lip until it bled. Each step requiring immense willpower to support him. He himself weighed over 180 pounds, and Feiyu was also around 160 to 70 pounds. In a severely injured and near-death state, he managed to drag 300 pounds for dozens of meters, truly deserving the title of a steel warrior. Chapter 230, Counterattack. The situation was irreversible, and no one could stop it. At the moment they faced the elite forces of the Great Shia. The armed drug traffickers on site immediately sensed an overwhelming force, and all turned to flee in unison, no longer making a futile resistance. However, at this point in the fight, it was no longer something they could leave whenever they wanted. A large number of reconnaissance aircraft and drones entered the village to sweep through, marking positions while pursuing southward, preparing for the upcoming new round of bombardments. After being reported by Jubing, the incident was handed over to the theater command, with Commander Jia personally signing the combat application documents. He repeatedly demanded that all involved forces must be eliminated at all costs. First, there were the hired foreign armed forces that assassinated the commander, followed by the kidnapping of military families, demanding the release of criminal suspects. Any one of these actions alone was enough to mobilize the military for a crackdown. The impact of this incident was extremely severe, and it had to be washed away with blood to demonstrate to those restless hostile forces that the consequence of touching this line was only a dead end. As more and more special forces elites arrived, an impenetrable blockade was instantly set up around the Golden Triangle. All armed forces, regardless of which side they belonged to, would only be met with rows of cold bullets if they dared to approach. Chapter 231, Awakening. When Feiyu opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a clean and bright hospital room. On the sofa opposite, Reba was curled up like a little cat, sleeping soundly. He tried to move his arm, but before he could lift it, a sharp pain shot through his wrist. His groggy head felt like a lump of glue, and even his eyelids felt unusually heavy. Just as he wanted to call out to Reba, he found that it felt like a stone was lodged in his throat, accompanied by a burning sensation, and he couldn't make any sound at all. Beep, beep, beep. The beeping of the machines at the head of his bed grew louder in his ears, and Feiyu felt that his whole body was heating up, his skin burning hot and desperately thirsty. Just then, the door was gently pushed open, and a nurse came in holding several bottles of 4 drips. When she saw his slightly opened eyes, she said in surprise, "Waking up so soon, your recovery ability is really strong. Everyone thought you would be in a coma for several days." Hearing this, Feiyu wanted to ask what was going on, but he realized that not only could he not speak, but he couldn't even move his eyes. Fortunately, the nurse seemed to understand his current thoughts and whispered while working. Chapter 232, Determined. No, how did you come back? What happened at that time? Were you hurt? Reba leaned in closer, examining the haggard expression and swollen eyes of Feiyu, thinking she must have suffered some inhumane treatment, and she asked with great concern. Fortunately, this incident happened abroad, and the news was tightly sealed, otherwise, it would have caused an uproar. I called my master and asked his friends there, but I still couldn't find any news about you. We were all so scared, we thought you had been sold to the Tower Country, to the Middle East. Everyone was raising money and trying to pull strings, no matter the cost, to bring you back. I even called friends in the Tower Country. Lei Dai Chu, standing next to her, said nervously, I originally wanted him to find connections to inquire in the park, but he said there's fighting over there, and it's impossible to get through now. Listening to the concern around her, Reba breathed a sigh of relief, feeling touched and grateful. But she also felt a hint of curiosity. How did you all get in here? She had only told these people she was in the country. But she hadn't mentioned that she had returned to Spring City. How did they know she was in the military hospital and could barge in so openly? Chapter 233, Elimination of Drug Trafficking Groups. All right. I don't want to listen to your useless talk. You figure it out yourself, I can't manage this. Fang Ling waved her hand, not wanting to argue over such trivial matters. If you keep saying you're quitting, I hope you won't cry when the company sues you. Do you really think the company's legal team is just for show? When you signed the contract, all the clauses, including penalties for breach of contract, were clearly stated. In this case, a lawsuit would definitely be successful. If you don't believe it, just try. Let us go, you staying here won't help at all. They are about to do rounds again. Reba also didn't want to discuss these matters further. Anyway, she didn't have much to do right now. And several unimportant press conferences had already been postponed. The new drama that Jiang Lina fought for her wouldn't start filming for over half a year. She planned to wait until Lu Feiyu's injuries stabilized before discussing these matters. If it really didn't work, she would push it back or semi-retire. This incident had given her a great insight. Life is only a few decades long, work is never-ending, but there is only one loved one. If the family cannot be happy and secure, what good is earning the most money? Therefore, she now viewed wealth lightly. As long as the family could be safe and healthy, nothing else mattered. Chapter 234, Fang Ling erupts. Oh, you're really lucky to find such a beautiful, understanding, and gentle girlfriend. Zhao Zhan pointed at Lu Feiyu with envy. Never expecting Reba to be willing to put down her career and devote herself to taking care of him in the hospital. In this materialistic society where everyone looks at money, having such a virtuous and down-to-earth girl by your side is more effective than any magic potion. All right, you guys chat. We'll leave first, and we'll come back when we have time. Seeing that it was about time, Zhao Zhan took a few officers and prepared to leave. They weren't busy this morning, so they managed to carve out some time to come around. Usually, they wouldn't have the time to run over here. Why don't you eat before you leave? Lu Feiyu smiled widely, pretending to keep them there. I may not be able to get out of bed. But my wife can drink quite a bit. Let her accompany you for a drink. Don't make a fuss. What time is it now? Even if you held a gun to my head, I wouldn't dare to drink. Zhao Zhan waved his hand and left with a group of people, smiling. As they departed, Reba approached with a food box, her delicate little face glowing with vitality after a few days of rest. Seeing Lu Feiyu getting better day by day, her mood visibly improved as well. Chapter 235, Company's Concerns. You want to rebel, huh? Do you think just because you have seniority, you can challenge me? President Qin slammed the table, unconsciously raising his voice. He admitted he was in a bad mood today, and wanted to vent his frustrations on the other party. But he never expected Fang Ling would dare to openly confront him. What the hell is going on? It's hard to manage artists, and it's even harder to manage agents. It's clear she wants to go against him. Do you know how much money the company has lost this time? You casually pushed away several announcements that the company spent a lot of money to secure. Now, not only do we have to pay their breach of contract fees, but we will also lose the company's credibility. What do you want? Don't tell me you have the ability to find the person involved. What is the use of telling me? Fang Ling interrupted his rambling and responded quite directly. I can't attend for her, to put it bluntly. We're all adults and should consider the consequences before doing anything. You have your difficulties, I have mine, and she has her thoughts. Since we can't be on the same wavelength, you can just deal with her directly, saving me the trouble of relaying messages. If you can bring her back, then you, President Qin, will have some face. Chapter 236, Coming to the door. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed outside the door. Jiang Lina instinctively turned to look, and saw her secretary peeking in at the entrance. When the secretary noticed her attention, she immediately reported, President Jiang, President Qin from Qianji Entertainment is here. He said he has something important to discuss with you. President Qin from Qianji Entertainment. Jiang Lina frowned slightly, unable to recall who he was at the moment. She knew about Qianji Entertainment, they had collaborated before, and Reba was signed under their company. But who was this President Qin? Let's talk about it tomorrow. It's already after work. Jiang Lina stretched her wrist and casually dismissed it. It was hard to come by a moment of rest. And she didn't want to meet these unimportant people. Now that the company has grown, all kinds of strange individuals come knocking every day. In the end, they all want money or investment. Especially these entertainment companies, they are even more troublesome, often bringing connections to make it annoying, yet one has to face them. Therefore, unless there is a particularly familiar relationship, Jiang Lina preferred to avoid meetings to save herself from trouble. He said he wanted to talk to you about Reba. Chapter 237, Probing Real Thoughts. A few days ago, after the incident with Reba at Baixiang, she disappeared after returning to Chuncheng. All her announcements were cancelled. And the company's calls went unanswered. I personally stayed at the military hospital in Chuncheng for 2 days and didn't see her. President Qin recounted recent events. His eyes fixed on the other party, trying to read something. President Jiang, I don't know what kind of agreement you had with her. But I just want a clear answer now. What is her current attitude? There has to be some explanation. He still firmly believed that someone must have said something to Reba, otherwise, how could there be such a significant change in just a few days? And the suspect was most likely Jiang Lina in front of him, only she could easily influence Reba. No, I'm a bit confused about what happened here. Jiang Lina was baffled by his words, her pretty face filled with unresolvable confusion, struggling to digest such a large amount of information. What do you mean something happened at Baixiang? What happened? Why is it at the military hospital in Chuncheng? She could understand Reba appearing in Chuncheng since Feiyu was stationed there. It was normal for the couple to meet. Chapter 238, You go check. I just want to take a break for a while, wait until the contract ends, and then terminate it, Reba said. Her face flushed and a bit embarrassed. She knew it was a bit underhanded, but if she didn't do this, it would be extremely difficult to terminate the contract. There's no such good thing, you think too beautifully. Jiang Lina rolled her eyes at her words. She thought, does she take the company's legal team for fools? With over a year left on the contract, no entertainment company would allow you to rest for such a long time. In the end, it would definitely end up in court. How about this? Don't worry about it, I'll find a way to handle it. You just take care of Feiyu these days, and consider it helping me out. After a while, Jiang Lina decided to help her deal with this mess. Otherwise, dragging it out would only cause more severe consequences, and it might even be exposed by some unscrupulous media, ruining her reputation. Aunt, my contract is a bit complicated. I'll handle it myself. Reba's voice was as small as a mosquito, feeling so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She could swear she never thought of using Jiang Lina's help. It was just a coincidence that their conversation led to this point. And it was obviously hard to hide. Chapter 239, The Outcome of the Four Great Families. So, does President Jiang mean to help her terminate the contract? President Qin felt more relaxed seeing her firm attitude. The main reason he was anxious before was that he couldn't find Reba, and didn't understand her specific situation. Now, even though Reba hadn't shown up, Jiang Lina's appearance could solve most of the problems. Anyway, talking with anyone is talking. Directly finding the financial backer seems more convenient. You should still have a little over a year left on the contract. Jiang Lina slowly savored her tea and said, I won't let you suffer. The 3 leading female roles previously offered to Reba can all be transferred to Qianji Entertainment, as a gesture of my sincerity. As for any further issues and what compensation you want, feel free to bring it up. As long as it's not too excessive, I can accept it. President Jiang. Reba is a traffic star our company has spent years cultivating. If we terminate the contract like this, just the various breach of contract fees would be unaffordable for us. This is putting us in a tough spot. President Kim immediately started to play the victim as soon as she mentioned the three leading roles, trying to exaggerate the investment amounts to gain more resources in return. Chapter 240, Cheating Sigh, these people are really bad. They do all sorts of unethical things and deserve to be dealt with. Reba glared angrily, unable to stop herself from sighing. Through these days of exposure, she had heard quite a bit about the situation in the Tower country. What telecom fraud gangs, money laundering gangs, and drug trafficking gangs were all holed up in that little corner, engaging in unspeakable businesses. Such people, in order to make money, have fed their conscience to the dogs and should be severely punished, so they can experience the feeling of being sanctioned by the law. Well, after seeing so much, one gets used to it. Illegal activities will never be completely eradicated as long as there is demand. For this, Feiyu is quite open-minded. Mainly because there's no other way to look at it. From opium to now, over 100 years have passed, and the drug trade has never truly been eliminated. Faced with high profits, human greed can no longer be restrained by normal means. Even the death penalty cannot achieve comprehensive coverage in combating this issue. In this situation, the only option is to increase border inspections and strengthen border defense forces to gradually wear them down. Aside from this, there is no other way. How to find it? It's noon, what should I eat? Chapter 241, Punishment. Noticed that evening, the incident of stealing food could not be hidden from Rhea. Mainly because the smell of the beef under the bed was too strong. He and Xiaoliu had talked about it, which made Rhea discover the clue. Although she was very angry, upon seeing Feiyu's pitiful expression, she ultimately did not lose her temper. She just reminded him not to steal food in the future. If he really wanted to eat, he could say it directly. There was no need to sneak around and make a fool of himself. After all, he was a senior colonel. If outside medical staff saw this, who knows what sarcastic remarks they might make. It would be a shame if they laughed at him for being henpecked, not even daring to eat a piece of meat. Seeing that he was not scolded, Feiyu grinned widely, nodding repeatedly. All right, whatever you say is right. As long as you're not angry and we don't argue, it's all good. Let me tell you, I went to see the doctor at noon, and he specifically instructed that you should lie in bed and rest properly during this time. The injury on your chest needs to recover quietly. Too much activity isn't good. I know my own body better than he does, Feiyu replied, leaning against the headboard, playing games on his phone. Recently, he had been so bored that while his arm could still move, he teamed up with Xiaoliu to play games. Chapter 242, I'm a bit unconvinced. No, I completely accept this punishment, and I have no personal objections. Feiyu waved his hands repeatedly to express his stance. Given the current result, he felt like he had struck gold. In the past, he wouldn't even have dared to think about it. All right, since you have no objections, just focus on recovering from your injury during this time. Lin Ruian quickly stood up, preparing to leave. He had been quite busy recently, with the red-blue confrontation exercise in full swing, and the entire military district was working non-stop, about to enter a major battle. This was also why he took the time to come over at night. He was too busy during the day, and had no time to step out. Moreover, during this period, the other side had been keeping an eye on his movements, and his appearance had put considerable pressure on his security personnel. Soon, he had to handle other matters and fly back to the exercise command post that night, with no time to rest. Commander, can we discuss this matter further? At this moment, Rhea came out of the bathroom, asking nervously. She had heard their entire conversation clearly. Upon learning that Feiyu would be suspended and disciplined because of this, she felt both guilty and reluctant, and deep down, she was a bit unconvinced. Is there really no other way to handle it? In a certain sense, he didn't do anything wrong, he just acted from the perspective of a man, a fiancé, doing what he thought he should do. Chapter 243. Giving you an opportunity is useless. With his departure, Rhea drooped her head. Looking like a child who had made a mistake, swaying to the bedside, pouting her lips, ready to cry. I didn't think so much. I understood everything the commander said just now. From what it seems, it wouldn't he be excessive to execute you? Do you think this is a joke? Feiyu pulled her small hand, playfully comforting her. If this were during wartime, you would really be shot. A frontline commander leaving their assigned troops is no small matter. A random combat supervision team could just execute him on the spot for desertion. So will you be reported to the commander and face another punishment? Rhea lowered her head, her little face full of worry, hurriedly saying, why don't we just quit? Let us handle the discharge procedures tomorrow. Don't let your life be at risk over this. Ha ha ha. Feiyu was amused by her cowardly demeanor, showing her the document in his hand. Look at this. The punishment document has already been issued, there won't be any changes. Besides, you don't understand the situation here. Just complaining doesn't mean the higher-ups will care if they find out. Chapter 244. Taking action. You say it nicely, but if it goes wrong, I'll be the one to take the blame. With my small frame, I can't handle such a heavy load. Jubing leaned back in the chair beside him, just about to catch his breath when he heard a report. Report to the commander, the connection has been established, please take your seats. As soon as this was said, numerous staff members in the room, including the chief of the special police team, all habitually stood up and moved to the adjacent conference room. Jubing was the first to arrive, quickly making his way to the main seat of the conference room, looking at the large screen in front of him, which already displayed the battlefield command center and the figures of high-ranking police leaders. Facing so many big shots, Jubing loosened the top button of his collar, suppressing his excitement, and led everyone in a salute. Leaders, the hunting operation is ready and can be implemented at any time. Ahem. The high-ranking police leader in the left screen coughed lightly and activated the microphone in front of him. For this operation, our police have only one requirement. We must annihilate the enemy completely, and all key figures and core members must be brought to justice. Understood. We guarantee to complete the mission. Jubing replied emphatically, his eyes wide open. In contrast, the military side's leaders appeared incredibly relaxed. Chapter 245. Fleeing in panic. Damn it. Who said they wouldn't dare to move? Now look, they've come right to our doorstep. In the manner, Chenming and Super, under the protection of numerous subordinates, were moving towards the air raid shelter. For the past few days, the Great Xia army had been unusually quiet, and the intelligence personnel they had embedded in the government army hadn't provided any new information. Although this silence was abnormal, it was a critical moment, and the four major families were too busy organizing their internal finances daily, trying to evacuate from Kanbang within the last few days. Who would have thought that at this crucial juncture, the Great Xia army would launch an attack? This was truly the worst luck imaginable. Hurry, organize the convoy to evacuate. Activate the ground defense system, and launch a counterattack. Super, as the master of the manor, had long made preparations, setting up multiple heavy machine guns and anti-aircraft gun positions on the ground. Although they were all outdated equipment, given the current situation, he did not expect to win. He just needed to hold off the enemy for a while to facilitate their escape. What vehicles are you preparing? Can you even break out? Chenming frowned and asked. The gunfire outside was more intense than firecrackers during the New Year. Trying to rush out was nearly impossible, and would be akin to seeking death. Chapter 246. Something's wrong. Problems discovered as the main force prepared to continue their advance towards the main building at the back of the manor. The two anti-aircraft towers in the backyard suddenly erupted in flames. The reconnaissance aircraft circling above sensed the impending crisis, and quickly changed direction to evade the pursuit of the anti-aircraft fire. Those bastards, even at this time, are still fighting to the death. They truly embody ignorance and foolishness to the extreme. Damn it, there are really those who are not afraid of death. Wu Zhuan, who was stationed on the third floor of the villa, saw the anti-aircraft towers spouting flames and turned to the adjacent room. Grabbing an assault rifle from the lifeless bandit nearby, he adjusted the grenade launcher below, aimed at the anti-aircraft tower directly in front, and did not hesitate to pull the trigger. With a muffled bang, Wu Zhuan felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as the grenade formed a beautiful parabolic arc, locking onto the anti-aircraft tower on the right. Boom! Flames erupted at the edge of the anti-aircraft tower, but it caused little damage to the high-grade concrete. Instead, this action attracted the attention of the enemy. The bloodthirsty bandits immediately turned their guns towards Wu Zhuan's position and began firing. The power of the anti-aircraft artillery is much greater than that of airborne cannons. The solid walls are as fragile as paper before it, offering no resistance at all. Chapter 247, Citywide Lockdown. More than an hour later, 5 kilometers outside the manor. Inside an abandoned chemical factory, several people pushed open a manhole cover and crawled out of the sewer. At this moment, these individuals no longer had their usual brilliance, covered in mud and dirt, with a nauseating stench wafting through the air. Looking at the desolate abandoned factory, Chen Ming furrowed his brows and urged anxiously, "What now? That entrance can't hide us for long. It will definitely be discovered. Don't panic, follow me." Su Pa calmly wiped the sweat from his brow and led everyone cautiously into the factory. When he dug this secret passage, he anticipated the possibility of being besieged. Therefore, he deliberately placed the exit near the industrial area of the city, far from the mountains and uninhabited areas. This was a gamble, betting on the darkness under the light. The group hurriedly entered the factory. In the pitch-black environment, they could hardly see what was inside. Fortunately, Su Pa was well prepared. He led a few subordinates to feel their way into the factory, shining their flashlights around until they came to a covered item. Without hesitation, several subordinates stepped forward to pull off the top, revealing 2 ambulances before them. Chapter 248, Perils Everywhere. With the order given, a large convoy immediately filled the streets, the roar of engines echoing loudly in the midnight streets. Su Pa and his group, driving down the street, felt a sense of unease as they watched the infantry fighting vehicles and off-road vehicles whizzing past them. "Oh no, have we been discovered? Go! Hurry!" Su Pa reacted quickly, patting the driver's shoulder, signaling him to hurry and leave East City. Something's off. These people should still be digging the exit of the secret passage. They shouldn't have reacted this quickly. Looking at the current situation, if they couldn't rush out immediately, they were very likely to be trapped in East City, like fish in a barrel. The driver stepped on the gas, accelerating, but as they merged onto the main road, the flashing police lights on the street made him tremble, and he instinctively eased off the gas. "Brother, there are police ahead. They are checking each passing vehicle. What do we do?" "Don't panic, hurry up. Stay calm. They might not check the ambulances." Su Pa forced himself to remain calm, encouraging his younger brother, but beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. He knew better than anyone what kind of judgment he would face if caught. Chapter 249, No Way Out. "What is going on? Speak clearly." Hearing this news, Zhu Bing immediately pressed for details. They were still figuring out where the other side might emerge, not expecting that traces had already been found outside. This was indeed good news. "In the East City industrial area, we found an abandoned factory, where we discovered clothes they discarded and traces of 2 vehicles. From the tire width, they should be 2 vans. There are also small motorcycles they discarded in the sewer, which should have been left not long ago." In the earpiece, the SWAT team members quickly reported their findings. Upon hearing about the vans, Zhu Bing immediately turned to the aide beside him. "Hurry up and search for the vans. Don't let any police cars, ambulances, or business vehicles escape. This group is very cunning. They set their base in East City to play hide and seek." "Understood." The aide received the order and began relaying it to the drone operators while activating satellite monitoring to start scanning the area. East City was the first lockdown area. It would not be easy for them to break out. Therefore, based on the time estimate, this group should still be within the city and would likely attempt to move in another direction. Chapter 250, The Joy of Moving to a New Home. Bang, bang, bang. By the stream, Supar stood in water up to his waist, picking up a stone and continuously smashing it against the pipeline entrance. He guessed correctly. There was indeed a passable exit here, but unfortunately, there was a steel-cast filter net at the pipe's end. Unarmed, it was a fool's dream for him to break open this filter net in a short time. As the helicopter descended slowly, Wu Zhuan quickly controlled Chen Ming and several other surrendered thugs. When he approached the stream and saw Supar still smashing the filter net, a cold smile appeared in his eyes. Still daring to dream of escaping the law at death's door. Scum like you should be executed on the spot. Stop struggling. Your way out has been blocked, just like the situation before you. There is no other way but to go back and face punishment. Bang, bang, bang. Supar seemed not to hear him. He continued to raise the stone in his hand, relentlessly smashing the filter net. Even though his palms had been scraped raw, he showed no sign of stopping. Buzzing. Not long after, a convoy drove in from afar, and dozens of SWAT members arrived to support, forcibly taking Supar away from the stream. As a faint mist appeared on the horizon, tonight's raid finally came to an end. Chapter 251, Reuniting with old friends. An hour later, Lu Feiyu arrived outside Chun City Prison. As the vehicle stopped, Reba was puzzled, not understanding what he was up to this time. What's going on? Is your friend working in there? Reba leaned against the window, peering inside. Yes, he works in there, Lu Feiyu said with a wry smile, shaking his head without further explanation. It was indeed a job, but after today, his work there would come to an end. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Hey, no way. I want to go in and take a look too. Reba was not about to miss out on this spectacle. I used to see scenes in movies and TV shows set in prisons, but I haven't been to one in real life. Today, I finally have the chance to experience it, so I must take a tour. It's not fun here. Inside the high walls are all murderers and the like. Lu Feiyu stood at the door with his hands on his hips, starting to scare her. Drug dealers caught at the border are also here, and each one is capable of killing without blinking an eye. What? Can he kill me through the iron gates and windows? After going through a kidnapping incident, Reba has opened her eyes. Such petty situations no longer scare her. Chapter 252, Letting Go of All Ties. Brother, unlock his handcuffs. Lu Feiyu looked at the guard beside him, signaling him to make it convenient. How can one drink while handcuffed? Tomorrow is the execution, he should at least be given a breather. Seeing that the officer had spoken, the guard hesitated for a moment, but ultimately obeyed his command and stepped forward to unlock the handcuffs. Then, Lu Feiyu took a cup and a bottle of wine to him and said with a somewhat complicated expression, "Today, 1 bottle each. Drink up and then go back to sleep. All right, just a couple of sips to satisfy the craving is good." Xiang Bei smiled at him, but in reality, he already understood what was going on. From the moment he was caught, he had been waiting for this day. He originally thought he would be executed upon return, but unexpectedly, he had been allowed to live a few more months. During this time, whether it was resignation or coming to terms with it, he had accepted this fact calmly. What is the purpose of living this life? He couldn't clearly explain it himself, and as for whether he regretted it, he couldn't say. Humans are complex emotional beings. If he really had a chance to start over, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't make the same mistakes again. But fortunately, all of this would soon come to an end. Chapter 253, Safe Haven. Half a month later, after his health stabilized somewhat, Lu Feiyu and his wife took an early flight back to Kyoto. He had already visited the Xiang family and, seeing the old lady weeping all day and enduring the neighbors' pointed fingers, he arranged for her to be sent to a nursing home in the neighboring city. Although she would feel lonely at first, at least in that unfamiliar environment, she wouldn't have to face the contemptuous gazes of others anymore. After accompanying the old lady for 3 days, he finally returned home. He had experienced a lot during this time, and he needed a warm, safe haven to heal his emotional wounds. At 7 in the morning, the weather in Kyoto had already warmed up. Feiyu took off his coat and wore only a thin short-sleeve shirt as he slowly walked outside. This time, neither of them brought anyone. Xiao Liu stayed at the military district. Now, he was also free of official duties, spending his days wandering around with a bodyguard, which was somewhat conspicuous. It was better this time to seek some peace and quiet, so no one should follow him. Son. Just as he exited the airport, his mother saw the two of them and waved repeatedly. Especially when she saw Reba behind him, her face lit up with joy. Chapter 254. Old Lu's gift. In the following days, Reba enjoyed rare time off, connecting with some friends in Kyoto and having a great time. Feiyu, on the other hand, kept a low profile. When he had nothing to do, he stayed at home and occasionally helped his mother with household chores and cooking. Facing such a significant change in her son, Lu's mother felt puzzled but was more pleased and happy. She thought her son had grown up and matured. Unlike before, when he would come back for a few days and often stay out all night drinking with comrades. It seemed that marriage was indeed the fastest way for a man to grow. At 8 in the morning, in the Lu family's kitchen, Feiyu wore an apron and was making breakfast with great seriousness. Comrade Old Lu had been quite busy these past few days, but in order to support his son, he couldn't bear to leave and insisted on eating breakfast before going to the unit. Dad, try this cheese and bacon sandwich and this cup of hand-ground cat poop coffee. Feiyu brought the tray to the living room with a smile. Old Lu, who had been somewhat expectant, felt his appetite wane upon hearing those two names. He glanced disdainfully at the tray and suddenly lost his hunger. Son, could you consider the tastes of the elderly? Who eats Western food for breakfast? Chapter 255, I've killed before. Knock, knock, knock. While Feiyu was flipping through the property certificate in the living room, he heard a knock at the door and immediately got up. Who's forgotten something? He thought it was Old Lu returning to retrieve some documents. Click. The door opened, and Reba appeared at the door, carrying a large pile of gift boxes. Quick, help me with this, I'm exhausted. Wait, did you go to the morning market this early? Feiyu was confused as he took the things, not understanding what she was up to. You've come here so many times, why are you being so polite? We're family. What morning market? Does your morning market have LV? Reba raised her small hand, fanning herself while peering around the living room. Stop looking, I'm the only one home. Seeing her cautious demeanor, Feiyu couldn't help but smile indulgently. Oh, I'm so exhausted. Upon hearing this, Reba completely relaxed. Plopping down on the living room sofa and enjoying the cool air from the air conditioner. These are things I bought while shopping in the past few days. Some for you and some for uncle and auntie. You can choose later. All right, I'll thank you on behalf of the old folks. Feiyu turned to the kitchen door, leaning against the fridge, and asked, what do you want to drink? Coffee, milk, soda, or tea? Chapter 256. 3 years the two of them, like children, squeezed into the reception area, chattering away for quite a while. In the end, it was Ms. Reba who pulled out her husband, gaining the upper hand. Of course, in this situation, Feiyu wouldn't continue to argue with her. After all, whether he won or lost, it was all on him, so there was nothing to dispute. Tap. Tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed outside. The next second, his aunt, dressed in a black dress with her hair tied up high, breezed into the room with a gust. Upon seeing the two in the reception area, she immediately fixed her gaze on the chair under Lu Feiyu and scolded. "You're so heavy, walking around the house has ruined my carpet. What's wrong? Can't my big nephew come and hang out at your house?" Lu Feiyu lazily lounged in the chair, casting a sidelong glance at her. HMPH. Hearing this, Jiang Lina was amused by his shamelessness, crossed her arms, and sat down on the sofa. She couldn't be bothered to argue with the kid since he was her own. "Aunt, we don't have much to do today. We just wanted to stop by when passing by." At this moment, Reba resumed her obedient demeanor, placing the gifts on the table and hurriedly unwrapping them. "I saw this new style when I was shopping a couple of days ago. It suits your temperament, so I bought it. Take a look and see if you like it." Chapter 257, Parents spoiling their children. All right, as long as there are no issues on your side. The rest will be easy to resolve. Jiang Lina sighed in relief seeing her agree so readily. When she was negotiating with Tianji Entertainment earlier, everything was fine except for the remaining 3 endorsement contracts, which really put her in a difficult position. Those endorsements were all for international brands, and the terms and penalties for breach of contract were frighteningly high. If they had to pay all the penalties, it would amount to tens of billions, which would give anyone a headache, even Jiang Lina. In this day and age, even a billionaire boss doesn't have tens of billions in cash flow readily available. Moreover, she couldn't touch the company's funds, making it even more complicated to resolve everything at once. Therefore, after much consideration, she decided to let Reba take a break for 3 years, preferably fading out of the entertainment industry to avoid trouble. Once all the contracts expired, they could discuss any payments. From the current situation, this plan seemed to be the least troublesome. The only downside was that it could offend people. After all, they had signed endorsement contracts for several years, and directly taking a 3-year hiatus would significantly impact their brand promotions. But given the circumstances, they had no better options and could only resort to this last measure. Chapter 258, You're truly shameless. Let's go, it's time for dinner. Not long after, Lu Feiyu, with a bulging backpack that couldn't be zipped up, said, "Huh?" Reba looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he meant. They hadn't finished discussing things yet, so what dinner? What are you dawdling for? We made the trip here, Auntie will definitely arrange a meal. Come on. I'm starving. Lu Feiyu said with an air of certainty, tilting his head. Hearing this, Jiang Lina was completely amused by his shamelessness. She immediately put down her teacup, stood up, and called out, "All right then, it's time for dinner, let's go eat something together." "Sure, Auntie. I know a really good restaurant. And today it's on us." Reba quickly followed suit, wanting to show off a bit. After all, they had helped her with such a big favor, and it was only right to express her gratitude. "Compared to Auntie's, your restaurant can't compare. We can eat there another time." At this moment, Lu Feiyu stepped in front of them and decisively made the decision, "Let's go to that club we went to last time, the ingredients are good. And it's pretty quiet. The main thing is, Auntie's treating, so we shouldn't let it go to waste." Chapter 259, The father-in-law is coming. Are you sure it's a training error, and does it have anything to do with the injury? Jiang Lina was not easily fooled. Hearing the word suspension made her recall the events from some time ago. It was also around that time that Reba stopped taking jobs, causing Tianji Entertainment to come to their company for an explanation. Now this kid was suspended again, so there must be something going on. It seemed these two had gotten themselves into big trouble without telling their families. There is a connection, but it's not significant. Lu Feiyu didn't plan to elaborate, and began to evade the question. "You don't need to pry so deeply. The military has regulations against discussing it." "All right then, you're not kids anymore. I trust you can handle any issues that arise." Jiang Lina decided not to press further, but couldn't help but remind them. If there's a problem you can't solve, and you might need money, you must let me know. Don't try to shoulder it alone. Got it? Can I still be polite with you? Lu Feiyu smiled and nodded, appearing very relaxed and not taking it seriously. He was well aware of how serious the previous incident was. His superiors only gave him a suspension, which was already a lenient punishment. As for when he would have a new position, that depended on how long the higher-ups intended to keep him waiting. Chapter 260, Coincidence at 3 in the afternoon. The two of them, who were worried about having nothing to do, hurried to the hotel after quickly buying a few things outside. When the door opened, Reba happily rushed into her father's arms, just like when she was a child, hugging her dad's neck and not wanting to let go. The old man, who had initially felt a bit shy, turned redder when he saw Lu Feiyu following behind, and patted his daughter's shoulder with a smile. How old are you? Still acting like a child. Your dad can't even hold you anymore. No matter how old I am, I'm still your daughter. Reba laughed dismissively, then ran towards her mother in the living room. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu, following behind, casually chatted while surveying the guest room. Uncle, when did you guys arrive? You should be called ahead so I could pick you up at the airport. Oh, we came this time for a performance, accompanied by the choir. So there's no need for you to pick us up. The old man seemed surprised by his presence and quickly asked. I didn't expect both of you to be in Kyoto. This is quite a coincidence. Indeed, what a coincidence. We just got back 2 days ago. Lu Feiyu took a seat, pouring tea for the old man. She just came out from her group, and I happened to be on leave. So I thought I'd come back to Kyoto for a visit. Chapter 261, Sudden Situation, you come here after finishing with the new suite. The two just got into the car when Reba, like a clingy little cat, climbed into the passenger seat and gave him a big kiss on the face. Hubby, you were really handsome today, you really made a good impression. My parents must be very satisfied with you. Hey, just regular operation, standard procedure. Lu Feiyu said with a proud smile, waving his hand. It was just a chat, what's so impressive about that? Besides, it's not the first time we've met. Once I finish my work in these 2 days, I must reward you. Reba kissed him again on the face, her big eyes sparkling with a different emotion. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu met her gaze and felt a sudden heat in his heart. Speaking of which, since his injury, it seemed like they hadn't shared a bed in a long time. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder, although they were together every day. The feeling had not weakened, but rather intensified. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to release some pent-up energy. What are you thinking about? At that moment, Reba noticed his fiery gaze and raised her hand to slap him playfully. I'm talking about giving you a gift. No need. What gift does an old married couple need? Just you being with me is enough. Lu Feiyu said shamelessly. Chapter 262, we'll handle this 20 minutes later. At the entrance of the Kyoto military district, Lu Feiyu, who had just gotten out of the car, hurriedly ran inside. There was already a car waiting for him. And Pan Wei was personally standing at the door to greet him, his eyes nearly bulging out. What's going on? There must be some unsolvable problem for them to come all the way to the military district. I don't know. Pan Wei anxiously slapped his thigh and quickly helped him with the registration before heading towards the military vehicle. I heard you were coming. So they agreed to wait for you in the office. They arrived yesterday morning, and no one would listen. They insisted on seeing you in person. I was about to go crazy. All right, stop saying useless things. Hurry up and go take a look. Lu Feiyu's face turned serious, and the more he listened, the more anxious he felt. Although they haven't contacted the elderly couple yet, this isn't the first time such a thing has happened. Every year, military districts across the country see some military families coming forward to seek justice, most of whom have suffered unfair treatment and bullying from local bullies. In response to this issue, the military holds meetings every year. emphasizing the need to properly handle the affairs of martyrs' families and to attentively and patiently pay attention to their daily lives and needs. We must not let those fallen soldiers leave this world in peace. Chapter 263, Tong Jicheong Chief, it's not that we don't trust the military. But this matter is indeed quite urgent. If it can't be dealt with promptly, we might really miss the opportunity, old Zeng said, gripping his hand and urging him anxiously. The elderly couple came to Kyoto to protect their ancestral hall, wanting to be closer to their son. They were only given 5 days, and 3 days had already passed. If this problem cannot be solved within the remaining 2 days, any subsequent compensation would be meaningless to them. Don't worry, Uncle Zeng, please believe me. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter, Lu Feiyu assured the elderly couple. He didn't know the specifics yet and needed to find someone to investigate immediately. Although old Zeng seemed relaxed, there were definitely unknown secrets involved. Not to mention that Zeng Chang's identity as a fallen soldier was well known in their local area. The fact that someone dared to target the ancestral hall in this situation indicates that there were people supporting them behind the scenes. Therefore, for Lu Feiyu, it was not only about protecting the ancestral hall, but also about bringing out all those scoundrels behind this and giving them a good beating. Chapter 264, Temporary Business Trip. There's no use discussing other matters now. We need to quickly contact the intelligence department to clarify this issue and arrange for your personnel to go down and execute it directly. Lu Feiyu didn't want to waste time on useless talk. Since they had come to him, he had to take responsibility to the end. This isn't just a matter for the Zeng family, it's a problem that all families of martyrs could potentially face. If it can't be handled properly, who would be willing to lead the charge in the future? Since you're back, you should take the lead on this matter, Tong Jicheong said, patting his shoulder. Hoping to use his influence to resolve it. Are you saying this without shame? Lu Feiyu tilted his head to look at him, his tone filled with extreme dissatisfaction. The Special Operations Brigade's matters are not my business. I'm not from your unit. The elderly couple only recognizes you. What can I do? Tong Jicheong spread his hands. Equally troubled. Before you came, they wouldn't even talk to me. I didn't have a chance to get involved. It's not that I'm pushing the blame, you know it yourself. Given the current situation, can you just walk away? Damn. Hearing him say this, Lu Feiyu cursed inwardly, then thought carefully and realized it really was the case. Chapter 265, Empathy. Bring it to me. Without waiting for her father-in-law to speak, Reba stretched out her hand to take the bottle. It's been a long time since I drank. It's good that today is with family, so a little drinking is fine. I don't know if my dad's drinking capacity has improved. The last time we drank was probably during the New Year 2 years ago. Haha, I'm just like that. At my age, I don't dare to drink too much. The old man, who originally didn't plan to drink, immediately showed a bit more smile when he saw his daughter willing to drink a little with him. Compared to the people outside, he preferred to spend more time with his daughter. Even if he got drunk, he wouldn't mind. All right, a little bit won't hurt. Red wine has some benefits for health. Lu Feiyu gently persuaded from the side, occasionally chatting with his father-in-law. To make sure he understood, the family didn't speak any ethnic languages and communicated entirely in Mandarin. After all, chatting in a language the son-in-law couldn't understand would be inappropriate. Others might think the family had some grievances against him. Not long after, the waiter started bringing out the dishes. They chose a restaurant with Kyoto specialties today, serving some local flavors. Although it couldn't be considered extravagant, it was quite distinctive and a well-known old shop. Chapter 266, Yin-Yang Contract. That night, Lu Feiyu didn't go home, but stayed at Ruobia's apartment, which was closer to the military district and convenient for leaving with the main force early the next morning. In the bathroom, just as he lay in the bathtub ready to soak, he suddenly heard his phone ringing nearby. When he saw it was Yi Haobo calling, he squinted his eyes and answered from the bathtub. What time is it, and you're still not off work? We are implementing a 24-hour duty system now, work one day. Rest the next, Yi Haobo said, pacing in the command center, his eyes bloodshot and showing signs of indescribable fatigue. Working one day and resting the next isn't good for most young people. Pulling all-nighters for 24 hours is quite a challenge for the body and energy. However, this is not something they can control. There must be reasons for the higher-ups' arrangements. Fortunately, there are just enough personnel now. So everyone works a bit harder on the schedule and can generally get a few hours of sleep. Then why did you invite me to dinner? Lu Feiyu joked while lying in the bathtub. You know I won't go, you're just being polite. Look at what you're saying, come on, I'm not a small leader. Finding time to go out for a meal isn't a problem, it's you who has no luck. Chapter 267, Military District red-headed document the next morning at 9 o'clock. When Lu Feiyu returned to the Special Operations Brigade, Old Zeng and his wife had been waiting for a long time. After a temporary meeting discussion, Tong Jiqiong arranged for Pan Wei and 2 soldiers to accompany them, and together with Lu Feiyu and the elderly couple, they set off as a group of 5. This task isn't particularly difficult or simple. It involves helping Old Zeng resolve the demolition issue, and also holding a simple meeting with the local government. If they actively face this problem, are willing to cooperate, and make corrections, then that would be fine. However, if these people are just putting on a show, dragging their feet, and passing the buck, then there's no need for negotiation. They will directly notify the Discipline Inspection Commission to intervene and hand over the evidence they have. And naturally, someone will pay for it. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the group boarded the high-speed train for their return journey. Pan Wei sat next to Lu Feiyu, looked back at the emotionally stable elderly couple, and quietly asked, Brother Yu, this is my first time doing this. When we get there, you have to help out and say a few words. You're a Major Deputy Battalion Commander, can't you handle a small matter? Lu Feiyu, who was dozing off, teased with some disdain upon hearing his request, isn't this easier than going to battle? Chapter 268, A Messy Situation. Uncle Zeng, when we get to the place, just say whatever needs to be said, don't be afraid or anxious, we are here, and no one can do anything to you. In the car, Lu Feiyu held Old Zeng's hand and kept reminding him. Answer what you're asked, don't say too much if you're not asked. We are here to solve the problem. Let's deal with the ancestral hall first before discussing anything else. Okay, I understand, I'll listen to you. The elderly couple, who had been tense the whole way, still felt a bit uneasy. Before they went to Kyoto, they had contacted the local authorities, but the matter had been dragging on without resolution. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traveled a great distance to appeal to the military district. Now, even though there were military leaders accompanying them, they were still just rural people, who had not seen much of the world. Thinking about the upcoming meeting still made them unconsciously nervous. Pan Wei, focus on the developer. Just throwing out their evidence would be enough to define this matter. How to build the road is their business, but forging contracts is against the law. As long as they hold on to this point, they won't be able to act tough. Yes, Chief, I understand. Pan Wei nodded emphatically, already drafting in his mind how to start and intimidate those people. Chapter 269, Pressing Hard. Hey, Director Zhao, we're just here to chat. It's just a small meeting, no need to shout so loudly. Pan Wei waved his hand gently, signaling everyone to take a seat, while his gaze fell on Zhu Jiwei at the back row. Seeing his bewildered expression, he asked, Mr. Zhu, right? The reason we called you here today is mainly to discuss the specific situation regarding the road construction in Jingjia village. Zhu Jiwei, who had just been yawning and didn't understand what was going on, felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing Jingjia village, realizing something was wrong. When he glanced around and spotted the Old Zeng couple, his heart raced, understanding the situation. The project in Jingjia village was indeed handled by their company for demolition. He had discussed it in detail with Director Zhao for a long time, and had found many people to carefully measure the demolition plan. The project was originally going smoothly. Except that the old Zeng couple had caused significant trouble. They led a group of villagers to protest, insisting that the ancestral hall should not be demolished, causing chaos and prompting numerous visits from the county government. However, under the current circumstances, that ancestral hall was right in the center of the road for this project. It was something that had to be demolished. Chapter 270, Not Even for More Money. Bang. In the deputy county head's office, Zhao Qianqing slammed the door loudly. As soon as he entered the room, he pointed at Zhu Jiwei and scolded him fiercely. "What are you doing? You can't even handle such a small matter. How could there be a leak in the contract? Do you have any brains? Do you understand the seriousness of this issue?" "Director, I'm puzzled too," Zhu Jiwei said. Feeling quite wronged, raising his hands in a helpless defense, "I've been personally overseeing this matter. How could there be a mistake? Is it useful to say this now?" Zhao Qianqing angrily walked to his desk, lit a cigarette, took a couple of deep puffs, and gradually calmed down. This project was crucial for the county's future development, and was one of the projects he was spearheading. The planning map, including the route and surrounding demolition situation, had long been finalized. If the route were suddenly changed at this time, it would need to be reported again, applied to the city and provincial departments, and even replanned, which would significantly impact the construction schedule. His term was about to end, and his biggest wish before leaving was to carry away this achievement. If this small matter caused a delay in the project, it would be a considerable loss for him. Chapter 271, If we can't come to an agreement, then we want to discuss it. Director Zhao, our demands are not excessive, and it hasn't reached the point of changing the plan. It's just a slight detour. And if this can affect urban development, then is there any need to build this road? Lu Feiyu suppressed his dissatisfaction, and confronted Zhao Qianqing and the others, questioning. How large can an ancestral hall be? At most 300 to 500 square meters. Road construction can be resolved by just making a slight turn. Why are we still stuck on this issue? With that 20 million, we could completely bypass the ancestral hall, so why not? What this comrade said is somewhat one-sided. Road construction has strict route planning, it's not just how I want it to be. Zhao Qianqing was also pushed to his limits and replied with a sullen face. 20 million is our limit. With this money, you could rebuild the ancestral hall elsewhere. This makes sense both emotionally and logically. I truly don't understand why you insist on that location. Who cares about your dirty money? After listening for a long time, Pan Wei suddenly slammed the table, glaring at everyone and shouted, "The ancestral hall existed first, and then the planned route. Don't you understand the issue of priority?" Chapter 272, Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. That afternoon, after receiving the complaint materials sent by the military, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission attached great importance to the situation in Loning County and immediately dispatched an investigation team to the scene. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Qianqing was still in a meeting with a group of people. Recently, they had held several large investment promotion expos in the county, attracting many companies to consult with various preferential policies. In light of this situation, the county committee took it very seriously, not only continuously offering incentives and tax exemptions, but also greenlighting land approvals for some companies to build factories. Because of this, the county was unusually busy, holding endless meetings and often working until 8 or 9 o'clock every day. At this moment, at the conference table, Zhao Qianqing held a teacup, took a sip to moisten his throat, and tapped his fingers on the table. "Everyone, are there any questions about the situation mentioned above? The Xingjia village project is already on track. I believe that within 3 years, the completion of this road will bring economic growth to Loning County. This is an opportunity and a good thing for the country and the people. Once the road is open, it means having more convenient transportation routes. And those companies that still have concerns won't have to worry about transportation issues anymore." Chapter 273, There are plenty of ways. After a long while, Cheng Yong suddenly pulled down the curtains and turned to look at his secretary, asking, "What is going on? Why did the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission suddenly come down? I'm not quite sure. The secretary frowned, hesitated for a while, and said uncertainly, I guess it's related to this afternoon's situation. I heard that a group of people from the Kyoto military district came down to discuss the Xingjia village project supervised by Director Zhao. And the conversation didn't go smoothly. It's hard not to raise suspicions that something happened at night. It's said that those people brought documents from the military district and had people from the provincial department intervene. Under these circumstances, it would be strange if Director Zhao was still unwilling to compromise. Cheng Yong, hearing all this, showed a look of realization. Only something like this could prompt the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission to act. At the same time, he felt fortunate that he wasn't there today, otherwise he might also have been implicated. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he had not yet recovered from the earlier events, someone knocked on the door from the outside. Hearing the noise, Cheng Yong's body trembled, a strange look appeared in his eyes, and he stared intently at the door, not daring to make a sound. Chapter 274. The County Party Secretary's guarantee letter. The appearance of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission had a far better effect than they had imagined. That night, Lu Feiyu and the others returned to the hotel, and before they even entered the room, they saw old Zhong waiting at the door with a middle-aged man they didn't recognize. Seeing them return, old Zhong hurried over, acting as the intermediary. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Cheng Yong, the secretary of the Liaoning County Party Committee. This is Major Pan Wei. Cheng Yong quietly glanced at a few people, and then warmly stepped forward to shake hands and greet them. He chuckled, Welcome to our Liaoning County. Comrades from the military region. Today, unfortunately, I was out on an inspection and just returned, so I didn't have the chance to host you properly. I hope Major Pan won't take offense. To be honest, if it weren't for the greetings from the Kyoto military region and the provincial department, Cheng Yong, given his rank, wouldn't have needed to personally receive Pan Wei and others. However, the comrades from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission had just spoken to him, hinting that they were leaning towards the Zhengjiakun project. As a veteran who has been immersed in the political arena for many years, Cheng Yong could certainly pick up on the subtleties of the situation. Now that Zhao Qianqing had been taken away for investigation, the project naturally fell under his direct responsibility. At this moment, how to handle the current dilemma would depend on his choices. Chapter 275. Perfect Solution. Secretary Cheng, your attitude is acceptable. And your handling of matters is fair, just barely satisfactory. After a long while, Lu Feiyu looked at the guarantee letter, smiled lightly, but the matter was not a joke. And the guarantee letter was not just a meaningless piece of paper. He gazed at Cheng Yong's serious expression, his smile gradually fading. And his tone carried a hint of threat. Right now, it was just a guarantee letter, but if an unexpected situation arose, it could very well turn into a sword in the hands of the comrades from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. The military's intelligence system is far more powerful than anyone imagines. Some things are buried underwater, and no one wants to manage them, but if you provoke someone, it will have to be made public. This statement was no different from slapping someone in the face. It was akin to grabbing them by the collar and slapping them. Not to mention a county party secretary, even an ordinary person would be angered by such remarks. What does that mean? You're impressive, do you have some dirt on them? However, anyone who can become a county party secretary is certainly not someone to be trifled with. At the very least, they have control over their emotions. After hearing this, Cheng Yong did not show any displeasure. Instead, in front of everyone, he reassured them once again. Chapter 276. Discussing meeting date. The next afternoon, they returned to Kyoto. And it was almost 6 o'clock. As soon as he exited the high-speed train station, Lu Feiyu separated from Pan Wei and others, heading straight for the underground parking lot. The eagerly waiting Reba saw him appear, and, instead of a warm embrace, circled around him like a detective, sniffing him incessantly. Hey, girl. I'm on a business trip, not out messing around. You're being a bit excessive in doubting your boyfriend. Feiyu raised his arm, cooperating with her investigation while helplessly smiling. Those who knew he was on a business trip would understand, those who didn't might think he was out with someone else. I'm not worried about you cheating. Reba crossed her arms and, after circling around without finding anything unusual, teasingly said, You finally went out, and I'm just afraid you couldn't control yourself and drank too much. You big shots from Kyoto coming to the grassroots units, of course, the people down there will warmly receive you. Ha, you're overthinking it. We are not even in the same system. They couldn't care less about greeting someone like you, a passerby. Feiyu rubbed his somewhat sore back and proactively went to the driver's seat to take over for the driver. Let's go home. Arrange things for the next couple of days, and make sure the 4 elders meet up. After that, we can go out and have some fun. Chapter 277, There's no time like the present, you child, they came the day before yesterday, why are you only mentioning it now? Hearing this, Lu's mother scolded with an unhappy face. Our family should have shown up immediately the day before yesterday. With you handling it this way, we seem to lack manners. To anyone looking on, it looks like we don't value them. Yeah, you are indeed a bit thoughtless, you shouldn't have done that. Old Lu also reacted, expressing some dissatisfaction. They flew over from Urumqi, whether it's for a performance or just to play, since we knew, we should have given it some importance. Besides, they are our future in-laws. And the 2 families haven't met formally yet. Now it looks bad with them staying in a hotel. Mom, you don't know the situation here. Feiyu went to the fridge, took out a bottle of mineral water, and said while drinking. I had some business yesterday, and only returned to Kyoto around 6 in the afternoon. How could I arrange that? I just finished dinner with them and confirmed the meeting. And now I'm back. So what did you say? Did you set a time? Lu's mother asked anxiously. They confirmed there's no problem on their side, anytime is fine. Just waiting for your schedule. Chapter 278, Reba. I'm a little nervous, ha. Feiyu, it's been so many years since we last met. I heard from your dad that you're doing well in the army and have become an important official. Sitting across from old Lu. Uncle Jiang is one of the few close friends of the Lu family. When they were still working at the unit, he had a good relationship with old Lu. And they had even discussed marrying their children. Later, Jiang's daughter went abroad for studies, and Feiyu went directly to the army, so no one mentioned it again. What important official or minor official, it's all about serving the people. Feiyu smiled shyly, then patted his father's shoulder. Where's my mom? I thought you both went shopping together early in the morning. I was going to go. Old Lu, holding a teacup, pointed at his old buddy across the table with a helpless smile. Just as we were about to leave, we got held back. Considering the time. Your mom should be back soon. Feiyu, I heard from your dad that you're getting married soon. Don't forget to invite me for a drink at the wedding. Old Jiang joked in a teasing tone. It's a pity, if Shiro hadn't gone abroad back then, you 2 might have been together. What together? We are like siblings. We went to school together when we were young, and our relationship was too close, it wouldn't work. Chapter 279, Sweet as honey. What? Getting cold feet, having regrets. Feiyu looked at her tightly furrowed brows, reached out to hold her head, and pressed for an answer. You were the one who was shouting about getting married a while ago, and now you're saying this. Have you developed some sort of pre-marriage phobia? I don't think it's that exaggerated. Reba gently shook her head, opened her small hands and leaned into his arms, uncertainly saying, maybe it's joy, excitement. I can't quite describe that feeling, just a bit nervous, like not having studied well before an exam. No, that metaphor is quite vivid. Feiyu laughed upon hearing this. Wrapping his arms around her waist and moving to the window to look at the bustling street outside. But really, there's nothing to be afraid of, in fact. We are pretty much like a married couple already. We eat together every day, go out and have fun, it's all the same. The only difference is we have to get a marriage certificate. That's true. After thinking it over, Reba felt he had a point. In these past few months in Spring City, they had been together for everything, and had long gotten used to each other's presence. Her current state wasn't exactly pre-marriage phobia, but more of a nervousness about not having completed the identity transition. Chapter 280, Meeting the in-laws. Half an hour later. In the private room on the top floor of the Kyoto Hotel, the two families finally met. Reba accompanied the two mothers in the reception area, chatting over tea, while Feiyu took the two fathers aside for a heart-to-heart talk. Old Lu, who had been working at the unit for many years, had no problem with socializing. Although it was their first meeting and he felt a bit nervous about meeting the in-laws, overall, he was in good spirits. It was quite a coincidence. But he still felt a bit sorry for his younger brother. Old Lu was dressed very smartly, in a suit and polished leather shoes. He stood up slowly, holding a teacup, and proactively apologized to the two in-laws. I only found out you were coming last night. This kid Feiyu is still too young, and doesn't understand etiquette. You took the time to come, and he didn't tell me right away, which made it difficult for you and your wife to stay in the hotel for a few days. I'm really sorry for that. Ha ha ha, Brother Lu, you're being too formal. Mama Reba quickly smoothed things over, explaining to everyone, we are all family, and Xiaolu is busy with work. He just got back from a business trip last night. So you really can't blame him for this. Chapter 281, It's all an act, all right, Dad, you don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it. In the end. Feiyu looked at his slightly drunk father, and hurriedly interrupted his endless chatter. Perhaps due to his excitement, old Lu was a bit tipsy today, becoming increasingly boastful, and often bringing up the Discipline Inspection Commission, which he had never done before. Moreover, regarding Feiyu's situation, the Discipline Inspection Commission had no authority to question it, so it was pointless to bring them up. It must be resolved. It has to be a grand affair. Marriage is a joyful thing. Old Lu insisted, shaking his dazed head. All right, we'll make it a grand affair. Faced with his already tipsy father, Feiyu had no choice but to hurriedly help him up and bid farewell to everyone, aunt, uncle. My dad is really happy today, and has had a bit too much to drink. If there's anything we haven't taken care of, please don't mind. I'll take them home now, and tomorrow my mom will take you out for some fun. It's fine. It's normal to have a few drinks on such a happy occasion. Mama Reba didn't mind much. Not to mention old Lu being drunk. Her husband had also had a fair share to drink, and was now dozing off at the table. Chapter 282, Returning to old pursuits at 6:30 in the morning. Uncles and aunts in the park were forming small groups to dance and exercise, having a great time. I must say, their relaxed and carefree demeanor made even Feiyu envious. What is the point of living a lifetime if not for good health and enjoying each day? Compared to those young people working 9 to 9, these uncles and aunts were living the ideal life that everyone dreams of. After running several laps, Feiyu stopped and sat down in a relatively secluded corner. After running just 10 kilometers in the morning and already sweating profusely, it was a clear sign that his physical condition was rapidly declining. If he didn't hurry up and increase his training intensity, he wouldn't have the qualifications to boast in front of those new recruits in the future. Here, have some water. Just as he lowered his head to wipe off the sweat, and prepared to rest a bit before continuing to run, a stranger suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, smiling warmly at him. Behind him stood a strong young man, sharply observing the surroundings with vigilance. Chapter 283, Checking the work well. I'm not worried about the manpower issue, Feiyu said, showing a hesitant expression. After pondering for a moment, he decided it was best to clarify things first. Sir, you know my situation. This isn't a trivial matter. If you want me to help, that's definitely no problem. But there should be a written document for this, right? I'm not saying this for any other reason. I just want to give my family an explanation. They all know I've been suspended, and if this suddenly... I understand, Lu Lucio gave him a reassuring look, joking, you're growing up. Learning to play these tricks now. You don't have to worry about that. I certainly can't just do this without proper documentation. Just wait, at the latest, by this afternoon. The document will be in your hands, and will also be forwarded to the Southern Theatre Command. Great, sir. With your word, I can rest easy. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu nodded happily, finally feeling relieved. But it wasn't that he lacked confidence in himself, or was afraid of taking responsibility. It was mainly because the task of hosting foreign guests was too important. As someone who had been suspended, it would inevitably raise eyebrows if he just jumped in without clarity. Chapter 284, With my identity, is it okay to carry a gun? At 9:00 a.m. the next morning, Lu Feiyu put on a military uniform that he hadn't worn in a long time, and went alone to the Central Guard Regiment's base. As the personal guards of the leaders, their location had to be discreet, while also ensuring they could assemble and form effective combat capability in the shortest time possible. Therefore, in the valuable land of Kyoto, the Central Guard Regiment was the only military unit within the second ring road. It could even be said to be within the first ring, as their location was merely a wall away from the leader's offices. At exactly 9:00 a.m. at the entrance of the Guard Regiment, as Lu Feiyu's car came to a stop, two plainclothes officers with their right hands resting on their waists approached. The moment he got out of the car and revealed his identity, the two men let out a sigh of relief and almost simultaneously stood at attention, greeting softly. Good morning, sir. They didn't know Lu Feiyu, but had heard that a colonel would be reporting today. Sir, may I please see your identification? The lead officer asked seriously. Their identification system didn't recognize individuals unless they were direct superiors, otherwise, it was pointless to talk. Lu Feiyu handed over his identification, dusted off his clothes, and casually asked. Who's in charge here now? Chapter 285. 3 years with zero risk. Passing through the second archway, a training area of nearly 10,000 square meters came into view, where many soldiers were already engaged in various high-intensity training. Unlike regular troops, they not only had to undergo various daily training, but also had to endure foreign etiquette and language practice. After all, being around high-ranking leaders for a long time, how could one not know some foreign languages and social etiquette? Excluding those on missions, how many people can be mobilized now? Lu Feiyu asked as he walked along the training ground. Report, sir, most have already been dispatched for missions. Currently, there is about 1 battalion left in the unit. Approximately 700 people, Miao Kang, unaware of Lu Feiyu's previous position, answered clearly. Out of these 700, 500 are regular standby troops responsible for surrounding security, ensuring the leader's office environment is undisturbed. However, Chief of Staff Lu said that if you need, you can also draw out 100 from them. No need. Lu Feiyu shook his head, refusing the kindness. Their line of work did not benefit from having more people. A meticulous action plan was still necessary. Chapter 286. Middle Eastern Big Shots. Comrade Wei, let us discuss the target of this mission and the action trajectory. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Lu Feiyu shifted the conversation to business. As the person in charge of this operation, he still did not know who the other party was, which was quite ridiculous. Yes, let us talk business. Wei Qingming waved his hand to signal his aide to distribute the materials to everyone. Flipping through the folder, when Lu Feiyu saw the photos of the big shots on the front page, a slight smile appeared on his lips, and his anxious heart calmed down immediately. It was good news that wealthy oil tycoons were coming. For people like them, it was definitely a good thing. These individuals were rich, accompanied by groups of bodyguards wherever they went, and they also brought their own vehicles and service staff. This could significantly reduce unnecessary troubles for them. The only downside was that these people were not very obedient and often thought about going out for fun. However, considering the security environment in Kyoto, this was not a major issue. As long as they did not leave Beijing, there should not be any security crisis. The Prince Marodi, the younger brother of King Felton, was accompanied by 5 royal family members and a military delegation from Felton, totaling 53 people. Chapter 287 Confession. In the afternoon of the second day, at a relatively secluded private resort in the western suburbs of Kyoto, Reba had changed into a light pink long dress, and was resting with several elders in a gazebo. At this moment, the 2 mothers were happier than ever, holding cameras and searching for places to take pictures. "Daughter, where is little Lou? I haven't seen him these past 2 days, is he busy with work again?" After taking a few photos with her in-laws, Mama Ri asked casually. For the past 2 days, it had been Mama Lou accompanying them around, and only during dinner would old Lou rush over from work to join them for a meal. Reba's parents felt particularly embarrassed about the warm hospitality from the Lou family, thinking they were wasting too much of their time. Therefore, they decided to return to Urumqi the next day, and not trouble them any further. That day, they had to hire a car, accompany them for meals. And old Lou had work to attend to, running to the hotel after getting off work to drink with them, which made them feel a bit guilty. He had already left yesterday for a new task. Sitting in a chair playing on her phone, Reba thought for a moment and reassured him. "I'll be back in a few days, this mission is in Kyoto." "Ah?" Upon hearing this, Mama Lou, who was taking photos, looked extremely surprised and asked eagerly, "Is there going to be a war in Kyoto?" Chapter 288 Comprehensive Inspection. "Dad, don't worry, I'll handle this well." Reba patted her father's shoulder, continuously comforting him. She understood what her father was concerned about, but some matters were far more complicated than they seemed. If she relied solely on her own strength to resolve the current troubles, it would be like dreaming. As for the favor and money owed to Jianglina, she would find an opportunity to repay that later. She believed she had the ability to pay back that sum. As for the favor debt, she would repay it slowly. If it really came down to it, she could let Feiyu pay it back. After all, one was his wife and the other was his aunt. This debt could never be counted on outsiders. "Daughter, come, help us find a photo, this spot is perfect." While the two were chatting, Mama Ri waved her hand and called out. She didn't care about such trivial matters, let them have fun first. Children will have their own blessings, and nowadays, kids have their own ideas. Sometimes asking too much isn't necessarily a good thing, it's better to let them solve things themselves so everyone can be at ease. "Here come the moms, my photography skills are absolutely top-notch." Reba, like a joyful little butterfly, bounced over, holding the camera while helping them design a few poses. Chapter 289 Itinerary Arrangement. After dismissing the security personnel, Feiyu wandered around the hall and sat down in the adjacent lounge area. Miao Kang followed closely behind him, continuously reporting on recent work. Specific news had come from above that the foreign guests would land at 9:30 a.m. on July 5. The airport had already begun the first round of internal checks, and the nearby police departments were coordinating the road traffic issues for that day. "Comrade Lu, has this call been made?" Before he could finish, Feiyu pointed to the security subcontractor contact number on the wall and asked. Miao Kang was taken aback, following his gaze to see the contact information for the security management linked to the police station. "No, almost all businesses have this. Now their grassroots police system has security subcontracting areas, and this shouldn't affect our mission." "Well, we won't know until we try." Feiyu chuckled softly and took out his phone to dial the contact number on the wall. About 10 seconds later, a hoarse voice answered on the other end. "Hello. Hello, there's a fight in the hotel lobby in Kyoto, you need to come quickly, it's pretty serious, and it might lead to casualties." Chapter 290 Full Lockdown. At 7 a.m. on July 5, Kyoto Airport was under full lockdown. All flights for that morning were cancelled. And all 3 runways had been cleared since last night to prepare for the arrival of foreign guests. At 7:20 a.m., while eating breakfast in the airport lobby, Feiyu watched the bustling staff and was still giving instructions on various precautions. Half an hour later, they were conducting the final comprehensive checks, all entrances, restrooms, and airport staff identity verifications needed to be checked again. In another hour, their security team would land and hand over the materials they had prepared. Chief. At this moment, a flustered young man rushed over, and as soon as he approached, he reported anxiously, "There aren't enough trucks. The supplies that arrived yesterday haven't been unloaded yet." Last night, in the latter half of the night, the transport aircraft had already landed early, and living supplies, ingredients, and some service staff had arrived. Now, with less than 2 hours until the foreign guest team landed, and the supplies still not unloaded, what on earth was going on? Holding a bowl of noodles, Feiyu's expression suddenly turned cold as he looked at Miao Kang beside him. Chapter 291. I'm counting on you. Chief. Are we going to cause any unpleasantness by doing this? Miao Kang followed closely behind, looking worried as he asked. After all, these are guests. Although their demands are a bit excessive, it seems a bit unreasonable to leave them hanging. If this little issue reaches the ears of the higher-ups, it would be more trouble than it's worth. Buddy, just drink it. Feiyu stopped in his tracks and said impatiently, if it's a safety issue, I will communicate and resolve it proactively without them saying anything. But do you think it makes a difference who moves those mattresses and toilets? I just want to ask you, if a diamond falls off the toilet, does it affect pooping? This Miao Kang was taken aback by his retort, but upon reflection, it does seem to be the case. It's all about spoiled habits, thinking they're superior everywhere. Feiyu glanced back at the old housekeeper, who was on the phone and sneered, notify our people, don't pay attention to these guys. I don't believe he dares to delay the prince's schedule. Yes, sir. Miao Kang straightened his back and responded loudly. At the same time, a soldier from the security team appeared in the opposite corridor, quickly running over to report, sir, the commander of the police department has arrived. Please go to the meeting. Chapter 292. Golden Escalator. Thank you for recognizing my efforts. I will continue to work hard. Feiyu maintained a humble yet confident posture and asked. There are about 10 minutes left until landing. Sir, why not go to the lounge to rest first? No need. The third-ranked leader waved his hand lightly, his gaze directed towards the helipad. It's not easy for them to come here, there's no need to time their reception. Besides, these are all wealthy benefactors who can bring us considerable economic income. What the leader said is true. Feiyu nodded lightly and walked straight towards the temporarily opened passage. Meanwhile, the armed police officers responsible for security began to clear the way. The media that arrived early started taking pre-event photos. Just as they exited the hall, Feiyu casually opened an umbrella to shield the leader from the sun. Little Lu. To his surprise, as soon as the umbrella was opened, he was teased by the leader. It's been years since we last met. And you've learned quite a bit of formalism. What kind of weather is this? You think I'm a 3-year-old? Sir, you're not a 3-year-old. But you're not 30 either. Feiyu replied while holding the umbrella high behind him, you'll be meeting foreign guests soon. And if you sweat under this hot sun, it would affect your personal image. Chapter 293. Are you stupid? At this moment, the two people, only about 10 meters apart, exchanged cautious glances and smiled at each other before turning their eyes back to their respective leaders. 10 minutes, the photo session and casual talks felt quite torturous. It wasn't until the last photo was taken, and the two leaders briefly shook hands that the photo session finally ended. The accompanying team, that had been waiting in the cabin also slowly appeared along the escalator. The first few to come out were all royal disciples. 3 men and 2 women. The men were tall and impressive, impeccably clean and composed, exuding a strong noble aura with every gesture. The girls, on the other hand, were dressed in high-end luxury brands, with necklaces adorned with gems the size of pigeon eggs. Their wrists were stacked with various limited edition bracelets, weighing at least a couple of pounds. Out of politeness, Feiyu didn't look too long, and instead began to push the exit plan. At this point, the welcoming ceremony was nearing its end, and the 20 bulletproof limousines sent by the royal family slowly entered the venue. The third-ranked leader seemed to be having a good conversation with them, even accompanying the prince to get in the car and leave with them. Chapter 294 Old friends reunite. Seeing that the meeting would last about another hour, Feiyu supported his waist and slowly went to the lounge outside the hall. They were a temporarily assigned security team, mainly tasked with protecting foreign guests, so their workload was relatively lighter than that of the staff at the national banquet. Upon entering the room, a cool breeze greeted him, making him squint his eyes in comfort. The weather in Kyoto seems to be getting hotter every year, even he, a local, is starting to struggle. He took off his suit, removed the handgun from his waist, and lay down on a nearby chair, ready to rest for a bit. In recent days, he had been sleeping less than 2 hours each day, constantly checking and rechecking, afraid that any part of the operation would go wrong. Now that the foreign guests had finally landed, their task was halfway done. After holding on for another 2 days and successfully sending these people off, they would be completely free. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as he closed his eyes, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Feiyu, startled by the noise, jolted up from the chair. When he saw the name displayed on the screen, the tension in his nerves relaxed a bit. Chapter 295 Midnight Barbecue. Hey. Once you take this job, don't expect to live a peaceful life. Feiyu quickly finished the rice in his bowl, checked the time, and took a moment to grab a bowl of soup, continuing, life is about wanting to leave something behind after death, right? Although our current achievements don't qualify for eternal fame, at least we can leave some mark, and that's enough. There's no such thing as having it all in this world. You can't have everything. Haha, you're right, you can't have everything. Feiyu agreed with him and casually asked, what about your personal life, are you married? I'm getting close. If all goes well, I might get the certificate by the end of the year. You can't fall behind me, right? Hey, I'm about the same. When it came to this topic, Feiyu perked up, grinning. After this mission, I'm going to Mu Lake with my partner for a few days of fun. Our parents met a couple of days ago, and we can get the certificate anytime now. Hey, you're still ahead of me. Feiyu shook his head and laughed. Not expecting that in terms of relationships, he wasn't faster either. However, upon reflection, it made sense. They were both in their 30s. And if they weren't in this line of work, they might have already been married with children. Chapter 296 Going out to have fun. After finishing several skews of lamb, Locke wiped his mouth contentedly and looked around. Noticing that there were still quite a few people on duty in the parking lot, he turned back with a faint smile and said, Mr. Liu, I'm sorry to disturb you so late. This is our first time in Great Xia, and we're quite interested in the living environment and culture here. Therefore, several princes would like to go out and experience the nightlife of the Great Xia people. I hope Mr. Liu can help maintain safety. Of course. Feiyu responded with a warm smile, readily agreeing. In reality, he was cursing in his heart. These foreigners really can't stay put. What are they doing out at night instead of sleeping? Is the nightclub that fun? If it weren't for the consideration of cooperation between the two countries and maintaining national dignity, he would definitely be reluctant to take on such a task. Do you know when the princes are planning to go out? Of course, the sooner, the better. Locke quickly nodded, not expecting him to agree so readily. All right, Mr. Locke. Please finalize your itinerary as soon as possible, and I'll arrange for people to prepare immediately. Feiyu smiled and said, glancing at the freshly lit coals. Feeling quite regretful. Chapter 297 Let's see how impressive you are. Beep. Beep beep. Seeing this kid about to ride on his face, even in a no-honking zone, Meowking still kept honking the horn without letting up. Meanwhile, Feiyu opened the storage box in front of him and took out a handgun, preparing for any unexpected situation. However, just when they thought this was just a minor incident, the person actually squeezed over, and at the same time, the passenger window rolled down, giving them the middle finger. Faced with this situation, Miaokang's anger surged, but considering the convoy behind them, he held back and decided to endure this humiliation. Just like that, the person crossed their line of sight, exceeding half of their car's front, forcing his way into the straight lane. As the red light turned on and the vehicle started to move, Miaokang, not wanting to cause trouble, deliberately waited a few seconds to let them pass first. The situation unfolded just as he imagined, the car that cut in crossed the solid line successfully. At this point, a normal person would let it go. However, it turned out that the guy seemed to have quite the temper, driving slowly and deliberately blocking their speed. Beep! Miaokang could no longer tolerate it and honked the horn again. This action drew the attention of a traffic police officer checking for drunk driving on the left, who quickly approached and stopped their vehicle. Chapter 298, Taking care of you too, all right, just wait, you wait for me. Damn it. No one has ever dared to mess with me in this city of Kyoto. The driver, who had been beaten earlier, with a face full of anger, threatened Miaokang while pulling out his phone to call for help. They were local to Kyoto, having been arrogant for half their lives without ever being bullied like this. Today, they had to show this country bumpkin a lesson. Not just him, even the middle-aged man, who was drunk, had the same thought. He pointed at Miaokang's nose, looking extremely displeased, and shouted, in front of the police, "You're really asking for it. I will make you rot in jail." While speaking, he turned to the traffic officer beside him, still with an arrogant tone. "And you, I remember your badge number, we'll see about this." The traffic officer, who originally wanted to mediate and say a few words, couldn't help but smirk upon hearing this. All right, you're tough, you're awesome. Then you can clean up this mess yourself." He wasn't like this big fool, who had no brains at all. From the earlier situation, it was clear that the Land Rover in front must have some sort of mission. Most importantly, the meaning of the word Central Security Group didn't need further explanation. Chapter 299, Suspected of engaging in espionage. Damn, I want to see what kind of backing you have. The young police officer, angered by his arrogance, immediately drew his service pistol, looking like he was about to take action, and ordered, "Right now, put your hands on your head and squat down." After 3 warnings, "If you still don't comply, I have the right to use force against you. Now, I warn you once." This action shocked everyone present. Even the middle-aged man didn't expect him to lose his temper like this. Even the traffic officer, who had been scolded, was stunned at this moment. He really has guts. He had never seen anyone dare to point a gun at someone from the Central Security Group. "If you have the ability, shoot now." Miaokang maintained his previous posture, crossing his arms and sneering. In reality, his right hand had already reached for the spare handgun at his chest, if anything unexpected happened. He was confident he could take control of the situation. "This is your second warning. Immediately put your hands on your head and squat down." The young police officer's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth and shouting. He had no confidence and no courage to shoot, because he understood that this small matter, regardless of where it occurred, would at most be considered a traffic incident. If he fired his weapon, he would lose his job. Chapter 300, Little Red Hair. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as they entered the venue, the soul-shaking music resonated in their ears, and the murky air was filled with a mix of alcohol, perfume, and sweat odors. At the same time, the flickering lights severely obstructed their vision. In this environment, the venue was filled with a large number of men and women, drinking, flirting, and dancing in the dance floor, with some even hiding in dark corners, munching away. Although Feiyu had been to such places before, he could never understand the fun of it, no matter how many times he came. Is it really that happy to drink a bit and dance around? He now somewhat understood what Shilaya meant. Perhaps this was the generation gap. A group of them followed the special passage opened by the staff, heading straight to the most lively central area. Due to spending $5 million in one transaction, they had become the most eye-catching VIPs, enjoying the best view in the entire venue. Unlike Feiyu and the others, those royal descendants seemed to really enjoy this place, bouncing along with the music as soon as they entered. Two little princesses were even unable to contain their joy and wanted to run to the dance floor for a spin. Chapter 301, Pushing You to the Limit. The money for today's drinks was all borrowed from my sister. I don't even know how to pay her back. Isn't your aunt rich? Just give her a call and act cute, get some money first. My aunt is rich, not crazy. The young man turned back, just about to explain, when he suddenly recognized the man standing in front of him. Before he could see clearly, a big hand reached out and grabbed his long hair. Hey. Who are you? What do you want? The girl still didn't understand what was happening, shouting angrily. Feiyu didn't have time to pay attention to her. He exerted a bit of force, pulling the guy in front of him and pinching his chin to examine him. Look at you, Jiang Xiaocheng, even dyed your hair red. I see you're itching for a fight. Jiang Xiaocheng, a child of his second uncle's family, was only about 17 or 18 this year. The two didn't have much contact. They only occasionally saw each other during family gatherings, which was why Feiyu didn't recognize him at first. Mainly, the age gap between them was too big, and they rarely communicated, which naturally made them feel a bit alienated. Big brother. Jiang Xiaocheng, with his hair being pulled, grinned in pain, his drunken eyes wide open like copper bells, filled with disbelief. What are you doing here? Chapter 302, The Feeling of Being Forgotten the Next day. At 5 in the morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and in the VIP lounge of Kyoto Airport, Reba was yawning repeatedly. Her not fully awake eyes slightly squinted as she leaned against her mother's shoulder, dozing off. Feiyu was right. There were indeed no flights to Wuxi yesterday afternoon. But what she didn't expect was that her dad would book an early morning flight, and it was at 5 o'clock. This made her extremely sleepy, almost causing her to bail out and ask for a refund on the spot. Fortunately, her mom followed her all the way, practically dragging her out of bed, which allowed her to arrive at the airport on time. Daughter, when is Xiaolu coming over? We haven't seen him for a few days. Isn't it a bit rude to leave like this? Her mother, worried, said. In her opinion, they should at least meet her son-in-law before going home, have a simple meal, and say goodbye. They just left like that, which seems a bit inappropriate. Ma hasn't woken up yet, leaning on her shoulder, responding lazily, he's busy. He'll be back in Urumqi in a couple of days after finishing up. We need to understand his work. Understanding is one thing, but I need to give him a call to discuss leaving. Why don't you let me? Ma wraps her arm around her daughter's shoulder, a hint of resentment in her voice, murmuring. Chapter 303, Kyoto Public Security Bureau. Her not coming back. Why not? The old man asked, looking confused. Didn't we agree he would come back? Is he not used to our environment? He has only one precious granddaughter, who he has cherished like a treasure all these years. When he learned that his granddaughter's husband would be coming back with her, he didn't even bother to eat breakfast and personally went to the airport to welcome them. Who would have thought he wouldn't come back as promised? He's not coming back, he'll be back in a couple of days. Reba laughed at the old man's words, supporting his shoulder and shouting, he's busy with work. Oh, busy with work, coming back in a couple of days. This time, the old man finally understood what was going on, and his confused expression eased a bit. Seeing this, the old lady rolled her eyes at him helplessly. Old man. Can't hear and still want to inquire about things, getting more annoying as you age. All right, Grandma, let's go home. Reba assisted the elderly couple. Finding these two old children amusing, every day is quite interesting. The last time they came back, it was a bit cold during the New Year. And Grandpa and Grandma were in their hometown, so they didn't visit. Recently, the weather has warmed up. And it was inconvenient for the elderly couple to stay in their hometown, so they brought them to Urumqi to live. Chapter 304, Asking for a Favor. Director Lu Feiyu asked, slightly confused, lying on the folding bed, "Is there something going on calling so late?" He didn't quite understand why the Kyoto Public Security Bureau was calling at this time. The two sides weren't even in the same system. They had some recent cooperation with the police system, but he hadn't heard of a director with the surname Lu taking the lead. "Haha, Colonel Lu, we haven't met. And calling you so late is indeed a bit abrupt," Deputy Director Lu said with an awkward smile. "Last night I received a notification that a colleague from a branch office was taken away by the national security side. After inquiring, I found out that there was a small misunderstanding between him and your side, which caused a big mess of confusion." Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu instantly understood what was happening, a glint of unusual amusement flashing in his bloodshot eyes. It seems this Deputy Director Lu had suffered a setback on the national security side and wanted to ask him for a favor to release his subordinate. But what puzzled him was that usually, when people encounter such situations, they would avoid it at all costs. How could this Director Lu dare to step forward at such a sensitive time? He really didn't know what task they were executing. Chapter 305, Sudden Situation. An hour later, everyone was gathered in the parking lot, munching on takeout. Lu Feiyu held a hamburger, eating while expressing his thoughts. "You guys really have no ambition. You said you were going to eat something good, and it's just hamburgers and fried chicken. To us, this instant noodles are already considered delicious." Miaokeng came over holding a chicken leg, joking, "Usually, we aren't allowed to eat these things in the camp. Ordinary people think this is junk food, for us. This is a rare delicacy." Hearing this, Lu Feiyu laughed, pointing at everyone and instructing, "Eat the outside food in batches, don't cause any trouble for me." Although this batch of takeout was personally bought by their people, they still needed to be cautious to prevent someone from poisoning them and taking them all down. Although the possibility was quite small, it didn't mean it didn't exist. "Got it." The group, happily eating, nodded in agreement. Watching these young men in their 20s squatting on the ground, enjoying their food, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but feel a sense of uncontrollable nostalgia. Time really flies. Before he knew it, he was over 30. "Hey, Lao Miao, how many years have you been a soldier?" Upon hearing this, Miaokeng was slightly taken aback, with grease on the corner of his mouth. After thinking carefully, he replied, "Counting this year, it should be 11 years. Chapter 306, Being Scolded Half to Death. Half an hour later, at the hospital closest to the hotel, a group of people had just gotten out of the car and began to seal off the emergency area. At that moment, the two princesses had already been sent into the emergency room for urgent rescue. As soon as they reached the entrance, they saw Locke pointing at his subordinates, angrily scolding them. Like Lu Feiyu, he had been wandering around with the prince today, leaving these kids in the care of his subordinates. Who would have thought that after a day of fun, such a serious safety incident would occur? If the doctor later determines it was just ordinary food poisoning, then this matter can be explained. But if someone deliberately poisoned them, then they would be in for a rough time. All right, we are at the hospital, be mindful of the impact." Lu Feiyu stepped forward to stop the furious Locke, pulling him aside to sit and wait. No one wanted this kind of thing to happen, but since it had already occurred, getting angry wouldn't help. "Lu? You don't understand." Locke leaned back in his chair, looking worried, his gaze lingering at the emergency room door before explaining, "We are royal security. Once a major safety incident occurs, our lives will be ruined. If something happens to the two princesses today, when we return home, we might even face the possibility of imprisonment." Chapter 307, Unintentional Consequences. After being scolded, Lu Feiyu awkwardly retreated to the side, not daring to voice any complaints. He understood that the chief was just putting on a show, so he wasn't really angry. Instead, foreign guest saw Commander Tan getting so furious and even took the initiative to comfort him. To this, Lu Feiyu just smiled silently and went to the nearby stairwell to prepare for the follow-up. Old Meow, keep an eye on this side, if anything happens, communicate promptly. The hotel side must not have any gaps, notify Team B to initiate a full lockdown. Yes, Commander, I've already arranged it, there won't be any more issues. Miao Kang nodded seriously. From the moment the incident occurred, he had promptly adjusted the security plan and pulled a team back from outside, fearing someone might take advantage of the chaos. After a brief explanation, Lu Feiyu scratched his head, pondering for a moment before sitting down on the stairway and pulling out his phone to dial a number. He wanted to check what was happening at the golf course. If any abnormal event was discovered, it needed to be handled quickly. After all, he had boasted in front of the chief that he would provide a detailed report before dawn. Hello, this is Lu Feiyu, what is the situation over there? Have you found anything unusual? Chapter 308. Someone behind the scenes. Is it that the call can't go through or you're afraid to call? Lu Feiyu looked at him with a half-smile, implying something. This kind of thing, one could guess without thinking. Being able to open such a large area for an entertainment venue in the suburbs of Beijing, if there's no one behind it, no one would believe it. What he couldn't understand was what kind of person it was that even the people from the Central Guard Regiment didn't want to get involved with. It was truly baffling. Liao Wei smiled bitterly and showed his phone. Their manager called, and I called a few times too, but indeed no one answered. Maybe they are busy abroad due to the time difference. Enough of this idle talk, as long as there aren't any serious issues. It doesn't matter if I can't get through. Lu Feiyu didn't want to make a big deal out of such a trivial matter. As long as the health inspection here can pass and confirm it's not man-made poisoning, everything else is not a big deal. The boss didn't have to come. The person in charge could solve the problem just the same. 2 minutes later, the sightseeing bus arrived at a very avant-garde rest area. Looking at the luxurious and extravagant building in front of him, Lu Feiyu couldn't understand how such a high-end place could have such a low-level issue. Consumers came here to spend their money, but now there was a food poisoning incident. These people were really something, not even understanding such a basic problem. Yet they dared to do business. Chapter 309, Young Master He Ha Ha. I didn't expect this small matter would catch Mr. Yu's attention. Director Chiu turned on the speakerphone and explained with a light laugh, it's nothing serious, just a food safety issue. A customer complained about food poisoning from your establishment. And we are here for a routine inspection. Hey, brother, what time is it, and you're still trying to fool me? On the other end, Mr. Yu didn't believe his explanation at all, jokingly saying, the people from the Central Guard Regiment are already here. I heard there are some foreign guests with a small problem. How about this, you should check it out, open the door, and let them leave first, after all. The customers who came to spend money have nothing to do with this. It's not easy for my brother to run a small business. He is relying on these regular customers. Mr. Yu, you really think highly of me? Director Chiu casually glanced at Lu Feiyu and declined in front of him. You just said that the people from the Central Guard Regiment are here. I'm just a small leader in the health management department. How could I have such power? But don't worry, this matter will be investigated quickly. I estimate there will be results before dawn, and it won't delay everyone for too long. Really not possible. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yu's tone suddenly changed. No longer gentle. Chapter 310, Midnight Car Blockade. All right, since you are prepared for this, I want to say more. Lu Feiyu leaned against the counter, turning his gaze to Liao Wei. Take them away, let us talk once everything is investigated. Yes? Liao Wei took out handcuffs and, in front of everyone, put them on. Chen Dong was already psychologically prepared for this. He showed no panic on his face and even secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Before coming, he was afraid of other issues arising. If someone had poisoned the food, he certainly wouldn't be able to bear the blame. At that time, These people would probably try to pry his mouth open by any means necessary. Now it seemed the problem wasn't as serious as he had imagined. As long as the boss didn't have to step in, this little issue was nothing. Lock them up if you have to, after all. They pay so much money every year, isn't that what they wait for? With Chen Dong being taken away. Lu Feiyu looked at the documents in his hand again and then turned to Director Chiu, instructing, "You guys keep an eye on this side, seal it off as necessary. And disperse all the grassroots staff." "Well, what about the people at the entrance?" Director Chiu asked, looking puzzled. He didn't want Lu Feiyu to leave at this time. Otherwise, he would become the target of everyone's resentment. Chapter 311, Tempting Conditions. Mr. He, what brings you to stop the car so late at night? Lu Feiyu maintained a smiling demeanor and casually glanced at him. "It's not really advice. I just want to ask Colonel Lu for a favor." "Young master," he said with a slight curve of his lips, seemingly indifferent, whether it's sealing off or shutting down due to such a low-level mistake at the club. "I can accept it." His words were quite straightforward, indirectly admitting that he was the behind-the-scenes big boss. But given the current situation, who the boss was no longer mattered. Someone had already stepped up to take the blame. Unless something unexpected happened, Lu Feiyu wouldn't cling to such a trivial matter. However, the car's blocking the entrance. He hoped Colonel Lu could show some face and let them leave first. "Young master," he stared intently at his profile, then dropped his cigar. Pulled out a thick stack of documents, and said to himself, "Colonel Lu is dealing with me for the first time. So he may not know my character and style of doing things." While speaking, he opened all those documents and handed them to Lu Feiyu. Explaining, "When it comes to friends, I always give my all and never let you, including your family, have concerns." Chapter 312, The Biggest Doubt. Old Yi. Who exactly is this he? He seems quite grand and has a big mouth. It looks like he hasn't been arrogant for just a day or two. Back in the car, Lu Feiyu immediately called his good friend Yi Haobo, wanting to probe into the other party's background. He was putting out billions. Which is not something an ordinary person can do. But what puzzled him even more was what kind of background he had that made him so fearless. Daring to bribe him face to face. This matter is a bit complicated, don't get me into trouble." Yi Haobo, who was sleeping, sat up from his chair. Rubbed his eyes and complained, "That kid's background is not ordinary. I advise you not to be too curious, it's easy to get into trouble." "What nonsense. He has even dug up my background and thoroughly investigated my wife's situation. How can I not be angry?" The pent-up anger in Lu Feiyu erupted at this moment. Over the years, he had never seen such an arrogant bastard, openly playing such disgusting tricks, even dragging family members into it. What is this? This is provocation. The rules of not harming one's wife and children, he doesn't even understand this. What a piece of trash. Coughing lightly, Yi Haobo realized the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly got up to close the office door. Chapter 313, Task Completion. Although the probability is extremely low, it doesn't mean there isn't such a possibility. Lu Feiyu also dared not speak definitively. After all, he had no evidence in hand. "All right, I understand." In the end, Commander Tan lit a cigarette and sighed slowly. "We'll discuss this later. The most urgent thing now is to deal with the matter at hand." His meaning was clear. Such speculation indeed has some possibility, but it's better to focus on important matters first. The situation had finally calmed down. And the foreign guests did not continue to pursue accountability. At this time, it was necessary to shift the focus to the upcoming affairs. As for whether the restaurant was intentional, or if there was indeed a problem, it was a bit hard to verify. If it were really poisoning, why didn't they just poison directly, but instead went through such a big detour to create food poisoning, which is not too serious? What was the purpose of doing this? "Chief, if there's nothing else, I'll head back." Seeing that the chief had no intention of continuing to pursue accountability, Lu Feiyu also didn't plan to stay longer. He had already raised the issue. As for how to solve it, that was no longer his concern. Entirely up to the chief's decision. Chapter 3:14. Old memories. Wow, there are quite a few dishes. Can we finish all this? Feiyu said with some surprise, as he looked at the large table filled with various dishes. Take your time, it's not easy to have a day off. I definitely want to satisfy my cravings, Haobo said with a smile, his chopsticks never stopping as he kept adding food to the pot. Their workplace is busy. And the shifts are 24 hours, combined with the nature of his job, he rarely has friends to hang out with. This has led to the situation where he can't even find someone to have a meal with. It's only because Feiyu is back that they can meet occasionally. Usually, he just stays at home cooking for himself, which is quite pitiful. Turn on the air conditioning, it's so hot. Feiyu grabbed the remote control on the table, lowered the temperature, and while washing the bowls and chopsticks, asked, "Did you find out about what I asked you to investigate? Hey! Can't you let me have a bite before talking?" Haobo picked up a piece of freshly cooked lamb, dipped it in sesame sauce, and put it in his mouth. The rich and fragrant taste gave him great satisfaction. With that bite, he didn't even notice the pain in his ears. Seeing him enjoy the food, Feiyu also started to scoop up meat. The two of them took turns eating without saying much, focused on devouring the meat and dishes in the pot. Chapter 3:15. The gift left by Locke. This situation is quite something. Wherever there are people, there's a world of intrigue. Feiyu, having understood what was going on, felt even more troubled. He just wanted to be a good soldier. Yet he keeps encountering such messed up situations. It seems the upper world isn't as easy as he imagined. So, my advice to you is, don't worry too much. And don't ask around randomly, just take it one step at a time, Haobo said, as he added a plate of tripe into the hot pot while eating. As long as you don't get into any trouble, nothing unexpected will happen. As for other matters, don't consider them for now, you're still quite valuable. If you really encounter an unsolvable problem, the higher-ups want just sit back and watch. Remember, only by demonstrating your value will you attract the attention of the higher-ups. You might not be their match, but there will definitely be suitable teammates who will show up in time. Feiyu, who was a bit worried just a moment ago, felt a strange expression appear on his face after hearing this. After staring at Haobo for a while, he uncertainly asked, "Did you receive some news?" "The more I hear this, the less certain I feel." "Hey, what news could I have?" "I'm just talking big," Haobo chuckled, helping him scoop a piece of tripe. "Hurry up and eat, it's crunchy right now, it'll get tough later." Chapter 3:16. Listening to your wife will bring success. By the time the two returned home, it was already past 9 o'clock. To welcome Feiyu, Mama Ri had prepared a large spread of dishes, and even the two elders were waiting together, eager to see what their future son-in-law looked like. When they finally arrived home, Feiyu, who was a bit late, received the highest level of hospitality. The two elders scrutinized the young man in front of them, their wrinkled faces filled with smiles. They had seen his photo before and were quite satisfied with his appearance. However, when they saw him in person, they realized he looked much more spirited than in the picture. He appeared clean and capable, spoke and acted very appropriately, clearly someone who had undergone strict upbringing, with good manners in social interactions. Upon learning that he was a soldier in the army and even an officer, the family was even happier. Although they didn't care much about the criteria for Reba's partner, a soldier was certainly better than someone from the entertainment industry, especially a young officer like Feiyu. His future prospects were very bright, and in terms of identity and status, he was much higher than those in the entertainment industry or business owners. Most importantly, with his connections, Reba's work would be easier in the future. Chapter 3:17. Release the brake. Yes, you're right about everything. I'll listen to you from now on. Feiyu nodded repeatedly, but his eyes were already closed, on the verge of falling asleep. You? Usually looking all neat and tidy, but your things are such a mess. Indeed, as the saying goes, a man's life gets rougher just after the new year. It was you who packed my luggage and helped me organize my clothes and shoes every day, and now the tables have turned. It's my turn to do the work for you. Reba squatted in front of the suitcase, sorting through the messy clothes, putting socks and underwear into storage bags and stuffing them into the bedside drawer. When she reached the bottom layer, she found a heavy object hidden in the suitcase's compartment. With curiosity and confusion, she opened the compartment, reached in, and pulled out a handgun. The sight of the gun startled her, and she turned to yell at him. How can you just throw something so important in the suitcase? If it gets lost, it's no small matter. Even if nothing happens, it's still a big punishment. If bad people get their hands on it, the consequences are unimaginable. Fuming, Reba took the gun back to the bedside, just as she was about to scold him. She realized he had already fallen asleep with his eyes closed. Chapter 318, Linlu at 8 o'clock in the evening. The two strolled around before slowly arriving at the reserved restaurant. This was a well-known local restaurant, always ranking high on various food lists. Without a reservation, it was nearly impossible to get a private room. Hand in hand, they entered the lobby and were greeted by a strong aroma of cumin. The restaurant was particularly famous for its hand-pulled rice and whole roasted lamb, attracting many tourists every day. Feiyu had wanted to try it during the new year, but unfortunately couldn't get a reservation for a private room. Hello, sir, do you have a reservation? At the entrance, the hostess greeted them with a warm smile. Her gaze lingered on Reba's face for a moment, although she was curious. She didn't dare to look too long. In this hot weather, unless there was a special reason, no one would cover themselves up so much. Yes. My surname is Lu. I reserved a private room in advance. Feiyu provided his phone number, and while waiting, his eyes were already drawn to the huge frying pan next door. At that moment, two local chefs were busy flipping rice and lamb in the oversized pot. Seeing this scene made Feiyu's mouth water. Chapter 319, No wonder you're eager to get married. Hey, I heard you haven't been running around for work lately. It wouldn't be because you're preparing for marriage, would it? Linlu asked as she held Reba's hand, chattering away at the table. Why not wait until your work commitments are finished before preparing for these things? That reality show was so popular, and your popularity was really high. Giving it up like this is such a pity. As a friend, Linlu genuinely didn't understand her various mysterious maneuvers. Being in a relationship is fine. Even getting married is okay, but why give up your career? Women, especially female celebrities, have a limited period of peak popularity. If they don't take advantage of these high-traffic, high-heat years to make money, how will they live the rest of their lives? Even if you find a wealthy second-generation heir, it's not as secure as having your own money. Relying on others is not easy. You need to have your own financial stability to feel confident. So, she really doesn't understand what Reba wants to do. If it weren't for Feiyu being present, she would have advised her to wait a couple more years and earn some money before pursuing a relationship. What's the rush? Everyone has their own aspirations. And I think things are pretty good right now, at least there's not that much pressure. Chapter 320, Chaos in the Entertainment Industry in This Day and Age. Not just in the entertainment industry, but in reality, how many ordinary workers are willing to share their resources with colleagues? Linlu's willingness to talk to her about this and to introduce her to such private gatherings is already quite generous. Although, given Reba's status, organizing a dinner for investors shouldn't be difficult. But then again, who wouldn't want more connections? Isn't it a bit inconvenient? Reba showed hesitation, genuinely not wanting to participate in such a dinner. A few years ago, following Fang Ling around, she didn't know how much she drank at these business gatherings. Since then, she realized that no matter if they were investors or directors, anyone with a bit of power in the industry was not to be trusted. They took pleasure in tormenting and toying with artists, drinking heavily, and sharing crude jokes as standard practice. It wasn't until she became famous and interacted with higher-ups that this situation lessened somewhat. It's not that those big bosses have good character, but they care about their image and are embarrassed to make a scene at the dinner table. Behind the scenes, whether big or small bosses, none of them are good people. Chapter 321, Born Not to Smile. Miss Yeba's talent is evident to everyone, and no one doubts it. At this moment, Chen Jin, the executive president of Lin Lu's company, stood up with an elusive smile and joined in. He walked around the table with a wine glass, first approaching Mr. Nyo and then a striking woman beside him. But today, since everyone is meeting for the first time, it feels a bit excessive for you to drink this glass. How about this? You make the rounds and drink with each boss. Alcohol is the best tool for building relationships. As long as you have fun today, you won't lack resources in the future. This guy really knows how to seize an opportunity to mess with people. This dinner wasn't specifically arranged for Yeba. They came to see Lin Lu's face and just to make an appearance. Yet here he is, treating her like a social tool for drinking with the bosses, suggesting she make rounds. This table had nearly 10 people sitting around it, and 1 or 2 bottles of red wine wouldn't suffice for the rounds. Is he treating others like fools? Mr. Chen, let's skip the drinking today. Yeba isn't feeling well, and she just forced down those last 2 glasses. Chapter 322, Avoiding Embarrassing Situations. The already awkward dinner became even stranger with Lin Lu's laugh. Sister Hua shot her a glare and began to support Yeba's arm, apologizing profusely. Miss Yeba, I'm really sorry, today was just a misunderstanding. I'll avoid embarrassing situations like this in the future. Yeba looked at Chen Jin with a hint of sarcasm. You were the loudest when it came to egging everyone on. But now you're turning your back and can't even speak up. In the future, try to avoid doing such embarrassing things. At least you are a company president. And the shareholders hired you, not to bring shame to the company. After saying this, she didn't care about the reactions of the people at the table and left gracefully. There was no need to stay in such a gathering. Although today was quite unpleasant, one has to admit that it felt liberating. In the past, she used to care about face, consider the company's reputation, and accommodate everyone's feelings, fearing to offend this or that person. Now, she's in a semi-retirement state. What does she have to fear? If you have the ability, go ahead and blacklist me. As she left, Lin Lu coughed lightly, not intending to ease the awkwardness, and stood up to comfort Yeba. Chapter 323, Stirring Trouble at Midnight. At 2 a.m., a drunken Chen Jin returned to the hotel with the help of his assistant. Originally, he was in a good mood today. The new drama had just wrapped, and it was about to be released. He had also met several wealthy big bosses in Urumqi, and they all gathered to strengthen personal relationships and discuss future collaborations. He even had planned who to collaborate with on the next project, but at that moment, Yeba's appearance ruined all his plans and trampled on the face he had maintained for many years. This situation made his anger surge. In a mix of rage and sorrow, he drank quite a bit. He was holding in a breath, feeling suffocated. Crash! In the hotel living room, a glass bottle rolled off the table as he swayed, his drunken eyes struggling to focus on the water bottle nearby, but unable to grab it. After several unsuccessful attempts, he kicked the coffee table and collapsed in front of the sofa. At that moment, the scene at the dinner table replayed in his mind. Yeba's words felt like knives stabbing into his heart, trampling his dignity and face. He never thought that striving hard to climb up was wrong, as an artist. Weren't you just a toy for others to play with and laugh at on screen? Chapter 324, A Chorus of Criticism. Public opinion turns Mr. Chen. I think you've given her too much face. You should have slapped her to wake her up. In the entertainment industry, who doesn't know the importance of investors? You're too soft-hearted and didn't want to embarrass others, which is why you're suffering. For an ordinary person, this wouldn't be tolerated. You can't let a nice guy be bullied like this. What you did was not just persuading her to drink, you were paving the way for her, introducing resources. If others follow her example, how will other artists survive? Will there still be investors entering this circle? Therefore, you must not let her off this time. You must make an example of her while also showing your stance to the investors. In the hotel bathtub, Zheng Muqing hugged her phone, chattering and stirring the pot. Her demeanor seemed to be persuading Chen Zhen, but in reality, she was fanning the flames, hoping it would escalate and create more chaos. When Yiba's video materials are exposed, it will cause an even greater uproar. As long as the rumors of a relationship are confirmed, the various endorsement penalty fees will be enough for her to pay. Such a morally questionable artist, who doesn't know her place, must be taught a lesson. Exactly. I think so too. Chen Zhen, already drunk, felt wronged as he listened to Zheng Muqing's persuasion. Chapter 325. More scandalous news. Thinking of venting his frustrations, and sending some signals in the group while under the influence. Chen Zhen never expected that someone would post all his chat messages online. At around 3 in the morning, the trending topic on Weibo continued to rise. And his personal comment section was completely overwhelmed, a sight too grim to behold. Each time he refreshed, the number of comments increased by thousands. Over 90% of which were various insults and attacks directed at him, while the remaining 10% were inquiries about his family. To become the target of nearly 1 million internet users' attacks within just a couple of hours, drawing so many people to rally against him. He could be considered the first to achieve such notoriety. Just as netizens were furiously bombarding Chen Zhen and their company's comment section, the top paparazzo in the industry, Zhu Wei, released another bombshell at 4 in the morning. As a well-known paparazzo, Zhu Wei had exposed numerous scandals involving A-list celebrities, including private photos and other privacy issues. Each time, he had solid evidence, and no matter how the parties involved tried to defend themselves, they had never been able to turn the tide. This led to a substantial number of big-name artists falling into his hands, enough to fill several tables of mahjong. After years of building his reputation and navigating various incidents, he had successfully become the top paparazzo in the industry, with every major news item he released garnering countless attention, admiration, and mindless endorsement. Chapter 326. Asking for trouble. Although Lu Feiyu's file had not been affected and the confidentiality level remained intact, it must be said that he no longer held any official position. This trending topic had come at just the right time. If it had been in the past, they could have directly taken action to arrest people, detaining all relevant personnel, and charging them with espionage. But now, the situation was a bit awkward. Under what charges could they arrest someone? What was Lu Feiyu's status? Damn it, I can't take the blame for this. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Haobo gritted his teeth and decided to report it. He had no other options and feared that taking rash action would only complicate matters further. Moreover, he was unclear about the current situation. He didn't have time to investigate who had leaked the information, whether it was the paparazzo or someone else. If there were major players behind this, he wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. He hurriedly picked up the phone on the table and, while dialing his superior, grabbed his own phone to angrily send a voice message. You still have the nerve to sleep, and you've been put on trending. I really owe you this. Getting up in the middle of the night to put out fires. Hello, leader, it's me, Xiao Yi. The next moment, as the call connected, he instantly switched to a smiling face, like a sycophant, and quickly spoke. Chapter 327. Disappointment. Now that things had developed to this point, many people were implicated, not just Chen Zhen, but also Zhu Wei, who was arrested, along with some marketing accounts and self-media bloggers, who had also received investigation documents, and were invited to relevant departments for a chat. Even the overly clever Zheng Muqing, who had used a fake account to send out videos, could not escape the fate of being caught. She was directly taken away by national security personnel from the filming site, charged with espionage, and taken away in front of hundreds of people on set. This outcome felt like the sky was falling for Zheng Muqing. No matter how hard she racked her brain, she couldn't figure out how things had escalated to this point. Just last night, she had celebrated this incident for a long time, even being so happy that she couldn't sleep. Little did she know that just a few hours later, people from national security would come looking for her, not giving her any chance to ease the situation, and directly taking her away from the set. At first, she thought it was the backers of Tianji Entertainment, or Reba trying to scare her. It wasn't until later, when the national security personnel presented Lu Feiyu's photo, and informed her of his identity, that Zheng Muqing truly realized she had landed in deep trouble. She had initially thought this guy was just a wealthy second generation, or a government official's son, one of Reba's secret lovers. Chapter 328, Making a Decision. Don't worry. Sooner or later this day would come. Didn't we anticipate it before? Lu Feiyu forced a light-hearted smile, holding her hand and softly asking. As for you, it seems there might be some trouble. With such a huge public outcry, if you don't find a way to calm things down quickly. Some of the contracts we signed earlier might end up problematic, right? You don't need to worry about me, it won't be anything serious, Reba said, taking a deep breath and shaking her head. In fact, she was also in a mess, entangled in all sorts of chaotic issues. If this incident continued to evolve and she didn't respond, it wouldn't be long before those endorsement contracts came knocking on her door. After all, when they signed the contracts, there were clauses that explicitly required no exposure or scandals related to emotional matters during the endorsement period. Now that this incident had occurred, everyone was waiting for her response. Moreover, some companies had already prepared relevant documents, ready to send legal teams over for negotiations at any time. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Daughter. A few people are outside looking for Xiaolu. Reba's mother called out from the door, sounding somewhat worried. Chapter 329, Increasing Trouble. Reba thought very simply. Since it had already been exposed, she might as well take advantage of this incident to make a public announcement. After all, this day would come sooner or later, the sooner she said it, the better. Although doing so would bring her significant negative impacts, even leading to a wave of penalties for breach of contract, she had no regrets. She didn't want Lu Feiyu to become the target of everyone's attacks online. Nor did she want him to become the subject of various jokes among others. If she chose to handle it coldly, this video content alone would be twisted and exaggerated by those marketing accounts and bloggers, creating countless versions to hype up. They might even concoct absurd identities for Lu Feiyu to seek attention. This was not what she wanted to see. Nor did she want this matter to linger online without resolution. Theoretically, this approach was currently the most appropriate and ideal way to quell public opinion. But doing so would likely cause a lot of unnecessary trouble for both of them. Sun Wenyu's expression showed concern, and he was at a loss for how to advise. The most awkward aspect of this situation had become apparent. Responding would effectively push Lu Feiyu into the public eye, making him the focus of national attention. Chapter 330, Old Comrades. Chief, shouldn't we arrange for the official channels to step in? That would be more persuasive, Lu Likun said quietly. Noticing that he had not spoken for a while and could only express his thoughts. Regardless, Lu Feiyu had made contributions. It hadn't been easy for him to get to this point. If not for that, the events in the Southern Theater wouldn't concern us. Before he could finish his sentence, Commander Tan put down his tablet and bluntly stated, "He's not one of us anymore. If he gets into trouble, it's naturally up to old Jia to handle it. Besides, this incident isn't too big or too small. Calming public opinion is just the simplest part. The real challenge will be how to deal with this kid in the future." Great, now that you've said that, I've wasted my time worrying. General Lu slapped his thigh and stood up to leave. He had anticipated this outcome when he arrived. The commander wasn't neglecting his duties, it simply wasn't necessary or feasible for him to intervene. What could he possibly say about such a minor issue? It can't be that they specifically hold a press conference to explain, right? Coincidentally, Lao Jia is coming over this afternoon, so you can talk it out when you meet. Before leaving, General Lu specifically pointed this out. He was worried that Commander Tan might really forget, which is why he said this. Chapter 331, revealing the truth at 9 o'clock that night. While the internet was still buzzing with discussions about these issues, Reba's personal Weibo account suddenly posted a new update. This action caused countless onlookers to rush to share the news, each one more eager than watching the Spring Festival Gala. All crowding onto Weibo to see what kind of response the person involved would give. Although many bloggers had predicted her actions beforehand, believing that this incident would likely be handled by a PR firm using various means to prove that someone was slandering her and creating public pressure, and would casually explain that Reba had not established a romantic relationship with anyone, and finally tell everyone not to believe rumors or spread them, thus putting the matter to rest. After all, this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. There were ready-made templates online that could be applied to anyone instantly. Despite having guessed that this could be the case, netizens were still eager to see if this uniquely exotic girl really had something going on. Especially those fervent fans who insisted all day that this incident was just someone using AI technology to create a synthetic video. The Reba they liked would definitely not be secretly involved in an underground relationship. Chapter 332, 2 billion in breach of contract. Sigh, you're being straightforward. But how are we supposed to settle the accounts later? In the room where Reba was, Fang Ling, who had rushed over from Kyoto in the morning, collapsed onto the bed, sighing non-stop. Originally, she planned to come and advise Reba to just play dead and not respond, as those brand representatives couldn't obtain substantial evidence. And over time no one would hold them accountable. Who would have thought this girl was determined to expose herself, and even filmed a video? No matter how she tried to persuade her, it was useless. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Fang Ling had no intention of continuing to talk and could only let the situation develop, waiting for the court summons. Things have already come to this point. I don't want to live like this in secret anymore. The sooner we say it, the better. Reba sat in front of the makeup mirror, even having the time to put on a face mask. That's just her personality. She's never indecisive or hesitant. Once she makes a decision, she sticks to it. And regretting it now is pointless. Fine, you're straightforward, you're efficient. Fang Ling had no other options, so she got up, took out a stack of documents from her backpack, and threw them onto the bed to start calculating the accounts. Meanwhile, Feiyu, who was watching the comment section nearby, was extremely relaxed, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears as he laughed while watching. Chapter 333, raising money late at night. As expected, the anticipated situation emerged shortly after. With Reba's relationship becoming public, the more than 10 brands she endorsed simultaneously contacted Chenji Entertainment, requesting to terminate their contracts and sending over the statistics of the compensation they required for breach of contract. When President Qin saw that astronomical figure, he was completely stunned. A total of 17 billion. With so much money, let alone Reba, even their company couldn't come up with it in a short time. To put it in perspective, this was cash, over 2 billion in cash. Who could just pull out that much money at any time? President Qin, there are also some collection letters here. At this moment, the secretary, carrying the documents just sent over, didn't dare to breathe and cautiously approached. Already extremely irritated, President Qin nearly overturned the table when he saw those documents. When he negotiated with Jiang Lina, he had anticipated such a day. But he never expected it to come so quickly. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the various breach notifications and collection letters on the table, his face turning red with anger. After staring blankly for a while, he suddenly stood up and said, "Prepare the car, I'm going to see General Jiang." Chapter 334, dreaming of big profits. With the public video posted, the direction of events developed much like Reba had anticipated. Although some media and haters were still trying to stir things up, most people remained relatively rational and didn't he continue to dwell on the issue? In fact, some official media even stepped forward at this time to offer simple blessings. This was a considerable help for Reba, who was deeply mired in the whirlpool of public opinion. 2 days later, as the heat of the incident gradually decreased, discussions about it slowly faded away. In the family courtyard of the Spring City Military District, Feiyu lay in the yard, squinting his eyes to enjoy the gentle breeze. Reba was squatting in the nearby garden, tending to the flowers and plants she had just bought. Originally planning to go to Silimu Lake, the two, seeing the situation escalating, didn't want their families to worry, so they simply turned back to Spring City to live their own little lives. As for all the messy matters, they would wait for the company to handle them. Whenever the penalty for breach of contract was determined, they would discuss those matters again. "Honey, can you help me? This flower pot is too heavy." Squatting by the flower bed with a small shovel in each hand, Reba looked at the sleeping Feiyu and acted cute. Chapter 335, Being Transferred. After dinner, the two were quite full, strolling along the small path in the family courtyard. Living here was really comfortable, no need to cook. And there was a cafeteria every day. Although the food and drinks weren't particularly exquisite, they were healthy and pollution-free. The most important thing was that staying here didn't feel like being a thief. They didn't have to wear masks for everything and didn't have to worry about being photographed or followed. They could act like a normal couple, casually walking around the yard and chatting with people. Under the setting sun, the two walked slowly along the shade of the trees, encountering many families with children along the way, either heading to eat or rushing home with lunch boxes. At first, when people saw Reba, they were surprised, and some even came over to take pictures. But as the days went by, with the Weibo video being released, everyone gradually understood what was going on and became accustomed to her presence. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the opposite playground, duty soldiers were training in the evening. As the family courtyard of a senior officer of the 3rd Group Army, the security level here was exceptionally high, with a company of patrolling security personnel stationed year-round, working in a 24-hour rotation. Chapter 336, Military Political Department, Transfer Orders issued a week later. At the edge of the family courtyard basketball court, Feiyu and Zhao Zhan were sitting in the shade, watching the young men running on the field while chatting idly. "I've heard that you're probably going to be transferred to Kyoto this time. You might even go back to your original unit. That's a good thing. You'll have to treat us later, don't just leave without a word. This is still uncertain, who knows what will happen." Feiyu smiled and shook his head, not caring much about where he would be transferred. It is said that the official documents have already been issued, and it should be just a matter of 2 or 3 days. Zhao Zhan sat next to him, watching the young men running on the field. Feeling somewhat emotional, time really flies. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years have passed. When you first came, the empty assault brigade was still nowhere to be seen. Now, there are nearly 1,000 combat personnel alone. After all, this is all your achievement. Come on. I have no merit at all. Feiyu half reclined on the steps, yawning lazily. This is the result of everyone's efforts, and has nothing to do with me. Now everything is on the right track, and I should return to where I belong. Chapter 337, A New Beginning Political Department. Upon hearing this unit name, Feiyu was obviously stunned. He had thought of countless possibilities, but never expected it would be the political department. What's going on? Is the boss really going to let him do a civilian job? This is asking for his life. No, are you sure this notice was issued by the political department? He confirmed with a questioning tone. Yes, sir. The young man handed him the document and reminded him again, there are requirements from above. And you are ordered to report to Kyoto within 3 days. Feiyu looked at the red stamp on the document, along with the Southern Theater Command seal, and shook his head in frustration. This really is getting more and more convoluted. although he had done a lot of mental preparation before and was ready to take on any position. He still felt somewhat unhappy when he saw the transfer order to the political department. Although the political department is slightly higher in rank than the theater command. For a military officer, who has long been stationed in frontline troops, being suddenly transferred to a rear civilian position is quite a drop. And it's not something that can be easily explained in just a few words. Fine, I understand, I will go report on time. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to accept the transfer order. Chapter 338, Capital Suppression at 10 in the morning. At the entrance of the Military Cultural and Art Center's Film and Television Production Department in Kyoto, Fang Ling rushed to the entrance under the blazing sun, thinking she would complete the registration and drive in directly. However, the security guard told her that without a prior appointment and pass, she couldn't enter at all. This sudden situation left her puzzled, and she immediately called her friend to clarify. However, when she made the call, she found that it connected, but no one answered. This situation left her in a dilemma, not knowing whether to leave or wait. In the end, she could only return to the car with a dejected expression, waiting for the other party to call back. Seeing her come back dejected, Reba frowned and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Is there a change of plans?" No one answered the phone, and they said no appointment or pass, so we can't go in. Fang Ling turned to look at the entrance, her face particularly unpleasant as she said, "I've been here before, why are there so many rules now?" "Then let's wait a bit." Reba yawned. The worries of recent days had made her lose some weight, and even her jawline was much clearer. Chapter 339, Let Me Go Act. Close to noon. Fang Ling still had not received a reply. The two of them lay bored in the car, scrolling through their phones, their eyes almost unable to stay open. Just then, there was a knock on the car window. Fang Ling perked up, thinking someone had come to pick them up, and immediately lowered the window with joy. However, standing in front of the car was not a staff member from inside, but a security guard at the entrance. The young man was not in a good mood. Pointing at their car and driving them away, "You can't park here, hurry up and leave, blocking the entrance is unacceptable." "No, young man. We are here to see Director Wu, we'll go in as soon as he's done." Fang Ling forced a smile, awkwardly pleading, "Everyone is having a hard time. Please do us a favor and let us in." "No way, without a pass, no one can enter." The young man ruthlessly rejected her request, waving his hand to drive them away. "Hurry up and leave, you can't park here, or I'll blacklist you, and you won't be able to come in again." This left Fang Ling speechless, her face flushed with anger, unable to think of any way to respond. After so many years, when had she ever endured such humiliation? Not to mention a little security guard, even directors or company executives wouldn't dare speak to her like that. Chapter 340, Being an Artistic Soldier. Time seemed to stand still. Just a moment ago, Feiyu had prepared mentally, and now it all shattered into pieces. He had thought of countless possibilities, and was even ready to practice his signature, preparing to sit in an office organizing documents. But he never expected that he would be assigned to the film and television production department. What kind of unit is that? If he weren't coming here, he wouldn't even know such a structure existed in the military. What? A veteran who has fought on the battlefield for over 10 years, who has defeated countless enemies, is going to make movies. If this gets out, his old comrades would probably laugh their heads off. After a while, Feiyu lightly coughed to cover up the embarrassment on his face, gripping the document tightly, almost tearing it. "So, sir, this job should mostly be for artistic soldiers, right?" "How can it mostly be? It's all artistic soldiers," General Lee said with a smile, and noticing his extremely ugly expression, pretended to care. "What's wrong? Is it difficult for you? If you don't want to do it, that's fine. The organization absolutely does not force any soldier to do what they don't want to do." Chapter 341, I think I saw your man. The sun blazed high in the sky. During the lunch break, at the entrance of the August 1st film studio. Crew members came and went. Fang Ling, who had been waiting at the entrance, stared intently at the crowd, even peeking at passing vehicles to see if the person she was waiting for was among them. In fact, given her status, there was no need for her to be so humble. The reason she did this was to show an attitude to the outside world and also to let those who were secretly laughing at her see that they were serious about their work. Although this might be looked down upon by many, the current situation did not allow her to continue being picky. "I say, big sister. It's already been half a morning, you should just go." At this time, the security guard at the entrance, seeing her persist at the door, kindly advised, "From now until 3 in the afternoon is a break, no one will come out to meet you." He actually knew what was going on. But for the sake of his superior's face and his own job, he couldn't elaborate. If they really wanted to see you, they wouldn't have to wait so long. "It's okay, little brother, I'll wait a bit longer." Fang Ling pursed her lips, forcing a bitter smile in response. Chapter 342, You Are Director Wu. 5 minutes later. Having understood what was going on, Feiyu felt a surge of anger rise up his throat. Good. It really is a case of better late than never. Previously, he thought that coming here to be a literary soldier was quite embarrassing. Now it seems that General Li's decision is absolutely correct. If he hadn't come here, how could he have known that Reba is in such a predicament, being bullied one by one? Just a moment ago, he thought it was some big production worth his wife waiting for. After listening, he realized it was just an audition, a mere meeting to talk. And yet she was put in such a difficult position. It's easy to imagine how messed up the entertainment industry is now. These so-called capitalists and directors don't treat actors as people at all. Even with him standing in front to shield her, those people wouldn't dare to go too far. Without him as her fiancé, who knows how much bullying Reba would have to endure? Shall we? Feiyu's expression was very grim, as he suppressed his anger and shouted. "Yes, director." Wei Jun hurried over. "Let the car in first, don't block the door here." Feiyu's face was cold, and he glanced at him. "Don't notify anyone. When your sister-in-law arrives, we'll go directly to find that Director Wu." Chapter 343, He is the new director. Coughing lightly, Director Wu, who had just been reprimanded, glanced at Feiyu's shoulder insignia with a slightly evasive gaze. Upon noticing his major general rank, his heart tightened, and he lowered his head, stammering, "Well, Chief, I was in a meeting just now, and didn't have time to check my phone, so I forgot about this." He had no choice but to make up excuses to cover his true thoughts. Mainly, he was unclear about the relationship between this person and Reba. What if this person was a comrade of Reba's fiancé, clearly here to find trouble? That would be disastrous for him. Although he wasn't from the film studio, anyone who could reach the rank of Major General must have some connections. A meeting? What meeting? You called someone over for a meeting. How could you be so oblivious? Feiyu wasn't buying it, his cold gaze shooting out a chilling glare, his tone revealing a tremor of authority. Even Wei Jun, standing beside him, was startled by his serious expression, hesitating on whether to step forward and say something. He knew all too well about these seasoned characters in the unit. Usually, they were all high and mighty, bullying ordinary staff and actors. Chapter 344, The Top Circle of Kyoto. The incident escalated quickly, coinciding with the lunch break. And the onlookers were just free and idle. This led to a sustained increase in topic popularity, and it was on the verge of trending. This also shows that after the official announcement, although Reba lost some of her husband fans and career fans, her popularity didn't decrease much. Topics about her could still easily trend. Some were happy, some were sad. The entertainment industry is a big dive at, and the most complicated thing is human hearts. Seeing Reba, who was once at the peak, now blocked at the door and unable to get an audition, many popular stars in the industry were overjoyed. Especially some young actresses who had similar roles, but lacked popularity, were practically jumping for joy, ready to take her place and seize this wave of traffic. After all, there are stars collapsing in the industry every year, but those fans are fixed. As the saying goes, new generations replace the old. It seems that Reba's era is coming to an end. Of course, not everyone is wishing for her downfall. Some good friends in the industry, like Yaya, Lei Datu, and Lin Lu, were calling at this time, trying to offer her some comfort. Chapter 345, Benefiting from My Man's Glory Well. Your ideological awareness is something we definitely can't keep up with. At this moment, another guy came over with a tablet, smiling as he asked, "What do you plan to do about the entertainment company you asked me to acquire last time? I see that Reba seems to be in constant trouble lately. It's not worth spending energy to sign her." He looked at young master his slightly furrowed brows and continued, "Of course. If you're interested in her for personal reasons, just pretend I didn't say anything." "Interested in what? Do I lack women?" Young master he shot him a sidelong glance, shaking his head helplessly. He was just recalling the ins and outs of this matter. There were too many things happening every day. He had long since forgotten about this small matter, and had no interest in it. If his brother hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten all about the entertainment company acquisition. Rubbing his stiff face lightly, young master he remembered the reason behind it. Previously, he had specially prepared a gift to recruit Feiyu. However, that guy didn't appreciate it, and with so many things on his plate, he postponed it and didn't manage it. Casually taking the tablet, young master he looked at the various reports about Reba on the webpage, as well as the overt and covert suppression in the capital circle, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Chapter 346, Serious Losses Ha. Here you can call Sha Wei without any issue, but once you step out of this room, he is Secretary Wei, Deputy Director. Can you just hire someone like him with money? Feiyu shot her a glance, realizing for the first time that this guy seemed to have a greater obsession with power than he did. Reba, with a silly smile, came to the coffee table and shouted to Fang Ling, who was lying by the floor-to-ceiling window, enjoying the air conditioning, "Sister Ling, it's time to eat." "Oh?" After standing for a whole morning, Fang Ling frowned, rubbing her sore calves as she got up, complaining, "If I had known it would be like this. Did we even need to come here? I wasted a whole morning standing. Just take the script back. Isn't this roll hours? Your backdoor dealings are too obvious." Reba opened the lunchbox, eating as she said, "At least we had to meet the director. Besides, they have their own rules and regulations here. There might be other investors behind the scenes, and who gets used is not something a single director can decide." "Ah?" At this moment, Feiyu suddenly spoke, interrupting the two who were talking, his face serious as he asked, "I want to make a statement first. That director Wu from just now is definitely going to be kicked out." Chapter 347, Furious, A Bunch of Mud. What is a co-producer? Feiyu didn't have a clear definition of this, frowning as he asked. Reba, who was playing with her phone nearby, raised her head and responded, "It's like shareholders, partners. Units like yours that either don't invest money, or invest little, are only responsible for film production and distribution. They are also considered one of the producers, but will get little money. In short, if you didn't invest money, you naturally won't get much money. The only benefit is that you can put your name on it and gain some box office honors, which you can boast about to others." Coughing, Wei Jun felt a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head, not daring to continue. He had originally prepared a set of relatively polite wording, trying to beautify their unit a bit. Unexpectedly, there was a professional insider beside him who directly stripped the facade away. So it turns out that these years have been spent lifting other spirits, living off false box office honors. Feiyu glanced at Wei Jun and said with a smirk, "What a perfectly good regiment-level unit, and yet it has turned into this mess. I won't even mention the annual losses. The personnel are lazy and lack discipline." Chapter 348, no idle people, if you don't work, then leave. I know what you're thinking and understand why you've become like this. Lu Feiyu stood before everyone. His expression slightly softened, but he still spoke in a stiff tone, enunciating each word. This is a subordinate unit of the Cultural and Arts Center. And you are all artistic soldiers. Coupled with the lack of pressure from higher-ups in recent years, it has led to this lazy and complacent situation. But don't forget, artistic soldiers are still soldiers. If you forget the most basic tenets of being a soldier, then you deserve this scolding. In the meeting, only Lu Feiyu's reprimanding voice echoed. Everyone kept silent, sitting up straight to listen to him speak. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. It's normal for someone to establish their authority on their first day. Previous leaders always followed this path, so it wasn't surprising, after a few days. The novelty would wear off. All right, sit down. With the opening remarks concluded, Lu Feiyu waved his hand, signaling everyone to take their seats. The crowd, relieved, silently murmured that it was finally over. However, they did not know that Lu Feiyu was different from those previous directors. Chapter 349, Urgent for You. Leave within a day. As most grassroots staff left, only about 30 to 40 mid to senior level managers remained in the conference room. Lu Feiyu pointed at the folder in front of him and said slowly, before this meeting, I reviewed our unit's financial expenditures and project status over the past 5 years and briefly looked into the current film and television market. I found that over 70% of the projects in recent years have been in a state of loss, and the remaining 30% are barely breaking even struggling to pay salaries. He glared at the indifferent faces around him and shouted sternly, I need a reason, a convincing reason. You all take top industry bonuses and salaries, yet your projects are losing money more severely than the last. If that's the case, could I just hire any passerby to be the director? After all, if it's all about losing money, any normal person could do this job, if worse comes to worst. I could just throw 200 million cash into the sea, wouldn't that be the same? Just as he finished speaking, a slightly overweight middle-aged man sitting in the front row coughed lightly, unable to endure Lu Feiyu's words, and replied with a displeased expression, Director Lu, you sound like an outsider. Chapter 350, A Big Deal, No Refusal. Secretary Wei, why are you also speaking alongside the new director? In the crowd, an older director, who had been with the unit for many years, complained with a dark expression. Starting with layoffs, talking about results, and constantly bringing up projects from the last 5 years. Why not mention projects from the last 20 years? Yes, I admit that there have been severe losses in projects these past few years, and higher-ups will definitely have opinions, but that's feedback from the market. We also need to explore little by little to gradually understand the preferences of the audience. In this process, there must be room for trial and error. Who can guarantee that every project will be a hit? I might as well take him as my apprentice. Stop talking about complaints, I think the director is right. Wei Jun was quite annoyed with these old hands, so his tone was not very patient. He threw the folder onto the table, scanned the crowd, and sneered. No unit can afford to keep idle people. No matter what contributions you made in the past, that's history. And you've already been rewarded for it, it's time to turn the page. The director made it very clear, if anyone doesn't want to work, just sign. And within a day, we'll sort out the paperwork for you. Chapter 351, Just to Make Money. Late night confidential talks. Are you saying I make movies just to minimize losses? Lu Feiyu looked at her, bewildered, not understanding why these people in the industry had such an attitude. A project hadn't even started, and they were already prepared for losses. If that's the case, why bother? Just stop, wouldn't that result in fewer losses? Before you understand the market and are uncertain about the kind of feedback you'll get. If there's a way to help stabilize part of the box office, wouldn't you choose it? Reba looked at him with a half-smile. Her big eyes fixed on him, posing a profound question. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Feiyu nodded and said, that makes some sense, go ahead and elaborate. Not much to say, just find some popular stars. Reba began counting on her fingers in front of him, briefly outlining a few points. Whether a film or television series can become a hit and make money depends first on the script. If it's a popular IP with a certain level of recognition, that's already winning at the starting line. Second, it depends on the actors. Hiring some hot stars for the male and female leads can drive some box office and popularity. For a few main characters with depth, selecting some seasoned actors, real veterans, to participate can significantly help the plot development and overall rating of the show. Chapter 352, each with their own motives, indirect attacks apologized to him. Zhu Yang's eyes widened as if his tail had been stepped on, and he shouted, "Don't even think about it. After so many years in this industry, who have I ever apologized to? It's just a major, what's so impressive about that? Tomorrow morning, I'll pack my things. This broken unit. I don't even want to stay." The more he spoke, the angrier he got, his face turning pale with fury. "With my qualifications and abilities, I could casually find an entertainment company outside and still earn millions a year. Why should I put up with this nonsense, where everything requires approval? Making a film is even more restrictive, with all kinds of limitations. Really going to leave?" Wang Zhuwei crossed his legs and turned to confirm. "If you're really set on it, I want to persuade you. Not doing it, this time I really want to." Zhu Yang waved his hand, determined to leave the unit. He had had thoughts of going solo for several years, but had never found the opportunity to propose it. Moreover, although the current unit's benefits were decent, he couldn't earn big money, but at least he had a certain social status, and wherever he went, he was basically in the spotlight. Now, Lu Feiyu had come in and scolded him harshly, even telling him to get lost in front of so many people. Chapter 353, the eldest son and the eldest daughter sort of, but I don't know how to say it. Wang Zhuwei rubbed his palms, showing a hesitant expression. Lu Feiyu looked at his feigned demeanor and was not in a hurry. Instead, he took out a cigarette box and lit one for himself. He didn't ask. Just waited for the other party to speak up, wanting to see how long the old guy could hold it in. As expected, Wang Zhuwei saw that he had no intention of pressing for answers, and could only awkwardly find a way out for himself. "You remember that old Wu from the director group, the one you fired? He left with Zhu Yang." "I know, I have some impression." Lu Feiyu nodded, having quite a strong memory of that guy. On the first day of his new job, before even entering the main door, he discovered that the troublesome person was making things difficult for Reba. If it weren't for his image, he would have wanted to punch someone that day. Old Wu had just completed the paperwork a few days ago, and I originally thought this matter would just end there. But I only found out last night that he had taken the projects he had with him. Wang Zhuwei pretended to just learn about it, explaining with a troubled expression. The project in his hands was a good script, and it had already been confirmed with many investors, ready to start filming soon. Chapter 354, two drama queens. More than half an hour later, Lu Feiyu drove to a commercial photography studio. As soon as he parked, he saw Reba, who had just finished work, running out from a nearby business car, eagerly rushing towards him. Due to the need for filming, the girl looked particularly beautiful today. And as soon as she appeared, many passers-by nearby turned their heads repeatedly. In the past, she would have put on a mask early and sneaked into the car. But now it was different. There was no company restriction and no contract limitations. She could do whatever she wanted without any worries. Just shoot. As long as she didn't engage in black traffic or concoct some unfounded headlines, she didn't care. After all, she had already appeared in a video with Lu Feiyu. And everyone outside knew what was going on. Under reasonable and legal circumstances, what was wrong with her boyfriend picking her up from work? "Hey, you're really on time. I was just about to call you." Reba climbed into the passenger seat, tossed her messy hair, waved at Fang Ling and others outside the window, and shouted, "Bye, sisters. I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow. Don't be late, get up early. Fang Ling was chatting with the photography team and reminded her casually before ignoring her again. Chapter 355, Military Theme. Even dogs don't shoot. Auntie is here. Reba, who was sitting at the table sneaking a snack, immediately stood up and warmly greeted Jianglina when she saw her. She didn't know why, but she always felt nervous every time she saw Jianglina. Nana. Lu's mom came out of the kitchen, and upon seeing her sister, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Just in time, we haven't eaten yet, come on. Today's dishes are quite sumptuous. I just rushed over for dinner. When Jianglina arrived at her sister's house, she was very natural after washing her hands in the bathroom and sat down without any courtesy. Old Lu took out 2 bottles of red wine from the storage room and gestured, "Have a drink, little sister." "No thanks, brother-in-law, I have a meeting early tomorrow. I've been really busy lately. You should join us for dinner, no need to be polite." Jianglina acted as if she were at her own home, scooping some rice and starting to eat. As a piece of rib entered her mouth, a happy smile appeared on her delicate little face, and she praised her sister, "Sis, your cooking hasn't declined at all. I used to eat your cooking when I was little, and it's been so many years, yet it still tastes the same. If you like it, eat more." Lu's mom felt sorry for her sister, and at this moment, she even neglected her daughter-in-law, quickly serving her a bowl of soup. "Try this soup, it's been simmering all afternoon." Chapter 356, The Newcomer's Mysterious Confidence. Auntie, my military-themed project is different from the previous military themes. It will definitely have its own market and audience. Facing her cold gaze, Feiyu was still unwilling to back down. He knew very well that military themes were a big pit, and he had researched the data and looked at past box office performances and historical results. The reason he wanted to develop in this area was that the so-called military themes in the past were just some cliched plots wrapped in military skins, showcasing personal heroism. What with gunfighting techniques and tearing apart enemies, those ridiculous plots kept coming up. Who would want to pay for such things if they were a normal person? Thus, after extensive research, he discovered that due to the numerous failures of military-themed projects, no one was willing to work in this area anymore. Over time, it became known as a dead-end road in everyone's mouth, and both investors and directors were reluctant to get involved. Even the film studio had produced some military-themed films in recent years, but most were art films or documentaries disguised as military themes. As a veteran who had worked in frontline troops for many years, Feiyu felt it was a pity to let such a passionate theme as military go to waste. Chapter 357, Writing the script. The next morning, as soon as Feiyu arrived at the office, he saw a young man around 30, slim and fair-skinned, waiting at the office door. Upon seeing him arrive, the young man quickly took 2 steps back and bent over to greet him. "Good morning, Director." "Good morning." Feiyu nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over his face, and asked, "Are you the director Wei Jun found?" "Yes, Director. My name is Ji Jun, and I graduated from the directing department of the Kyoto Film School." The young man cherished this opportunity and quickly introduced himself. He handed over the materials he brought, a bit nervously saying, "These are some of my previous works. No need to look at it, my questions are pretty simple." Feiyu opened the door without looking back and said, "Come in and talk." "Okay." Ji Jun's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but quickly concealed that slight loss, as he followed him into the room. When Wei Jun approached him yesterday, he thought his performance was poor and he would be dismissed. Upon learning that the director was looking for him, he was pleasantly surprised and hardly slept that night, organizing his previous materials and works to showcase to the director. He wasn't trying to show off his achievements. He just wanted to prove that he had the professional knowledge to handle any job. Chapter 358, Could it be the director's memoir? In the next 3 days, besides hosting some routine meetings, Feiyu was busy working on the script. At first, Ji-jun thought it was a relatively novel modern military war story. But as he listened, he felt something was off. Whether it was the plot, personnel equipment, character personalities, or combat techniques, everything seemed too mature. Anyone who has worked as a screenwriter or director knows that a brand new original script, in the initial stages of polishing, is like a draft house full of gaps. Even the top screenwriters in the industry start from a rough framework and gradually refine it, filling it in slowly to make the work become rich and coherent. But Lu Feiyu was different. He basically got it right in one go, with all the details and action designs included, even the actors' positions, eye movements, and emotional changes were described very clearly. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his current script could be shot as soon as a suitable location was found. This made Ji-jun greatly amazed, and suddenly a bold thought popped into his mind. Chapter 359, Someone from home is here, thank you, wife. Lu Feiyu wiped his hands and ran out of the bathroom, looking at the exquisite pastries on the table, reaching out to pinch a piece to taste. When the sweet and greasy flavor entered his mouth, he couldn't help but frown slightly, but quickly hid that discomfort and nodded in praise. Really good, you should try some. I won't eat, I'm on a diet. Reba leaned happily against the sofa, her little mouth chattering away. The furniture for the second floor has arrived, including the beds and bathtubs, and the toilets in the bathroom have all been installed. The first floor is also coming in bit by bit. Once the smell dissipates, we can move in. She was like a child, full of anticipation for her new home. By the way, I ran into an old senior from the industry in the family compound just now. I didn't expect him to live here too, what luck. Reba hurriedly got up, her eyes sparkling with barely concealed joy, and kept talking non-stop. He said there are quite a few powerful actors living here, but everyone is busy, so it's not easy to meet. The song and dance troupe and the drama troupe used to work here together. Lu Feiyu, eating fruit, introduced. The family compound used to be all in one place. Although they have separated now, the family compound hasn't. Chapter 360, All Physical Shots. Noticing the hint of disappointment on his face, Mai Qingyang awkwardly touched her nose, realizing she had brought up a sore subject. The main issue was that he didn't know Lu Feiyu had been transferred, otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned it. In fact, being transferred to a rear unit isn't bad. Serving the people is the same no matter where you are. You just need to adapt for a while. Just like us desk workers who have always been in the rear offices. Besides, with your talent, you can achieve results anywhere. Even if you want to go back in the future, it's not impossible. Don't comfort me, I know the situation myself. Lu Feiyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Now he could only occasionally express his thoughts when he had nothing to do. It would be best to go back, but if he couldn't, he could accept it. At least his current life was stable, and his family was satisfied, so they wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. Hey. You just mentioned being transferred to do publicity work. What specific areas are you focusing on? What are the key points for next year? Lu Feiyu, with some free time, took the opportunity to ask. He also wanted to hear the thoughts from the higher-ups. He used to think that publicity work was useless, but now it was different. Chapter 361, No Money. At 5 in the afternoon, close to the end of the workday. In Li Lao's office, Lu Feiyu sat nervously in front of the old man, watching him examine the script word by word, not saying anything for almost 2 hours. At first, he had strong confidence in his script, thinking that the leader would be so impressed that he would surely respond positively. After all, the core plot of this play is to showcase the strength of the soldiers of the Great Shia to the ordinary people and convey an ultimate philosophy of a prosperous nation and strong citizens. Who would have thought that such an impressive script would leave Li Lao speechless for nearly 2 hours, with not even a hint of a change in expression? This made Lu Feiyu feel very uncertain, and he even began to consider how to argue for another chance if he was rejected. After all, this play had made billions at the box office in the past. It would be a shame to give up just like that. After another 7 or 8 minutes, Li Lao lightly coughed, forcibly pulling his mind away from the script, took off his reading glasses, and rubbed his sore eyes. He didn't say anything or acknowledge Lu Feiyu, but instead picked up his teacup, took a few sips of water to calm his emotions. And then slowly raised his head to say, "Speak, how much do you want?" Chapter 362, It's all my money. No, Chief, your demand is too high. 50 million and 300 million are over 200 million apart. Lu Feiyu complained with a sad face, slightly unhappy. When I came here, you said you would support anything legitimate. Now look, it's not even a month, and you've completely forgotten. Hey, are you trying to dig up old accounts with me? Li Lao looked at him with a pout and an unconvinced expression, then opened a drawer and pulled out a folder, throwing it in front of him. Look. See how much it really is. Over the years, your film studio has owed me nearly 8 or 900 million. Can you still keep going like this? Do you really think the political department is printing money? We spend taxpayers' money, which is earned by ordinary people through hard work. To be honest, you're here today. If it was someone else, not to mention 50 million, I wouldn't have even 5 cents. Chief. Lu Feiyu's emotions calmed down a bit, as he gazed at the records in the accounts, still feeling a bit unhappy. The debt is from the film studio. But I didn't spend it. I just got here, and it's not even been a month. Can't you put in a little more for the first project? Chapter 363, Both spouses are sick. The next morning, Reba arrived at the company just before the lunch break. As soon as she entered the office, she slumped in a chair, striking a pose of excessive indulgence and lethargy. Fang Ling, who was busy working, glanced at her and pointedly advised, "Young people should know when to stop. Don't overexert your energy and stamina. After all, you're the boss now. Is it appropriate to come in every day at noon?" "Oh, you don't know how busy I am every day." Reba covered her forehead, looking listless, and sighed in her chair. "I went out with the director last night, and it kept me busy all night." As soon as she said this, the 2 female employees who were helping Fang Ling sort materials seemed to have been electrocuted, their little faces filled with shock and gossiping desire, quickly bowing their heads to hide their astonishment. "Wow, can you even say that?" However, Fang Ling was already used to her way of thinking. While rolling her eyes, she spoke with a mix of irritation. "Can you speak in a way that's understandable? It's strange that you don't have any haters with your mouth like that. You don't even need others to dig up dirt, just your mouth alone causes so much trouble." "Hey, what's wrong with what I said? My husband is the director. Isn't accompanying him the same as accompanying the director?" Reba stared wide-eyed, feeling that she hadn't said anything wrong. Chapter 364, Unconventional Talent Utilization. "Don't be mad, Ling Ji." Reba saw that she hadn't spoken for a long time, got up and sent everyone else out of the room, then personally made her a cup of water, forcing a smile to start apologizing. "I'm sorry, Ling Ji. It's my fault for not discussing this with you in advance, but you know our current situation is tough. No one is willing to hire us, and no film crew dares to use us." She pulled Fang Ling to the sofa and analyzed the current situation. Xiaoyu's side is just starting, he has no script, and no funding. He wrote a script himself, and I read it. The content and plot are pretty good, but it's just lacking filming funds. Reba's expression became extremely determined as she held her hand, speaking sharply, as the saying goes. "You have to break the pot to sink the boat. This time, I'm going to gamble everything on our Mr. Lu. If we win, he will receive flowers and applause. And we will earn tons of cash, smoothly transitioning and rising to the ranks of capital, never having to look at anyone else's face again. We can invest ourselves. As for failure, it doesn't matter. At most, it's just 200 million more in debt, and I'm used to it now." Chapter 365, Borrowing People, Borrowing Guns, Borrowing Territory. An hour later, at the Jingju Military District Special Operations Brigade. After registering and reporting, Lu Feiyu looked at the entrance where he had fought for many years. feeling a mix of nostalgia and helplessness. He had never imagined that upon returning one day, he would still need to register and report. Boom! After a few minutes, a military vehicle drove out from within. The sentry standing at the entrance quickly raised his hand to salute. The young man getting out of the military vehicle returned the salute, and his blood-red left eye seemed to shimmer with light. The moment he saw Lu Feiyu, Liu Qianqing immediately broke into a joyful smile, rushed forward in 3 steps, and hugged him, saying, "Damn it, you finally came back to see us. You've been dragging it out since the last time you said you'd come, and now look, you came uninvited. Luckily, I've not been busy lately, otherwise you wouldn't have found anyone here." "Nonsense, without you, Zhong the butcher, am I supposed to eat a pig with hair?" Lu Feiyu laughed, patted his shoulder, and teased. "In this special operations brigade, I'm more familiar than my own bed. If I want to come back, who can't I find?" Right. Your nightmare title is more useful than mine." Liu Qianqing put his arm around his shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. "Come on, let's sit inside. Although some of the old guys have left over the years, there are still plenty of familiar faces around." Chapter 366, Making Promises That Night. At the top floor private room of the Kyoto Hotel, Wang Jiawei, who had just finished work, went straight to the pre-arranged location without even going home. Ready to gather with a few friends. As soon as he pushed the door open, everyone inside turned to look at him in unison. There weren't many people. Mostly familiar faces, with the most noticeable ones being Zhu Yang and Old Wu, who had just rolled out of their original unit. At that moment, the two stood up to greet him while chatting with 2 investors. Ha, Director Wang, better late than never. Just now, President Niu was mentioning you. Hey. The unit has been a bit busy lately, sorry for being late. Wang Jiawei took off his coat, walked around Zhu Yang and Old Wu, and sat next to the 2 investors. He waved his hand apologetically towards them and smiled. "I'll drink 2 cups as punishment later." "That's a must." President Niu patted his shoulder, his round face beaming with a bright smile. He nodded to the waiter at the door, signaling to start serving the dishes. Tonight's gathering had no outsiders, mostly old friends from the industry or partners from new projects. The reason for this gathering was to discuss specific details and finalize the shooting dates, so that many people wouldn't be left waiting and incur unnecessary financial losses. Chapter 367, What's your attitude after a busy half-month? And after multiple communications and coordination with various departments, the entire crew finally completed the setup. Several main roles were selected through rigorous vetting by Lu Feiyu, and Wei Jun personally coordinated and negotiated, working hard to squeeze out the time. Especially for actors with higher profiles and tight schedules, their time was squeezed out completely. Even so, they couldn't commit to full-time filming during the signing of the agreement. They clearly requested to be able to take 1 or 2 days off intermittently to return home for other engagements. Although this would affect the filming schedule somewhat, there was no other way. The actual situation was as it was, and who made them anxious. It was also because of the reputation of the film studio and Lu Feiyu that these stars were willing to come. Otherwise, according to industry rules, scheduling a role would typically require at least a year, or even 2 years' notice. Regardless, the crew successfully completed its formation, which was a good thing. On Saturday morning at 8 a.m., at the internal courtyard of the film studio, 4 or 5 buses arrived early, waiting for the crew members to board. Starting today, the main actors, director team, photography team, and other important personnel would undergo a week of basic training at the Kyoto Special Operations Brigade. Chapter 368, The Use of Connections. An hour later, Lu Feiyu, looking like a beleaguered person, brought his wealth goddess to the Kyoto Special Operations Brigade. The whole way there, he couldn't drive too fast or too recklessly. After much back and forth, he finally managed to wait for his aunt to finish her makeup, and it had exhausted him. At that moment, it was 9 a.m., and a temporary security checkpoint had been set up at the entrance of the Special Operations Brigade. Liu Qianqing personally led a team to wait at the entrance, and when he saw Lu Feiyu's car arrive, he waved to signal him to drive in. "I've already completed the registration for you, next time just drive in," Liu Qianqing said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the passenger seat where Reba was sitting. A hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Before he could speak, Reba, with a sweet smile on her face, waved at him. "Hello, I'm Reba, his fiancée. I'm really sorry for the trouble this time. After we finish filming, we must treat you all to a good meal." "Hey, I thought who it was, it's my sister-in-law," Liu Qianqing said with a beaming face, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment, smiling with unsuppressed joy. "Don't say such polite words, we are all family here. No need to be courteous. If you need anything, just let us know. This is our old unit, and as long as you have needs, we will try our best to accommodate." Chapter 369, Are We Going to Fight? After a busy morning, Lu Feiyu helped everyone settle into their accommodations, and briefly explained some precautions before finally having a moment to breathe. Thankfully, Liu Qianqing was considerate enough to free up an entire floor of dormitories specifically for the crew, so they wouldn't be disturbed by the soldiers. After all, the soldiers had training every day and occasionally had special missions, so it would definitely be inconvenient if they were on the same floor. "Where am I staying?" Seeing that everyone else's rooms had been assigned, Reba looked up at him and asked. You are staying here too?" Lu Feiyu scratched his head, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect her to be so proactive in requesting to stay over. This was unexpected. "Of course, we treat everyone equally." Reba nodded firmly, saying resolutely, "Besides, who knows what time we'll get up tomorrow? Going home and coming back would waste too much time. It's better for me to stay here and get some extra sleep." All right, you can share a room with Ling Ji and Xiaolu. You three are always together anyway, so no one should complain," Lu Feiyu said with his hands on his hips and a smile. The dormitories were mostly six-person rooms. Although a bit cramped, thankfully, they were all single beds, without any bunk beds. Chapter 370, Physical Fitness Test at 2 p.m., the first training session began. Since everyone had just arrived, both their physical and mental states had not fully settled in. Therefore, Lu Feiyu did not impose any strict requirements for them to learn something, but instead prepared to conduct some basic physical training. On the training field, everyone changed into their training uniforms, standing in a crooked line while chatting quietly under the scorching sun. Reba and a few actresses stood at the back, each raising their hands to shield their heads, afraid of getting sunburnt. "When can we shoot guns?" Actress Jiang Luxia murmured with anticipation. These people had little contact with the firearms used by active-duty troops in their daily lives. Even when they occasionally visited shooting ranges, it was mostly handguns. Therefore, as soon as they arrived at the military camp, they were looking forward to the shooting and target practice segment, eager to experience what real army equipment was like. It's best not to expect too much, Hot BA, who has been let down in this regard, whispered with her head down. She no longer had any expectations for shooting. That thing was too dangerous, and one careless move could hurt herself, so it was better to avoid it. Clap, clap, clap. In front of the crowd, Lu Feiyu, also dressed in training gear, clapped his hands to signal everyone to be quiet. Chapter 371, Love Will Disappear, right? Keep it up, keep it up. Less than 7 kilometers to go, steady your breath, slow the pace. Come on, follow my pace, lift your head, swing your arms. Hang in there. I'll treat you tonight, I'll buy you whatever you want. Lu Feiyu coaxed Hot BA to run a little further, as if he were cheering up a child. Hot BA, who was already close to her limit, felt awkward listening to him chatter in her ear, and could only wave her hands repeatedly, expressing her disdain. Can you not shout? It's so embarrassing. She panted, breathing heavily, her pace slowing down. Seeing her about to stop, Lu Feiyu hurriedly ran up to her, pulling her arm to urge her forward. Don't stop. Once you stop, You won't want to run anymore. You can't even stop to fast walk. You don't usually exercise. So this is your chance to correct those bad habits. Hurry up and listen to me, run. All right, don't pull me. I can run by myself. Hot BA wiped the sweat from her brow and mustered her strength to run again. Although her speed had decreased significantly, she kept moving, steadily approaching the finish line. Chapter 372, Kyoto International Film Festival. In the following days, all the crew members began intensive training routines. Feiyu had to oversee this group to prevent any accidents during training, while also handling work at the unit and busying himself with running to the political department to find a way to resolve his visa issues. This time, they needed to travel to the Middle East to shoot at a professional filming location in Felton for the main storyline. However, since he was still under a confidentiality period, he was not allowed to go abroad according to past regulations. To resolve this, he had to frequently visit the political department, using both soft and hard tactics to obtain an exit permit. Fortunately for him, he happened to run into old Lee, who discussed this matter with him. Ultimately, with old Lee's guarantee, his exit permit was approved just in time before their departure, completing this important task. Xiao Wei, is there anything else? In the film factory office. After Feiyu signed the relevant documents, he glanced at the time and prepared to leave. The training at the Special Forces Brigade was nearing its end, and they had been focused on tactical action training. Although Sun Shanlin and Ji Jun were present to keep an eye on things, he still wanted to go take a look to prevent any issues with details that could cause the entire training to collapse. Chapter 373, I'll keep filming even if I lose money. Director Lu really is young and promising. I've heard for a long time that a new leader has been assigned to the August 1st film studio, and I hadn't had the opportunity to meet him until today. Indeed, he is a remarkable person. Beside Mayor Chen, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a cultured demeanor smiled and chimed in. Seeing this, Wei Jun reminded him again to confirm the other person's identity, and Feiyu quickly extended his hand to converse. Director Zhao, you're being too polite. By rights, you are my direct superior, and not coming to visit in person is my negligence. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyang's smile widened. He didn't expect that the young man was so well versed in these official courtesies. To put it straightforwardly, the August 1st Film Studio and the Film Bureau are two separate entities with no significant connection. Feiyu flattered the other party partly because there were many people present, including friends from the media, and everyone was just giving each other face. Secondly, the Film Bureau oversees all film and television project approvals. Regardless of the unit or subject matter of the film, if you want to release it, you can't bypass the Film Bureau. From this perspective, the Film Bureau can be considered a half-superior unit. Their conversation was clearly captured by the surrounding media, greatly increasing the exposure of Feiyu, the newly appointed leader. Chapter 374, Brother-in-law, hey. Okay, I like your determination to keep going even when you hit a wall. Jiang Lina chuckled, covering her mouth and teasing. One day when you run out of money, you two will work for me until you pay back 20 billion. Good grief. How long would I have to work to pay that off? Feiyu laughed with his head down. While the two were chatting away, Ye and Lei Datu, under the encouragement of their manager, approached with a mix of apprehension. Originally, when it was just Feiyu, the manager had suggested they come over to say hello. Now seeing how close he was with Jiang Lina, the manager couldn't sit still and forcibly pulled Ye over, wanting to make an impression in front of General Jiang. After all, Xinshi was one of the new capital bigwigs that had risen in recent years. In front of capital, artists can't afford to be shy. Brother-in-law, do you remember us? As they approached, Lei Datu, all smiles, slightly bowed in a humble manner. He was also a bit worried about losing face in front of so many people. Ha ha ha, Lei Zi and Ye. Feiyu laughed heartily. Quickly getting up to shake their hands, I didn't expect both of you to be here. I must be blind not to recognize you. Chapter 375. You can encounter bedbugs anywhere. With only a few minutes left before walking the red carpet, Feiyu stood up to tidy his clothes, preparing to wrap things up and leave quickly. There was still a bunch of things to arrange at the Special Forces Brigade, and he didn't have time to linger here. As the time ticked closer, two figures unexpectedly appeared before him. At the entrance of the waiting area on the right, Zhu Yang arrived with Director Wu, who had left with him. As soon as the two appeared, they attracted the attention of numerous investors and producers, with many familiar faces starting to greet them from afar. Director Zhu, long time no see, still so spirited. In the crowd, someone shouted, instantly changing the atmosphere. Zhu Yang, who had been smiling just a second ago, now looked like he had swallowed a fly, his face turning incredibly ugly. Some people in the know couldn't help but chuckle. Although the news of this guy leaving the August 1st film studio had not been made public, it had already spread within the industry. Just when everyone thought this matter had become common knowledge, it turned out that some latecomers were making jokes at this moment. Zhu Yang reacted quickly, his expression softening a bit, as he pretended not to hear the previous address, and continued to chat and laugh with these bosses. Chapter 376. So Hot BA has overstepped her bounds. Hot BA's fiancé successfully takes over the August 1st film studio, becoming the new leader. Surprise! The new leader of the August 1st film studio makes an appearance at the film festival. Young and promising, Hot BA's unique vision is envied. Fiancé's identity revealed as the new top dog of the August 1st film studio. Twists and turns, Hot BA may welcome a highlight moment in her life, becoming a darling of the capital circle once again. Feiyu's first appearance has already created a new storm on the internet. But this time it is different from all previous public opinions. As the new leader of the official organization, whether it is the title of the new head of the Feiyu factory, or the shiny colonel epaulets on his shoulders, he has instantly become the focus of everyone's attention. Although he had made an appearance when the hot topic was first released in a public video, he was wearing casual clothes and did not mention any identity-related information at that time. This led many netizens to speculate that Hotba simply acted on impulse and picked a relatively handsome soldier. It's not that being a soldier is bad, but given Hotba's status, finding an ordinary grassroots officer does seem a bit beneath her. After all, with her popularity and worth at that time, it would have been very likely for her to find a rich second generation, or official second generation. Chapter 377. Sustained heat surge at 11 o'clock at night. The lights out signal had long been blown, but Feiyu's room was still brightly lit and filled with a lot of people. Some were crew members discussing tomorrow's itinerary with him. The training had already ended, and they were set to depart for Felton the next afternoon to begin shooting. Therefore, before leaving, they needed to have a round of discussions about personnel arrangements and coordination issues over there. Besides the crew members, Hotba's team was gathered around the computer, refreshing the topic's heat and secretly peeking at the comment section. When they saw that the topic "Give Me Back My Husband" was still skyrocketing in popularity, with countless netizens commenting below, Hotba smiled like a big fool, her little face flushed, and the pride in her eyes couldn't be hidden, feeling very pleased and satisfied. HMPH. You all laughed at me before, but now you know why I had to go public, right? Want to steal my husband? Too late. Hey, you guys. Can you keep it down? We are in a meeting. Feiyu listened to several women chattering about how to release an announcement in response, feeling as if a swarm of flies was buzzing around his ears, making a constant noise. If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have attended any film festivals, which would have spared him so much trouble. Chapter 378. Darkness under the lights. Late at night, Hotba lingered in the room, unwilling to leave, her eyes seemingly glued to the computer screen as she kept refreshing the page, scrolling through netizens' comments. After her announcement was released, the comment section was instantly flooded with both men and women uniformly posting requests for breakups and demanding their husbands back. Even some familiar artists joined in the fun, posting related comments in the comment section, causing a frenzy among netizens, each one yelling to have Feiyu set up a personal account. Regarding this request, Reba didn't dare to agree easily. Instead, she interacted with some interesting comments in the comment section. As she played around, she unknowingly found that it was already past 2 in the morning. Feiyu lay in bed, drowsy, and complained about the occasional honking sounds in his ear. Wife, can you go to sleep? We have to catch a flight tomorrow afternoon. Don't be late and make everyone wait for you. It's fine, I'll sleep on the plane. Reba said nonchalantly, then got up and started rummaging under the bed. The rustling noise kept Feiyu from falling asleep. Chapter 379, Are You Crazy Poor? That afternoon, around 4 o'clock, at Bora International Airport. Just after getting off the plane, the rolling heat wave made everyone squint their eyes and quietly survey their surroundings. Unlike the climate in the homeland, Felton has a tropical desert climate, which is hot and dry all year round. Although this time of year isn't the hottest, the daytime temperature can still make people feel like their scalp is getting numb from the heat. Wow, it's much hotter here than at home. Feiyu loosened his collar and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Since getting off the plane, he hadn't stopped sweating. Considering he had to meet with Locke and others, he had even specially changed into a suit. Now it seemed like he was the biggest fool in the thickest clothes among the crowd. No way, it's too hot. Following closely behind, Reba, even in just a thin dress, was still sweating profusely. She quickly took out her sunscreen jacket and sprayed half a tube of sunscreen on her neck and face. Husband. She quietly moved next to Feiyu and whispered in a voice only they could hear, Did we go a bit overboard this time, bringing everyone to the desert? How are we supposed to shoot in this heat? Chapter 380, The people of Daxia are just cash cows. Hey, don't shout, just say what you need slowly. Why raise this bar? Reba tugged at his arm, signaling him not to make too much noise. It was embarrassing. After all these years, I've gotten used to it. As long as you are a Daxia person with a Daxia passport, you will definitely be asked for tips. This is the same everywhere, Feiyu said, feeling irritated. Why should I owe them anything? Feiyu was not buying that. With a belly full of anger, he became even angrier after hearing this. Wow. This is my first life lesson. After living for so many years, I just now found out about this. So being a Daxia person abroad is just being a victim. A cash cow. Everyone just wants to take a bite. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Feiyu stuffed the money Reba handed him into his pocket and stared blankly at the immigration officer. He put on an attitude of not caring, just waiting to see if the officer would stamp his passport. He could just wait it out. Could they really do anything to him? Sir, do you want to enter the country? In the end, after 2 or 3 minutes of standoff, the officer impatiently urged him. If you don't want to enter, please go to the back of the line and don't waste everyone's time. Chapter 381, So Corrupt. Hey. At a critical moment, a deep reprimand suddenly sounded from outside. Everyone turned to look, and a tall, well-dressed man with a cold expression rushed over. Before he got close, he pointed at the nearby officer and warned. Get your filthy hands off. Back away from my VIP right now. You damned maggots, you're bringing shame to the country. His appearance stunned everyone. Even the police officers and airport staff looked dumbfounded, not understanding who this guy was. Locke approached, ignoring the puzzled looks of everyone, and turned to the furious Feiyu. Apologizing, I'm sorry, Mr. Liu. I sincerely apologize for this incident, it was my oversight. I will contact the relevant departments regarding this situation, and ensure appropriate punishment and notification are given. Mr. Locke, the situation has developed to this point. And it wasn't me who started the trouble, Feiyu said with a stern face, his gaze fixed on the officer, as he expressed his dissatisfaction. from the very beginning. I noticed they weren't asking for money from those Europeans, but specifically targeting Dacia people for bribes. Chapter 382, All Liars. The next day, Feiyu got up early and went out with the crew staff to check the pre-rented location to see if any adjustments were needed. Although the main actors had not all arrived yet, preparations had to be made in advance. Their shooting schedule was tight, and the costs here were frighteningly high. Just the venue rental alone cost over 10 million. This did not include hiring extras and the costs of food and other expenses for the crew. Most importantly, they were unfortunate to coincide with a sports event in Bora, where fans from around the world were flocking in, causing local hotels, guest houses, and restaurants to be fully booked. Consequently, accommodation prices began to soar. Now, their crew was spending hundreds of thousands a day just on lodging. And Feiyu felt as if his heart was bleeding at the thought of it. However, there was no choice. It was not easy for the actors to come all this way, and with the high temperatures here, if they didn't rest well, it would delay their work. Therefore, despite the money being painful to spend, Feiyu gritted his teeth and booked a room for a month. Ding ding ding. The morning bell rang in the city center. Feiyu looked out the car window and noticed the local residents beginning their day with a prayer as the bell rang. Chapter 383, Meeting the Princess. As a few people leisurely toured the site, a sudden series of piercing gunshots rang out nearby. Feiyu instantly reacted, reflexively pulling Reba close to him. No, 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 don't panic. At that moment, the translator, who had been following them, immediately raised his hand to explain. It's the crew, prop guns, don't be nervous. Bora is very safe. Recently, with so many fans from around the world, the government takes security very seriously. And incidents like the ones you imagine are unlikely to happen. Damn it, you scared me. Feiyu let out a sigh of relief and smiled as he patted Reba's head. Are you okay? I'm fine. Reba had already gotten used to his reactions. In the past, she would have thought Feiyu was overreacting. After experiencing the White Elephant Country incident, she realized that the world was not as safe as she had imagined. She should be grateful to be with Feiyu, no matter how the food and entertainment were. At least her safety was guaranteed. Let us go, director, let South check another place. Chapter 384, You Call Billions Cheap. Mr. Lu, Miss Reba, welcome to Bora. Princess Avel extended her hand, her English slightly accented but very fluent. Feiyu stepped forward, slightly bowed, and gently shook her fingertips, saying, Your Highness. Thank you very much for taking the time to meet us despite your busy schedule. Reba quickly followed suit and, following Feiyu's earlier reminder, smiled and greeted, Hello. Your Highness, the scenery here is truly enchanting. Please take a seat. Princess Avel smiled and waved for them to sit down. I heard from Colonel Locke that you are here to shoot a movie. What genre is it? An action film. At this moment, a nearby servant quietly served exquisite snacks and local specialty coffee. Feiyu picked up the coffee, sniffed it, and nodded, responding, It's a military-themed action film. Mainly about how the military of Great Shia carries out evacuation and protection missions for their compatriots overseas. We chose Bora because its unique desert landscape and modern cityscape perfectly fit our shooting needs. Evacuation, compatriots. Princess Avel's eyes sparkled with interest. That sounds a bit intriguing. I saw in the news that your country performs exceptionally well in this regard. Chapter 385. Haven't seen you for days, don't you miss me? A week later. The filming site was busy setting up the next shot. Feiyu, wearing a tank top and casual pants, stood on the rooftop, wearing sunglasses, observing whether the wall structure could support the subsequent climbing actions. Meanwhile, the props team was preparing pressure equipment to ensure safety for the next shot. Old son. Feiyu called out while crouched by the wall. Go get the structural engineer. Okay. Director Sun nodded repeatedly and hurriedly called a young man from not far away. When they saw Lu Feiyu crouched by the wall, staring intently at the vertical surface, they exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding what he was trying to do. In my opinion, there's no need to prepare pressure equipment here. We can just use a rope gun and pulley to get up, Lu Feiyu said, pointing at the dark wall. Posing the question to the structural engineer. Investigate it and see how much weight it can support. I don't think it's a problem. Boss? The engineer glanced over and smiled, explaining, you don't even need to look at this. It can definitely accommodate the tactical movements you mentioned. But how many people can compare to you professional special forces? Chapter 386, The Urgent Wei Jun Before Leaving. Lu Feiyu gathered the senior members of the crew for a brief meeting to clarify some important points and details. Filming would continue as planned, but key scenes, including tactical action shots, should ideally be saved for when he returned to shoot. Everyone had worked hard to travel this far and endure the high temperatures day by day. They must get satisfactory shots to justify their trip. When it premieres, it should also live up to the audience's ticket prices. Lu Feiyu wanted more than just box office success. He wanted to convey to the audience the lesser-known aspects of the great Xia soldiers, to help everyone understand that their current stable lives were hard-won. After the meeting, he hurriedly took Wei Jun to Bora International Airport. There weren't many flights to the domestic side. Sometimes it would be a day or two before one would depart. Therefore, he had to make the most of his time, not daring to waste a single minute. At 9 p.m. that night, in Wuching Airport within Great Xia. As soon as they landed, a heavy rain poured down, causing the temperature to drop several degrees. Lu Feiyu and the others, having returned from the desert, stepped out of the cabin and felt the cool raindrops on their heads, which was incredibly refreshing. Chapter 387, The Popular Director Lu with Wei Jun's relentless pushing. The sound of shouting and cursing grew louder, even surpassing the cheers from earlier. In the spacious exit area, amidst the chaotic crowd, Wei Jun twisted and turned, using his agility and strong physique to break through the crowd. The cost of this was evident. Every ancestor of his family, along with all the female elders, had been verbally insulted. The shouting echoed throughout the hall, and those who knew thought it was a celebrity fan reception, while those who didn't might think it was a rap battle competition. In the front row, an artist who didn't even know what tier he was in, accompanied by a group of security personnel, was signing autographs for fans. Upon hearing the shouting from behind, he showed no reaction whatsoever, and didn't even attempt to persuade anyone. He signed a few autographs for fans, with a look of disgust, and then lowered his head to leave. Everyone stepped aside. Juju has been very busy lately, and isn't feeling well. He still has to catch a connecting flight to Kyoto later, so he hopes everyone can understand and give him some personal time to rest. At this moment, the manager stepped forward, apologetically explaining the situation to the crowd. In fact, the fans who came to pick him up were organized by themselves. Excluding those group actors, there were only 10 or 20 real fans at most. Chapter 388, The situation is about to spiral out of control. People from Daxia have a deep-seated nature that makes them love to watch the excitement. No matter what you are doing, as long as there are onlookers, passers-by will habitually take a glance at the crowd. Even if it's just someone selling rat poison on the side of the road, as long as there are enough spectators, a herd effect will quickly form, attracting more passers-by to stop. Just like at this moment with Lu Feiyu, originally only a dozen diners in the restaurant were taking pictures around him. But as more travelers passed by, curiosity about the crowded situation in the fast food restaurant grew. What is going on? Why are all these people crowding together? With various curiosities, many travelers stood at the door, peering in, wanting to see what was happening that warranted such a crowd. Director Lu, let us take a picture. Colonel Lu, do you have any single comrades, good-looking ones, high-ranking? Even a colonel would do. Factory Director Lu, I heard you're going to film a military-themed movie. Don't listen to outsiders, that's a huge pit. As calls echoed one after another, the titles of Director Lu, Colonel Lu, factory director Lu, etc. Made the travelers at the door seem invigorated, like they had been injected with adrenaline. Chapter 389, Everyone focus on my wife all right, friends. There's no time for individual photos. I have to catch a connecting flight back to Kyoto soon, and I have a meeting tomorrow morning. So I really have to hurry. Lu Feiyu looked at everyone still unwilling to leave, and could only compromise, trying to negotiate with everyone. Let's have one last question. And then we'll disperse. We're all young guys, good buddies, we'll meet again if fate allows. But I won't answer every question. So you all need to think carefully about this. I. As soon as he finished speaking, a chubby girl raised her hand, jumping the queue to ask a question. Director Lu, there are rumors online about your close relationship with President Jiang from Shenzhen Group. And some say she slapped a few people at the film festival. Is there any truth to that? All right, let's go with this question. Lu Feiyu decisively agreed to discuss it. It was also a good opportunity to clarify things. After all, Jiang Lina is an elder, and if this wasn't explained clearly, it would be awkward if rumors circulated later. The emergence of this question made many people present perk up, standing on their tiptoes, holding their phones above their heads, eager to hear his answer. This matter has been trending online, and some haters have even started spreading rumors about infidelity. Chapter 390, Riding the Wave. As the video continued to gain traction, Lu Feiyu undoubtedly climbed back to the top of the trending list. His speech about Daxia soldiers surged with unimaginable popularity, with both the comment section and view counts breaking records every second. In fact, what he said was very ordinary, even not remarkable. If someone else had said those words, it might not have even made a splash. But Lu Feiyu was different. His popularity during this time was exceptionally high, and discussions about him consistently remained in the top 3 on Weibo's trending topics. Coupled with his identity and past experiences, a series of fortuitous circumstances led to the explosive popularity of this video. As everyone watched the video, feeling their blood boiling, official media accounts quickly followed suit. Central Theatre Command retweeted content from user 45968. The people have faith, the nation has strength. Southern Theatre Command retweeted content from user 45968. Soldiers should regard obedience to orders as their duty and protecting the homeland as their faith. Daxia Army retweeted content from user 45968. We are the people's soldiers. Chapter 391, Do you think I look like an idiot? At 2 a.m. in the Douyin office building in Kyoto, the network monitoring department was surprised to find that Reba was broadcasting live abroad. This situation made the person in charge extremely excited, and they hurriedly arranged for the staff around them to push the stream, ensuring to boost the popularity in a short time. Currently, the popularity of Lu Feiyu and his wife continued to spread, causing traffic on Weibo to rise layer by layer, with some even registering on Weibo just to follow the couple. This unprecedented surge of wealth made some Douyin leaders extremely upset, as they could only watch without being able to participate, pondering how to pull the traffic back. Meanwhile, Reba had started her broadcast. For the Douyin monitoring department at this moment, this was a rare opportunity that must be seized. They quickly arranged for people to enter the live broadcast room to manage the chaotic public screen and clear out the various trolls. The person in charge watched as the number of online viewers continued to climb, feeling elated deep down. Wow, as expected of a popular star. Even at 2 in the morning, just about 10 minutes after starting the broadcast, the live room reached over 200,000 viewers. Chapter 392, Online Dating Meetup. Wow. The already chaotic live room exploded after her antics. The public screen was filled with all sorts of bizarre emojis, and netizens never expected that the queen-like goddess on the screen would be such a fun-loving person in private. Haha, I'm done for, my brain might be malfunctioning. Is this really my goddess? Reba. Please remember, you have fans for your looks, don't go down the comedian route, it doesn't suit you. Sorry, just sorry, thanks. I've taken a screenshot, you're finished. It's dark, please open your eyes. Sure enough, once the live broadcast starts, people get silly. Wife, remember. You make a living off your looks, don't listen to those people outside. In an instant, all sorts of hilarious comments flooded in, making Reba laugh uncontrollably, covering her mouth as she nearly laughed herself silly. She was originally an easygoing and approachable girl. The various personas on screen were merely packaged by the company. Now that she was her own boss and running her own company, she no longer cared about any image, she just wanted to be happy. As she spoke more and more, Reba felt more energized, as if she had been injected with adrenaline, and didn't feel tired at all. She picked up the teacup next to her and gulped down several mouthfuls, wiped her mouth contentedly, and continued to look at the screen. Chapter 393, Online Dating Meetup 2. After talking for a while, Reba became more and more animated, feeling as if she had been invigorated, not feeling tired at all. She took several gulps from the teacup beside her, wiped her mouth in satisfaction, and continued to look at the screen. Wow, it's incredible. The online view account has reached 4.8 million and is still rapidly increasing. Fang Ling beside her occasionally waved her hand, signaling her to keep talking and not stop. Such good data must be maintained, as long as this live broadcast can last 1 or 2 hours with over 3 million viewers. All this data can be used for business negotiations later. In other words, this is the capital for bargaining. Ahem, Reba cleared her throat, looking at the barrage urging her to continue speaking on the screen, and smiled sweetly at the camera. You guys are treating this like a romance novel, huh? But you can imagine, the plot here is even more twisty than a drama. She looked at the accumulated sound waves below the viewer count, and couldn't help but feel a sudden tightness in her chest. My goodness. I was so busy chatting that I didn't pay attention. She just realized that in less than an hour, the live broadcast revenue had already exceeded 15 million. Chapter 394, Director Lou is anxious. What online romance, what face-to-face meeting, I don't care about face. On the phone. Feiyu's impatient scolding could make many netizens feel his helplessness even through the screen. It makes sense. As a distinguished Major General of the Army and head of the August 1st film studio, he had already held a senior position at such a young age. Such a person stands out wherever he goes, being one of the best. If it weren't for Reba's recent exposure, who would have imagined there would be such amusing private matters? Therefore, this phone call didn't stop netizens from laughing, instead. It pushed the whole event to a new climax. At that moment, the number of online viewers finally broke through the 5 million mark. And the screen was filled with nothing but laughter. A line of big characters, ha ha ha, 99.99 instantly filled the entire live room. No one expected that listening to gossip could bring such a pleasant surprise, and the main character herself showed up in the chat. All right, I won't say anymore. Reba revealed a smile that was hard to suppress, covering her mouth and chuckling. After enjoying the fun, she finally had time to check the time and couldn't help but ask, it must be the middle of the night at home, right? You just got off the plane, hurry and rest for a while, you have a meeting tomorrow. Chapter 395, Exclusive customization in the next 2 days. Regardless of the uproar online and the emergence of various popular memes, Feiyu had no time to look at it. This meeting, led by the political department, was a 2-day event themed strengthening the military, building the army, supporting the military, focusing on these 3 core goals and carrying out various special activities. From the first day, the Army, Navy, Air Force, and cultural departments gathered together, and various meeting minutes made Feiyu's head spin. It was indeed quite difficult for him, as a military general. He previously attended meetings about operational planning or pre-war tactics. Now, sitting there, his ears were filled with various ideological concepts and terminology, making his head feel like it was going to burst. What is all this? After 2 days of meetings, he not only didn't understand what was going on but became even more confused. Fortunately, this meeting had little to do with their August 1st film studio. Since parting ways with the general political department's song and dance troupe and drama troupe, previous galas and social events had nothing to do with them anymore. This inadvertently relieved him of a lot of burdens. Otherwise, just reporting performances every day would tire him out. Chapter 396. Aunt's trouble that evening, after 2 days of meetings. Feiyu hurried back home. He only had time to come home tonight. He had to return to the unit for a meeting tomorrow morning to discuss other matters. He had to charter a flight back to Bola in the afternoon to oversee the filming, leaving no extra time to spend with family. Every day was so busy that he felt exhausted, and he hadn't achieved much, just tiring himself out. As soon as he entered the house, the Jiang family was already gathered in the living room. Among them were his grandfather and aunt, along with several uncles and aunts. As for the younger siblings, they had all returned to school. Regardless of their grades, studies couldn't be neglected, even if they were at the bottom. They still had to finish college before venturing into society. Today, everyone was here: grandfather, Uncle 1, Uncle 2, Uncle 3, aunt, and aunts. Hello. As soon as Feiyu entered, he greeted everyone one by one like a bowing worm. Although having many people around was a good thing, indicating a prosperous family. For the socially anxious younger generation, it wasn't exactly a pleasant situation. After all, every time they met, just saying hello took a long time. Recalling a circle of names was more tiring than working. Chapter 397. Money frozen. After some playful banter, the family happily gathered around the table for dinner. During the meal, Lu's mother kept serving her son food, seeing his noticeably thinner face, which broke her heart. She used to think about her son every day, hardly seeing him throughout the year. She thought that returning to Kyoto would allow her to see him every day, but unexpectedly, he started messing around filming movies. Going to desolate desert areas, getting tanned like a monkey, and looking unkempt. The previous hardships were fine, he had gotten used to it. But now, he even brought his wife along. Thinking about how delicate Reba had to endure the sun and wind with him outside, the old lady felt uneasy. Son, I watched the video from a few days ago. Dad supports you. We, the people of Dacia, should have our own military-themed movies. At the dinner table, Lu's father raised his glass, his slightly flushed face filled with pride and satisfaction. Come, let us drink to that, when your movie is released. Dad will book 2 screenings to invite colleagues to watch together. All right, then I'll thank you in advance. Feiyu smiled and raised his glass. Casually glancing at his aunt, jokingly saying, Aunt, with so many people in your company, how about booking 100 screenings for my colleagues to watch the movie? Chapter 398. Uncle Lee, that can be arranged, but it will take a few days to process, though it won't be too long, the financial officer said uncertainly. The main issue is that this money has been tied up for too long. Previously, there wasn't much money in the account, and the court couldn't do anything about them. Moreover, the unit had no responsible person for a long time, and after multiple negotiations, there were no results. Now, suddenly such a large sum of money came in, and the court got the news and immediately froze the money in the account. They don't care what this money is for, as long as it's in your August 1st film studio's account, they have the right to freeze it. As for whether it will delay filming, that's none of their business, and no one will care about this mess. Hurry up and negotiate with them. We absolutely cannot let this little money delay my filming schedule. Feiyu had no choice but to use this method, trying to say some good words in hopes that it wouldn't delay his need for funds. As for the gap later, we'll think of ways to slowly fill it, and if it doesn't work out, we can look for sponsors and see who we can ask for help. After a busy morning, Feiyu hurriedly took Wei Jun to the airport after sorting out various matters at the unit. Chapter 399. Wedding photos in the desert. The two chatted for a while in the VIP lounge, and Li Sanping highly praised Feiyu's speech a few days ago. He invited him to come by the company for tea and conversation whenever he had time, and to introduce him to a few friends in the industry. Feiyu nodded repeatedly in appreciation, realizing that he had done well in maintaining appearances. After all, he was a newcomer in this field. And the entertainment industry was a somewhat small circle. These veterans have dominated for many years, and regardless of their performance, their connections were certainly beyond his reach. Given that he didn't know how long he would be in his position, making some friends wouldn't hurt. Moreover, the fact that they took the initiative to approach him was a sign of respect, indicating they were interested in forming friendships. Since that was the case, it would be better to mutually respect each other and chat amicably. They agreed to find a good place to drink together next time they had the chance. In the end, Lee Sanping smiled and shook his hand, looking very pleased. Definitely, Brother San, once I finish my work here, I will surely pay you a visit. Feiyu nodded in agreement, even the way he addressed him became much more familiar. Chapter 400, Money has arrived. At 9 in the evening, after finishing work, the group found an outdoor barbecue restaurant to enjoy the gentle evening breeze and cold beer. Reba held her phone, repeatedly looking at several sample shots taken during the day. After confirming there were no issues, she sent out a Douyin post. Meanwhile, Feiyu and the others sat around the table, eating, chatting, and sipping drinks. Director Lu. The filming here should be wrapping up soon, right? Zhongyi, who had gotten a dark tan from the sun, asked while holding a beer. He had suffered quite a bit during this time, wearing thick combat gear under the blazing sun every day, with a total weight of 20 to 30 pounds from his gear. However, the actors were quite professional, no matter how hot it got, as long as they had scenes. They would generally show up on time, which Feiyu was quite satisfied with. Of course, there were exceptions. The only actor who made the crew wait for over half an hour during the shoot was sitting next to him, head down, playing on her phone. She wasn't throwing a tantrum, she had simply stayed up late the previous night, playing on her phone and live streaming, sometimes chatting until the early morning. This led to her being unable to get out of bed in the morning, resulting in her tardiness. Chapter 401, Sky-High Endorsement Fee. Upon hearing this, Feiyu's eyes lit up as he discreetly glanced at Director Sun across from him. After receiving a confirming look, a radiant smile suddenly spread across his face. And his tone became more eager. Ha, Mr. Ju, you are indeed a timely rein. Yes, we are currently facing some financial issues. I was just worrying about where to get some funds, and I didn't expect you to show up at this time. What kind of cooperation are you referring to? It's like this, Director Lu. Jubin pointed at Sun Shanlin, smiling as he explained, I've been an old friend of Director Sun for many years. Recently, I heard him mention that the crew is having some financial problems, so I mentioned it to the chairman when I got back to the company. Coincidentally, during that time, your speech video went viral, and our chairman, after watching it, felt that you represent a pure and righteous young military man. He particularly admires young people like you. Which led to this meeting. At this point, Jubin didn't hold back and directly pulled out a check from his pocket, handing it to him. It was a check for 100 million, and the cooperation requirements were quite simple. There was no need for you to intentionally create displays, billboards, or close-ups. As long as our product appeared in the scenes where phones were shown, that would suffice. Chapter 402, This kid is really tough to deal with. While others busied themselves wandering around and eating, Feiyu was running around to different departments, looking for connections to borrow a warship. After all, such a large object, if entirely relying on special effects, would definitely not achieve a realistic visual effect. Only by using the real thing could they create the desired visual shock. However, while the idea was nice, executing it was still quite challenging. Genuine warships are not easy to borrow, they fall under military secrets. Not to mention filming a movie, even taking a photo from a distance might involve leaks. Let alone bringing so many people on board to shoot. Therefore, facing this headache, he could only go find old Lee and discuss whether he could help negotiate with the Navy Political Department in old Lee's office. As noon approached, Lu Feiyu was not in a hurry to leave or speak. He just sat on the couch in the reception area, putting on a look as if he were dying. Occasionally sighing. Sigh, tsk tsk tsk, sigh. For the entire morning, he acted like a robot, sighing without doing anything else, just endlessly bothering people. Old Lee, who was working, was already extremely annoyed with him. Chapter 403. I am the boss. As noon arrived, Old Lee's secretary entered the room, carrying 2 meals from the cafeteria. When she saw Lu Feiyu lounging on the couch with no intention of leaving, she couldn't help but chuckle softly and reminded him, Director Lu. Staying here isn't a solution. Once the crew starts filming in a few days, you can't just stay here forever. What is there to film if we can't secure a warship? We'll all be waiting to drink the northwest wind. Lu Feiyu sulkily nestled on the couch, feeling wronged. When he spotted the lunch boxes the secretary was holding, he sprang up without needing to be called, reached out to grab a box, and began to eat heartily in front of Old Lee. The cafeteria isn't great. At noon, they can't even serve some ribs or beef, just vegetables. This guy, eating for free and still picky, was really annoying. If you want to eat, then eat, if not, get lost. Old Lee glared at him, equally fed up. How did I end up with such a persistent pest? It's truly hard to deal with every day. I'm eating. I didn't say I wouldn't eat. Lu Feiyu replied, acting as if he were a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, eating with great gusto. He had already made up his mind that as long as they didn't approve the warship, he would stay with Old Lee indefinitely. Chapter 404, Green with Envy. Hey. What are you doing here? Just then, Fang Ling, leading a few people to a meeting, passed by and saw Reba standing there in a daze, curiously asking. You finally have a few days off, shouldn't you be out enjoying yourself? There haven't been any announcements for you these past couple of days. So go back and don't waste time here. Hearing Fang Ling's disdainful tone, Reba didn't bother getting angry. She grabbed her arm and pulled her to a corner, whispering, what is going on? Why are there suddenly so many people? She was a bit confused. It had only been 2 or 3 months since she last returned. And how had the company developed so quickly? Most importantly, the boss of her company was completely unaware. If she hadn't come over today, she wouldn't have known how long she would have been kept in the dark. There were so many people here, and all of them were useful, okay? Fang Ling explained in a low voice while holding a folder. Do you have any idea how popular you are now? Daily business invitations are flooding my phone. She pointed to a newly established row of workstations and began to detail the situation. Over there is the business department, specifically handling various activity connections for you. Recently, an independent public relations department was also established, so if there are any issues in the future, we can solve them ourselves without needing to rely on external PR companies. Chapter 405, Wish fulfilled. I guess I'll disappoint them. I probably won't be available for a while. Reba didn't mean to show off, but with a hint of aloofness, she smiled lightly. During this time, I've already signed 6 billion in endorsements. And there are 3 or 4 big IPs waiting for me to consider. I estimate that I won't have any openings in the next year or 2. Goodness. You're going to drive me crazy. Hearing this, Ye's small eyes were filled with astonishment and shock. He knew Reba was popular, but he didn't expect her to be this popular. Just the endorsement fees alone could reach 5 or 6 billion. This price is hard to match even across the entire Daxia. Previously, he thought that Director Lu's traffic wouldn't significantly boost Reba. But now it seemed he was too narrow-minded. If this couple wanted to make money now, they could probably earn back the previous 1 billion breach of contract fee in less than half a year. This also made him understand one thing: sometimes, you really have to admit defeat. When he first met Lu Feiyu in Spring City, who would have thought that a soldier could stir up such a huge amount of traffic? Haha, don't worry. When good things happen, I'll definitely think of you. Reba crossed her legs, her face glowing with joy and laughter. Chapter 406, Teacher Guo's special performance. After finishing the matters at hand, a cheerful Lu Feiyu hurried back home. As soon as he entered, he saw his father unusually getting ready early, standing in front of the mirror changing clothes, even applying some gel to his sparse short hair. This scene left him dumbfounded. And he immediately teased, "What's up, Dad? Reviving your second spring, ready to go on a date? You little rascal, what are you talking about?" Lu Dad was happily adjusting his shirt collar in front of the mirror and said, "Reba just called and said she's taking us to see Teacher Guo's crosstalk special. I cancelled my overtime today. Look at her, and then look at you. I've been your dad for decades, and you never invited me to see a show. Wait, is this even a comparison?" Lu Feiyu lowered his head, feeling embarrassed. Not expecting Reba to backstab him. Why didn't she invite him to the show? Didn't she think of him as a buddy? Just then, as the two were chatting, the door was pushed open from the outside, and Reba, already tied up, walked in with joy. Upon seeing Lu Feiyu standing in the living room, she smiled and asked, "Where have you been? I couldn't reach you on your phone." As soon as she said this, the last bit of resentment in Lu Feiyu's heart instantly disappeared without a trace. Chapter 407, A gathering of big names. What are you chatting about, so happily? Amidst the laughter, in the next room, a short old man slowly walked out holding a teapot. Dressed in a black patterned long coat, he added a bit of grandeur to his presence. With his arrival, a group of disciples stepped back to clear the way and greeted him with nods. "Master! Haha, it's really lively. Behind Teacher Guo, Teacher Yu." With curly hair and a cigarette in hand, fixed his gaze on Lu Feiyu and Reba. "Oh, Director Lu, Miss Reba. You two are really rare guests. Hello, Teacher Guo. Teacher Yu. I've heard so much about you, I never had the chance to meet you. Coincidentally, since there's a special performance today, and my dad particularly likes you too, I shamelessly asked Yaya for a few tickets. Please don't take offense." Lu Feiyu gave them a lot of face, taking the initiative to claim the ticket-giving matter for himself while also flattering them. After all, given their age and their good relationship with Yaya, it was only proper to be a bit courteous. No worries, we're all friends. It's great that you can come to support. It brings me some face." Old Guo handed the teapot to a nearby disciple and extended his hand, his words carrying a hint of flattery. Chapter 408, Are the maggots you eat stuffed? The performance lasted over 4 hours. During this time, many enthusiasts from the circle, who had a penchant for crosstalk, took to the stage wearing long coats for a while. Yaya also issued an invitation at that time, wanting Reba to go up and chat. But she, being shy, didn't dare to go up in front of so many people, and kept shaking her head. Instead, Lei Datu was quite bold, running up to Yaya to perform a short segment. Although it wasn't long, it was evident that he had prepared, and his delivery was decent. Though it couldn't compare to the professionals, at least he didn't leave the audience in silence. As the performance was concluding, Lu Feiyu walked over to his dad, smiling and asking, "How was it? Did you enjoy it today? Comfortable? Listening live is much more interesting than listening to the radio." Old Lu had been so happy all night that his eyes were almost closed. Although he had heard most of the jokes that appeared, just as he said, live performances are always more entertaining than online ones. Even if he knew what the next line would be, he still listened with great interest. Throughout the 4+ hours, old Lu didn't even shift in his seat, and aside from clapping, he didn't even go to the bathroom. This alone showed that he was a true enthusiast of this art form. Chapter 409, Southern Fleet. 3 days later, Lu Feiyu hurried to Luqing. First checking the filming location, and also taking a look at the newly approved missile destroyer by the naval leaders. He had just landed at the airport when the naval comrades had already arrived and were waiting to pick him up. When he saw the striking white uniform at the entrance, Feiyu quickly walked over. "Haha, thank you to the comrades from the Navy, I really appreciate it." The person in charge of picking him up was from the Southern Fleet staff, and the young leader looked to be in his 20s or 30s. With dark skin that appeared even darker against his uniform. "Hello, sir." Everyone saluted in unison, giving Feiyu enough respect. Although he was currently just the head of a cultural unit, his military rank was indeed a full colonel. This fact couldn't be changed no matter where he went. "Hello, everyone, thank you for your hard work." Feiyu returned the salute, unable to suppress the smile on his face. "Sir, my name is Qian. A staff member from the Southern Fleet staff. We originally planned for our Chief of Staff to pick you up, but he was delayed due to some last-minute matters." Qian instructed someone to help carry their luggage and explained softly. Chapter 4:10, Boarding the ship. You can go up, but try not to take pictures. Some confidential equipment inside is under maintenance, and there are professional maintenance personnel present. Qian tidied up his clothes and took the initiative to lead the way. Seeing that the other party agreed so readily, Feiyu turned back to the few people beside him and seriously instructed, "Once we go up, listen more and talk less. Don't touch their things, and definitely don't take pictures." "Understood, Director, we definitely won't cause you trouble." The few of them nodded almost simultaneously, agreeing enthusiastically. Such a once-in-a-century opportunity to go aboard is already great. Who would dare to act out in such a place? After all, this is all confidential. Let alone taking pictures on the warship, even acting strangely outside the base could get one arrested as a spy. If something happens here, it would be disastrous. One could end up with a life sentence in prison, which could be considered as having a state job. Led by Qian, the group slowly boarded the ship via the stairs. During the process, Feiyu keenly noticed that there was a layer of densely packed holes crawling along the bottom of the ship, looking extremely disgusting. Anyone with a fear of clusters would probably be scared to death at first sight. Chapter 4:11, Board and starting rumors. 2 days later, at Lucheng Airport. Just off the plane, Rhea was waiting for her ride while live streaming and chatting with her online followers. Since her last broadcast, she has developed the habit of casually capturing her daily life. Occasionally posting short videos not only helps her gain followers, but also allows her to interact with her audience. Which is quite enjoyable, especially for passing the time when bored. Filming, just caught an early flight, and it's only 7 in the morning. I feel like my soul is still in bed. Rhea, wearing a mask and sunglasses, was complaining to the camera. Director Lu can be a good husband, a good parent, and a good man, but he is definitely not a good leader. At this moment, she was like a disgruntled wife, venting to nearly 1 million viewers in the live stream. Every day he's pushing us to the limit, wanting us to reach the filming location within 2 days. Others can be late, but I can't. I don't want to take an early flight either, but he booked the ticket for me, and I can't not come. In the live stream, countless viewers were entertained by her complaints early in the morning, and various comments flooded the screen. I am the sky. I am the earth, aren't you the investor? Why not be a bit tougher and confront him directly? Chapter 4:12, Ways to monetize traffic. An early morning live stream almost made Fang Ling's menstrual cycle irregular. However, the viewers didn't care about that at all. They were just having fun in the live chat, creating a joyful atmosphere that brought endless happiness to the working people early in the morning. As the person involved, Rhea's mood improved significantly. She completely let go and no longer cared about any persona or image, just wanting to be herself. When she was under contract with a company, everything was managed for her: what to say, what roles to play, and even how to smile at events had strict requirements. Now, it was great, she was her own boss. Free to do whatever she wanted. Besides, she wasn't harming anyone, teasing her husband was perfectly fine. If her family had no objections, what could outsiders say? Just like in her first live stream where she talked about their online romance, that segment became particularly popular, and even her family knew about it. A few days ago, when she returned to Kyoto, Lu's mom was like a little fan, asking her questions about it. Even she didn't know that her son and daughter-in-law had such amusing stories. Chapter 4:13, I see you like Helicobacter pylori. Upon hearing this, Fang Ling gasped in surprise, looking at her with confusion and astonishment. Since when did you become so business-minded? Remember? Ria suddenly turned around and pointed her little finger at Fang Ling's nose, reminding her, my academic performance in cultural subjects was always at the top of the class. Do you really think I got into university just because of my looks? Stop pretending. You get all breathless when I call you fat. Fang Ling pouted and began analyzing Ria's idea. The concept is fine, but can you guarantee that nothing unexpected will happen during the live stream? The platform has many restrictions, and traffic control is quite strict. A bunch of kids who have never been on camera might not be able to handle the pressure. And this kind of live stream doesn't have dense humor. If it doesn't go well, it could cause a backlash, and then it would be hard to maintain popularity, making sponsorship money difficult to secure. Just find someone. Invite 1 or 2 guest stars each episode. Ria wasn't worried about that at all. She winked with a sly smile. I might as well use Director Lu's connections. His face can bring in quite a few people. If worse comes to worst, I'll just have him come as a guest star. Anyway, I don't plan to do this long term. After finishing 1 season and promoting those kids well enough, I'll take them to shoot a short drama. That kind of thing can be wrapped up in 10 days to half a month. And you can shoot dozens or even hundreds in a year, easily making a lot of money. Chapter 4:14, Confidentiality, Confidentiality, Still Confidential. That afternoon, Feiyu gathered all the staff and cast members in the base's conference room to hold a pre-shoot meeting. At the conference table, he looked at the more than 100 people in the room, feeling a bit of a headache as he rubbed his head. Why are there still so many people? Didn't I say that irrelevant personnel should not enter? The fact that they could borrow the warship was already a special case, yet despite trimming down for half a day, over 100 people still showed up, increasing his pressure even more. You should know, with this many people, every extra person increases the risk of leaks, and the burden on his shoulders as the chief director grows heavier. Director, this is already as trimmed down as it can be. Director Sun, noticing his distress, approached him with a wry smile and explained, currently, the props team, makeup team, and even the lighting team have all been reduced by half. Each artist can only have 1 personal assistant, and others have not been allowed in. There's no choice, we have so many shots to film. And not enough people is indeed a problem. Fine, I understand. Feiyu waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on the issue any longer. Since everyone is here, there's no point in discussing other things. Let's focus on getting the key shots done first. Chapter 4:15, Husband, Help. The next day, before dawn, on the sea, a merchant ship was slowly moving at a very slow speed. Feiyu, along with a group of directors, was nervously setting up the scene. Today's shoot would be rushed, mainly because this ship was a legitimate merchant vessel, and it still had cargo on board, which could only wait for them for a day before setting sail. This was undoubtedly a considerable challenge for the directing team, if they couldn't finish filming all the scenes during the day. It would take many days to find a suitable cargo ship again. In order to save time, Feiyu postponed the ship scenes by a day, and called the crew to gather early in the morning to set up the location, and shoot the scenes inside the cabin first. How's the preparation going in each group? Actors, get ready to be in position immediately. Makeup team, hurry up. Coordinate with the actors to finish makeup within an hour. Standing on the deck, Feiyu wore a tank top on top, a pair of loose shorts on the bottom, and casually wore flip-flops on his feet as he boarded the ship. At this moment, he looked at the time. It was already 3 in the morning. And according to the previous agreement, the actors were about to arrive. Fortunately, the people he found were relatively obedient, as long as he arranged the time. No one would cause any trouble. Chapter 4:16, Giant Grouper Lu Feiyu reacted the fastest. As soon as he heard the sound, he took a quick step across the set and rushed towards the cabin door. When he reached the second-floor corridor, ready to jump into the sea, he realized things were not as he had imagined. At this moment, Reba was tightly holding onto the fishing rod in her arms, lying on the deck in an extremely twisted position. Even though she was being dragged and was almost unable to hold on, she still refused to let go. "Hubby! There's a fish, a big fish, come save me." She lay on the ground and happened to look up to see Lu Feiyu staring at her from the second-floor corridor. This energized her, her little face turned red. Veins popped out on her neck, and her whole body was straining. Even though she might get dragged away, she wouldn't let go. "Oh? I'm really at my wit's end." Lu Feiyu was stunned by her absurd behavior. But looking at Reba, who was about to slide down, he didn't bother with the stairs and jumped directly down from the second-floor railing. At the same time, the others who were filming inside also ran out. They thought Reba was playing outside and had encountered some accident until they saw the bent fishing rod, and then their expressions suddenly changed. A few staff members who enjoyed fishing were almost envious to death. Chapter 4:17, Black Box. A fish took over an hour to fight. And by the time they finally pulled it up, the sun was already high in the sky, looking at the giant grouper that was over a meter long. The entire crew surrounded it. Even the staff on the merchant ship came forward with curious and shocked expressions. After weighing the fish on the ship's electronic scale, the 1.5-meter-long grouper had a net weight of nearly 180 pounds. This delighted everyone, especially Reba, who had a proud smile on her face, wanting to take it home to keep. In a lifetime, one might not have a second chance to catch such a big fish. It must be kept alive to show off to outsiders. Regarding her idea, Lu Feiyu was the first to disagree. As the director, seeing that filming time had already been delayed for over an hour, he glared at Reba, whose face was almost smiling off, and complained in an extremely dissatisfied tone, "Because of you alone, the entire crew has been delayed for so long. No one can take this fish away. It will be killed on site later, and divided among the brothers on the ship and the crew staff as a working meal." Huh? Hearing this, Reba's face fell, showing an unwilling expression, and she lowered her head in grievance. "Can we keep this fish? I'll buy another one for them to eat, okay?" Chapter 4:18, Please report me. Can you say less? Lu Feiyu gestured for her to be quiet, and not say such discouraging things. "What do you mean it's a bomb? If it were really a bomb, we wouldn't have time to run now." He took the black box from the chef, weighed it gently, and felt a bit uncertain. If this is some kind of detector, today's fun might become a big problem. "Boss, what should we do about this?" The staff on the ship all turned their eyes to Lu Feiyu, wanting him to make a decision. After all, this matter was not trivial. If there was a mistake, they could end up in prison. "You don't need to worry. I'll contact the Navy and have them come take a look." In the end, Lu Feiyu decided to report the matter and let professionals handle it. Since they encountered it, they might as well treat it as a matter to deal with. Better safe than sorry. If this is a detector and they throw it back into the sea, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? After calming everyone down, Lu Feiyu didn't go eat, but hurriedly contacted the Navy to have them come for identification. While waiting, he held the black box, never letting it leave his sight. "Hubby, if this is a detector made by foreigners, does that mean I'll have made a contribution?" Chapter 4:19, Personal Appearance. Who are you looking for? Isn't there someone right in front of you? At this moment, Reba came over, holding a box lunch, her cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel, her gaze fixed on Lu Feiyu. As soon as she said this, everyone in the room turned their heads in unison to look at her. This made Lu Feiyu speechless. He widened his eyes and shook his head in refusal. No, I can be a stand-in without showing my face, but I definitely can't go on camera. I can't relax, and my expressions wouldn't be natural. What is so unnatural about it? The character Luo Xing doesn't have any expressions. Reba said with her mouth full of chicken steak, speaking unclearly. Just crouch on the helicopter, shoot a few rounds, and it's done. Just right, you're a professional. And your shooting posture is standard. Yes, what teacher Reba said is absolutely right. Director Sun became more and more excited as he listened, grabbing Lu Feiyu's wrist with an expectant expression. Director Lu, this role is simply tailor-made for you. And you're so popular right now. Once the news of your participation is released, the box office is sure to explode, and many viewers will come to watch because of you. It's settled. You will play the role of Luo Xing. Chapter 420, Reba, stay alert, guard against spies of course. Reba crossed her arms proudly. A faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Haven't I seen enough? I've been in this business for so many years, filming many genres. If I can't handle this, what am I still doing in this industry? Really? Do you know the helicopter's fuel tank is almost empty? If the footage isn't smooth enough, just wait for a beating. At this moment, Lu Feiyu had just come down from the helicopter. His tone laced with a strong threat, as he leaned down to the monitor. After seeing the dozens of shots directed by Reba, he fell silent. The annoyance on his face quickly dissipated and transformed into a faint smile. Coughing and crossing her legs, Reba coughed lightly, looking at him with a provocative gaze. So, are you still going to hit me? Just so, it's passable, Lu Feiyu replied, insincerely. HMPH, liar, you're just being stubborn. Reba smiled brightly. And her radiant smile at that moment was more beautiful than flowers. She pulled Lu Feiyu's arm to the edge of the deck, tiptoeing closer to him. Hurry up. As a reward, come learn to dance with me. Chapter 421, Goodbye Jiao Wei, then let us look forward to director Lu joining Weibo. The host maintained some composure, and did not dwell on the issue. Thanks to teacher Reba for coming, and please take a moment to rest in the lounge. Thank you. Reba nodded gently, waved to the fans not far away, and carefully walked down the steps while holding her skirt. Following the staff's guidance, she entered the banquet hall. At this moment, there weren't many people in the room. Under the dim light, a few young stars waiting to perform were chatting in a cluster. Upon seeing her arrival, the girls greeted her with smiles brighter than flowers, rushing up to say hello. Hello, teacher Reba, I'm your fan. I especially love you and director Lu. Hello, Reba, I've watched all your dramas, you are truly amazing. Teacher Reba, could you please take a photo with me? A group of girls around 20 years old chatted excitedly, showering her with flattery and compliments, and anyone who hears such praise daily would undoubtedly feel a bit elated. But Reba was different. It wasn't that she couldn't get carried away, but rather that she had heard it all too many times, and had long passed the age of getting carried away. Chapter 422, Highly Anticipated Teacher. I really want to learn something from you, even if I can't be an actress. I'd be happy to be your assistant. I can take care of people, do laundry, and I'm fluent in 3 foreign languages. I can also do translation work. Jiao Wei was determined not to give up. Her small face filled with eager desire to seize this rare opportunity. Last time in Yangcheng, she wanted to be Reba's student, but the program got cancelled. And they never had the chance to meet again. The fact that they could meet today indicated a certain fate between them. She didn't want to be too famous or a big star, she just wanted to prove that she wasn't the worst. If others could do it, so could she. Assistant. Can you handle being bossed around every day by others, doing this and that? You think you can manage? Reba looked at her with a half-smile. Her expression playful and hard to decipher. To be honest, she didn't dislike those who dared to fight for what they wanted. Especially in the entertainment industry. Being thin-skinned wouldn't get you far. Only those who dared to seize every fleeting opportunity could stand out in this quagmire. Back when she followed Fang Ling. She didn't go out begging for help, she built her status bit by putting herself out there. Chapter 423, sentenced to 6 or 7 years. Speaking of this matter, Reba suddenly became spirited, jumping up from her chair and chattering about the whole process. You wouldn't believe it. I actually had to ask someone to take that photo. You have no idea how dreamy that day was. It was my first time fishing. And I caught a giant grouper weighing over 100 pounds. It took director Lou more than an hour to reel it in. Who would have thought there was a black box in the fish's belly? We reported it to the Coast Guard. And only after they came to confirm did we find out it was a detector. You really have a knack for becoming an internet celebrity. After hearing her explanation, Lin Lu sighed with a sense of admiration. You seem to catch every event and trend. Now you've gained tens of millions of free traffic. It's useless. I'm already used to short video traffic. I really don't care about this. Reba shrugged. Before there are systematic monetization channels. Giving me so much traffic is just a waste. I don't sell products. I don't accept tips. I'm just messing around for fun, entertaining netizens. The reason I wanted the Coast Guard to release that short video was to create a positive image for myself. Chapter 424, Late Night Discussion. Let's go. It's a bit cold tonight. I'm freezing, almost cramping up. Around 10 o'clock at night, Reba, who had left early, stepped onto the RV with brisk steps. Rubbing her cold arms, shivering from the chill. Perhaps due to her age, she felt she couldn't withstand the cold like when she was in her 20s. It wasn't even winter yet, and she was already freezing half to death. What would happen when she had to film a bathing scene in winter? Good performance, Mr. Wang just called me and hopes you can participate in similar activities more often in the future. Fang Ling, munching on a hamburger, praised her with a smile. She hadn't gone inside tonight, handling work outside and missing dinner, which was quite unfortunate. Come on, what is the use? I'd rather sleep at home. Reba pouted, hurriedly finding a jacket to put on. In this world of fame and fortune, one either gets supported by others or supports others. Smiling all night until her face was sore, she couldn't even estimate how many greetings she had exchanged. And in the end, tomorrow it would still be the same routine. Relying on such places to get work was almost as difficult as reaching the sky. You just aren't tactful enough. How can you be a boss? Chapter 425, Exclusive Contract. Half an hour later, under the guidance of the young man, Reba and Fang Ling arrived at the cafe where Wu Run's was. As soon as they entered, they saw a middle-aged man in a suit, elegant in demeanor, and smiling gently, who came forward to greet them. Ha ha ha, Teacher Reba, Teacher Fang, welcome, welcome. I'm really sorry to have invited you over so late. Mr. Wu, I've long admired your name, it's our honor to meet you. Fang Ling smiled as she shook his hand, then looked around and noticed that the entire cafe was empty except for them. Sensing her surprise, the young man quickly explained, Teacher Reba just finished an event, and Mr. Wu was worried about being interrupted, so he booked the whole cafe. Mr. Wu is truly considerate. Reba smiled shyly, slowly taking a seat while holding her skirt. She could tell that this Mr. Wu was not simple. Upon their first meeting, he remained surprisingly calm, with no change in expression. This was a first for her. It wasn't that Reba was boasting. Over the years, she had met all kinds of big bosses. But this was the first time she encountered one who showed no emotional fluctuations upon meeting her. Chapter 426, Giving Money and Traffic. 1 billion in traffic per year. 100 million in signing fees, SSS level priority resource package, redeemable traffic anytime. Regarding the promotion of Teacher Reba's dramas and personal events, we will also provide traffic support based on the scale level. Moreover, our company will provide Teacher Reba with an operation team of over 30 people to plan each live broadcast and promotional work. Wu Run's explained several important clauses in the contract to the two. He believed that this SSS-level contract was one that no one could refuse. Not to mention what 10 billion in traffic meant, just the 100 million annual exclusive signing fee was enough to attract so-called big names outside. Looking at the entire entertainment industry, how many companies could legitimately offer an annual signing fee of 100 million? Moreover, this fee was practically free. There was no need to participate in activities or stay up late working on set. The only hard condition is that they need to accumulate 30 hours of live broadcasting each year. To Wu runs, this condition is not a big deal at all. After all, before this exclusive contract, Reba often broadcasted live. Since they are going to broadcast anyway, why not take this 1 billion? TSK. Feng Ling looked at the various details and benefits in the contract and couldn't help but click her tongue, inwardly exclaiming that it's no wonder it's a big company. Chapter 427, Preparing the next script. All right, I think this idea is good. Compared to 1 billion in cash, it's better to ask for more traffic. After thinking for a while, Feng Ling felt that this plan was much more cost-effective than asking for money. Their current development core is focused on cultivating new talent. Reba has already reached her peak state, and any further growth will be limited. It's better to invest a large amount of resources to cultivate new talents, creating fresh blood for the company. This way, not only can they maximize benefits, but they can also relieve their pressure and prepare for retirement in the future. As long as they can promote a new talent within 1 or 2 years, the 5-year contract period will earn them quite a bit of money. This is much more worthwhile than asking for 1 billion. Let us settle on this. I'll have the business department negotiate with Douyin later to try to secure more traffic resource packages. I think this shouldn't be too difficult since 1 billion is cash, and the traffic package is just some streaming data. The Douyin executives should be able to understand what's going on. There's another issue. Seeing her excited expression, Reba quickly interjected with a reminder, the contract is signed annually, and we don't know what the situation will be in the future. So let us not tie ourselves up with chains that we can't untie later. Chapter 428, Gathering at 9 o'clock that evening. Feiyu hurriedly arrived at a well-known barbecue restaurant in Kyoto. As soon as he pushed the door open, he heard a chaotic noise inside, with many people chatting and laughing. His arrival drew the attention of everyone, and Yi Haobo, who was near the door, jokingly teased him while holding onto the back of a chair. Oh, isn't this the famous head of the Bai factory, Director Lu? Did that gust of wind bring you, this busy person, here today? Go away, stop making sarcastic remarks. Feiyu shot him a glare and squeezed inside after taking off his coat. He scanned the crowd, and a smile of joy appeared on his tired face. Old Buddha. Old Chang, old Liu, wow, it's been a long time since it's been this lively. Who says otherwise? Liu Qianqing held a teacup, his rosy face filled with smiles. It's just a pity that old Zhu isn't here, otherwise, we would really be complete this time. Old Zhu should be almost recovered by now, right? Feiyu clinked his teacup with Chang Kangping's and frowned as he asked. The last time he went to the guard team, he temporarily took over old Zhu's position. It has been a few months since then, so logically speaking, that kid should be almost recovered. Chapter 429, Where is my intention not right? Hey, I don't want to think about so much right now. Whatever arrangement comes from above, we're just a brick in the revolution, moving wherever needed. Feiyu appeared very carefree, adopting an attitude of seeing through worldly matters, and spoke slowly. He had no choice, he was just trying to find joy in hardship, comforting himself. There are considerations from above, and this mess he is in cannot be resolved with just a few words, he can only take it one step at a time. What is the content of this meeting? Changing the topic, Feiyu looked at the others and asked softly. After no longer serving in the combat units, these matters are no longer related to him. Now, if he wants to find out some news, he has to rely on connections. Which is quite ironic when he thinks about it. The same old stuff. Chang Kangping picked up a piece of hind leg meat and said while eating, "We're discussing next year's exercise plan, sitting together to chat about it. Every year it's the same old thing, nothing new. I know what you're going to say without needing to come." "You can't say that." Yi Haobo rubbed his full stomach, occasionally burping. "You haven't heard anything about the main content of this year's meeting at all. With the rise of low-altitude economy generating a series of commercial activities, the military needs to establish projects in this area and strengthen low-altitude airspace rights." Chapter 430, Where is my husband? I'm not right in my intentions, I'm the bad guy. Lu Feiyu hurriedly admitted defeat, raising his hand and repeatedly apologizing. His actions made everyone burst into laughter, and Liu Qianqing took the opportunity to add, jokingly, "It's obvious, you really don't have much status at home. If you're not careful, you'll have to kneel on the washboard when you go back. I'm just not going to stoop to her level." Lu Feiyu still insisted, boasting in front of his buddies, "When there's a real issue, I just have to glare at her. And I can scare her half to death." Yes, you're right." Reba rolled her eyes and said with a dismissive expression. "Men, whether they drink or not, always want to boast in front of their buddies, she can understand that. This is a common flaw among most men, as long as they don't do anything outrageous. It's not a big problem. Oh right, since the guys are all here, I have something I want to ask you." After eating a couple of bites, Reba suddenly remembered something important and quickly put down her chopsticks to look at everyone. "I want to buy a few military vehicles. Do you have any channels for that?" "Buy vehicles? What do you want them for?" Lu Feiyu looked at her in surprise, unable to understand what she was thinking. "The vehicles in the military camp have a mediocre driving experience and are uncomfortable to sit in. What do you want with those things?" Chapter 431, Going out to pick up a dad. "I'm going to sue you. I'm going to accuse you of invading my personal privacy rights." In the living room, Reba changed into a set of pajamas and sat in front of the stylist, complaining incessantly like a victim. Fang Ling, who was sitting across from her, occasionally chatted with her while checking her email. "If you have the ability, just shoot me. It'll all be over and save the trouble." "Husband." Reba, who was in a huff, looked at Lu Feiyu, who was napping on the sofa, and shouted, "Where's our gun? Shoot her." "Nonsense, we don't have a gun at home." Lu Feiyu squinted and said sleepily. Ever since he started working at the Feiyu factory, his service pistol has also been turned in. Now, not to mention a service pistol, he hardly even has the chance to touch a gun. "You're lucky." Reba glared at Fang Ling, puffing with anger. "If it were in the past, I'd have people grab you. Having power and influence really seems to have made you understand things." Fang Ling coldly shook her head. The staff beside them couldn't help but chuckle at these words, but they didn't dare to laugh out loud, only shrugging their shoulders. It's not unusual for agents and artists to argue in the industry, everyone is used to it. But it's really rare for them to be like this.